You mean to say? Even though I am the kind of scoundrel who would abandon the sect in times of crisis, flee when the old man runs dream of collecting every beauty into my harem, constantly lecherous, bullying the weak, stirring up trouble where there is none, taking all the benefits for myself and leaving the hardships for others, and hiding behind people when danger strikes. I am actually the protagonist of this world. Even though that Su Xiao is exceptionally talented, loyal, and righteous, with eyes as clear as a college student's, when he sees a beauty, has an icy-cold master who treats him like a son, several junior sisters of different temperaments, yet all stunningly beautiful, and he is the only man on the entire mountain peak. But he is actually the villain, the Beast Spirit Mountains. Inside a rundown wooden hut, Yishu stared at the little white-haired girl standing on the bowl of braised pork he had just made, hands on her hips, a tiny bite mark on her small foot, her flushed face solemn, and repeated the words without missing a single syllable. He had just embarked on the path of immortality today. He had prepared a feast to celebrate, and was eating heartily when he suddenly bit into a milk-scented trotter. After 2 bites, he realized it was actually her little foot. This little thing claimed to be something called the Heavenly Dao. He couldn't understand a word of her gibberish. Yes, everything I said is true. Little White stood with her hands on her hips, her face completely serious. Wait a moment. Yishu waved his hand, stood up, walked to the bookshelf in the cabin, and started rummaging. Hey, what are you looking for? I'm looking for a dictionary. Yishu replied without turning his head. Soon he returned with a thick dictionary, furrowing his brows as he flipped through it. How can these words possibly form a sentence? Everything I say is true. Little White stamped her foot in frustration. Hearing this, Yishu finally put down the dictionary and said speechlessly, "So you want me to believe? Even though I am a reincarnated scoundrel destined to have a harem of 3,000, I am actually still a virgin who hasn't even kissed any of those heroines. Dare you repeat that yourself? Don't you find that self-contradictory? Like your left brain attacking your right brain, even if you say this world is actually a book. I've lived this long and never seen a protagonist as beastly as you described. This is obviously a villain template, yet you stubbornly call it the protagonist. And you say the protagonist is me. Do you actually believe what you're saying?" Yishu slammed his hand on the table, his eyes wide, staring unblinkingly at Little White. Answer me. Look into my eyes. Everything I said is real. Little White, her face flushed with urgency, extended her index finger and pointed it at Yishu's forehead. I can't argue with you. See for yourself. In an instant, countless images flashed before Yishu's eyes. He saw a handsome man, arrogant and lecherous, always leering at beautiful women. Eventually, he encountered the villain's master and junior sisters, the supposed early heroines, and was beaten until he had to reveal all his hidden cards. On the brink of death, he heartlessly abandoned the old woman in his ring, causing her utter disappointment. And then, to make matters worse, she actually ended up falling for the villain. Even more absurdly, later heroines appeared, all looking down on the man. When they beat him into a corner, they inexplicably fell in love with the villain instead. Finally, the man's Dao heart shattered, and he fell into the demonic path. He was slain by the villain on Mount Flower and Fruit. From then on, the villain and the women lived a blissful, happy life together. The visions ended. Little White withdrew her hand and said triumphantly, "Now do you believe me?" Yishu nodded. Then he shook his head. He instinctively touched the ancient ring on his finger, feeling like his head was about to explode. But first of all, the male lead in those visions was kind of handsome, still a bit inferior to me. Secondly, why is the protagonist such a scumbag? Why is the villain pure as jade? And why don't any of the heroines like the protagonist? They all go with the villain. Are you sure you didn't mix them up? Who the hell is the villain and who is the protagonist here? Before his transmigration, Yishu had lived through the 2010s, an era when online novels were booming. He had read countless web novels, but had never seen a protagonist as beastly as in those visions. That was clearly a villain being forced into the role of the hero. Now he's told that's the protagonist. And that protagonist is him. Whose protagonist behaves like a villain, has the same luck with women as a villain, and receives the same treatment as a villain. Pointing at the villain and insisting he's the protagonist, right? Even a dog would shake its head at that. Upon hearing this, Little White replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it isn't you, because none of this has happened yet. These are visions imprinted into the void by the Heavenly Dao of another world just before its death." As she spoke, her body trembled slightly. In the parallel lines, a kind of evil entity has recently emerged. They call themselves systems. They often abduct extraterrestrial demons to possess the villains of our world, twisting their minds and feeding them so-called scripts. Thus, they seize the world's fortune. After plundering all the luck from the chosen one, they mercilessly leave, causing the world deprived of its fortune to wither and collapse entirely. Hiss. Yishu sharply inhaled. Although Little White's explanation was abstract, with his astonishing intelligence, he actually understood. Simply put, a system takes over the original villain of the story. Simultaneously, it implants a set of original plot into the villain's mind. Of course, the plot is always tweaked, labeling all the original protagonist's actions as villainous. At the same time, the system feeds this altered storyline into the nearest heroine's mind, making her believe she has reincarnated. For instance, the original villain's master and junior sisters are made to feel they have wronged the villain greatly, all because of the chosen one. This fills them with hatred and prejudice against the original hero, and they become eager to redeem and protect the villain. Then why didn't you intervene in time? Yishu asked, puzzled. Because the systems are too cunning. Speaking of this, Little White became furious. They deliberately make their hosts act cowardly, forcing them to follow the so-called original plot, turning the host into a henpecked fool. This arouses the heroine's sympathy, prompting them to bully you. This minimizes the Heavenly Dao's detection. By the time the Heavenly Dao realizes what's happening, the system has already grown too powerful to stop. Little White's face was filled with sorrow, and tears actually glistened in her eyes. Her voice choked. A close friend I grew up with. She was consumed by the system's fortune-stealing. She could only watch helplessly as her world collapsed. That's why I came early to warn you. I see. Yishu nodded. Now that he had finally sorted everything out in his mind, a sudden thought struck him. Wait. Yishu's body froze in place, cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his clothes. You said the system would give the nearest heroine a rebirth script, making them want to kill me. That's right. Little White nodded, puzzled by his horrified expression. What's wrong? Yishu's face was grim, sweat beading on his forehead. Right now, there is a heroine right beside me. He gritted his teeth, stiffly lowering his head to look at the ring finger of his left hand. There a luminous, ancient ring rested. Within the ring there was a vast void. A stunning woman in a fiery red robe with 2 golden bells hanging at her waist slowly opened her captivating phoenix eyes, her gaze filled with confusion. I have been reborn. Dan Xiao murmured softly, her expression dazed. In her past life, she had dedicated herself entirely to Yishu. Since he had called her master, she had taught him everything she knew, treating him like her own son. Although she had absorbed his spiritual energy for 15 years, causing him to endure contempt, she had passed on immortal arts to him, guided his cultivation, forcibly possessed him many times to save his life, and even used her own essence to rescue him, paving the way for him. She believed she owed Yishu nothing. But what did she get in return? A treacherous disciple who sought to harm his master. Seeing her heavenly beauty, he could not hide his evil thoughts. Yet Dan Xia did not blame him for that. What truly chilled her heart was that when she exhausted her essence to save him from danger, he abandoned her in a deadly place, leaving her to be besieged by enemies. To think that she, the sovereign alchemist of her era, could also misjudge someone. Since heaven has granted me a second life this time. Dan Xiao's eyes flickered, all confusion gone, replaced by an icy, piercing resolve and sharpness. Her red robe rustled without wind, and the golden bells at her waist chimed crisply. I will not repeat the same mistakes. At the same time, outside the ring, Yishu was drenched in cold sweat. A faint alchemical wind blew through the small, shabby house, a sign that Dan Xia had awakened. Who would have thought such a life-and-death crisis would come so quickly? Damn it, this is not how the story should go. According to the storyboard Xiao Bai had shown him, shouldn't he be like an unkillable cockroach entangled with the villain until the final chapter before slaying him with one sword strike? With his current cultivation at the chi refining stage, he could not find any way to survive against Dan Xia. Xiao Bai seemed to notice Yishu's confusion and spoke. Because that system has absorbed the luck of many worlds, it is now very powerful and no longer needs to hide itself. You mean? Yishu gritted his teeth, his expression grim. This bastard isn't even pretending he's going to kill me from the start to seize my luck. Damn it, why does he have to get the hellish difficulty mode? That's right, Xiao Bai nodded. Right your head. Yishu couldn't help cursing. At a time like this, shouldn't you, as the Heavenly Dao, be helping me think of a way? Or just give me a cheat, slap her to death, or teleport me away? He hopped anxiously, the ring growing hotter. In a few dozen breaths, Dan Xia would emerge. Xiao Bai finally realized the severity, her face pale, and she paced frantically, 2-1-2. But as the Heavenly Dao, I dare not directly intervene in the world. I can only use invisible hands for macro control, like making it easier for you to encounter opportunities, but I cannot exert power on the beings of this world, or I will suffer the backlash of the laws. Just bringing you here has turned me into this little girl form. Hearing this, Yishu's head snapped up, his eyes shocked. Damn it, you're the one who dragged me from Earth to this shitty place where they only add salt to cooking. His voice trembled with shock. But before he could ask more, his vision blurred, and the wind in the shabby house stopped instantly. A fiery red figure appeared before him. She was cold and beautiful. Just standing there made the space of the shabby house twist slightly. Yishu's expression turned ugly. Even as a remnant soul at the void refining stage, her pressure was unbearable for a chi refining cultivator. If Danxia hadn't restrained herself, he would have already knelt. He had once been happy about this. His ring senior was neither a grumpy old man nor an old woman, but an incomparably beautiful celestial maiden, a delight to the eyes. He had even fantasized about a beautiful future of deep master-disciple bond and traveling the world with swords. But now, if he had known, he would have thrown this thing into the latrine. Yishu. Danxia stood barefoot in the void, gazing at him. The delicate-faced youth before her gradually overlapped with the treacherous disciple who would abandon her in the future. I once truly thought if you restored my body and you did not harbor evil thoughts or betray me, I would give you everything to help you reach the peak of the Dao even. Marrying you would not be a problem. But unfortunately, she sighed inwardly, slowly raising her right hand. A wisp of azure flame rose from her fingertip. Though it was fire, Yishu felt an icy cold. This was Danxia's unique flame, the 10th among the world's 19 anomalous fires, the netherworld ice flame. Yishu had once seen Danxia use it on a golden core rat demon. It froze the demon into an ice sculpture, then turned it to fiery powder, leaving not even a demon core. Yishu didn't think he could withstand it better than a demon core. Yishu. Xiaobai stood nearby, speaking nervously. She really seems to want to kill you. What do we do? Shut up. I'm grilling. Yishu growled in his mind. Mortals could not see the Heavenly Dao, and his communication with it required no words. If you are destined to betray me, better to end it early. Danxia's voice was colder than the flame. With that, she flicked her finger. The flame drifted forward, heading straight for Yishu's brow. If it touched him, his body would perish, and his Dao would vanish. Yet facing life and death, Yishu was unprecedentedly calm. His eyes showed 7 parts shock, 5 parts confusion, 3 parts innocence, and he spoke lightly. Senior. Are you going to kill me? May I know the reason? Hearing this, Danxia was slightly stunned. At that moment, she realized that the Yishu before her was not the future Yishu. In his eyes, his master had suddenly appeared and was about to kill him without reason. This realization shook her heart. The ice flame stopped 3 inches from Yishu's nose and moved no further. Forget it. After all, we were master and disciple. Let him die with clarity. Danxia sighed inwardly and spoke slowly. Yes, I am going to kill you. Have I done something wrong? Yishu tried to feign ignorance, his voice tinged with grievance. It is not what you have done now, but what you will do in the future. You betrayed me. Heaven has given me another chance, so I do not want to repeat the same mistake. Our master-disciple bond ends here. Danxia did not wish to elaborate and spoke indifferently. As she was about to flick her finger again, Yishu's expression darkened. So, Senior intends to become an ungrateful, heartless person. The flame that had just emerged stopped once more. Senior, do you wish to become a heartless and ruthless person? A simple question, yet enough to leave Danxia frozen in place, silent for a long time. Seeing the icy flame halt, Yishu breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. Since Danxia hated him because his future self was heartless, it showed she valued love and loyalty. Thus, using the words love and loyalty at this moment was the best solution. Senior speaks of a future I do not understand. Yishu continued, Senior says I will betray you in the future, but nothing has happened yet, so nothing is certain. Can we judge and punish a person for a crime they might commit in the future? If so, then all men should be castrated at birth, and all women should be locked in chastity belts. You? Snapping back to reality, Danxia's eyes were filled with shock. Her disciple actually spoke such vulgar words, yet there was some logic in them. Indeed, if one kills the present person for a future crime, how is that different from the wicked heretics? If one wants to kill, just point at a person and say, boy, I see a lecherous look in your eyes. You will surely bring disaster in the future, so I must kill you in the name of justice. Isn't that utterly absurd? Back then she died because she clung to the principles of love and loyalty, refusing to collude with those evil cultivators only to be betrayed by her best friend. If she killed Yishu now for this reason, wouldn't her Dao heart be tarnished? But if she didn't kill him, then what of her future betrayals and that final abandonment? A stifling anger swelled in her chest, unable to dissipate. After a long while, Danxia finally spoke with difficulty. I am not heartless. But in the future you betrayed me many times, harbored wicked thoughts toward me, and ultimately abandoned me completely. With such despicable behavior, how can I trust you? How can I trust that the present you won't repeat the same mistakes? Hearing this, Yishu lowered his head and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Senior says I will betray you in the future, but that has not happened yet. But his voice suddenly rose as he lifted his head to meet Danxia's gaze, looking her straight in the eyes, speaking each word deliberately. The 15 years of nourishing you with my spiritual energy, falling from a genius to the laughingstock of my clan, allowing you to awaken from your slumber. This is the real, unchangeable truth that has already happened. If Senior wishes to kill me, it is not heartlessness. It is betrayal of trust. Every word struck home, nearly accusing Danxiao of being an ungrateful wretch who consumed his 15 years of spiritual energy, reduced him to a scorned cripple, and after finally seeing the light lured him to this desolate beast mountain range just to kill him. It was a blatant case of ingratitude. Even Danxiao, who had lived through countless ages and weathered endless storms, blushed at Yishu's words. Indeed, no matter what the future holds, it cannot change the ironclad fact for these 15 years this young man before her had used his own blood essence and spiritual energy drop by drop to sustain her lingering soul, allowing her to revive from a long slumber. These 15 years he had fallen from a clan genius to a laughingstock, enduring endless humiliation. This karmic debt was real, but that future was illusory. Yet Yishu's next words shattered the frost in Danxia's eyes completely. Yishu caressed the ring on his finger and said calmly, "Since Senior has so little faith in me and insists I am a despicable villain, I will say no more in my defense. Senior brought me to this beast mountain range for training. Have you considered that after killing me this ring cannot be moved? How long will it take for you to leave this place? Killing harms both, cooperation benefits both. Senior surely understands this principle." Yishu knew that talking about feelings damaged interests. Since emotions were exhausted, it was time to reason. Since Senior cannot trust me. Yishu shook his head and smiled bitterly. The solution that satisfies us both is simple, just lead me out of this beast mountain range. Once we leave this place, our bond ends here. Hearing this, Danxia's delicate frame trembled. She could hardly believe her ears. Her phoenix eyes widened, swirling with shock, indignation, and a trace of astonishment. You? What did you say? Our bond ends. Her voice quivered slightly, not from reluctance, but from being caught off guard by this sudden finality. Yes, our bond ends. Yishu smiled. Once we leave this beast mountain range, I will take Senior for a few walks in the city. If you see someone destined, just tell me, and I will hand the ring over to that person. Afterwards, Senior can erase my memories of you to prevent any leakage of your existence. His smile was faint, as if he were discussing the weather. Danxiao was completely stunned. This solution perfectly resolved her dilemma. Since she feared Yishu's betrayal, they would simply end their bond, and Yishu even thoughtfully offered to erase his memories. Once done, the future she dreaded would vanish entirely. The one who would betray her had already left from the start, so how could he betray her? The solution was so perfect. Looking at Yishu's amiable smile, for some reason Danxiao felt a stifling tightness in her chest. This guy had no attachment to her at all. What a terrible disciple. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. But if our bond ends here, what of the suffering you endured for 15 years? Hearing this, Yishu was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Danxiao to ask that. Is Senior pitying me? Yishu blinked, then shook his head with a serene smile. There's no need. The cultivation methods Senior passed on to me and the vastness of cultivation you showed me far exceed what my clan could ever offer. Compared to that, what are mere 15 years? Sometimes starting early matters less than seeing far from a height. He smiled freely. Just 15 years. With this fortune from Senior, I will save millennia of time in the future. In truth, I owe Senior more. Perfect, impeccable. Xiaobai watched, utterly dumbfounded. This guy had given Danxiao face substance and an exit, defusing a life-and-death crisis with ease. No wonder he was the transmigrator she had personally chosen. What a gem. On the other side, Danxiao remained silent for a long time. The proposal was clearly beneficial to her, even resolving the debt of gratitude, yet her heart still felt stifled, choked with an unspoken frustration. What does Senior think? Yishu, seeing her prolonged silence, couldn't help but prompt. If Danxiao still wanted to kill him after all this, he truly had no other tricks. What to do if he encountered a heretic cultivator outside? Answer: die in front of them. In the small cottage, Danxiao fell into complete silence. In her imagination, she was the avenger reborn from the future, while Yishu was the faithless wretch who would kneel and beg for mercy, making all sorts of excuses or trying to exploit their past feelings to muddle through. She was prepared to witness his ugly demeanor, ready to end this ill-fated bond with icy flames. But what about reality? The man before her was neither servile nor arrogant. He showed no fear whatsoever. Every word he spoke was for her own good, so considerate that it even made her feel like the one being unreasonable. All the resentment she had carried since her rebirth seemed to have struck a cotton ball. Not only did it fail to vent her anger, but it left her chest feeling stifled. She opened her mouth, yet found nothing more to say. Indeed, what was there to say? After deep deliberation, she was left utterly speechless. It seemed that accepting everything Yishu had said was the truly correct path, with no other alternative. Yet why? Her heart felt hollow. She had won, but not entirely. After a long pause, Danxia took a deep breath. I will take you out of the demonic beast mountain range. During this time, our plans remain unchanged. At least within the mountain range, I am still your master. I will still teach you cultivation and alchemy and help you enhance your strength. You need not feel troubled. Consider this my repayment for the 15 years of support you have given me, as well as the final bond between master and disciple. Having said this, she sighed, and her figure gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Yishu finally breathed a sigh of relief. A gentle breeze brushed by. He suddenly shivered only, then noticing that his back was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging wetly to his skin. He glanced at the braised pork on the table, then finally pulled out a chair and sat down. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. He picked up his chopsticks, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. The braised pork, somewhat deformed from being stepped on by Xiao Bai, was picked up and dropped again. The chopsticks quivered like a patient with Parkinson's, as if deliberately defying him. In the end, it was Xiao Bai who picked up the braised pork with her small hand. Here, eat. The Heavenly Dao herself is feeding you. She pinched the meat, her little face flushed. Consider it a reward for your good performance just now. Yishu did not stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and ate it. Mental exertion often consumed more energy than physical activity, and he urgently needed to replenish his strength. As he ate, he closed his eyes in deep thought. In the darkness of his mind, his thoughts became clearer. As the child of destiny, his starting point was a classic template. Reborn with awakened wisdom, reciting poetry at 3, entering the Qi refining stage at 5, astonishing Moon City. He also had a betrothal with the Li family of the 4 great clans in Taiwu Imperial City to Li Qingran. At the age of 8, when he reached foundation establishment, his Qi inexplicably dissipated. No matter how he cultivated, all spiritual energy vanished into nothingness, empty as an abyss. From then on, he became a fallen prodigy, enduring scorn from his clan. There was also a childhood sweetheart who grew up with him, inseparable and loyal. Eventually, he was jilted by the Li family, and a 3-year pact was made. The 3-year pact. Yishu murmured these words. Originally with Danxia as his master and his innate talent, it would not have been difficult to return to foundation establishment or even reach the golden core stage within 3 years and overwhelm Li Qingran. But now, after leaving the demonic beast mountain range, he would be utterly alone. That was not the biggest problem. What level were the antagonists and heroines now? At least the golden core stage. As for him, he had just resumed cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Sigh. Yishu let out a heavy sigh, feeling a splitting headache. What kind of mess was this? It was as if he had not even left the novice village. All his future allies had defected, and the antagonists already knew he would grow powerful. It was like the Soul Emperor, knowing from the start that Xiao Yan would become the Flame Emperor, and even his old master had been turned against him, ready to strike at any moment. Then his only hope now was. Yishu opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Bai. So, Heavenly Dao, what use are you? Me. Hearing this, Xiao Bai was startled, then proudly puffed out her chest. Her little white feet swayed back and forth on the table, making the dishes clatter, and she said with an air of maturity, "I'm amazing. Grandma says I'm great at taking care of younger siblings. When I grow up and marry, I'll definitely raise children well. I can use a smartphone, go to the restroom by myself, find shelter when it rains, and use the washing machine to do laundry. Grandma says I'll definitely get into university." And as expected, I got into the traditional fantasy vocational and technical college, and even into the most popular major, the jilting flow. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up as she spoke. I'm top of my class in every subject. I've mastered 108 ways for the male lead to show off during a jilting and 3 Uzuro routines for how the waste-type male lead should be taunted by passersby. Yishu listened, and his vision went dark. So she was basically a child bride. Is there anything that can help me, eh? He asked, suppressing his urge to complain. Of course there is. Xiao Bai nodded emphatically. Like I just said, although I can't directly interfere with the beings of this world, I can use my invisible hand to macro-regulate, allowing you to encounter various fortuitous encounters and grow step by step. For example, someone might come to hunt demonic beasts in the mountain range, and both sides suffer losses, giving you a chance to step in. Or a certain relic might open. Or I can tell you where all the good stuff is in various secret realms, and when no one is watching, I can secretly transform them into what you need most at that moment. Hearing this, Yishu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had to apologize for calling Xiao by useless earlier. He rubbed his hands together and smiled ingratiatingly. So, Heavenly Dao, could you arrange for me to trip over a stone when I go out and find that the stone is actually a pill bottle? When I open it, inside is a long-lost 9 revolutions golden pill, and taking it instantly makes me an immortal. Then I unleash my divine power and slap the antagonist to death with one palm. Let's do a speedrun. What do you think? Hearing this, Xiao Bai was dumbfounded. She stared at Yishu, who was rubbing his hands like a fly, her mind completely blank. How could there be such a brilliant idea? But if that were the case, how would this book keep going? Well, Xiao Bai frowned and shook her head. It would have been possible when the world was first formed, but now that the story has started, everything is set. The props are already in place. I can only swap out the rewards in those secret realms, adjusting them based on your real-time situation to give you the greatest help. Hearing this, Yishu looked disappointed. So much for thinking he could speedrun. And Xiao Bai suddenly tugged at the hem of her clothes, her little feet fidgeting on the table. Blushing with embarrassment, she stammered, I forgot to tell you. Although the original plot implanted by the system has deviations, all the locations of fortuitous encounters and the ways to obtain them are real. Huh? Yishu was completely stunned. Do you mean that not only do the antagonists know they'll become the ruler of the world in the future and the heroines will side with them, but all the reborn heroines and antagonists also know what opportunities they'll get in the future, and they'll intercept them ahead of time? That's right. Xiao Bai bit her lip, lightly lowering her head, not daring to look at him. You've got to be. Yishu was so angry he laughed. He said no more, put down his chopsticks, stood up, and turned to walk out of the cottage. Hey, where are you going? Xiao Bai called after his retreating figure. Yishu did not look back, leaving only a desolate silhouette. I'm going to find a river and drown myself, so the antagonists and heroines can't use my head to boost their KD. The Beast Mountain Range was a vast expanse of terrain, so vast that even if the villain knew Yishu was hiding within it, they could never pinpoint his exact location. After all, no novel could be that detailed. Of course, if the villain truly knew, then Yishu had no choice. He would simply hand it over. A babbling brook flowed just outside the dilapidated wooden hut. Yishu shed his clothes, leaving only his undergarments, revealing his muscular physique as he slowly waded into the river. The icy water cleared his mind considerably. He had worked up a sweat in the hut, and the sticky feeling all over his body was unpleasant. Now, soaking in the water, he indeed felt much more comfortable. The place he had chosen was scenic, with few high-level beasts. Apart from the occasional beast roar, if not for his current low cultivation and the ticking time bomb that was Danxia, secluding himself here would not be a bad option. Yishu sat cross-legged in the water, his head above the surface, arms resting on his knees. He slowly entered a meditative state and began to breathe and cultivate. At that moment, Xiao Bai followed him out. Seeing Yishu in only his undergarments, her face flushed. She covered her eyes with her fingers, peeking curiously at him as he sat meditating in the stream. Is this cultivation? What else? Yishu replied indifferently. At least you're showing some initiative. Xiao Bai snorted softly. She had thought her hubby, no, her chosen one, was truly going to give up. But after watching for a while, she suddenly sensed something amiss. You're not cultivating the burning art. She leaped up, eyes wide, staring at Yishu in utter disbelief. You mean the one Danxia taught me? Yishu frowned. Yes. Xiao Bai nodded. You should be cultivating the burning art, slowly devouring strange fires to evolve, eventually reaching a heaven-grade technique, swallowing 19 strange fires to ascend to immortality. But you actually didn't choose the burning art. Xiao Bai's eyes widened, her voice full of anguish. You chose her earth-grade technique instead of a growth-type immortal technique. You fool. Yishu didn't even raise an eyelid. You mean I should choose a technique that requires collecting 19 strange fires to achieve immortality, not one less, and cultivates at a snail's pace without them? Do you think I have a hole in my head? Xiao Bai was stunned by his words, then snapped angrily. Then what technique are you cultivating? My own creation, the heavens, stars, and constellations, Yishu said calmly. Though it was a self-created technique, his expression was as placid as if he had just eaten 30 small bread rolls. Self-created? A technique? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes went wide, even more shocked than when she learned he hadn't chosen the burning art. That's right. Yishu nodded. Did you think that when my cultivation was crippled, I would just act like an idiot, get scolded, flirt with my childhood sweetheart, and laze around at home, waiting to die? Since my dantian was useless, I used my acupoints to store spiritual energy. I opened all 361 acupoints in the human body, connected them into a network, forming a microcosm that simulates the movement of the stars. Then, what grade is your technique? Xiaobai was utterly bewildered and asked instinctively. Uncertain. Yishu replied. My spiritual energy reserve is over 300 times that of an ordinary person, and because my sea of energy is so vast, there are no bottlenecks and breakthroughs. At least it surpasses the immortal grade. I'm tentatively calling it Emperor grade. Huh. Xiaobai was dumbfounded, her expression screaming, are you kidding me? Wait, you're a chi refining 3rd level, not even 20 yet, and you're telling me you created a technique far beyond immortal grade. Does that sound reasonable to you? Isn't it reasonable? Yishu countered. In the protagonist, being exceptionally gifted is only natural right. Back in the day, Bertrand Russell wrote Principia Mathematica in his 20s, shocking the world. Yishu started creating my own technique at 15, achieved initial success in 5 years, and developed the prototype of Emperor grade. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? This somehow sounded a bit reasonable, but it was still too strange. Xiaobai racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. She felt her protagonist shouldn't be this clever. The transmigrator effect. It must be the transmigrator effect. Choosing a transmigrator to counter the system had indeed been her wisest decision. It was worth the price of becoming small. Seeing her hubby, know her chosen one, being so formidable, Xiaobai couldn't help but squat by the river and chuckle to herself. She could already envision a bright future, her protagonist punching villains, kicking the chosen girls, reclaiming his fortune, suppressing the system, and leading her, the Heavenly Dao, to the pinnacle. She even had a title in mind, Heavenly Villain. Then what about me, the chosen one? Just as she was lost in her fantasy, Yishu suddenly spoke. What was my original plot? Or rather, is there any fortune that only I can obtain that the villains cannot take from me? Hearing this, Xiaobai snapped out of her reverie. A fortune that only you can obtain. She furrowed her brow in thought. After a moment, she raised her hand and exclaimed, yes. There's a sword called the Azure Mystery Sword, the supreme treasure of the Azure Mystery sect. It has never chosen a master since ancient times, and it will only recognize you. The Azure Mystery Sword. Yishu was taken aback. This didn't seem right. Following the typical Xiaohua template, he should be heading to an academy, not a sect. And how do I obtain this sword? Yishu asked further. Oh, it's quite simple. You're training in the Beast Mountain range when you encounter a female disciple from the Azure Mystery sect. You train together, go through life and death situations, and eventually develop feelings for each other. Xiaobai recalled the plot, speaking rapidly. To protect her, you reveal some of your strength and potential, and she recommends you to join the Azure Mystery sect. After joining during a sect competition or secret realm trial, you perform exceptionally, resonating with the Azure Mystery sword, and finally gain the recognition of this ancient divine blade. Pretty impressive plot, right? Xiaobai snorted proudly, her big eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She had crafted this masterpiece after reading countless textbooks. However, contrary to her expectations, Yishu's eyes snapped open. He clenched his jaw, his expression dark. This made Xiaobai's heart leap, as the last time he had that look, Danxiao was about to kill him. You mean? Yishu gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly. There's a female lead in the Beast Mountain range right now, and she likely knows my current location. The moment the words left his mouth, a brilliant sword light slashed across the sky, accompanied by a furious sky-shaking shout. Yishu, you villain. Your life is mine. Whoosh. Crack. Bang, 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 bang. A dazzling sword light streaked across, and the serene surface of the stream instantly erupted into several towering pillars of water. Yishu was drenched, his expression dark. Had he not sensed it in time, with his heart already warning him, he would have been cleaved in two by that sword light. True chi leaving the body. Foundation, establishment, cultivation. Not one to be confronted, Hedon. In that mere instant, Yishu had formed a profound understanding and judgment of the attacker's strength. He slowly raised his head to look at the newcomer. Not far away, a woman in a pink dress stood atop a 3-finger-wide slender sword, holding a blade in one hand, suspended in midair. Her brows were knitted in fury as she glared at him with venomous intent. The woman was petite, with a round, plump face tinged with a hint of baby fat. Even in anger, she appeared more endearingly naive than fearsome, making it hard to truly despise her. If she were his future wife, that would be splendid. But unfortunately, she had come to kill him. Yishu's heart sank slightly, though his face betrayed nothing. Seeing that the woman did not continue her assault, he cupped his hands and asked with neither servility nor arrogance, I was bathing here, yet you attacked without reason. Is that not excessively tyrannical? He lifted his head and asked in a deep voice, May I ask your name, young lady? Lin Qingxue. Have I ever offended you? No. Have I ever met you before? No. Have I ever committed any evil deeds that incurred your wrath, driving you to pursue me here? No. Very well. Having asked this, Yishu raised his head and spoke calmly. Since I have neither met you nor done any wrong, why do you attack me without cause? Xiaobai widened his eyes slightly. Not again. Was he really going to talk his way out of this? This female lead was no Danxia. She was willful and capricious, acting solely on her own whims. Words alone would not get him through this. Yishu was well aware of this. But those 3 questions had to be asked. For the sake of one thing. Righteousness. Oomph. Hearing this, the woman in the pink dress let out a cold snort. Her gaze was icy as she stared down at Yishu, the fury in her heart burning ever brighter. This lecher was still as sharp-tongued as ever. In her past life, he had taken advantage of her multiple times in the Demon Beast Mountains, and she had foolishly believed he acted only out of necessity to save her. To repay him, she even recommended him to the Qingxian sect, and naively fell for him, repeatedly breaking the heart of her senior brother Su Xiao. Ultimately, when the demonic path invaded, her brother died, defending the sect, while this Yishu abandoned the sect and fled alone. Only then did she awaken. In this life, she understood. If she killed this man from the start, the Qingxian sect would never be targeted by the demonic path. Her brother would not die for him, and none of it would happen. This Yishu was the root of all evil. Lin Qingxue need no reason to kill. Just die. Lin Qingxue let out a sharp cry and said no more. She flipped her long sword, gathering spiritual energy, and in an instant another sword aura shot forth, aimed straight at Yishu. Whoosh! The sword light arrived in the blink of an eye, and with Lin Qingxue striking in fury, it was impossible for Yishu to evade given his cultivation. But in truth, Yishu had no intention of dodging. He stood there, his expression utterly unperturbed, watching the sword aura hurtle toward him. Scared stiff, Lin Qingxue sneered inwardly. Truly a waste, his mind filled with nothing but lust, inferior in every way to her senior brother. That she had ever fancied such a man in her past life was a testament to her blindness. Yet in the next second, Yishu bellowed, "Master, save me." Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out from within Yishu's body. Then an uncanny force erupted, flooding his entire being, and all 361 acupoints blazed to life. Heavenly rank combat skill, possession by a ghost. The sword light arrived in an instant, but Yishu raised his hand and gently grasped the air. Crack! The sword light shattered abruptly. Thighs is impossible. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. But in the next moment, she suddenly recalled that in her past life, whenever Yishu faced an insurmountable crisis, he always managed to turn danger into safety, even snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. It seemed a mysterious force was always aiding him. She had once attributed it to luck or hidden strength, but now, this bastard was clearly pretending to be weak to catch his prey off guard. Damn it! In her haste to kill Yishu early, she had forgotten this crucial piece of information. Without a moment's hesitation, run! Lin Qingxue formed a hand seal, and the flying sword beneath her transformed into a streak of light, carrying her deep into the forest. Trying to flee, feeling the surging power within him, Yishu raised his eyes to the escaping Lin Qingxue and snorted coldly. "You came, and now you want to leave. Such good fortune doesn't exist." With that, his figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he appeared 3 zhang in front of Lin Qingxue, arriving in the blink of an eye, and threw a punch. This punch showed not a shred of chivalry toward the fairer sex. It struck Lin Qingxue squarely in the lower abdomen, causing her eyes to bulge and her body to curl up like a shrimp. Uffed! Lin Qingxue spat out a mouthful of blood. The force sent her flying, skipping across the stream like a stone before she crashed heavily onto the riverbank, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Ugh! Cough, cough. Lin Qingxue propped herself up with one hand, trying to rise, but only managed to spit out another mouthful of blood, her body utterly frail. The next second, Yishu's figure appeared by the riverbank. He slowly walked toward the fallen Lin Qingxue. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. A perfect opportunity. If he could knock the female lead down, he could reason with her. With Yishu's eloquence, he was sure to win her back to the protagonist's side. He would do that, right? But as Xiao Bei gazed at Yishu's icy eyes, his heart suddenly tightened. That look in his eyes seemed intent on killing. And indeed, that appeared to be the case. Yishu slowly approached Lin Qingxue, looking down at her from his height, and said calmly, "If you want to kill, you must be prepared to be killed." Hearing this, Lin Qingxue's eyes flew wide open. She stared at Yishu in disbelief, her gaze finally betraying fear and regret. She had never imagined this man would truly try to kill her. But Yishu's eyes told her he would indeed follow through. No. She was about to beg for mercy when she saw Yishu raise his fist without the slightest hesitation and bring it down. No. Lin Qingxue shut her eyes in terror. Yet the anticipated death never came. Was he bluffing? This thought made Lin Qingxue open her eyes. Before her, the fist halted 3 inches from the tip of her nose. Not because Yishu had shown mercy, but because a pale hand had firmly seized his arm. Unbeknownst to them, a figure in red had already appeared beside Yishu. Danxiao lowered her head, gazing at Lin Qingxue, who was half dead from Yishu's beating, and let out a slow sigh. In her past life, she had witnessed everything this little one and her disciple experienced in the Demon Beast Mountains. Yet now she had suddenly appeared and tried to kill him. There is no effect without a cause. There was only one possibility. Lin Qingxue had also been reborn. Danxiao looked at Yishu and slowly shook her head. Stop, my dear disciple. Confronted with the fact that he was stopped, Yishu felt neither anger nor resentment, for this was all within his expectations. Danxia would never allow him to kill Lin Qingxue. He merely asked indifferently, how many breaths remain? What? Possession by a ghost. Possession by a ghost. What a dreadful name. Danxia twitched the corner of her mouth, but still replied, 10 breaths. The moment her voice faded, Yishu's figure vanished from the spot. Just as Lin Qingxue wondered where he had gone, 10 breaths later, a torrent of low-grade spirit beasts descended from the heavens like a rain of monsters piling up sparsely along the riverbank. Yishu returned to Danxia's side, a pile of demon cores beneath his feet. He looked at her and said calmly, this should be enough for my alchemy practice. Danxia gazed at the young man before her, feeling as if he had become a different person, cold and ruthless. She felt they no longer resembled the master and disciple who had spent 15 years together. They were more like strangers. He hadn't even asked why she stopped him. Why don't you ask me why I stopped you from killing this girl? If I asked, would you let me kill her? Danxia fell silent. Yishu said no more, silently lifting Lin Qingxue from the ground and carrying her step by step toward the hut. Xiaobai followed beside him, trying several times to approach, but then shrinking back in fear. Seeing this, Yishu gave her a gentle smile. Am I that frightening? No, it's not that. I'm just scared. Xiaobei's voice was low, as she had truly been terrified just now. That murderous look in his eyes. She had always thought Yishu was a carefree, simple-minded fool, but his behavior just now. He was like a desperado. I'm sorry for scaring you. Yishu tossed Lin Qingxue carelessly to the ground, sat on the soft bed, and opened his arms to Xiaobai with a smile. Seeing his open arms, Xiaobai hesitated. Finally, she trotted over on her short legs and threw herself into his embrace, burying her little head in his chest, her voice tinged with rare sobs. You scare me to death. I really thought you were going to kill someone. That expression just now was so terrifying, like you had become a different person. Yishu gently patted her back to soothe her emotions. He could tell that this so-called Heavenly Dao was no more than a child in intelligence. After a long while, Xiaobai slowly lifted her head and choked out, You promise me you won't be so frightening anymore. I have a weak heart, I can't take it. She sniffled, looking aggrieved. Hearing this, Yishu ruffled her hair and smiled. I won't do it again. Danxia, stepping through the door, saw this scene and froze. In her eyes, all she could see was Yishu stroking the air and chuckling foolishly like a madman with schizophrenia. This stirred a faint guilt within her. Betrayed by his most beloved master and inexplicably hunted down, was the psychological pressure on this child already so immense? Indeed, Danxia smiled bitterly. In a way, she and Yishu were kindred spirits in their suffering. In his past life, he had betrayed her. In this life, she was to kill him. Having lived through countless ages and experienced myriad joys and sorrows, the despair of being abandoned by the world still choked her at the mere thought. How much more so for this child, barely 20. As Danxia was lost in the past, Yishu had already calmed Xiaobai. He stood up, kicked Lin Qingxue unconscious as she tried to crawl toward the door, then looked at Danxia, cupped his hands slightly, and smiled. Please, master, teach me alchemy. Though it was a smile, there was no warmth in it. His tone was respectful without flaw. Yet to Danxia's ears, it only tightened her chest further, for just the day before her disciple had been lying on the grass, chewing a blade of dog's tail grass, gazing at the starry sky, and boasting with a laugh. Master, rest assured with my skills. A 3-year pact. 3 years. To defeat that Li Qingran of the Li family. 1 year. In 1 year, it'll be invincible under the heavens and mold you a body out of sand with one hand. You rascal, am I not worth good materials? Using junk materials to create the best results. That's how I show my skill, right? As they say, a feather sent from 1,000 miles away, though light, carries deep meaning. You little scoundrel, you never give me anything good. You're asking for a beating. Ouch. Master, I'm sorry, don't hit me. Master. Master. Danxia. Only when Yishu shouted did Danxia snap out of her memories. She glanced at him, her eyes filled with a mix of grievance, 7 parts guilt, 5 parts pain, and 3 parts of an indescribable resentment. That single glance made Yishu shudder. He trembled all over and nearly fled out the door. Damn it, he had actually seen a look of a wronged wife in those phoenix eyes. Even if just a hint, he had truly caught it. Good heavens, was this world's plot mixed with a bit of female-oriented fiction? But soon Dan Xia composed herself and said calmly, "You have already memorized the complete alchemy manual. What you lack now are the steps in practice. As an alchemist, the most important thing is fire. Spiritual fire is key to extracting essence from spiritual plants and beasts. Without fire, there is no alchemy." She extended her hand, and a wisp of flame flickered at her fingertip. "Take out the cauldron. Since you've just entered cultivation, use my netherworld ice flame to start." Yishu nodded and took out the cauldron from his storage ring. "Do as I say." Dan Xia moved lightly behind him, extending her ethereal hands to hover over his wrists, guiding his spiritual energy in a specific frequency toward the cauldron's array patterns. The netherworld ice flame truly lived up to its reputation as a strange fire. Herbs that would normally take hours to refine were instantly turned into liquid essence with a mere touch. Your spiritual energy must be steady and slow. Above all, it must not waver. Maintain a strange balance. First, add the heart-cleansing herb. Yishu held his breath and focused, following Dan Xia's instructions one by one. Soon he let out a low shout. "Condense." Inside the cauldron, 2 round, translucent light green pills emitting a faint medicinal fragrance lay quietly. Though he succeeded on his first try, there were only 2 pills without any pill patterns. Yishu was clearly disappointed. According to records, a perfect first furnace could yield up to 4 pills with 3 patterns. Each pattern increased potency by 30%. Yet he hadn't even achieved a single pattern. Dan Xia saw his disappointment, sighed softly, and ruffled his hair with her ethereal hand to comfort him. "For a first attempt, this is already remarkable." Crackle, crackle. That night the moon was bright and the stars sparse. Xiaobai was already fast asleep on the bed, snoring softly. The flames hissed and popped as they burned. Dan Xia sat by the campfire watching Yishu sit cross-legged outside the hut, tossing medicinal herbs into the furnace time and again repeating the same steps over and over. The process was tedious and monotonous. It lasted for over 30 hours. She had no idea how Shuer managed to persevere. Apart from the necessary 8 hours of rest, he kept repeating this dull alchemy process, from clumsy to skilled, from 2 pills to 4 from a single pill pattern to occasionally 2 patterns now. Why does this child push himself so hard? If it were her in the past, she would never have endured it. She would have sneaked off to play long ago. If Yishu knew her thoughts, he would surely laugh. Can't last even 2 days. Back then on the BYD assembly line, working from 8 in the morning to 9 at night, with only 2 days off a month, he managed to keep it up for an entire year. And this kind of effort that yields returns. No matter how long he does it, it never becomes boring. Because the rarest and most precious thing in this world is actually called effort will be rewarded. But what puzzled Dan Xia the most was, why was he refining qi restoration pills? With his cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refining, shouldn't he be refining qi gathering pills to train? Qi restoration pills, a type of recovery pill, were useless for improving cultivation. "Sure, why are you refining qi restoration pills?" "To eat," Yishu replied without turning his head. Dan Xia fell silent. Another evasive answer. She could feel that Yishu had erected an invisible barrier, shutting her out with politeness and distance. For a moment, the hut fell silent again. Under the quiet night sky, only the crackling of the fire and the sound of spiritual energy surging within the furnace could be heard, until the chirping of a cicada broke the silence. "Sure, I didn't let you kill her not because I'm soft-hearted or deliberately making things hard for you, but because this young lady is richly dressed, a member of the Qingyun sect, and holds a high status. If you rashly slay her, it will inevitably trigger the fluctuations of her protective artifact. Then when the Qingyun sect investigates, your cultivation is still shallow now. It's not wise to make another powerful enemy. Moreover," she paused then continued, "if you killed her after leaving the Demon Beast Mountains, when I truly depart and no longer protect you, how would you survive the Qingyun sect's pursuit? Killing her would leave everything unclear. Keeping her alive gives you bargaining chips." The cicadas chirped outside the hut. Yishu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. He stopped adding herbs for qi restoration pills, instead skinning the demon beasts he had hunted and tossing the hides into the furnace. "I refined qi restoration pills for 2 reasons. First, with my cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refining, I can't maintain prolonged alchemy. I must keep refining while using qi restoration pills to restore my spiritual energy. Otherwise, wasting time slowly recovering my energy. I don't have that time." Hearing this, Dan Xia was startled. This child is in a hurry. She could sense an invisible urgency pressing down on Shuer, but she didn't know what it was. The 3-year pact. It didn't seem like it. Second, Yishu continued as the demon beast hide began to soften and shrink under the netherworld ice flame. I plan to use chi restoration pills for cultivation. Although chi gathering pills help with training, the speed is still too slow. Hearing this, Dan Xia grew even more confused. With your talent combined with chi gathering pills, you could reach the 9th layer of chi refining in no more than 3 months. Is that still slow? For ordinary cultivators, going from the 3rd to the 9th layer, even with resources, 3 to 5 years is common. 3 months is already an astonishing monstrous speed. Still too slow. Yishu slapped the furnace. Bang! A sound echoed. A silver pill emitting a strange medicinal fragrance emerged, its surface gleaming with an eerie metallic luster. Yishu grasped the pill and said calmly, I want to reach the 9th layer in 3 days. 3 days to the 9th layer. Even Dan Xia, with all her vast experience, was taken aback. She wanted to say that Shu'er was boasting again, but then she remembered that given their current relationship, she seemed to have lost the right to say that, and Yishu had no reason to joke with her. So she fell silent again. She stared at the metallic-lustered pill in Yishu's hand, her confusion reaching its peak. It wasn't that she didn't recognize the pill. Precisely because she did, she was puzzled. Iron armor pill. As its name suggested, it was refined using the hide of a second-tier iron armor beast, supplemented by metal-attributed herbs like metalstone grass. After taking it, the body would harden temporarily, reaching the physical strength of the golden core stage. Yet despite the physical strength, the side effects were too severe. After consumption, the body would harden like iron, making even the slightest movement extremely difficult and sluggish, nearly immobilizing the user, turning into an iron turtle that could only take hits. Once the effect wore off, the enemy would tear you apart without mercy. Hence, this pill was rarely refined, and even more rarely used, considered the most useless of the useless. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. Yet Yishu had already sat cross-legged, assuming a cultivation posture. Master, please feed me chi restoration pills until I tell you to stop. With that, he swallowed the iron armor pill in one gulp. At the same time, before the effects fully took hold, he pulled out 30 chi restoration pills and poured them all into his mouth like candy. No. Dan Xia's eyes nearly burst with fury as she tried to stop him, but it was too late. 30 chi restoration pills. With Shu'er's cultivation at the 3rd layer of chi refining, he couldn't possibly contain such a massive influx of spiritual energy. Like a balloon once overinflated, the only outcome was an explosion. This was practically suicide. Yet the expected explosion never came. A layer of silver light emerged on Yishu's body, his face twisted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and forced out a few words from his throat. Pills. Give me pills. At that moment, Dan Xia finally understood his intention. Ordinary cultivators could only accommodate spiritual energy matching their current realm. Cultivation was essentially a process of gradually expanding the Dantian until spiritual energy reached a bottleneck, then breaking through to the next realm. Shu'er was using the iron armor pill to temporarily achieve the physical strength of the golden core stage, leveraging that strength to withstand the terrifying sea of spiritual energy brought by the chi restoration pills. Thus, he could forcibly absorb spiritual energy comparable to a golden core cultivator while still at the chi refining stage. And now Shu'er had skipped the step of expansion entirely. He was forcing growth. Oh. Pain, sheer agony. Yishu thought he could endure it, but he had underestimated the ordeal. It felt like being pushed 30 times in a day, continuing even when on the verge of explosion, knowing it wouldn't burst, yet his body fought against his will relentlessly. The searing pain washed over him, nearly knocking him unconscious. His aspirations were noble, but reality was harsh. At that moment, he wished he could just explode and be done with it. Yet the sheer will to survive yanked him back from the brink of oblivion. If he truly fainted once the iron armor pill's effects waned, he would burst like a balloon, scattering into fragments. He wanted to scream to release the torment, but the iron armor pill made even uttering a sound arduous. Amidst the agony, he had to maintain his spiritual energy circulation. Though Danxiao understood, Yishu's reasoning worry still lingered in her eyes. In the eons of the cultivation world, how could no one have thought of such a method? Yet all had failed. Unable to withstand the potent medicinal force, they either exploded or had their dantian riddled with cracks, leaving no room for further progress even if they survived. But what Danxiao pondered, Yishu had also considered. With a series of piercing sounds, star-like points of light began to glow around him. Due to the Zhou Tian Xing Do technique, Yishu's cultivation was unique. To maximize its potential, the first step was to open his acupoints, the key to his future breakthroughs. But under normal circumstances, opening these acupoints was far too slow. No matter how exalted the Zhou Tianxing Do was, spiritual energy always had to start from the Dantian. He had to guide it there first, then slowly carve out the acupoints. Ordinarily, he couldn't hasten the process. First, the spiritual pressure was insufficient to break through directly. Forcing it would cause irreversible damage to his meridians and acupoints. Second, the Dantian couldn't store enough spiritual energy at once. Just opening a single acupoint might require several breaths and multiple qi restoration pills. Thus, what others deemed suicidal became his shortcut to laying a foundation for Zhou Tianxing Do, with manic spiritual energy surging through his meridians. Yishu was like a pressure cooker, steam emanating from his body as he strained to guide the energy. Then, crack. A faint crisp sound, soft yet piercingly clear in the silent night. It resembled the shattering of iron. Yishu's expression shifted abruptly. He had miscalculated. He remembered the iron armor pill could grant golden core level hardening, but forgot it lacked any flexibility, unlike a human body. The sole consequence of forcibly expanding his meridians was cracks. With the first sound, a fissure appeared on his metallic hard skin, followed by a second, third, fourth. A dense web of cracks spread rapidly. Wild spiritual energy escaped through them, staining his robes with the hot blood from his body. The cracks worsened, showing no sign of stopping. I miscalculated. He had overestimated himself and the iron armor pill's efficacy. How could a mere second-grade pill withstand the force of an internal explosion? Damage from within versus damage from without. These were two different concepts. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures continued to expand. Yishu could feel his face splitting, his vision blurred by his own blood, and even heard the groaning of his bones under strain. It was over. He was truly going to explode. The pungent smell of blood made Xiao Bai wrinkle her little nose on the bed, then open her drowsy eyes. When she saw Yishu beside her, drenched in blood and covered with cracks, her pupils contracted and all sleep vanished. You, what's wrong with you? Xiao Bai scrambled off the bed in a panic, climbing to Yishu's side with terror in her big eyes. Her small hand reached out, but recoiled at the sight of his cracked skin. Facing death, Yishu actually smiled. I might be a little dead. How can you die? How can you die? Xiao Bai was on the verge of tears. He was fine before sleeping. How could her destined child be about to croak after one nap? This wasn't in the script. Wait. Her eyes lit up as an idea struck. It's okay. Danxia can save you. She's a remnant soul at the void refinement stage. Handling this will be easy for her. Hearing this, Yishu felt no joy. You mean since I've nearly killed myself, a suicide, Danxia can just stand by and watch me die without guilt? She doesn't even need to feel remorse, because I brought this on myself. Once I'm dead, she can appear to save Lin Qingxue, then have Lin Qingxue take her back to Qingyun sect. In the implanted memories in her future before rebirth, that guy Su Xiao will definitely rebuild her body. So, Yishu said helplessly, you're asking Danxia to give up a sure chance at rebirth to save me. Someone she believes will betray her in the future. But she was just helping you. Xiao Bai retorted, murder and suicide are different. Good advice is wasted on a doomed fool. If I die by my own hand, Danxia bears no burden. So you want her to save this bomb-wielding maniac? Yishu chuckled bitterly in his heart. Don't make your ego laugh. But just as he spoke, a pair of ethereal hands gently pressed against his back, without a single word of nonsense. As this pair of hands joined Yishu's previously cracking body, abruptly halted. Yishu was about to speak, but Danxia interrupted him. Don't talk, follow the flow of my spiritual energy. Hearing this, Yishu fell silent. He closed his eyes and soon found a pale blue spiritual force within his own body. Following this force, he continuously cycled it through his meridians. Gradually, he felt his own spiritual energy perfectly harmonized with Danxia's. They merged within his meridians as intimately as milk blending with water. The originally wild spiritual energy gradually calmed. Yishu was completely immersed in this wondrous feeling of harmony. He felt as if he were dancing with a beautiful woman, the stage set within his own meridians. The cycle of the stars fully unfolded, one by one his acupoints lit up. As the spiritual energy traveled, his body seemed to breathe. Wherever the energy went, the skin there cracked open inch by inch, suspended in the air, revealing the crimson flesh beneath, yet no blood flowed, only a terrifying spiritual pressure was released. With each breath, the fragments of skin swayed. Ugh, so scary. Xiao Bai, standing nearby, was stunned by the terrifying sight. She covered her eyes with one small hand, while curiously poking the gap between Yishu's skin fragments and flesh with the other. Wow, it's really floating in the air. Her eyes widened, utterly captivated by this incredible scene. She couldn't resist poking the floating areas with her little hand, playing happily. Fun, hee. Where am I? Lin Qingxue in the room woke up faintly. As she sat up, she saw this bizarre sight, and her pupils instantly dilated. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. When Yishu opened his eyes again, 3 days had passed. Qi refining. 9th layer. 361 acupoints were now lit, his dantian brimming with spiritual energy. However, due to the violent breakthrough, cracks lined the walls of his dantian, clearly damaging his foundation. There is no free lunch in the world. Aggression always comes at a price. But Yishu showed no concern for his dantian. He looked up at Danxiao, whose face was full of concern, and felt an oddness in his heart. This isn't right, is it? This plot isn't right. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Danxiao, and said with heartfelt pain, "How could you just save me directly? You should have had a fierce inner struggle first. After some hesitation, recalling the memories of my betrayal in our past life, you should have painfully chosen to stand by and watch me die. Then you should have had Lin Qingxue take you away from the demon beast mountain range, follow her back to Qingxian sect, and ask her sect for help in reshaping your body. During that time, you should have recalled this day many times, asking yourself over and over in your heart, then convincing yourself you were right, and finally feeling guilty, unable to eat or sleep. Then I actually wouldn't have died. I would have survived by chance. After this incident, I would no longer trust anyone, sealing my heart to love, focusing solely on the Dao, and embarking on a path of dark revenge. By some coincidence, you would discover that I was still alive. Then you would begin to uncover the truth. When you finally understood my tragic experience and the truth, you would be filled with regret. You would realize how terribly wrong you were and try everything to make amends. During this period, you should have clashed with the villain a few more times to give the readers high blood pressure. When you finally woke up and abandoned the villain, you would turn around only to find that I had long since left, having become a Dao companion with another beauty, walking the great path together. And you, in regret and pain, holding the ring that was our only connection, would go to that small slope at the Yi family estate where we first met and take your own life. That is the process of a regret story. Yishu slammed the table with a deafening bang. Not like now, where you don't even say a word, don't hesitate for a moment, and just directly place your hand on my back to save my life. Then we even cooperate with such tender affection, perfectly in sync, easily resolving the crisis. Just 6 chapters ago, you wanted to kill me. Now you're acting like we have a great relationship, like a couple in a petty quarrel. Let me ask you. Yishu tilted his head to look at her. Where's the dark transformation I'm missing? Where's the dark transformation set I'm supposed to have? A regret story isn't like this at all. I don't accept it. You've ruined my chance to become a different kind of protagonist. He slammed the table again, sighing deeply, staring at Danxiao with an expression that screamed, this isn't how it should be. Faced with Yishu's lengthy tirade, Danxiao didn't understand a single word. Yet she could grasp his feelings, a rare childlike urgency and grievance born from things completely slipping out of control. Just like when she was reborn and wanted to kill Shuer, expecting him to cry and show his ugly side, but he remained calm and instead used a slick combo to abandon her gracefully. That stifling feeling of expectations falling flat and the script collapsing. Watching Shuer break down, Danxiao couldn't help but hum inwardly. Stinky Shuer, now you know how frustrating it is for your master, don't you? Serves you right. Though she was laughing inside, Danxia's face remained expressionless. Instead, she blinked innocently at Yishu. But Shuer, we're still master and disciple now. It was like Garen building lethality, silent and devastating. That single sentence choked back all the words Yishu was about to say. He looked at the innocent-faced Danxiao, speechless. After a brief silence, he finally spoke softly, "Thank you." His voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. But Danxiao wasn't about to let this hard-won victory slip away. She suddenly widened her eyes, cupped her hand over her ear like a megaphone, leaned exaggeratedly close to Yishu, and grinned eerily. "What did you say?" "The self-destruct was too loud, I couldn't hear you." "This guy." Yishu's mouth twitched. It felt like being in a long cold war with his mother at home, only to suddenly lose the argument and have to say thank you. He turned his head away, still awkwardly saying thank you. This time his voice was louder, even Xiaobai heard it. "That's more like it." Danxiao stood up triumphantly and patted his head. "Be good now, how?" Infuriating. A gentleman can endure, but this was too much. How could Yishu bear such grievance? He clenched his fists abruptly, stood up, glared at Danxiao, and took a step. Walking around her ethereal figure, he went to the sleeping Lin Qingxue and kicked her awake. "Get up. Fight me. You promised if I win you'll let me go." The stream murmured softly. Lin Qingxue stood by the riverbank, sword in hand, eyeing Yishu on the opposite side with suspicion. To her surprise, Yishu hadn't taken advantage of her while she was unconscious. When she awoke, she had carefully checked her clothes. There was no sign of anyone having touched them. He must still be pretending. Lin Qingxue thought to herself. In her previous life, Yishu hadn't revealed his lecherous nature from the start. It was only through shared life-and-death crises that his true colors gradually emerged, lulling her into a false sense of security until she fell deeper and deeper into his trap. In this life, she would never be fooled by him again. Indeed, if you win, he'll let you go. Yishu stood by the riverbank, a confident smile on his face. Although Lin Qingxue was at the foundation establishment stage, and he was only at Qi refining, he was the protagonist after all. Crossing realms was as easy as breathing for him. So he felt no panic, only an eager excitement. This only made Lin Qingxue more suspicious. This lecher must have used some underhanded method. When they first met, he was just a weakling at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, and now he had suddenly become a slightly bigger weakling at the 9th layer. Although his aura was unstable, it was still incredible. Even the senior disciple hadn't progressed this fast. He must have used some despicable trick. Lin Qingxue's gaze toward Yishu grew even more contemptuous. A man who relied on underhanded tactics, far inferior to the senior disciple's uprightness and solid foundation. She must have been blind to have ever fallen for such a shameless, opportunistic scoundrel. I don't trust you unless you swear an oath. Lin Qingxue stared at Yishu. This lecher was the most cunning and treacherous. He would definitely go back on his word. So she had to ensure a guarantee. To her surprise, Yishu didn't hesitate at all. He raised 4 fingers and said solemnly, I, Yishu, swear here that if I win, I will let Lin Qingxue leave without any further hindrance. If I break this oath, may I be struck dead by 5 thunderbolts. As he finished, thunder rumbled in the sky. The oath was sealed. Yishu lowered his hand and smiled at Lin Qingxue. Is that enough? Further argument would only make Lin Qingxue seem hesitant and cowardly. Fine. You said it yourself. Come and fight. With this crisp challenge, the smile on Yishu's face vanished, replaced by a calm, battle-ready expression. Unarmed with only his fists, he stepped forward and the water surface exploded beneath him. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot toward Lin Qingxue, a spiritual energy gathering in his right fist, which radiated a terrifying pressure. He threw a punch, and the wind howled. The water around him exploded, splashing in all directions. The wind arrived before the fist. Lin Qingxue's hair whipped wildly in the wind from the punch. Her pupils contracted. This punch reminded her of the blow he had struck on her abdomen earlier, which still ached from time to time. Almost instinctively, she flipped her right hand. Spiritual energy peaked in an instant, and her long sword blazed with a 10th Sanshang azure light. Azure sword art breaking evergreen. Clang. The sword light was unparalleled. Lin Qingxue's blade struck with the force of 10,000 June, clashing against Yishu's fist. In an instant, a blinding light erupted. The moment they collided, it was an instant kill. Yishu was sent flying backward, bouncing across the water surface with loud thuds. He skipped across the river like a stone from one end to the other, crashing onto the bank and rolling several times before lying face down motionless. Lin Qingxue. Dan Xiao watching from the sidelines. Xiao Bai. Silence fell over the scene, broken only by the murmuring stream. Lin Qingxue remained in her sword-wielding stance, her expression shifting from fierce to stunned, then to bewilderment. She had won. That easily. According to the usual script, they should have fought fiercely first, then Yishu would have revealed all his trump cards, and finally, using some underhanded trick like before, he would have won the match. How had he fallen before she even tried? Hey, are you okay? After a long moment, Xiao Bai finally reacted. She immediately scurried over on her short legs, puffing and panting, and pushed his shoulder with her chubby little hand. Her big eyes were full of worry. Hey, don't scare me. Wake up. Why did you have to pretend? Look at you now. Defeated in one move. You can't die. You haven't helped me reclaim my luck and suppress the system yet. How can you die? Xiao Bai's face turned pale with anxiety, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as she was about to use her authority in despair, Yishu, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness and said weakly, cough. Don't touch me. I think all my bones are broken. He propped himself up with one hand and tremblingly pulled a jade pendant from his chest. The pendant was crystal clear, radiating a flowing light, clearly a treasure of great value. But now it bore a deep crack, and its luster had dimmed slightly. If it weren't for my deadbeat dad's jade pendant, I'd be in real trouble this time. You're okay. Seeing he could still speak, Xiao Bai's eyes widened, and she angrily pushed him. You're fine, so why were you pretending to be dead? I was so worried. You big jerk. I'm questioning my existence. Yishu replied weakly. Aren't I the protagonist? By all rights, I should kill those at my level like chickens and cross realms like drinking water. But she didn't even try, and I ended up on the ground first. Just then Danxia's voice came faintly from the ring. You mean to say that you, with a shattered dantian, an unstable foundation, hastily acquired cultivation, no weapon, no martial skills, a mana pool 300 times larger, but not a single technique, a chi refining 9th layer cultivator, wanted to cross a major realm and defeat someone with a complete dantian, a solid foundation, stable cultivation, an earth-grade top-tier weapon, professional martial training, a longer mana pool, and countless techniques, a foundation establishment, latest-stage cultivator, right? What makes you think you could? Because you're the protagonist. Danxia's tone seemed to say, who do you think you are? Meanwhile, Xiao Bai fell silent. She covered her mouth, her big eyes darting left and right, looking guilty, and stammered. Right, it's your fault for not working hard. Seeing her like this, Yishu knew something was up. He stared at her evasive eyes and asked, are you hiding something from me? No, nothing. Xiao Bai waved her hands frantically. Of course I wouldn't tell you that. I forgot to mention again that although you're the protagonist, because of the system, the villains and the female lead have stolen part of your destiny. So the female lead's strength is about the same as yours at the same level. And the villains are a tier higher than you at the same level. Yishu was silent for a moment, looking at Xiao Bai's shifty eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. You mean to say that the female lead's strength equals mine at the same level, and the villains are a tier higher than me at the same level? So even if I'm a realm higher than a villain, they can still cross realms and defeat me. Xiao Bai nodded sheepishly after he finished. Yes, that's right. Upon hearing this, Yishu asked stubbornly, then the villains have everything, but as the protagonist I should at least have plot armor, right? There must be something special about me, eh? Of course there is. Xiao Bai nodded seriously, just as Yishu's eyes widened, thinking this little one was finally reliable. Xiao Bai slowly said, as the protagonist, wherever you go people will mock you. Aristocrats and nobles will inexplicably become hostile. Then you can hide your strength, play the fool to scare them, and show off magnificently. And there's more. Xiao Bai raised a second finger proudly, saying, the factions you join will be full of infighting, deceit, and even collusion with outsiders, all to persecute you. Then you can grow through adversity, return as a king, and slap their faces hard. She said this with pride as if she had just listed a great benefit. So I should thank you then. Yishu gritted his teeth, barely restraining the urge to throw her into the river. So being the protagonist meant no benefits, but every single drawback. He stopped talking, lowered his head, and buried his face deep into the river water beside him. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Bai was confused by his strange action. Yishu's voice came from underwater. I'm challenging the longest breath-holding record in water to see if I can set an unbeatable achievement. Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment, then kicked him hard. Damn it. How can you give up so easily? You're the chosen one, the protagonist. So you mean I have to defeat my future peak self, who is 2 realms higher? I think it's easier to set the record for dying in the river without being found. They argued by the river. On the other side, Lin Qingxue saw Yishu get up and bury his face in the water, frowning slightly. What trick is he playing? Whatever, I won anyway. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. But as she took a step, a faint voice came from behind her. Who said you could leave? Who said you could leave? A faint voice came from behind, and Lin Qingxue, who had just taken a step, halted in her tracks. She turned around. There she saw Yishu leaning against a large tree, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, a roguish grin plastered on his face as he gazed at her. Miss Lin, where are you rushing off to? You? Lin Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Weren't you just lying there like a dead dog a moment ago, face buried in the water? How are you now standing there perfectly fine? And acting like some hooligan. Hooligan. Yishu was amused despite himself. Damn it, he had secretly gulped down 3 healing pills the moment she turned her back, forcibly suppressing his injuries to strike this carefree pose and salvage some dignity. And yet she called him a hooligan. But the moment he thought of what he was about to say, Yishu couldn't help but smirk, letting her slip of the tongue slide. Miss Lin, why are you leaving so soon? Don't you want to chat? He leaned against the tree, the blade of grass swaying lazily. Seeing him like this, Lin Qingxue remained unfazed. I have nothing to discuss with a lecher like you. I've already defeated you, and you've sworn a Heavenly Dao oath. I can leave whenever I please, and you have no say in it. With that, she turned to leave. But perhaps still smarting from the earlier beating and her pathetic plea for mercy before Yishu, she felt her pride wounded. The more Lin Qingxue thought about it, the angrier she grew. Finally, she spun around, walking backward as she pulled down her lower eyelid with a finger, making an exaggerated face at him and sticking out her tongue. Naya, loser. Come on, hit me if you dare. Use that ghost possession move of yours, come on. Oh. She exaggeratedly extended 4 fingers, mimicking the gesture. I almost forgot. You just swore that if I beat you, you'd let me go. The oath is sealed now. Even if you're grinding your teeth in fury, all you can do is watch me walk away." The more Lin Qingxue spoke, the more triumphant she felt, as if venting all the humiliation of being instantly defeated and the elation of this grand victory. Her delicate face radiated the pride of a victor. Witnessing Lin Qingxue's sudden shift in demeanor, Yishu's mouth twitched. He glanced at Xiao Bai and whispered, "Isn't this a bit off? Isn't she supposed to be a reborn avenger? This act is like a 3-year-old. Don't you find it adorable?" Xiao Bai replied with utter certainty. She puffed out her chest, speaking with an air of maturity. "A heroine needs character, of course. Who would like a cold-faced killer always caught up in bloodshed? She has to be both sweet and spicy, fierce yet tender. Just look at her face, her figure. Setting aside the fact she just tried to kill you, don't you feel even a flicker inside?" Hearing this, Yishu took a closer look at Lin Qingxue. Earlier had been too focused on survival to really notice. Now at first glance, the girl's figure was charming, her pink dress accentuating skin whiter than snow. Her round cheeks flushed pink with pride, her pout mixed with a hint of cunning. Indeed, rather adorable. But the real issue was, he couldn't let it go. At most, she'd make a decent toy. Yishu muttered, stroking his chin. No sooner had he spoken than he saw Xiao Bei's face twist in shock, her eyes wide as saucers, and her mouth agape, as if she could swallow an egg. "How could you say something like that? You're the protagonist. Cast aside these villainous thoughts immediately." Xiao Bai shouted as she leaped onto Yishu's shoulder, grabbing his neck and shaking him back and forth. "If you dare to do evil like a real villain, I'll take my own life and ascend to heaven," she declared solemnly, her small face filled with anguish, as if she would truly die for her principles if Yishu strayed onto the dark path. Yishu couldn't help but laugh at her antics. On the other side, Lin Qingxue saw Yishu staring at her, then suddenly shaking his head, sometimes chuckling to himself, sometimes wearing a grave expression. She assumed he was so enraged by her that had lost his mind. Looks like I really got under his skin." Lin Qingxue mused inwardly, her mood soaring, an irrepressible smug smile spreading across her face. "Forget it, time to make a run. Once I'm back, I'll figure out how to kill this vile scoundrel and ensure the sins he committed against my senior brother in the past life never repeat in this one." With that thought, Lin Qingxue hesitated no longer. She made one last face at Yishu, patted her own rear, then turned and infused spiritual energy into her legs. "Filthy lecher, this young lady is off." But before her words faded, a soft laugh echoed from behind. "Miss Lin, when did I say you could leave?" At this, Lin Qingxue's steps came to an abrupt halt. Reason told her she had won and could depart, yet a foreboding feeling gnawed at her, suggesting matters were not so simple. That step remained suspended. Finally, Lin Qingxue slowly turned around. "You lost. No cheating." There stood Yishu, leaning against the tree, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing skyward with a melancholic air. "My greatest joy in life is to crush those who think they've already won." "Show off." Watching his pretentious expression, Lin Qingxue curled her lip in disdain. "I'm the one who won now. You swore an oath. If you try to stop me, heavenly lightning will reduce you to ashes." Though a sense of unease had begun to stir within her, it didn't stop her from talking tough. Regardless, the loser was Yishu and the winner was her. Advantage was mine. "Miss Lin." Yishu shook his head with a hint of amusement. "I only said I'd let you go if you won, but I never specified who had to win. You'll have to stay until I defeat you." At these words, Lin Qingxue froze. In that moment, she felt as if the sky had collapsed. How could there be such a shameless creature in this world? Bastard. Step 3 inches to the left. Advance 3 feet. Dodge sideways. At the lake by the Demon Beast mountain range. Splash. Splash. Ripples spread across the water as blossoms and droplets flew. On the shallow river surface, a man and a woman clashed in swift combat. Sword light flashed and fists moved like the wind. The calm water erupted in splashes repeatedly. Xiao Bai crouched by the side, propping his chin on one hand, quietly watching the two fight. Dan Xia floated midair, occasionally offering guidance. "When your realm is lacking, make up for it with technique. When your strength is insufficient, compensate with martial arts." Dan Xia said calmly. "Sure, use the earth-rank footwork I taught you, the flowing cloud-turning step. Comprehended in battle. That's the most effective and swiftest way. If your frontal strength is inadequate, avoid heating clashes. Shift, dodge, and wait for the right moment." Yishu remained silent, his gaze steady, his footwork agile, never confronting Lin Qingxue directly. They tangled for dozens of exchanges. Finally, Lin Qingxue seized a flaw in Yishu's footwork. As his old force waned and new force hadn't yet arisen, she struck with her sword. Bang! The blow sent Yishu flying backward. He skipped across the river surface several times before barely flipping to steady himself. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he sighed, "Damn, I'm strong." Facing his own strength with the star cycle, he still couldn't cross realms in battle. Though it was partly because the star cycle's effects weren't fully unleashed, it would only truly shine after Foundation establishment. But with 300 times the spiritual energy reserve, he should still tower over his peers. He had to admit he was practically a monster. The jade pendant at his chest had already dimmed considerably. Fortunately, though he couldn't win now, he didn't need the pendant to save his life. Otherwise, it would have shattered long ago. On the other side, Lin Qingxue sheathed her sword, hands on her hips, and pointed at Yi Shu's disheveled state, mocking loudly, "Weakling, weakling. You big weakling. A few moves and you're done. You're not even half as good as senior brother." Despite her words, there was no joy in her heart. Because this guy before her was a complete monster. From being instantly defeated at first to fighting dozens of exchanges now, it had only taken 3 short days. What kind of progress was that? What chilled her more was his perseverance. For 3 whole days, aside from necessary rest and meals, he was almost constantly battling her. This left Lin Qingxue deeply puzzled. She knew about Yi Shu's 3-year agreement, but in his past life, though he was hardworking, he was never this desperate, this urgent, as if not striving meant death. And there was no trace of lechery, scheming, or restlessness in his eyes. If not for her own rebirth, Lin Qingxue could hardly connect this resolute youth with the shameless, lecherous scoundrel from his past life. What am I thinking? This guy made me his sparring partner, tricked me in the past life, and ended up a heartless harem collector. Lin Qingxue, don't let him fool you again. Lin Qingxue shook her head, her gaze turning haughty again. Little weaklings still want to fight me. Practice for another 100 years. Hearing this, Yi Shu wasn't annoyed. He looked up with a faint smile. What, Miss Lin plans to spend 100 years here with me? Could spend 100 years with you. Lin Qingxue retorted loudly without thinking. Good. Yi Shu nodded, walking slowly over the water. Lin Qingxue watched him warily, hands behind her back. What do you want? Gonna corner me against a tree again? Yi Shu rubbed his hands together, flashing a smirk that could only be called lecherous. Do I seem like that kind of person? Hey, race the thing, Miss Lin. He spread his hands and spun on the spot. Look at me. I'm so broke, I don't have a single spirit stone, can't even make a clink, and I don't even have a decent weapon. Wanting to beat you. That'd take ages. By the time we're dead and our kids are grown enough to burn paper money at our graves, I still might not win. At this, Lin Qingxue spat at him. But have kids with you. I'd rather spend my life with a dog than with you, you heartless playboy. That grow fond over time trick won't work on me. Yi Shu waved dismissively. It's a metaphor, just a metaphor, okay? I'm just saying, if Miss Lin would spare me some spirit stones and toss me a spirit sword or something, I could beat you sooner, right? Lin Qingxue was stunned. How could anyone in this world be so shameless? You mean I was about to kill you, but you turned the tables and almost killed me. Then you forced me to be your sparring partner. And now you want me to give you spirit stones and artifacts so you can beat me faster. As expected of Miss Lin so sharp. Yi Shu clapped his hands and gave her a thumbs up. Giggle. Dan Xia, hovering in the air, couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. Her disciple's twisted logic, yet so coherent, was just too infuriating. And too adorable. We're enemies, enemies. Lin Qingxue roared. You want me to use my own resources to arm my foe? Do you think I'm an idiot? No way. Hearing this, Yi Shu frowned. No deal. No deal. Lin Qingxue was adamant, turning her pretty face away. I won't agree to any of your requests. Then there's no way. Yi Shu waved his hand. Let's just drag it out. See who outlasts who. I'm ready to stay here forever. I won't leave the Demon Beast mountain range until I beat you. And don't think you can leave, or I'll spank you with the ghost possession technique. He found a clean large rock, laid down and basked in the sun, clearly settling in for a long siege. Seeing his utterly unflappable attitude, Lin Qingxue's chest heaved with fury. You scoundrel. She ground her teeth. Unlike someone who wanted to kill me at the drop of a hat. Yi Shu replied calmly, a blade of dog's tail grasped between his lips. You're despicable. That's called wisdom, darling. You're shameless. I agree. You're infuriating. Lin Qingxue was at a loss for words. She found she couldn't out-argue him or outfight him, so she had to swallow her pride. She raised her right hand and her storage ring flickered. A small pile of low-grade spirit stones appeared at her feet, along with an ancient-looking long sword with a faint cyan gleam. Take it. She kicked the items toward Yi Shu with irritation. A yellow-rank high-grade azure-edged sword and 20 low-grade spirit stones. Consider this. Consider this alone. She had originally meant to say a gift. But thinking about it, why should she give her own things to this annoying guy? So she changed it to a loan. Yi Shu pocketed the spirit stones and picked up the long sword. Then he walked toward Lin Qingxue and gently brushed the sword against her spirit sword. Not a sound was made. The sword in Yishu's hand cut through hers like a knife, through tofu, splitting it in two. Miss Lin. Yishu held up the broken blade, his expression dead serious. There's something wrong with your sword. I demand 10 times compensation for this fake. You. Lin Qingxue's brows arched like willow leaves, her silver teeth clenched. This is a yellow rank high-grade spirit sword, and you've broken it before it even made it 500 words into the story. And you deliberately rammed it into my earth rank spirit sword. Lin Qingxue's face flushed with fury, so enraged, she wished she could rush over and land a couple of punches on Yishu. This is clearly a setup. A blatant scam. Upon hearing this, Yishu gently shook his head. That's not quite right, Miss Lin. Giving me such a shoddy blade. How am I supposed to spar with you? To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. You. Lin Qingxue's eyes widened as she was utterly defeated by his shamelessness. Then she raised her hand again. With a clang, another long sword entirely silver-white appeared. Here, a mystic rank mid-grade shadow snow sword. Lin Qingxue spoke through gritted teeth. Is this good enough now? Yishu picked up the sword and swung it once more. Ding. This time the long sword let out a crisp sound, but it snapped in two, just the same, the break as smooth as a mirror, leaving only half the blade in his hand. Lin Qingxue. Xiao Bai Wao. Danxia. Rubbing her forehead. It seems the quality still isn't quite up to par. Yishu sighed, holding the broken sword, shaking his head in disappointment. Does Miss Lin really not have a single decent weapon in her possession? It seems the Azure Mystic sect is nothing special after all. Provoked by his words, Lin Qingxue bristled. What nonsense are you spouting? Her brows shot up as she snapped. How could I possibly lack a good sword? It's just that it would have to compare with the female Mandarin duck sword in my hand. She didn't finish her sentence, hesitating. The sword in her hand was an earth-rank high-grade female Mandarin duck sword. Naturally, there was also a male counterpart stored in her ring, a pair of Mandarin duck swords. They were a token of love left to her by her parents. In other words, her dowry. In her past life, she had only handed over this sword after many perilous encounters in the demonic Beast Mountain range. Trapped in a dire situation, they had supported each other, and she had given him the male sword as a pledge of her heart, symbolizing a lifelong commitment. But in this life, how could she possibly entrust something so precious to this faithless man she had sworn to keep away from, even to kill? Yet if she didn't give it to him? Lin Qingxue stared at the broken sword fragments at Yishu's feet, caught in a fierce internal struggle. Just then Yishu spoke. He raised the broken sword, his tone calm, yet laced with a faint threat. Miss Lin wouldn't want to stay stuck in this godforsaken place with me forever, would she? At this, Lin Qingxue's delicate frame trembled. Of course, she didn't want to remain here forever, but that sword was her dowry. Oh, forget it. I gave it to him in my past life anyway. This time it's like throwing it to a dog. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and raised her right hand again. A flash of green light appeared, and in her hand materialized a long sword, its entire body shimmering with a warm green radiance. It was elegantly crafted, similar in style to the sword in her hand, but slightly larger. The blade gleamed with flowing green light, clearly extraordinary. Take it. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to hand over the sword despite the ache in her heart, her voice trembling. Earth-rank high-grade male Mandarin duck sword. Just alone. You'll have to return it later. Even as she said this, she knew in her heart that once this sword was given away, it would likely never return to her. Seeing her like this, Yishu accepted the sword with solemnity. The moment it touched his hand, he and the blade became one. Spiritual energy seemed to circulate through his meridians on its own, aligning with the sword's flow and resonating faintly with him. Yishu suddenly swung his right hand. Crack! Bang! 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 A dazzling sword light streaked across, cleaving a half-man-high hard blue stone by the riverbank cleanly into the cut, as smooth as a mirror. Even more astonishingly, the residual force of the sword energy continued slicing through 7 or 8 thick trees as wide as a bowl, before gradually dissipating. What a sword! Yishu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This sword resonated with him so perfectly. From the first touch, it felt like a part of his body moving, as if it were an extension of his will. Of course, explained Xiao Bai, who was crouching nearby, because this was a divine weapon crafted for you in the early stages. Only you can unleash its true power. Seeing the perfect harmony between the male Mandarin duck sword and Yishu, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but bite her lip, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. She had to admit this sword was made for him, but alas, it was given to the wrong person. Fine, I've given you the sword, the spirit stones, everything. Are you satisfied now? Lin Qingxue's voice carried a hint of grievance. She didn't even notice herself. Danxiao, floating in midair, clicked her tongue in marvel. Her little disciple had truly bullied this girl to the brink of tears. Having taken her favors, he ought to offer a smile. Yishu sheathed the long sword and clasped his hands in a bow toward Lin Qingxue, smiling. After all these days of sparring, Miss Lin hasn't had a proper rest, has she? Let's skip today. You can rest well. Feel free to use the bed in the hut, or you could hunt some game, and I'll cook it for you. Lin Qingxue paused, but in the end she went nowhere. She simply walked over to a large rock by the river, sat down, hugged her knees, and stared blankly at the distant scenery. Tisk, looks like I pushed her too hard. Yishu shook his head. But it couldn't be helped. Who asked for such a hellish start? Besides, they were from opposing camps anyway. There was nothing more to say. Roar. Boom. Just as he was about to further attune himself to the male mandarin duck, sort of fierce, beastly roar erupted from the distant forest, followed by a violent explosion. What's going on? Yishu looked up, frowning instinctively. That roar was quite familiar. It belonged to the apex predator of this area, the violet crystal lion king. A fifth-rank demonic beast comparable to a spirit-severing cultivator. An absolute apex creature. Thanks to it, Yishu had been able to stay here peacefully, undisturbed by other high-level demonic beasts. Normally, such a creature wouldn't be this enraged. Could another high-level demonic beast be trying to expand its territory and accidentally crossed paths with the violet crystal lion king? Yishu murmured to himself, frowning. Just as he was puzzling over this, he noticed Xiao Bai's expression was off. The little one had turned pale at the sound, her eyes darting around, clearly hiding something. Xiao Bai, do you know something about this? Yishu eyed her suspiciously. At his words, Xiao Bai's legs tightened, her small hands clutching her white dress, her gaze shifting nervously as she stammered. How could that be? Would I tell you? Actually, I forgot to tell you again. In this part of the demonic beast mountain range, there are 2 female leads. You mean to say a nascent soul female cultivator will arrive at the demon beast mountain range, engage in a fierce battle with the violet crystal lion king, and ultimately be defeated and fall? Driven by curiosity, he'll rush over to investigate, only to find her gravely wounded on the ground, and then he'll save her. Then while grilling fish, he'll accidentally sprinkle the first batch of pills I refined, which are actually aphrodisiacs, onto the fish as seasoning. After she eats it, she'll become utterly seductive, and we'll share our first kiss in the river. She initially wanted to kill me, but because of the life-saving grace and the fact that it was truly unintentional, this aloof and lofty nascent soul female cultivator instead develops a peculiar feeling for me in her heart. When we part, she'll be reluctant to let go. Yishu stood on a large rock looking at Xiao Bai, who was proudly recounting the perfect plot she had devised, and repeated it with a deadpan expression. Exactly. Xiao Bai raised her chin, triumphantly wiggling her little feet. Isn't my plot amazing? A fallen celestial maiden and a naive, passionate youth. Bound by an accident, stirred by life and death. It's simply too perfect. She raised her hands, her face full of reverie. It was unclear whether she was imagining herself as the heroine or the hero. Yishu's mouth twitched. Is this nascent soul female cultivator by any chance the sect master of my fiancé's master? And is there also a lovesick alchemist who adores her? Later, during many chance encounters, we'll meet again. She'll show me mercy every time. Exactly. Xiao Bai nodded in surprise. How did you know? Damn it. Yishu finally lost his temper, pointing at Xiao Bai's nose and cursing. Isn't this just plagiarism from Battle Through the Heavens? Not a shred of originality. With that, he leaned back against the rock in despair. So you're saying in my early adventure path, a nascent soul female protagonist who wants to kill me will inevitably appear, right? If only this world had cigarettes, he would definitely light one up furiously. Even though he didn't smoke in his past life. This was just too damn screwed up. I didn't know this would happen either. Xiao Bai was frightened by his fierce expression, pouting her lips in grievance. I was only trying to help you. Seeing her pitiful state, Yishu felt a pang of guilt. Xiao Bai hadn't meant any harm. Why bother arguing with a fool? All right, it's not your fault. Finally, Yishu let out a long sigh, pulled Xiao Bai into his arms, and ruffled her hair to comfort her. It's that damn system that's too cunning. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously. Too cunning. This female lead wasn't supposed to appear for another 3 months, yet she's shown up so early. Wait. Yishu's expression suddenly froze. You said this female lead won't appear for another 3 months. That's right, Xiao Bai nodded. According to the original plot, she wouldn't show up until after you've trained and grown stronger. What's wrong? Is there a problem? She tilted her head in confusion, seemingly unaware of the issue. The problem is huge. Yishu gritted his teeth, his face dark. According to you, this female lead doesn't know my exact location. For her to appear now, there's only one possibility. She's deliberately luring me out. Hearing this, Xiao Bai finally caught on. That did make sense. Her face instantly turned pale, and she couldn't help but shrink into Yishu's arms. Maybe we should run away before she finds us. Yishu didn't answer the question. Instead, he touched the ring on his ring finger and said calmly, in the Demon Beast Mountain range under normal circumstances, you'll have many major and minor lucky encounters, right? Of course. Xiao Bai nodded matter-of-factly. This is your newbie village after all, and the crucial capital for you to return to your clan with pride. Later you and this female lead will get a lot of good stuff. In other words, Yishu took over his gaze deep. Once I leave, all the lucky encounters in this Demon Beast Mountain range will belong to that female lead. That's right. Xiao Bai nodded, then shook her head. But no matter what, life is the most important. Let's run. Run where? Yishu shook his head and laughed. If I run today, will I have to run next time too? And the time after that? And the time after that? If all my lucky encounters are known, might as well hide in some deep mountains and live like a coward for life, right? Yishu's gaze was resolute. He put Xiao Bai down and walked deeper into the forest. How can I let someone else take what's mine? Xiao Bai stood frozen, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Even though she felt his decision was akin to suicide, she couldn't help but think Yishu looked incredibly cool at that moment. Wait. She suddenly widened her eyes, realizing a problem. Hey, where are you going? You're going the wrong way. The Spirit Beast Mountain's a narrow mountain path. A young man and woman walk closely entwined. Are you afraid? Yishu glanced sideways at Lin Qingxue. At that moment, she clung tightly to his arm, her large eyes darting left and right. Every rustle of wind or whisper of grass sent her instinctively recoiling toward his chest for shelter. From the very instant the explosion echoed, Yishu had sensed Lin Qingxue's profound fear. Would you hold me? She whispered, cheeks flushed. I feel this place is perilous. Shall we choose another route? If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Yishu sighed inwardly. After all, he was the one being hunted. Any outsider would assume Lin Qingxue was the fugitive, not him. I'm not afraid, she insisted stubbornly, though her gaze remained locked on the direction of the blast, ears pricked high. Could she possibly confess to Yishu what had happened in her past life? Out of jealousy over Feng Mengli's ambiguous closeness with him, she'd secretly laced his grilled fish with a potion, only to discover to her utter mortification it was an aphrodisiac. Feng Mengli soon uncovered the deed and nearly severed her head from her shoulders. Only Yishu's intervention spared her life. Truly, even afterward their enmity festered, each yearning to erase the other from existence. In this life, she had no way of knowing whether Feng Mengli too had been reborn. Yet, judging by this confrontation arriving 3 months earlier than before, rebirth seemed highly probable. Feng Mengli was likely already hunting her beloved, which meant Lin Qingxue was now nothing more than Feng Mengli's romantic rival, and worse, an unripened one. Facing a reborn Feng Mengli, her fate could only be one, death by blade. Thus, clinging fiercely to Yishu was her sole chance to survive, even if only marginally, through his protection. Lin Qingxue had yet to realize that Feng Mengli might well have come to kill Yishu, and in her mind the reborn Feng Mengli remained above all Yishu's cherished consort. Yet even if she had grasped the truth, it would change nothing. For after Feng Mengli slew Yishu, her second target would inevitably be the very culprit who had sullied her honor. Suddenly Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with mischief. Tell me, did you hear that explosion? Yes. What of it? Yishu nodded. Let me tell you, there's a dreadfully wicked woman over there. Never go near her. She brushes her teeth, but never washes her face. As she washes her face, but never brushes her teeth. She eats only rice, never vegetables. And when she does eat vegetables, she refuses rice. She even steals candy from children. In short, she is utterly unforgivably vile. Lin Qingxue delivered this fabrication with solemn gravity. She must tarnish Feng Mengli's image irreparably before Yishu ever met her, thereby securing her own survival. And she bears a grudge against me, wants me dead, but she's obsessed with beauty, so she'll fall hopelessly in love with you at first sight. You must protect me, understand? Otherwise we'll spar with you. She brandished her tiny fist, speaking with such earnest conviction that her lies rang like scripture. Yishu's lips twitched. Love at first sight. More like death at first sight. Yet he said nothing, merely held his breath, cradling Lin Qingxue with one arm, and murmured softly, "Be silent." What's wrong? Lin Qingxue froze, startled. Yishu gave no reply, only crept forward with deliberate quietude. Ahead lay a thicket of low shrubs, beyond it guttural roars grew sharper, wild, fearful, and menacing, as if beasts were warning some unseen threat. Alongside them came a softer, younger cry, a beast's voice still tender with youth. Lin Qingxue instinctively stilled her breath, and watched keenly. Only then did she notice Yishu was not following the path he'd taken in her past life to seek out Feng but had instead chosen a route entirely unknown to her. Why was he avoiding Feng altogether? Why come here? He pushed aside the shrubbery, and the vista opened wide. Before a natural stone cavern stood several silver-furred wolf beasts' backs, taut fangs bared, growling low and deep into the dark mouth of the cave. Before the cavern entrance crouched a creature resembling a lion cub, yet its fur shimmered violet, glossy and radiant, gleaming like polished amethyst under sunlight, and at the tip of its long tail rested a star-like purple crystal pulsing with faint ethereal luminescence. It crouched low on all fours, one paw anxiously scraping the earth, fur bristling, emitting a comically fierce kittenish snarl toward the silver-backed wolves. Though but a fledgling, it commanded the pack's wary silence. This is the lair of the violet crystal lion king. Xiao Bai's eyes widened with sudden curiosity. Why have you come here? Shouldn't you be seeking Feng Mengli? What business do I have with her? Yishu shot her a look of quiet exasperation. Whether Feng Mengli intends to lure me truly, or merely feigns intent, she must appear in person to draw away the violet crystal lion king, her peer in cultivation. Hence, paradoxically, the safest place at this very moment is precisely within the lion king's den. And surely nothing short of a 5-tier spirit beast's horde could rival the fortune awaiting inside. You? Xiao Bai stared speechless. Good, devastatingly sound logic. Utterly irrefutable. Yishu's gaze turned grave and searching. Satisfied no further threat lurked nearby, only the cub and the wolves, he reversed his right hand, and the Xiong sword charged with coiled force slashed forth in a single seamless arc. Shhhk. 3 crescent-shaped blades of moon-white light cleaved the air. Not a single cry escaped. The heads of 3 silver-backed wolves soared skyward, blood gushing like crimson geysers. Fortunate indeed that I broke through 9 layers in 3 days. Otherwise these beasts might yet have given me trouble. Yishu murmured quietly as he stepped from the thicket. A 2nd-tier spirit beast matched a Foundation establishment cultivator in strength. Without his rapid breakthrough, without his sparring trials with Lin Qingxue, without the Xiong sword, even an ambush would not have been so effortless. Whine. Startled, the violet-furred cub tilted its head in confusion, then spotted Yishu emerging from the shrubs, and its eyes flashed instantly with wary suspicion. Whine. A low warning growl rumbled from its throat. This is the violet crystal lion king's lair. Lin Qingxue emerged from the thicket, glanced curiously at the cub bearing 2 tiny fangs, and instantly melted at its adorably ferocious expression. How utterly adorable, she gasped. Instinctively she reached out to stroke its head, only to be preempted. What is this thing, male or female? Yishu lifted the violet-furred cub by the scruff of its neck, holding it aloft with clinical curiosity, turning it gently to inspect. Its forepaws kicked helplessly in midair. Wretched human. When father returns, he'll make you pay dearly. The cub stiffened abruptly. Yishu had just pried apart its hind legs, evidently intent on determining its sex. Whoa. Humiliated, it shielded its most vulnerable spot with both tiny forepaws. Yet Yishu's relentless curiosity proved insurmountable. Today he would settle the matter, male or female. Slyup. Yi. Oh. With a piercing shriek, the cub rolled its eyes upward, tongue lolling halfway out, limbs going slack as it slumped into unconsciousness. Yishu smacked his lips thoughtfully, then remarked coolly beneath Lin Qingxue's and Xiao Bai's stunned gazes. By my estimation, this one is female. You pervert. Little Bai was utterly astounded by such shameless behavior, its big eyes wide as it pointed at Yishu and cursed in a childish voice. With a great enemy before us, you don't think of fleeing or devising a plan, but instead you're here. Here. Feng Mengli is not far away and could come at any moment. It had thought he was cool and resourceful. But there was no sign of a plan at all. What do you know? Yishu, however, held the little beast with a calm expression. Some eat with bold ease, others with trembling fear. Oh. As they spoke, the little beast finally emerged from the extreme pleasure. Having never experienced such sensations before, it seemed to awaken something, and its gaze toward Yishu underwent a strange transformation. It leaped down, tugged at Yishu's pant leg with its claw, and pointed toward the depths of the cave. You mean? Let me follow you in. Woof! The little beast nodded vigorously, then immediately trotted forward, pattering deeper inside. Wow, such a clever spirit beast. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but be amazed. Such intelligent young beasts were rare, and this one was adorable. It would be wonderful to take it back as a pet. Let's go. Yishu didn't dwell on it, beckoning and following. Inside the cave, colors streamed and shimmered. The ground was littered with storage rings of every hue, red, green, white, yellow, orange, clearly left behind by human cultivators slain by the purple crystal Lion King. Even Lin Qingxue, a disciple of a major sect, was momentarily dazzled, not because she had never seen such wealth, but because she had never seen so many storage rings piled together, each one representing a blood-soaked life. At the far end of the cave on a small platform, 3 white jade plates sat starkly conspicuous and incongruous, as if placed there just moments ago. On the plates lay 3 items. On the left, a green bottle of pills with an A4 size note for clarity, for alleviating pill toxicity. Every medicine has its poison. Those who cultivate by consuming pills naturally accumulate pill toxins in their bodies, affecting their foundation and causing instability in their cultivation realm, often limiting future growth and making their power less solid than that gained through arduous practice. This bottle of pills was clearly meant to address the potential aftermath of his earlier excessive consumption of chi restoration pills for rapid breakthroughs. In the center was another pill, but only a single one. It was the size of a longan, crystal clear, and though it bore no pill patterns, a purple aura swirled around it, suspended in midair, clearly no ordinary item. Is this a flawless boiled egg? Danxia, floating in the air, exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Only a 7th-rank alchemist can refine pills with 3 or more patterns of purple chi. In this desolate wilderness, did it just spring out of the ground? It can't be that the Lion King refined it, can it? Normally, a single 3-pattern foundation establishment pill could guarantee a chi condensation 9th-layer cultivator a 100% chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. But the effect of this purple-key boiled egg was far more terrifying. It could grant immediate foundation establishment. Even a mortal without any cultivation talent could step onto the path of immortality with it, and their foundation would be solid. Thus, this type of foundation establishment pill was also called a 1-turn golden pill. But few alchemists bothered to refine such things. After all, those capable of refining it were already far beyond the foundation establishment stage. So for alchemists, such a pill was like a chicken rib, useless yet hard to part with, and on the market it was only sought after but rarely available. This utterly illogical scene left Danxia thoroughly stunned. Hearing this, Yishu chuckled inwardly. What do you think? Heaven's customized fortune, pretty amazing, right? On the right was a single blade of grass. It grew quietly with only 1 leaf. A faint black aura coiled around the leaf, within which stars seemed to flicker and fade, making it hard to discern clearly. But the knowledgeable Danxia recognized it at once. Star soul grass. That solitary leaf was immensely beneficial to the soul, capable of increasing one's soul power limit by 30%. After all, in this continent, items related to the soul were exceedingly rare. Danxia's eyes nearly bulged. This was too rich a haul. Jackpot! Jackpot! Even Lin Qingxue's eyes widened as she looked around, wishing she could take everything. Gulp! Just then the little beast let out a whimper. It sat on the ground, raised its paw, first pointed at Lin Qingxue, then extended a single claw and shook it, making a rejecting whine. Then it looked at Yishu, pointed to the 3 wolf corpses outside the cave, then to the 3 treasures, extended 3 claws, retracted 2, leaving only 1, and waved it firmly at Yishu while making an awu sound. Abstract as it was, the 2 understood. It meant Lin Qingxue stay away. Yishu killed 3 wolves and protected it. According to the rules, he could take one of the 3 treasures. TCH, only kids make choices. I want them all. Lin Qingxue curled her lip disdainfully. A mere little beast thought it could stop her. Even if these things belonged to Yishu, she could still take a couple, right? She didn't want much, just that adorable little creature as a pet. However, Yishu crossed his arms and frowned. Damn, which one should I choose? Lin Qingxue, who was about to make a move, froze instantly. She looked at Yishu in disbelief. Are you stupid? Just take them all. Can it stop you? Yishu looked at her as if she were the fool. Bushgoman, taking without asking is stealing. Don't you know stealing is against the law? Against the law? Lin Qingxue was stunned. Then a surge of absurdity and indignation burst through her chest, and she couldn't help but curse. You're the one who came here to steal, and now you're saying stealing is against the law. How hypocritical can you be? Because I've taken a liking to it. Yishu pointed at the little beast, speaking seriously. You. Lin Qingxue was so angry she could spit blood, unable to utter a word for a long moment. After a brief deliberation, in truth, the moment he finished speaking, Yishu had already strode toward the 3 jade plates and grabbed the star soul grass. Refined in an instant, a stream of pure soul power drifted from the solitary leaf, slowly settling into Danxia's remnant soul. In that instant, Danxia's ethereal soul form solidified considerably, even faintly taking on a tangible shape rather than drifting like mist. Though for her this amount of soul power was but a drop in the bucket, the profound sense of fullness from the depths of her soul brought back a long-lost feeling of being alive. Sure, she looked at Yishu, her gaze complex, grateful yet tinged with confusion, clearly not expecting him to forego Foundation establishment and the elimination of pill toxins, choosing the star soul grass not for himself, but to restore her soul. For a moment, she didn't know how to speak. Thank him, apologize, or maintain this tacit distance. Yet Yishu remained utterly calm. No need to thank me. I never owe anyone a favor. Having refined the star soul grass, Yishu turned and left without a backward glance at the cavern filled with storage rings and treasures. He harbored no lingering attachment. Hesitation only breeds chaos. The Lion King might return at any moment, and not every beast would be as easy to deal with as this cub. It might not even have the chance to speak before a single claw sent him to his doom, leaving him no place to cry. Yet the cub scurried in front of him, blocking his path. Woo! Buju boo! This time it extended its tiny paw, pointing at itself, then at Yishu, drawing a large circle, with both paws pressing them together, and then gesturing toward the two treasures he hadn't chosen, pushing them forward. You mean if I stay with you all these treasures are mine? Yishu pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. Growl. The cub immediately nodded, placing its little paws neatly in front of its chest, striking an adorably charming pose as it gazed up at him with pleading eyes. Lin Qingxue, watching from the side, was speechless. What could she say? As expected of this guy, decent-looking but utterly deceitful, even beasts couldn't resist his charm. However, Yishu remained unmoved. He merely left a faint remark, I will not stay for anyone. Then he continued walking toward the cave entrance. Woo woo woo. Seeing him leave, the cub grew anxious. It hurried forward, clamped its teeth onto Yishu's pant leg, and pointed its little paw at the cavern full of storage rings, pushing them forward again, as if to tell him there were more if these weren't enough. Yishu halted, patting its head. Little one, it's not about the money. Staying here would certainly be comfortable. The vastness of the magical Beast Mountain range could hide him from anyone, not to mention the protection of the fifth-tier Violet Crystal Lion King. Life could be quite pleasant. But holing up in one place was not his style. Given his current situation, losing the drive to forge ahead would only lead to a miserable end. So Yishu did not linger. He resolutely pulled his foot back and strode toward the cave. Woo! The cub tried to block him again, but a dazzling sword light flashed before its eyes, landing between it and Yishu. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. Yishu sheathed his sword, cast one last glance at the cub, then turned and walked away. Woo! Watching his retreating figure, the cub hesitated several times, but remained rooted to the spot, letting out low whining cries filled with attachment and reluctance. Outside the cave, even Xiao Bai couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at Yishu's nose and scolding. Hey, are you heartless or what? Even if you want to stay, you could take it with you, right? A Violet Crystal Lion King cub will grow into a formidable combatant. And it likes you so much. Take it with me, eh? Yishu didn't slow his pace, replying flatly. You mean I should allocate resources to raise a pet that will never surpass me in strength? In this world where enemies surround me and everyone wants me dead, in this world of individual power, I see no need to take it along. That makes sense. Xiao Bai was stunned. Yishu said no more, walking on in silence. Lin Qingxue, following behind him, glanced back at the glittering storage rings inside the cave before reluctantly withdrawing her gaze and hurrying to catch up with Yishu. The most important thing now was to stick with this guy to avoid being killed by Feng Mengli. Lin Qingxue's heart was bleeding. So many storage rings. How many treasures must they contain? Could there be a broken celestial grade technique that the Lion King overlooked? Could there be a 9-turn golden pill? Or... She couldn't bear to think further. Where exactly are we going? Lin Qingxue shook her head and couldn't help asking Yishu. After leaving the beast's lair, he hadn't sought out Feng Mengli, but had instead headed in the completely opposite direction. Lin Qingxue was utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom what this guy was up to. According to her memories of the past life, he should have rushed toward the source of the explosion upon hearing it discovered a severely injured Feng Mengli, along the way found a secluded spot to care for her, and through a series of coincidences. Actually, his own machinations won her heart. But now he had stolen from the Lion King's set rules with the cub when treasures were within easy reach, and then rejected it. This series of actions bore no resemblance to the greedy, lecherous, opportunistic figure she remembered. Just as she spoke, Yishu abruptly stopped. Ouch! Caught off guard, Lin Qingxue slammed into his back, clutching her sore nose with tears in her eyes. Why did you stop so suddenly? But Yishu stood still, his ears twitching. Quiet. Listen. Lin Qingxue looked around in confusion, straining her ears for a moment before saying blankly, I don't hear anything. Exactly. Nothing at all. Yi Shu's gaze turned profound, fixed on the direction from which the explosion had come. They've finished fighting. Or rather, she's lost patience. With that under Lin Qingxue's puzzled gaze, a green light flashed in Yi Shu's left hand. He grasped the male Mandarin duck sword, sat cross-legged, and wrote 3 lines on the ground with his right hand. To the stunned Lin Qingxue, he said, "When someone arrives, ask these 3 questions for me." Huh, how do you know someone's coming? Lin Qingxue glanced at the lines, finding them oddly familiar. Before she could react, Yi Shu picked up a metallic-looking pill with his right hand and swallowed it. As the iron armor pill's effects began to unfold, he pulled out all the chi restoration pills he had refined in recent days, over 100, and downed them all at once. "Sure, what are you doing?" Dan Xiao was alarmed and instinctively raised a hand to ease the violent spiritual energy within him, but Yi Shu stopped her with a look. Unless necessary, he hated owing favors. Once is a precedent, twice is habit. Everything has a first time. It starts tight, then loosens up. Yi Shu felt the same now. After experiencing the body-splitting agony of the iron armor pill and Dangxia's spiritual energy danced the first time, he had vaguely grasped the balance of qi circulation. Crack, 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 crack. With subtle brittle sounds, Yi Shu's skin shed powder, then split, ultimately shattering, like broken porcelain, into fragments that floated silently in the air. Terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from between his skin and flesh. Beneath, pale blue light bands as clear as leaf veins emerged. The Zhou Tian Star Dipper technique was pushed to its limit, qi circulating through every acupoint like a relay race. Even his shattered dantian was utilized, the qi relieving pressure through its cracks. For a moment, he truly did not explode. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened, stunned by the unbelievable sight. When she had woken in the night, it had felt terrifying. Now in the sunlight filtering through dappled shadows, the fragmented skin against Yi Shu's resolute, silent profile possessed an indescribable broken beauty. Calm, resolute, utterly indifferent to life and death. As they say, a focused man is the most handsome. At this moment, Yi Shu radiated a unique charm. "Is this guy made of iron?" Lin Qingxue murmured softly. Such agony, yet he didn't even grunt. In truth, if he could grunt, Yi Shu would have screamed louder than anyone. He never held back when there was a chance to release pressure. The problem was the iron armor pill side effects made it hard for him to move. Otherwise, he would have cried out long ago. Pure spiritual energy flowed slowly and steadily along his left arm into the male Mandarin duck sword. The blade gradually glowed with the infusion, vibrating with a cicada-like hum from the extreme fullness of qi. After her shock, Lin Qingxue frowned. But why was he doing this? Soon her confusion was answered. For a breathtakingly beautiful figure descended from the sky, landing 10 zhang away from them. "Yi Shu, I've come to kill you." Autumn leaves withered and yellowed. A graceful silhouette hung high in the air, breathtakingly beautiful. She stood barefoot, her brows and eyes like a painting, her demeanor cold and ethereal. Clad in white robes that rivaled snow, her garments fluttered in the wind. Though suspended in midair, she trod, as if on solid ground, gazing down at Yi Shu, who sat cross-legged below. In her past life, she had come to the Demon Beast Mountains seeking the purple spirit crystal to break through the nascent soul bottleneck. But she underestimated the strength of the violet crystal Lion King. Both sides sustained severe injuries, and Yi Shu took her in. That scoundrel harbored ill intentions. Under the guise of healing, he touched her inappropriately and tampered with her food and drink. This lecher took every advantage of her and even stole her first kiss. Yet moved by his life-saving grace and some inexplicable emotion, she softened her heart and spared him. Instead, she developed feelings that should never have existed. Her weakness and those feelings left her torn between Yi Shu and the Cloud Sky sect, ultimately leading to the sect's destruction. Recalling the sect's annihilation and Yi Shu's merciless departure, Feng Mengli's eyes flickered. In this life, she appeared early to lure him out. Knowing that lecher's nature, he would surely come out to investigate. But he never showed up, forcing her to struggle with the violet crystal Lion King for a long time and depleting much of her spiritual energy. Still, she had found him at last. Feng Mengli looked down at Yi Shu. At this moment, his flesh was torn and shattered. The male Mandarin duck sword in his left hand hummed violently, its brilliant blue spiritual energy overflowing and coiling around the blade like blazing blue flames, setting his entire left arm ablaze. What trick was this scoundrel playing now? She frowned slightly, then relaxed. No matter what he did, she would just kill him. Then she turned her gaze to Lin Qingxue, her eyes filled with murderous intent. This wretch was also that lecher's accomplice, having drugged her food and robbed her of her purity. Equally hateful, equally deserving of death. Under Feng Mengli's glance, Lin Qingxue trembled all over. This isn't right, is it? She came to kill you. Staring at the murderous Feng Mengli, Lin Qingxue was stunned. She looked at Yi Shu in disbelief. Yi Shu did not speak, could not speak. But his eyes answered Lin Qingxue. That's right, so you'd better run now. Run my ass. Lin Qingxue cursed in despair. Why didn't you tell me she was here to kill you? I've been following you all this time. If I'd known, I would have fled from the start. It's all because of you. I'm dead meat. Wah. I'm doomed. All because of you, you wicked man. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wah. I'm still so young, I don't want to die. Lin Qingxue wept and cursed her legs, so weak with fear that she collapsed to her knees. Just then a voice sounded in her ear. Don't fucking cry. You didn't ask back then. Seeing Feng Mengli ready to strike, Yi Shu had to project his thoughts through telepathy to speak with Lin Qingxue. Even through telepathy, his spiritual energy trembled with pain. Lin Qingxue, still sobbing, froze. Before she could react, Yi Shu telepathically said at lightning speed, Now immediately ask her the 3 questions I left you. Do it before she attacks. Could those 3 questions hold a glimmer of hope? Clinging to her last straw, Lin Qingxue forced her head up and asked loudly, May I ask your name, miss? You are not worthy to know. Have I ever offended you? No. Have I ever met you before? No. Have I ever committed evil deeds that earned your hatred, driving you to hunt me down? No. The 3 questions were asked. Lin Qingxue suddenly froze. This scene was strikingly familiar, just like when Yi Shu had asked her 3 questions by the riverside. The same condescending answers. The same baseless, murderous intent. Only now she was the one asking, and the one with power over her life and death stood high above. So this was how Yi Shu had felt back then. Lin Qingxue's tears fell. She realized she had been horribly wrong, but by the time she understood, she lacked Yi Shu's strength to uphold a single truth. At that moment, a voice echoed in her heart. Lift your head. Don't be afraid. Simultaneously, Yi Shu, who had been sitting cross-legged, abruptly opened his eyes. A dazzling light blazed from both pupils. The azure flame on his left hand surged skyward, and all 361 acupoints shone with blinding brilliance, draining the last trace of spiritual energy from his body to pour it all into the male Mandarin duck sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword trembled violently, emitting a fervent hum. A vast amount of spiritual energy overflowed, wrapping around him like flames. From afar, he looked as magnificent and deadly as a star about to erupt. Crack, crack, crack. Then Yi Shu moved. His left arm twisted and deformed like forcibly bent iron, chunks of flesh falling away as blood gushed like a fountain. But he paid it no heed, forcing through the side effects of the iron armor pill to swing this sword with all his might. Clang! The sword left his hand. No, not leaving. He hurled the male Mandarin duck sword blade and all forward. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. The pressure of this strike far exceeded what a chi refining cultivator should possess, even surpassing Foundation establishment. If she were to bear this blow, she would surely be split in 2. This sword was blindingly brilliant. Even the sun paled in its presence. For dozens of li around, the demon beasts raised their heads in unison, curiously gazing at the sun-like radiance of the sword. Yet facing this world-shattering strike, Feng Mengli's expression remained utterly unchanged. She simply raised her hand and clenched it in the air. Crack! The sword light that carried all of Lin Qingxue's hopes, that illuminated dozens of li, shattered in an instant. The blade of the male Mandarin duck sword was firmly caught in Feng Mengli's grasp. It could advance not a single inch. It hadn't even scratched her skin. Lin Qingxue was in despair. Was the gap between chi refining and nascent soul truly this vast? Could she not even shake her? A decent firework, Feng Mengli commented indifferently. Not bad as a prelude to your death. Leaves drifted down. With his back against the wall and his sword technique unfinished, Lin Qingxue had already given up hope. Yet Yi Shu's expression did not change at all. Perhaps he had already resigned himself to death. Or perhaps the side effects of the iron armor pill had frozen his face. Blood trickled slowly from Yi Shu's crippled left arm. He sat cross-legged, as still as an old monk in meditation. Whatever the reason, this eerie calm made Feng Mengli frown slightly. Too calm, far too calm. In her past life, this lecher had always been full of strangeness. Though weak in power, he always burst forth with extraordinary combat ability at critical moments. No matter what'll just kill him. Feng Mengli suppressed her unease, her eyes turning cold again. Whatever strangeness he possessed, it would reveal itself when facing death. She hesitated no longer, raising her jade hand to slay him with his own weapon. Clang! The sword light flashed, arriving in an instant. She sought not power but speed. Yet at this critical moment, a towering figure stood firmly before Yi Shu. It raised its head proudly, standing tall like a mountain. Every strand of its fur exuded the pressure of a powerful beast. The purple crystal on its forehead glittered under the sun. It was none other than the violet crystal Lion King. The sword light struck its body only to dislodge a few strands of fur. Roar! Only then did the earth-shaking roar follow its sound waves rolling forth, causing leaves to rain down. And on the Lion King's back, there seemed to be something else. Lin Qingxue squinted, looking up against the light. There a small beast silhouette stood proudly mimicking its father's posture as the king of all beasts. At that moment, Yishu finally revealed a triumphant smile. Now I win. Oomph. A beast remains a beast. Even spared its life, it knows no gratitude. Feng Mengli stood unflinching before the majestic Lion King. In her past life, she had suffered grievously at this beast's hands, but this time history would not repeat itself. Rebirth granted her a vision as piercing as cleaving the heavens. The Lion King's weaknesses and strengths were laid bare before her. Her earlier retreat had not been born of fear, but of caution. She'd feared Yidu, that shameless rogue, might flee in the chaos. Now both stood before her. Both would die. Yet she had calculated every variable, except one, and that single oversight would hurl her into an abyss without bottom. Namely, Yidu's utter resolve. Just as Feng Mengli's gaze turned glacial, and she prepared to strike, Yidu's mangled right hand suddenly formed a blood-licked seal, shredding flesh and sinew in its wake. Instantly, the Xiong Yuan sword let out a resonant shuddering cry. Then, boom! The Xiong Yuan sword shattered. Impossible! Feng Mengli stared in disbelief at her own right hand. Before she could even react, a blinding white light erupted violently from the sword's splintered remains. Krakrakra! An overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure pierced the heavens. The deafening explosion reverberated across the entire Spirit Beast Mountains. Surrounding trees snapped and disintegrated like paper beneath the cataclysmic shockwave. Caught off guard, Feng Mengli's sword-wielding arm, and half her forearm, was instantly devoured by the maelstrom of rampaging spiritual energy. She choked back a groan, hurtling backward, her white gown stained anew with blood, her right arm grotesquely mangled, dangling by threads from her shoulder, gushing crimson. You! She stared at Yidu, disbelief etched across her face, until for the first time a flicker of raw terror surfaced in her icy eyes. Could he truly be so ruthless? How do you like this firework? Yidu lifted his head, and a sardonic smile curled across his shattered cheek. A great upper earth deer's spirit sword, reduced to mere pyrotechnics. What ironclad resolve! What staggering sacrifice! Would he feel no pang of loss? Before the thought could fully form, a violet blur lunged into view, a monstrous maw reeking of decay, jaws snapping shut with lethal force. The Zijing Lion King had seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Mengli was gravely wounded, her spirit shaken. By the time she registered the threat, the Lion King was already upon her, fangs bared, capable of crushing steel like brittle twigs. A shrill, agonized scream tore from her throat as her maimed right arm was clamped in the Lion King's vice-like grip, leaving her no choice but to sever it herself. Her left hand slashed downward like a blade, cleaving deep into her own right shoulder. SSSSHHH. Blood gushed forth, but she hesitated, not retreating with desperate speed. Too terrifying. Feng Mengli's face drained of all color. Death loomed palpable and suffocating. Amputated limb drenched in blood, critically injured. This was no longer a gap bridged by mere foreknowledge. The Zijing Lion King was her peer in cultivation, perhaps even stronger. She might truly perish here today. And all of it, every shred of ruin, was Yidu's doing. His sudden self-destruction of the Xiong Yuan sword had set it all in motion. No one could have foreseen it, not even Lin Qingxue, Xiao Bai, or Dan Xia. No one imagined Yidu would turn that spirit sword, the very blade bearing dowry, destiny, and devotion, into a fleeting, brilliant firework, all for the sake of severing Feng Mengli's arm. So he had won. Victory is assured. Yidu exhaled those 4 words slowly, and for the first time his shoulders relaxed. Behind him, Lin Qingxue stood frozen, then sank silently to her knees, picking up a sliver of shattered blade from the ground, tears streaming down her face, speechless. She said nothing to Yidu, only watched, silent and solemn, memorizing each fragment scattered across the earth. What incredible luck! Xiao Bai, who had remained utterly silent until now, finally broke the stillness. Feng Mengli's entrance had terrified her. So much so that she'd nearly activated emergency protocols, forcing direct intervention into this world no matter the cost. Yet within the span of a single teacup's time, offense and defense had reversed. Truly worthy of her chosen transmigrator, luck unmatched. Luck? Yidu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Is it not luck? Xiao Bai puffed her cheeks indignantly. If you weren't my fortune-blessed one, how could such perfect timing occur? just as the Lion King arrived to save you. Luck. Yidu's mood had soared, like a child who'd just accomplished something extraordinary bursting to share it. With a gentle inward smile he spoke mind to mind. Let me ask you. Had I not reached Cultivation Realm 9? Had I not sparred relentlessly with Lin Qingxue? Had I not wielded the Xiong Yuan sword? Could I have endured this long? Could I have breached the Lion King's lair? Could I have severed Feng Mengli's arm? That's still luck. Xiaobai insisted stubbornly. Otherwise, why would the Lion King come to your aid? Unless sheer fortune led you to that cub, prompting it to fetch help. The Lion King came of his own volition, not because of the cub. Yidu shook his head, gaze deep and unwavering. Tell me, imagine you are the sovereign of this territory. Suddenly, an intruder breaches your domain, fights you fiercely, then flees. You rush home, only to find your den plundered. How would you react? I'd want to kill that thief on the spot, Xiaobai declared without hesitation. Exactly. Yidu nodded. Now, while your fury burns hottest, a dazzling sword light erupts deep in the forest, its aura identical to that thief's. What then? I'd race there instantly, to catch the thief red-handed. Xiaobai blurted, then froze, eyes widening as comprehension dawned. So that charge strike was never meant to wound Feng Mengli, Xiaobai whispered, stunned. From the beginning, that sword stroke was a firework for the Lion King. The cub was incidental. Whether it appeared or not, the Lion King would have arrived here. Yidu finished her sentence. Suddenly he found himself fond of the word firework. Beautiful, brilliant, ephemeral. But this was perilously reckless. Xiaobai's eyes widened further. What if the Lion King arrived too late? Or worse, if he arrived first and chose to join forces with Feng Mengli to eliminate you instead? There are no what-ifs. Yidu cut her off gently. The reason is simple. He lifted his gaze and smiled, serene and certain. Because I am the heaven-chosen one. With soft pattering steps, the little beast trotted over to Yishu on its short legs. Chirp, it cried, puffing out its chest with an air of arrogance. Gone was the timid, pitiful look it had worn in the cave. With its father present, the creature had regained its swagger. It pointed at the Lion King locked in midair combat, then at Yishu. Finally, it thumped its own chest with a mighty roar, as if to say, fear not, I am here. I've got your back. Its smug, bully-like demeanor was almost comical. Thank you, Yishu forced out through his damaged throat. Despite the unexpected turn with the little beast, it had made things easier for him. At least he no longer needed to flee. Originally, after detonating the male Mandarin duck sword, he would have had Lin Qingxue carry him away. But now that seemed unnecessary. Better to let the poor girl digest what had happened. Whoa! Puffed up by his praise, the little beast began to prance in circles atop Yishu's head, its tail held high. The violet crystal around its neck bobbed along, shimmering with a joyful light. Just then Xiaobai asked in confusion, where's Danxia? Isn't she your master? At a critical moment like this, she didn't help you. What an ingrate. Puffing out her cheeks like a pufferfish, she cursed. But Yishu lifted his head to gaze at the battlefield and said softly, she is here. She has been here all along from the very beginning. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in midair, the Lion King let out a thunderous roar. It slammed down a claw, and with a deafening crash, a massive crater hundreds of feet deep was gouged into the ground. Feng Mengli narrowly dodged the blow, her face pale. Her body was already covered in wounds, her robes tattered and hanging loosely, stripping her of her former celestial grace. How can this be? She could no longer fathom Yishu nor the Lion King. Their earlier battle had been nothing like this. Now every move the Lion King made precisely exploited her weaknesses, as if a master was guiding it from the shadows. And indeed, that was the truth. Danxia had been mimicking Yishu's spiritual energy to send messages to the Lion King, tipping the scales in its favor. For Feng Mengli, it was a hopeless dead end. An inescapable trap. After dozens of exchanges, the Lion King suddenly hurled a violet crystal seal, striking Feng Mengli square in the chest. With a faint, almost inaudible sound, Feng Mengli struggled to break free, but it was futile. The seal's power clung to her like a persistent parasite, rendering her spiritual energy, her dantian, and her physical body utterly useless. With a heavy thud, Feng Mengli fell from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet the Lion King did not press its attack. It simply stood there, back straight, as if waiting for something. Sunlight spilled over the ravaged forest. A figure rose to his feet. It was Yishu. Though his body was shattered, he stood up shakily, unaided, and walked step by step toward Feng Mengli. With each step, his body emitted a sickening crackle, and large chunks of flesh fell away. But he continued walking ever onward. He stood tall in the sunlight, his spine as straight as a sword. Finally, he reached Feng Mengli and looked down at her from his victorious height. Feng Mengli lay helpless on the ground. Her body was battered from the battle with the violet crystal Lion King, and her dantian was sealed, leaving her weaker than an ordinary mortal. Yet her gaze was unyielding, still cold and haughty. Yishu stared at her impassively and said flatly, "I know you still have a hidden card, a life-saving artifact, perhaps something to cheat death." "What?" At that moment, Feng Mingli's expression finally changed. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. He knew. With memories of her past life, she was no fool to walk into danger unprepared. She had brought the sect's treasured death-substituting doll. Placed within 10,000 miles, it could substitute for her death once. But how could he possibly know? Unfortunately, Yishu would never answer her questions. He raised his long sword, his expression indifferent, and said, "So run. Run like a mangy cur. Before I find you, before you scurry back to your kennel. Flee like a dog." "Why? Why do you know?" On the brink of death, Feng Mengli screamed, inwardly, desperately seeking an answer. Her rebirth memories held no such twist. Where had it all gone wrong? But her questions were destined to go unanswered. Yishu simply raised his broken sword. One strike. Blood sprayed into the air. Feng Mingli's beautiful head rolled across the ground several times, her eyes still fixed on Yishu, filled with venom and terror. This time Danxia did not intervene. Unlike Lin Qingxue, who was within her control and could be suppressed, Feng Mengli was a nascent soul cultivator too dangerous to handle without risk of backfiring. But as Danxia floated in the air, gazing at Feng Mingli's corpse, her brow furrowed deeply. Only now did she sense something amiss. It didn't come from Feng Mengli. It came from Yishu. He was too calm, far too calm. Faced with an unprovoked murderous intent from a nascent soul cultivator, he had simply sat down beforehand, prepared his 3 questions, and gathered his strength. It was as if he had known. As if he had known all along. "I must stop thinking about this," Danxia thought, glancing deeply at Yishu. His condition was dire, and this was not the time for questions. Yishu, unaware of Danxia's thoughts, felt only exhaustion and pain. He didn't spare Feng Mengli another glance. Instead, he turned back to Lin Qingxue and offered a gentle, warm smile. "Now you don't have to be afraid anymore." That turn of the head, that smile, was warmer than the sun itself. Wah! Lin Qingxue gazed at that smile, biting her lip hard to hold back her sobs. At that moment, she felt that the destruction of the male Mandarin duck sword didn't matter. She couldn't blame him. At least they had survived, hadn't they? Unable to hold back any longer, she rushed forward a few steps and threw herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest, and burst into loud, racking sobs. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Woo. Tears streamed down her face as she wept uncontrollably. She repeated her apologies over and over without explaining why or for what. Gradually, her sobs subsided. When she curiously looked up to ask why Yishu hadn't responded, she realized the young man before her had already fallen into a deep sleep. "Hiss! Where am I?" Yishu gasped in pain as he slowly opened his eyes. What greeted his sight was a deep brown rock wall. It was the Lion King's cave. It seemed the little beast had brought him back. His arms, legs, chest, abdomen, and neck were all wrapped in bandages, making him look like a mummy. Not far from him lay the Xiong sword, also wrapped in bandages placed by his right hand. It was clear that Lin Qingxue had gathered the fragments and pieced them together with difficulty. A broken sword, a broken man. Same hospital gown. Yishu's mouth twitched. In a way, he and the sword were fellow sufferers. But that wasn't the hardest part for Yishu. The hardest part was when he lifted his head with difficulty. He found Little White nestled between his legs, his left arm held in Lin Qingxue's embrace, and the little beast lying on his chest. They were all fast asleep, sleeping soundly. Little White was drooling, the little beast's tail swaying, and Lin Qingxue was muttering incoherently in her sleep. None of them cared about whether he, the patient, was sleeping comfortably. "You're awake." Just then an ethereal voice came from midair and Danxia's stunning figure emerged. She hovered in the air, looking at Yishu with a complex expression. "Sure, how did you know Feng Mengli would appear?" In the dead of night, Danxia finally voiced her doubt. Even though she already had an answer, she still hoped to hear it from Yishu. "No." Upon hearing this, Yishu said, "I have memories of your past lives. No excuses, no stammering." He said it bluntly. Danxia was taken aback. Again, this same frank attitude. "Then why did you only say it now? And why didn't you say it then before? Were you just acting? Does it matter?" Danxia was stunned. She hastily tried to explain. "How could it not matter? If you truly reincarnated, if you really betrayed me, if it was all an act, if you only wanted to make me feel guilty, if you just..." But as she spoke, her voice grew softer until it faded away completely. She suddenly realized Yishu was right. Under the premise that their fates would part after leaving the Beast Mountain range, whether Yishu was reincarnated or not actually meant nothing. Danxia fell silent again. But this time she was silent for much longer. If she had learned anything from Yishu over the years, it was that asking a question with a predetermined answer would always lead to defeat. Yishu didn't spare Danxiao another glance. He wouldn't explain that their memories were false because trust was a fragile thing. If one believed no explanation was needed, if one didn't believe explanations would only lead to more doubts. So he never cared about a person's character. He only looked at what people did, not what they thought. Judge by deeds, not by heart. By heart no one is perfect. Judge by heart, not by deeds. By deeds no poor child is filial. He murmured this ancient maxim, admiring the wisdom of the elders for seeing things so clearly. Judge by deeds, not by heart. Danxiao softly repeated these words, her heart tangled in knots. Then the past lives. Are they deeds or heart? She couldn't figure it out. But looking at Yishu's cold gaze, she suddenly felt that everything had returned to the beginning. The most familiar. Strangers. Seeing that Yishu was unwilling to speak more, she silently returned to the ring. She needed time to think. What she was truly thinking. Meanwhile, Yishu lay silently on the stone slab, staring at the stalactites above the cave. Just then a muffled thudding sound rang out. Yishu instinctively looked up. The mighty Lion King was returning to the cave under the moonlight, carrying a beast in its mouth. It was ox-like with 4 horns on its head, looking very appetizing. This must be tonight's dinner. Who? The Lion King gently placed the ox beast on the ground, then let out a low snort at Yishu, nodding its head toward the depths of the cave. You? Want me to come with you? Seeing the Lion King's gentle movements, clearly not wanting to disturb the sleeping little beast, and Lin Qingxue, Yishu hesitantly opened his mouth and asked silently with lip movements. The Lion King nodded, summoning him alone. Yishu felt a strange curiosity, unsure of what the Lion King intended, but at least it wouldn't harm him. So he carefully withdrew his hand from Lin Qingxue's grasp. Don't go. Heartbreaker. Big liar. Womanizer. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Sorry. Lin Qingxue muttered uneasily in her sleep, clutching Yishu's left arm tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Damn, this won't do. Yishu frowned. If he forced his arm out, Lin Qingxue would surely wake up. Don't get him wrong, he wasn't being chivalrous. It was because the Lion King had called only him, and this was clearly some secret of the Lion King's not suitable for Lin Qingxue to know. If she woke up and insisted on following, it would be troublesome. She might even be silenced. But the Lion King was waiting and couldn't wait long. After a moment's thought, a flash of inspiration struck Yishu. He picked up the Xiong sword, also wrapped like a mummy, and placed it in Lin Qingxue's arms. This worked wonders. Lin Qingxue instinctively hugged the sword tightly, and her murmurs changed from heartbreaker to mom. Dad. Sorry. Qingxue broke the sword. Woo-woo. Poor child. Yishu shook his head, then delivered a gentle chop to the little beast's neck, making it sleep even more soundly. Finally, he managed to get up. As for Little White, irrelevant. Awake or asleep didn't matter, the Lion King couldn't see her anyway. Woo. Little White, knocked over by Yishu's movement, hit the ground hard, letting out a theatrical cry. She rubbed her bottom, grimacing. Duh. Damn it, don't you have any sense of chivalry? Chivalry. I only see a little fool. Yishu smiled faintly, then strode forward, following the Lion King's pace as they walked toward a certain rock wall in the cave. The Lion King stopped there. Then it sat down and began to draw on the hard ground with its claws. Soon a vivid picture took shape on the ground. Yishu looked closely. The picture showed a bearded old scholar, holding a scroll, standing before a lectern with a little girl drawing beneath. The Lion King raised its paw, pointing at Yishu, then at the little beast sleeping on the stone platform. You mean? You want me to teach it to read? Yishu pondered for a moment before uttering these words in disbelief. It wasn't because he couldn't understand the picture, but because he understood it and couldn't fathom the Lion King's thoughts, hence his disbelief. Who? The Lion King snorted and nodded. But what's in it for you? Even if your beast clan learns to read, they can't speak. What's the point? Yishu frowned. The next second, the Lion King answered his question. It slowly turned sideways, and Yishu noticed a small crevice in the rock wall behind the Lion King. Within that crevice lay a fruit radiating with shimmering light. That's... Little White exclaimed. A transformation fruit. Making the little beast transform was certainly wonderful. But Yishu frowned slightly because teaching the little beast inevitably meant staying here. And he had said 4 chapters ago that he wouldn't stop for anything. Roar. The Lion King seemed to sense his hesitation, extending a paw toward the pile of storage rings in the cave, the meaning clear. If you teach my daughter, all these are yours. Damn, what do you take me for? Yishu's expression darkened. Then he reached out and firmly grasped the Lion King's paw. Deal. Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't stop for anyone? Little White said indignantly. Yishu replied seriously. She's not a person, she's a beast. Ouch. My dear lady, can't you be gentler? Even applying medicine shouldn't be this rough. You're deliberately harming a patient. Oomph. It's already a blessing that I'm tending to your wounds, yet you dare complain. Do you know how many disciples of Qingyun's sect beg me to even let them lick the soles of my feet? And now you have the audacity to despise me. Within 100 li who has better skill than I is. Within 100 li there's no one else but you. Damn it, even my grandmother applies medicine better than you. Then call me grandma, and it'll be gentler. Are you joking? He'll never agree to any of your demands. Grandma. All right, just one last step remains. Lin Qingxue clapped her hands, gazing with satisfaction at Yishu before her. The bandages on his body were roughly removed, revealing a torso riddled with cracks, now smeared with a suspicious green liquid. What is this? Yishu shifted his limbs uncomfortably. The liquid seeped into his flesh through the cracks, causing him to wince in pain. Could it be some mysterious ancestral formula? Would it accelerate his recovery? Yishu speculated inwardly, a flicker of gratitude crossing his face. Despite the girl's naivety, she was kind-hearted after all. Lin Qingxue, however, appeared indifferent. It's nothing special. Just some plants I picked casually near the Lion King's den. As the ancient said, within 7 steps of a snakebite lies the antidote. You damn. Yishu pointed at her, forcing a bitter smile on the verge of tears. Has no one told you that's folk superstition? And I injured myself, not the Lion King. You treacherous fool. So what? Lin Qingxue stood her ground, chin raised defiantly. I, the young mistress, deigned to heal you, and you're still ungrateful. Open wide. Oh. Yishu instinctively opened his mouth. Then Lin Qingxue reached beneath her skirt, flicked her finger, and a round warm pill imbued with a maiden's fragrant scent was shot into his throat. Gulp. Caught off guard, Yishu swallowed the pill before he could savor it. A surge of pure medicinal energy coursed through his limbs and bones. What the hell? Seeing his boda's cracks mend at a visible rate, Yishu felt not gratitude, but greater fury. He glared at Lin Qingxue. Why didn't you bring out this treasure sooner? Why make me suffer so much before giving it? What do you know? Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. In all the comic books, healing requires bandages, herbal paste, and enough pain to make you wince. Otherwise, how would it show the severity of your injury? How would it highlight your effort and perseverance? You've been reading wuxia novels, haven't you? Yishu was so furious, he felt like spitting blood. This is a cultivation story. A cultivation story. I know. Lin Qingxue blinked innocently. That's why I eventually took out the pill, isn't it? Hajikshiyu. Yishu gritted his teeth, finally certain of one thing: this woman was doing it on purpose. Then he shook his head. Oh well, it's all for my good. Intentions matter more than actions. Oomph. Lin Qingxue crossed her arms and snorted. I'm not doing this for you at all. You haven't even accounted for breaking my sword. I just worry that if you're too weak to survive, no one will compensate me for my sword. Yes, exactly that. She nodded, casually feigning nonchalance. Even if it were a dog, I'd save it the same way. Yishu. So I'm a dog, huh? Oh well. Just then the little beast, knocked unconscious by Yishu's chop, finally stirred awake. You're awake. Seeing the cub revive, Yishu recalled the Lion King's request from yesterday. He stood up, patting the cub's head. From today on, I'll teach you to read and write. Huh? Lin Qingxue stared as if she'd seen a ghost. You? She pointed at Yishu, then at the fluffy, bewildered cub. Teach it to read and write. Are you out of your mind? It's a magical beast. What's the problem? Yishu declared with an air of righteousness. As the saying goes, in my company all are learned and none are unlettered. Education knows no discrimination. Oh well. Even he was moved by his own words, but the cub vehemently shook its head like a child refusing to go to kindergarten. Read and write. Ridiculous. Wouldn't that mean no more fun and being forced to do homework? Such an unbeastly thing. No way. See, even the magical beast doubts your ability. Lin Qingxue gloated, relishing any chance to see that rogue suffer. If she couldn't beat or out-argue him, at least she could enjoy his misery. However, just as the cub adopted a defiant stance, a massive shadow slowly entered the cave. It was the Lion King. Oh well. Seeing its father arrive, the cub scurried over, nuzzling its leg affectionately. Then, pointing a claw at Yishu and itself, it formed a circle with its left paw and raised a single sharp claw with its right. It looked at Yishu, tongue lolling, its furry face twisted into an almost perverse expression. What's it saying? Yishu asked, unnerved, nodding toward Lin Qingxue. Based on my experience. Lin Qingxue crossed her arms, feigning expertise. It probably wants to mate with you and keep you as its consort. Yishu. Is it too late to run? Fortunately, the Lion King didn't approve. It lowered its head, nuzzling the cub, emitting a low growl from its throat. Why? The cub immediately shook its head, covering its ears with both paws as if to say, I want listen, I want listen. Unfazed, the Lion King extended a claw and scratched drawings on the ground. Soon a vivid image of a little girl appeared, and before her a man holding scrolls. The Lion King then drew an arrow behind the girl. At the arrow's end it sketched another girl with eyes askew and drool dripping from her mouth. Finishing, the Lion King pointed its claw at Lin Qingxue, emitting a strange low growl, neither threatening nor urgent, but conveying an emotion Lin Qingxue couldn't decipher. In any case, the effect was immediate. The cub glanced at Lin Qingxue, its large eyes filled with terror. It shook its head wildly, then nodded emphatically, patting the man holding scrolls in the drawing. Rumble. The Lion King nodded in satisfaction. The cub then ambled back toward Yishu, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Qingxue, as if looking at trash. Hey, what are they plotting? Lin Qingxue baffled elbowed Yishu. Oh, nothing much. Yishu stroked his chin, speaking with mock gravity. It means if you don't study hard, you'll end up like her. Like me, oi. Lin Qingxue pointed at herself, instantly realizing she'd been used as a negative example. Furious, she bristled. What's wrong with me? I'm adorable and brilliant. Do you know how many Qingyun sect disciples praise my beauty? Like me, eh? She rolled up her sleeves, glaring at the cub that looked down its nose at her. Looks like I have to teach this little beast a lesson today. Hearing her, the cub held its head even higher, as if to say, you trash worthy of teaching me. Damn it. This is intolerable. Lin Qingxue screamed and charged, tumbling into a brawl with the cub. Bang. Crack. Slap. Within 3 moves, Lin Qingxue limped back, bruised, and battered, a claw mark on her face. She covered her face, eyes welling with tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Damn. How is this thing so strong? Yishu looked at her helplessly. Guess why I didn't just ransack the den earlier. You really think your Yi bro is a model student? At the beginning of life, human nature is good. Their natures are similar, but their habits diverge. If one is not taught, nature will change. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If teaching is not strict, it is the teacher's fault. The Lion King's cave echoed with the sound of human recitation. Was this a distortion of beastly nature or a collapse of beastly morality? If any cultivator were present, they would be utterly astounded. For the entrance of the Lion King's cave was already crowded with all kinds of demon beasts, craning their necks and perking up their ears, listening with rapturous delight. Though they could not comprehend the words, it sounded cultured nonetheless, did it not? Henceforth, they could claim to be cultured beasts when venturing out. The demon beasts outside the cave harbored no fear of the Lion King, for they were all old neighbors. Constant fighting and killing would be far too antiquated. They acknowledged the Lion King's supremacy and offered tributes each year in exchange for the right to survive in this territory. In return, the Lion King safeguarded the area from invasions by powerful foreign beasts. After reaching the 3rd rank, all had awakened their intellect. It was time to abandon the old notions of predation and slaughter. This was the proper way of a beast, not like those 2nd-rank wild animals. They snatched everything in sight and bit anyone they encountered. They lacked all semblance of beastly decorum. Inside the cave, Yishu was utterly oblivious to all this. He only felt himself on the verge of breaking down. The cub was remarkably clever. It could master in a single day what ordinary children took a month to learn. But once it grasped the meaning of each character, it began to argue. Is this character written like this? It's father, not husband. It's father. Yishu crouched on the ground in despair, using chalk made from the powdered bones of a 3rd-rank rat demon to write a line of text. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Cuckoo. The cub crouched before him, gazing at the words on the ground. It shook its little head, then used its fleshy paw to erase the character for father. Extending a sharp claw, it forcefully carved the character for husband in its place. Having done this, it shook its head in triumph, as if to say, now you can't change it, can you? Watching the cub's smug expression, Yishu suddenly realized. It wasn't that it didn't understand, it understood far too well. This was a challenge to his authority. Could he allow his authority to be challenged? Absolutely not. It's father. Yishu scowled, pointing at the character for husband on the ground, enunciating each word. It's father. The meaning of a father. A teacher is like a father, not a husband. Goo goo chirp. The cub shook its head and pointed at the character for husband on the ground. It's husband. It's father. It's husband. It's father. It's husband. Until the sun set beyond the western hills and the Lion King returned, Yishu was still tirelessly correcting the cub. But the cub was already getting angry. It arched its back, bared 2 tiny sharp fangs, and hissed at Yishu. How dare a mere human repeatedly defy this beast's affection? Spoiled and arrogant, it had forgotten who was in charge. Today it had to teach him a lesson. The cub shook its head, scurried over to the Lion King in 3 quick steps, nuzzled its leg affectionately, then pointed a tiny claw at the character for husband on the ground. It drew the character for father beneath its paw and let out a plaintive cry. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. The cub whimpered pitifully while slandering Yishu's teaching, claiming he wanted to be its father and had no respect for the Lion King. At the same time, its little claw mimed a long stick, and it hugged that imaginary stick, swinging it fiercely, as if to say, "This is how you should teach him." The Lion King listened, cast a glance at the aggrieved cub, then looked deeply at Yishu. With that, the Lion King strode toward the cave's entrance. "You're doomed." Lin Qingxue elbowed Yishu, looking thoroughly amused. The cub also lifted its head, brimming with arrogance. Yishu's heart tightened, but he still stood tall, refusing to back down. A clear conscience fears no shadows. Before long, the Lion King returned, carrying in its mouth a slightly curved thong, as if it had just snapped it off somewhere. Powder still dusted from the broken edge. Oomph! The cub grew even more smug at the sight of that broken thong. It could already envision using it to discipline Yishu, its beastly face brimming with anticipation. Yet the Lion King walked over to Yishu. Clatter! The broken thong was dropped at Yishu's feet. The Lion King raised its head, pointed at the cub, and let out a deep growl, its claws swinging down forcefully, as if to say, "This little one is yours now. If she doesn't behave, beat her soundly. Don't hold back on my account. If you can't handle her, call me anytime, and I'll come help." The smugness on the cub's face instantly froze. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that its own father was siding with an outsider? Oh well. It let out a aggrieved cry, but the Lion King had already turned away, not even glancing at it. How heartbreaking is the love of a parent. Yishu shook his head with a sigh, then picked up the broken thong from the ground, approaching the cub with a sinister grin. "Little darling, still dare to talk back to your teacher." Crack, crack, crack. Under Yishu's relentless lashing, the cub finally broke down. Tearfully, it lay on the ground, erasing the character for husband and replacing it with father, though a stubborn glint lingered in its eyes. Today it would endure. Revenge would come another day. Crack. Thud. Outside the small wooden hut by the riverside, swordlight flashed and water splashed everywhere. A man and a woman were locked in fierce combat on the river's surface. Swordlight arced like rainbows. Yishu's gaze was sharp, every step kicking up sheets of water, every collision sending sprays of mist into the air. Time flew like a shuttle. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, he sparred with Lin Qingxue during the day, doted on the cub by teaching it to read and write at night, and then cuddled with Xiao by telling her bedtime stories. As for Danxia, it seemed his words had shaken her Dao heart. Even now, she remained locked inside the ring, refusing to speak. Huh. Chirp, chirp. The cub watched from the riverbank. Whenever Lin Qingxue injured Yishu, it would arch its back and hiss ferociously at her. But whenever Yishu struck Lin Qingxue or gained the upper hand, it would lift its head and let out excited cries, as if it were the one fighting. Thud. Another violent collision sent the river surging. Yishu was sent flying backward. Though not seriously injured, his momentum was clearly waning as he stood on the opposite bank, silently regulating his breath. Lin Qingxue gazed at Yishu with a complex expression. In just 1 month, he had made astonishing progress. Though still at the 9th layer of qi refinement, he now seemed evenly matched with her. On the opposite bank, Yishu straightened his body, a sharp light gleaming in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, channeling spiritual energy, threw his acupoints one by one into the male Mandarin duck sword. The bandages wrapped around the blade naturally unraveled, revealing its fractured surface. Spiritual energy flickered within the sword's crevices, pulsing like breath, emitting a faint radiance. With the cosmos settled in his chest, a single sword could shatter mountains and rivers. Thud! Yishu stamped his foot, and the river exploded into a myriad of droplets. He shot toward Lin Qingxue like an arrow released from a bow. That move again. Lin Qingxue's heart jolted. She could see that Yishu had poured all his spiritual power into the male Mandarin duck sword, leaving only the energy from his initial step. If this strike failed, he would be defeated. Facing this attack reminiscent of the one aimed at Feng Mengli, Lin Qingxue was filled with heroic spirit. Back then, Yishu had consumed 100 qi restoration pills and exhausted his spiritual energy to deliver a single slash, which Feng Mengli had easily deflected. Now he was pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into this sword. Then a qi refinement cultivator challenging a spirit transformation cultivator crossing realms. Now a qi refinement cultivator challenging a foundation establishment cultivator still crossing realms. If Feng Mengli could withstand it, then Lin Qingxue could too. Clang. The female Mandarin duck sword trembled with an excited hum in Lin Qingxue's hand, its blade blazing with azure light. She did not retreat. She would meet Yishu's all-out strike Heaton. She would prove with her strength that no matter how fast he improved, no matter how great his talent, he was still no match for her. Their figures rapidly closed in on the river's surface. 10 zhong, 5 zhong, 3 zhong, 1 zhong. The tips of their swords were about to clash. Just then, Yishu suddenly curled his lips into a crooked grin. I'm going to throw dust in your eyes. What? Lin Qingxue was momentarily bewildered. The next second, Yishu's left hand flung a handful of white powder directly into Lin Qingxue's face. Having been pampered since childhood, Lin Qingxue had never encountered such a tactic. Assuming it was something sinister like lime, she cursed him for his underhandedness. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and raised her sword to block. When she opened her eyes again, Yishu was already standing before her, the tip of his broken sword gently lifting her chin. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Miss Lin, you may leave now. Miss Lin, you may leave. When Yishu spoke these words, Lin Qingxue still stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at him, then at the white flower dusting her clothes. She suddenly let out a shriek. Yishu, you cheated. Lin Qingxue glared at him, her cheeks puffed with indignation, her delicate face brimming with defiance. I don't accept this. That was underhanded. Let's fight again. Yes, I did cheat. Yishu nodded shamelessly. But I won. And you, Miss Lin, you may leave. He reiterated the fact. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue finally snapped back to reality. I can leave. She cast a suspicious glance at Yishu, her toes inching outward. I really can go. You won't secretly set a trap or something and stop me like last time. No. Yishu sheathed his broken sword and made a gesture of invitation. You may leave at any time. I never lie. If I say you can go, you can go. You? Lin Qingxue opened her mouth. From his candid eyes, she could tell he was serious. He truly intended to let her go. Recalling the recent days, she realized. He really hadn't lied once. But this was too sudden. So sudden that she wasn't prepared. In her imagination, they would have fought for a long time, and Yishu would have won by a fluke. But even if he won, he would use petty tricks to force her to stay, and she would have to outwit him over a long period and find a way to escape. Not like this. A casual. You may leave. What was this? This wasn't how the storybooks went. Lin Qingxue suddenly felt like venting her anger, but even as her cheeks puffed up, she realized she had no reason to be angry. After a long, awkward pause, she finally stammered out a few words. If I leave, don't you care at all? The question caught them both off guard. As soon as she said it, a rosy blush crept across her cheeks, whether from the dying sunset or a maiden's shyness. That's not true. Yishu shook his head, not denying Lin Qingxue's importance. In fact, I badly need a sparring partner. I need someone to tell me how strong I truly am. To be frank, you are very important to me. You are my coordinate in this world. Under the system's destiny rules, training with a destined heroine allowed him to clearly gauge his standing. Was he stronger than the villains? Or weaker? And Lin Qingxue was his anchor. But a win is a win. Yishu looked at Lin Qingxue, his expression earnest. I won't break my word. If I say you can leave, you can leave. Of course, he added, if you choose to stay of your own free will, I won't stop you. Coordinate. Lin Qingxue's pretty face flushed. She then pouted, feigning disdain. What a cheesy thing to say. I would never stay willingly. All I can think about now is getting out of this filthy place, and most importantly, away from you, you big pervert. With that, she turned and left. Yet for some reason, she didn't summon her flying sword, but walked away step by step, as if waiting for something. I'm going now. I'm really going now. I'm really going now. Lin Qingxue dragged out her words as she walked. Finally, just as her silhouette was about to disappear into the dense forest, a voice called her back. Wait, Miss Lin. Oomph. So you can't bear to part with this young lady after all. Lin Qingxue thought with secret delight, while struggling to maintain an aloof expression as she slowly turned around. But what awaited her wasn't Yishu's plea. It was a ring. Hey, catch. Yishu pulled a storage ring from his bosom and tossed it to her. Then, cupping his hands, he announced clearly, Miss Lin, please accept this storage ring as a small token of my regard. Having said that, he turned without a hint of reluctance and walked away. Lin Qingxue clutched the ring, staring blankly at his retreating back. It was a long while before Yishu's figure vanished completely into the woods. Only then did she grip the ring tightly, summon her spirit sword, and fly away. One didn't speak, the other didn't bid farewell. In the dense forest, the dying sun's rays filtered through the leaves. The little beast trotted behind, Yishu, its tail wagging with uncontainable joy. That woman was gone. Now only it remained by Yishu's side. Walking through the woods, Yishu suddenly looked up, catching sight of the distant clouds through the dappled shadows. The clouds in the distance piled layer upon layer, shimmering like fish scales in the sunset's glow. He squinted slightly and sighed. What a beautiful sunset today. Little White perched on his shoulder swung her tiny feet, gazing at the far-off sunset. The dying light painted the clouds in gradients, dazzling gold in the distance, drifting pink up close. Actually, every sunset is this beautiful. Yishu chuckled softly and continued walking. It's only when people part that they stop to watch the sunset and think it's beautiful. Hey, why so sentimental? Little White tapped his head in dissatisfaction, grumbling fiercely. That girl wanted to kill you. Just 18 chapters ago she wanted to kill you, and you wanted to kill her too, right? And now you're acting like it's a farewell forever. Yishu looked puzzled. Weren't you the one who told me to be nice to the heroine? Now that I'm nice, you're unhappy. This is different. How come you chopped Feng Mengli to death so easily? Little White made a chopping motion, huffing. Clean and quick without even blinking. And you even gave that storage ring you took from Feng Mengli to her. Since when did you become so generous? Feng Mengli is Feng Mengli. Lin Qingxue is Lin Qingxue. Yishu shook his head, then suddenly spread his arms and laughed heartily. They'll give $1 million to anyone who betrays me. Applause, please. He looked at the little beast on the ground and smiled. Come on, clap, clap. Uchiol. The little beast looked up, seemingly not understanding his words, but instinctively raised its 2 tiny paws and clapped them together. And what about those loyal to you? Little White suddenly asked. Those loyal to me, eh? Yishu tilted his head, laughing even louder than before. His laughter echoed through the entire forest, startling a flock of gulls and herons. Not a single cent. Because too many people betrayed me, and I've given all my money away. He threw his head back, laughing until tears streamed down his face. Still laughing, he walked towards the cave. Meanwhile, from the other side of the mountain, a shrill cry of equal volume pierced through the air. Stupid Yishu. I hate you so much. Faithless man, fickle-hearted rogue, vile creature, hideous wretch, sly wolf, scoundrel who abandons his wife and child, a bastard who refuses to acknowledge his debts. Within the demon beast mountain range, a woman in a pink dress stood atop a flying sword, muttering curses under her breath. That detestable man daring to bully me. He bullied me in my past life, and he's bullying me in this one too. Doesn't that make my rebirth meaningless? As she continued her tirade, Lin Qingxue suddenly shuddered in alarm. She halted abruptly midair, patting her cheeks with both hands as she whispered to herself, Lin Qingxue, what are you thinking? Have you forgotten why you came to the Demon Beast Mountain Range? You are here to prevent the sect's destruction. That man is the future culprit who will cause Senior Brother's death and the fall of Qingxian's sect. How can you waver just because he's kind to you? When I return, I'll have grandfather teach him a harsh lesson. Her voice trailed off as scenes from the past days flooded her mind. Yishu's fierce determination during his relentless cultivation, his bold ruthlessness against Feng Mengli, his patient tenderness while teaching the little beast, and his open carefree demeanor when he let her leave. And then, those words, you are my coordinate in this world. Most of all, the 3 strikingly similar questions he posed to Feng Mengli. He was nothing but an ignorant fool forced to bear her murderous intent for no reason. She had been far too unreasonable. But the sect's future, the visions of fellow disciples slain by demonic cultivators, the tragedy of the sect's annihilation. Enough. Lin Qingxue shook her head vigorously, remounting her flying sword. She muttered, they'll just have grandfather capture him, and, bind him to my side as a tea-serving boy. I'll watch him myself. Delighted by this seemingly perfect plan, she couldn't help but let out a smug hum. With someone as clever as me keeping an eye on him, what tricks could he possibly pull? This way I can avert the future tragedy and get back at him for bullying me. After all, he broke my sword. The more she thought about it, the more justified she felt. She resolved to do exactly that. Upon her return, have her grandfather seize Yishu and bind him to her side under strict supervision, preventing him from wreaking havoc on other girls. Preventing him from committing further evil. As for the Xiong sword, had only be allowed out for some fresh air once it was repaired. With this thought, Lin Qingxue's mood brightened considerably. Let's see what that big jerk left for me. She lowered her head, carefully examining the storage ring in her hand, and noticed something glinting in the sunlight within the ring's band. Looking closer, she saw a round, shimmering bead wedged inside the band. The well-traveled Lin Qingxue recognized it instantly. It was a memory recording pearl. Could it be that the guy had something to say, but was too shy to tell me face to face, so he recorded it and hid it in the ring? Her heart began to race inexplicably. In the comic books she'd read, this scenario often led to a confession. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Lin Qingxue blushed as she activated the recording stone. A flash of light, and an image materialized in midair. A charming girl in a pink dress stood on a flying sword above a stream, while a naked youth lay in the water below. The youth looked up and asked calmly, I was bathing here, yet you attacked me without reason. Isn't that too overbearing? May I ask your name? Lin Qingxue. Have I ever offended you? No. Have I ever met you before? No. Have I ever committed any evil deed that makes you despise me enough to hunt me down? No. Very well. Since I have never met you nor done any wrong, why do you attack me without cause? I Lin Qingxue kill as I please with no need for reason. You shall die. Lin Qingxue stared blankly at the scene, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Wasn't this their first encounter? He had recorded it with a memory recording stone. After the image ended, a recording played. Miss Lin, if I discover you causing me trouble over the Demon Beast Mountain Range incident, don't blame me for making this public. After all, Yishu's voice carried a hint of mockery. Miss Lin wouldn't want the world to know about your unreasonable behavior, would she? The recording stone creaked under Lin Qingxue's grip. Her expression shifted from anticipation to shock, and finally, upon hearing Yishu's sneer, her face flushed a deep, angry red. That despicable man. Even after they'd parted, he was still bullying her. Her carefully laid plans had all fallen apart. No tea-serving boy, no Xiong Yuan's sword. At least there's this. Lin Qingxue forced herself to calm down, looking at the storage ring. Regardless, it's a nascent soul cultivator's belongings. He wasn't too stingy. But when she probed the ring with her divine sense, a glaring crimson message flashed before her eyes, impossible to ignore. You have been marked by the cloud-soaring sect. If you don't want to bring disaster upon your family, come and face your death. This is... Lin Qingxue stared at the crimson words, realizing it was the cloud-soaring sect's special tracking technique. That damned Yishu hadn't taken it because he didn't want it. He didn't dare to. Seized by fury, Lin Qingxue spat out a mouthful of milk, screaming in exasperation against the setting sun, stinking Yishu. I hate you to death. In the dense forest, Yishu smiled, faintly toying with the last remaining recording stone in his hand as he leisurely returned to the cave. The cave was empty of beasts. The Lion King had evidently gone hunting. Here, take a wisdom pill. Back in the cave after his routine lesson with the little beast, Yishu pulled out a pitch-black pill from his pocket, its medicinal fragrance spreading. He had refined it in his spare time, claiming it aided beast intelligence, though it was merely a common health supplement. But since the little beast showed no ill effects after taking it, the Lion King allowed it. Gulp. The little beast swallowed the pill with relish, then suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it, collapsing dizzily into Yishu's arms. Chirp. It let out a confused sound, but couldn't fight the sleep, sinking into a deep slumber. Yet its little claws clung stubbornly to Yishu's clothes, refusing to let go. Under the solitary moon, shadows stretched thin. Yishu sat cross-legged before the cave, letting the silver moonlight bathe him. With his left hand, he stroked the little beast's furry head, while with its paw in his right hand, he sketched on the ground. He only stopped when a distant beast's roar echoed. No farewell. If I say goodbye, I won't be able to leave. Quietly I depart. As quietly as I came, I gently wave my hand, bidding farewell to the western clouds. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The stars shone brilliantly. A man with a dog's tail grass in his mouth and a white jade gourd in his left hand strolled leisurely along a mountain path, reciting a farewell poem. His wide sleeves swung left and right as he walked, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Suddenly, a youthful, piercing howl tore through the night sky. Awoo! Birds in the forest took flight in alarm. The howl was mournful enough to bring tears to those who heard it. The man paused slightly. He turned back, casting a final glance toward the cave, as if seeing the little one rushing toward him, with tears streaming down its tiny legs. Sometimes farewells don't require a meeting. Yishu sighed softly, then turned and walked on, tilting his head back to pour the elixirs from the white jade gourd into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As each pill went down, the sorrow of parting was somewhat diluted. A strange pulse of energy began in his abdomen, coursing through his limbs and bones. Yishu felt his body lighten, and the speed of his spiritual energy circulation subtly quickened. Excellent stuff. He slapped the gourd and laughed heartily. The pill toxicity from hundreds of chi restoration pills all cleared with just one gourd. This is a product of none other than the Heavenly Dao. The little white figure perched on his shoulder sneered, her pale legs swaying in the moonlight. What do you think? I, the Heavenly Dao, am still useful, aren't I? Of course you are. Yishu flattered with a smile. Our adorable Heavenly Dao has always been the most useful. You know, I've always been fond of our Xiao Bai. I can't do without you. That's more like it. Xiao Bai blushed at his words, but a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth involuntarily. But don't think that just because you sweet-talk me, the Heavenly Dao will fall for you. You're sorely mistaken. When did I ever say I wanted you to like me, eh? Yishu asked back, looking utterly bewildered. Xiao Bai froze, realizing she had slipped up. know that this fellow had led her astray. She quickly looked away, changing the subject. By the way, now that your pill toxicity is resolved and you've obtained the purple Qi Foundation establishment pill from the Lion King, you can establish your foundation now, can't you? At this, Yishu stumbled, nearly falling. Well, I'm afraid. It's a bit. Not possible. He scratched his cheek with his index finger, hemming and hawing, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing him like this, Xiao Bai knew he was hiding something. What's wrong with you? She frowned, eyeing him suspiciously. I gave you the purple Qi Foundation establishment pill, but whenever it's time to establish your foundation, something comes up. Either wind or rain, unresolved pill toxicity, or a cracked dantian that hasn't healed. You even said you were too embarrassed to cultivate in front of a little beast. Now the beast is gone and your pill toxicity is cleared. Look at the villain's cultivation now. According to the normal plot, he's already at the latest stage golden core, yet you're still a measly Qi refining 9th layer. What's stopping you from establishing your foundation now? Xiao Bai fumed, then suddenly realized something. She leaned in, staring into Yishu's eyes, and said slowly, Are you hiding something from me? Meeting her suspicious gaze, Yishu instinctively tried to look away, but Xiao Bai forced his face back with her hands, locking eyes with him. Answer me. Stinky Yishu. Are you hiding something from me? Look me in the eyes. Well, actually I haven't hidden much from you, Yishu said with a dry laugh, finally giving in. You know I don't cultivate the burning art. I practice my self-created Zhou Tian Xing Do. I know an emperor-grade technique, a cultivation method like Luo Sus. Xiao Bai nodded, puzzled. But what does that have to do with you not establishing your foundation? Zhou Tian Xing Do is indeed an emperor-grade technique. Yishu corrected her awkwardly, but it's still in its infancy. That is to say, he took a deep breath and finally confessed. I've only created the Qi refining stage techniques. As for the foundation establishment chapter, I haven't figured out how to write it yet. He looked at Xiao Bai with utter sincerity. Xiao Bai was speechless. Her mouth hung open for a long time. After a while she managed to ask, But you said before that this technique of yours has no bottlenecks. There are no bottlenecks, Yishu nodded innocently. If I could finish writing the foundation establishment chapter, I could establish my foundation on the spot without any need for auxiliary techniques. But the problem is you haven't finished it. Xiao Bai cried out in exasperation. Then that is a bottleneck. No, a bottleneck is a bottleneck, and not finishing is not finishing. They're two different things. One is like a road being built, but having no ticket. The other is having a ticket, but the road not being built. They're not the same. Yishu said seriously. How are they different? How exactly are they different? Xiao Bai was almost furious enough to spit blood. Why don't you just learn the burning art, or next time I'll find you a heaven-grade technique to use. Your self-created technique is worse than... You're wrong. Yishu interrupted her sternly. If we really used your method, then there would be no point in continuing from the start, because we would be doomed from the beginning. Why? Xiao Bai was taken aback by his serious expression, her tone softening. Yishu looked at the moon in the sky and said slowly, Because a fountain's height can never exceed its source. A fountain's height can never exceed its source. Xiao Bai repeated the phrase, sensing a deeper meaning, but not quite grasping it. She was about to ask further when she saw Yishu looking around with a serious expression, assuming a battle stance. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Don't you think? It's too quiet. Yishu gripped his sword hilt, scanning the surroundings. Since we left the cave, not a single magical beast has disturbed us. The silence is eerie, as if someone deliberately cleared the way for us. As he finished speaking, both Yishu and Xiao Bai sensed something simultaneously and looked up at the path ahead. On the path before them stood a mountain. Atop the mountain, a majestic Lion King stood proudly gazing at them. The lone moon hung high in the sky. On the hilltop, a majestic lion stood silently, its purple fur bathed in moonlight, as if draped in a suit of silver armor. Its silhouette appeared exceptionally towering and awe-inspiring under the moonlight. Only at this moment did Yishu truly recognize a Lion King. What a fifth-tier magical beast truly was. The violet crystal Lion King stood there with an indescribable grace, not even deliberately exuding its pressure, yet it evoked a sense of dread, of fear, that made one want to submit. At this moment, it was neither an enraged beast nor the father of a cub. It was the king of this domain. Moonlight flowed silently. Cold sweat trickled down, Yishu's temples sliding past his chin and dripping slowly. Xiao Bai clung to his neck in fear, whispering it. It won't take you back, will it? Yishu did not answer, for he too was uncertain. How could a human ever fathom the thoughts of a lion? Though this lion possessed great intelligence, it was still a lion, not a human, without human notions of propriety, justice, or morality. Moreover, even humans did not always uphold righteousness. Had not Feng Mengli Danxia and Lin Qingxue all sought to harm him based on false memories? If the human heart could be so fickle, how much more so the heart of a beast? Thus Yishu was uncertain. He did not know what the Lion King's presence here meant, whether it intended to capture him or seeing his attempt to flee would crush and devour him on the spot. Or perhaps it would clear a path for him. Brother Lion. Yishu's lips twitched into a forced, awkward smile. If I said I got up to pee and with my eyes half closed accidentally ended up here, would you believe me? Yeah. The Lion King. Xiaobai. That excuse is way too flimsy, Xiaobai whispered against Yishu's ear. Shut up. It's a lion, or what does it know? Yishu roared inwardly, yet he still felt uncertain, so he simply stared at the Lion King. The Lion King gazed at Yishu in silence for a long time. Man and lion stared at each other quietly. Finally, the Lion King moved. It suddenly lifted its head and let out a low, prolonged roar at the moon. With that beastly cry, the entire forest stirred, countless birds took flight in alarm, and hundreds of beasts fled in panic. 3 breaths later, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in the dark depths of the forest. Then came a second pair, a third, a fourth. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes gleamed in the darkness, surrounding Yishu and Xiaobai completely. Are we going to be eaten? Xiaobai asked, hugging Yishu's neck in fear. Yishu patted her bottom reassuringly. Don't worry, you're the Heavenly Dao. Even if someone gets eaten, it should be me alone. Oh, and the Heavenly Dao, so I won't die. Xiaobai sighed in relief, then suddenly tensed. But if you die, you'll become an idiot. Yishu did not reply, he merely scanned his surroundings. The beasts encircled them, yet they stood on either side of the path, neither advancing nor retreating, silently awaiting the Lion King's next command. Just as Yishu wondered what the Lion King intended, the beast opened its massive maw, and a violet flame slowly drifted out from its mouth. The flame was exquisitely beautiful, casting a soft, mysterious purple glow under the moonlight, like a blooming purple lotus. This is the Lion King's beast flame. A surprised female voice echoed in Yishu's ear. It was Danxia, who had not spoken for a long time. Clearly, though she had buried herself deep within the ring, she had still been observing Yishu's every move. Now, upon seeing that violet flame, she could no longer hold back. In his previous life, Yishu had also obtained the beast flame. But not in this manner. He had stolen it. He had not expected to acquire it again in this life. So, fate was truly immutable after all. Danxia's heart was a mix of emotions. Yet the next moment, the beast flame did not drift toward Yishu. Instead, it hung high in the air, drifting aimlessly. With a thunderous stomp, the Lion King let out a deafening roar. Roar? The surrounding beasts responded in kind, opening their massive jaws and roaring in unison. Meanwhile, flames of various colors, red, yellow, cyan, blue, large and small, drifted from their mouths like countless stars in the sky, converging toward the violet flame. The violet flame hovered at the center like a sovereign. As more beast flames merged into it, the violet crystal Lion King's flame began to transform, shifting from its initial purple to a multicolored hue, then drifting slowly toward Yishu. Yishu stared in awe at the flame before him. It resembled colored glaze, resplendent and dazzling, radiating a spectrum of light. Within it, faint phantoms of countless beasts could be seen galloping and roaring, and at their center stood a majestic Lion King, head held high. Danxia's voice rang out again, trembling with barely concealed excitement. This is the 10,000 Beast Flame. The 10,000 Beast Flame is, aside from the alien flames, the best choice for alchemists during pill refinement. No exceptions. Its gentle nature and ability to embrace all things ensure no conflict and compatibility regardless of the pill being refined, increasing the success rate by 33%. However, the 10,000 Beast Flame can only be condensed with the acknowledgement of 10,000 beasts, so it is only recorded in ancient texts. Who would have thought? Danxia's gaze was filled with emotion. She never imagined she would witness the 10,000 Beast Flame with her own eyes. In terms of pill refining efficacy, the 10,000 Beast Flame could rival the lowest-ranked alien flames. Compared to the mere violet crystal Lion King's Beast Flame, it was immeasurably more precious. At an auction, it would drive 7th-grade alchemists to fight tooth and nail. Yishu was equally stunned by the sight. He extended his palm, and the flame, like a fledgling returning to its nest, gently fell into his hand and naturally absorbed into his dantian. Why, oi? Yishu raised his head to look at the Lion King on the hilltop. The Lion King leaped down, approached him, and gazed into his eyes, uttering a hoarse, unnatural voice from its throat. Human. Strong one. With that, it turned sideways. The 10,000 beasts also turned, clearing a path for Yishu leading out of the forest. Heh. Hee. Ha. Ha ha ha. Yishu stared at the broad road before him and suddenly burst into laughter. He covered his face with one hand, tilting his head back as he laughed. His shoulders trembled, his entire body shook, he laughed like a madman, tears streaming down his face. Who would have thought? In the end, the one who acknowledged him was not Danxia, not Lin Qingxue, not Fengmengli, but a beast. New Moon Town. Nestled near the Demon Beast Mountain range, the land was barren and desolate, yet teeming with rough-hewn men clad in beast hides who came here to hunt and slay the monsters. The surroundings were sparse with vegetation, mostly rocks and arid soil. Dust and gravel swirled through the streets as a youth in coarse linen garments moved silently among the crowd pressing forward. This was none other than Yishu. His face was concealed beneath the shadow of his hood, rendering his features indistinct. Dressed in tattered rags, he blended unnoticed among the desperate cultivators who haunted the fringes of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Once beyond the Demon Beast Mountain range, it would be easy for antagonists aware of the plot to pinpoint his location. Thus disguise was necessary. Yet in truth, it wasn't all that necessary. For this very disguise was undoubtedly recorded in the original plot implanted by the system already known to the villains. But none of this truly mattered. Because this outfit wasn't meant for disguise at all. It was for style. Lonely at heart, abandoned by all, misunderstood by the world, bearing burdens alone. This ensemble was practically tailor-made for me. Yishu secretly rejoiced. Just then a weak voice called out to him. "Kind sir, please have mercy. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Turning his head, he saw an emaciated old beggar in tattered clothes, his broken bowl utterly empty, clearly having received no alms for a long time. "Take this." Without hesitation, Yishu tossed 10 copper coins. They clinked as they fell into the bowl. The old beggar's eyes widened, and he kowtowed, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you. Thank you, kind sir. No need." Yishu slowly turned and walked away, deliberately affecting a world-weary air. In a hoarse, low voice, he said, "I am but a wandering knight-errant." A wandering knight-errant. Just then a contemptuous, childish voice rang in Yishu's ear. "I say you're a wandering minstrel, bushing your way around." Xiao Bai mercilessly exposed his pretenses. "You've circled this town 2.5 times, tossing a few coppers to every beggar, leaving each time with the same act. Think you're so cool, don't you?" "Isn't it cool, eh?" Yishu retorted. "Besides, I'm setting up a scheme. Do you even understand schemes? After all those web novels you've read, you still don't get it." He put on a look of disdain, continuing, "Who doesn't know that eccentric old masters love disguising themselves as beggars to experience the mortal world? To cultivators, copper coins aren't even money. And by paying this negligible price, I have a tiny chance of reaping enormous rewards while also doing good deeds. Can you calculate the value of this investment?" With that, he raised his chin triumphantly. But Xiao Bai looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Then, Master Minstrel, pray tell, with your disguise on, how is the beggar supposed to know who you are? If the benefactor is unknown, how can he repay you?" At this, Yishu's smug expression froze. "Well, this. If they're a true master, they'll see through my disguise and repay me. If they can't see through it, then they're no master and repayment isn't necessary. This is called a screening mechanism, understand?" Xiao Bai was speechless at his stubbornness and sighed, asking another question. "All right, Master Minstrel, where to next? You've circled this place 2.5 times. There are no beggars left, are there? Where to?" At this question, Yishu's right hand unconsciously began to caress the ring on his left index finger. "I should have gone straight home, but there's one more nuisance to deal with." "A nuisance?" Xiao Bai was taken aback. Then, seeing Yishu's hand caressing the ring, her mouth fell open in disbelief. You're really going to abandon Danxia? She's your ring, old master, and a great beauty at that. How can you?" From the start, she had thought it was a bluff, just Yishu's delaying tactic with Danxia. But seeing him like this guy seemed to be serious. "I never speak falsely," Yishu said calmly. "Since I've chosen this path, I must see it through." With that, he tapped the ring lightly. "Master, may I ask you to come out?" A tinkling sound rang out, and a fiery red figure drifted out from the ring, hovering before Yishu. Danxia was as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, her crimson robes like flames, the golden bell at her waist dancing lightly in the wind, emitting crisp melodic chimes. But in her phoenix-like eyes, a turmoil of emotions now swirled. There was hesitation, unease, helplessness, but most of all, reluctance. For the past month, she had silently observed every word and action of Yishu from within the ring. The more she watched, the harder it became to connect this youth with the heartless, treacherous disciple who had abandoned her in her memories. But under the premise that Yishu had also been reborn, Danxia could not be certain. She couldn't tell. She truly couldn't tell. She couldn't discern whether all this was an act Yishu had put on to reel her in, whether he had been performing from the very moment she awakened. She dared not gamble, because she couldn't afford to lose. The utter despair of being abandoned, deceived, betrayed. The feeling of her heart being torn asunder. She never wanted to experience that again. Sure, she began softly as if to speak. But Yishu merely nodded, then turned and strode toward the bustling street, melting into the surging crowd. Your disciple has strolled through this town several times and knows the people well. Master can take a look herself and pick someone worthy as your next host. Your disciple will have no objections. Danxiao remained silent, merely scanning the figures one by one. She couldn't determine if Yishu's words were sincere. She couldn't see into his heart. Finally she spoke. That one then. She pointed to a young girl about 10 yards away, clad in light blue Taoist robes, out of place among the crowd, clearly from a sect. Master has good eyes. Yishu asked no questions, simply walked straight over. But just as he approached and was about to call out, Danxiao suddenly stopped him. Stop, I've changed my mind. Now I want that one over there. She pointed to an old man with white hair, 20 yards away. Yishu nodded and turned to walk that way. Stop, I've changed my mind again. That one, and that one over there. Danxiao kept changing her mind, pointing east one moment, west the next, saying this one was good, then that one was better. Yishu didn't get annoyed. He walked over to look at whichever she pointed to and turned in another direction whenever she changed her mind. Xiaobai watched, utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Finally, after Danxiao changed her mind for the 12th time, Yishu stopped, turned around, and looked at her. Does Master find no one here satisfactory? Danxiao shook her head. Is it that their talents don't meet Master's standards, eh? Danxiao shook her head again. Is it their character? Danxiao shook her head once more. In truth, she hadn't been looking at the crowd at all. She had merely pointed at random. Her gaze had been fixed on Yishu's face all along, scrutinizing every subtle expression, hoping to catch a flaw. But there was none. No flaw, no reluctance. A deep sense of defeat and loss washed over her. This wicked disciple seemed truly intent on sending her away. Yet still, she dared not gamble. What if, just what if? What if his acting was truly impeccable? What if he was deceiving her? She couldn't take the risk. So trembling, Danxiao raised her hand and pointed to a little girl at the entrance of a distant house who was playing with dog feces using a blade of grass. That girl. Her voice was almost inaudible. This time Yishu didn't step forward immediately. Instead he asked, are you certain it's her? No more changes of heart. Danxiao lowered her head, not looking at him, and whispered in a choked voice, Emma. Yishu nodded and truly walked toward the girl. Little one, would you like a gift from Big Brother? It will make you very powerful one day. Yishu approached the girl with a smile. In her bewildered gaze, he slipped the ring onto her left ring finger, not caring whether she agreed or not. The little girl hadn't yet reacted. Yishu had already walked away. Only after confirming he had left her sight did he turn to the silent Danxiao, take a deep breath, and speak slowly. Now please, Master, erase your disciple's memories so that Master may have no further worries and can rest easy with your new master. Danxiao was stunned. This wicked disciple truly showed no sign of reluctance. He truly didn't care. You truly want me to erase your memories? Her voice trembled, laced with a certain helplessness. Yishu nodded, then shook his head. If it's possible. Just as Danxia's heart began to lift slightly, Yishu continued. I hope Master's technique can be precise. Only erase the memories concerning Master. As for Lin Qingxue and the little beasts, could you leave those for your disciple? Looking at his earnest face, Danxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She raised her hand several times only to lower it again. She turned around, flicked her sleeve, and faced away from Yishu. Go. I want to erase your memories. You need not worry. From now on we owe each other nothing. Hearing this, Yishu wasted no time in sentimentality. He bowed respectfully to Danxiao. Master, our fate ends here. With that he turned and walked away without a trace of lingering. Danxiao floated in the air, staring blankly at his retreating figure. She watched him merge into the crowd, then emerge from it, leaving New Moon Town and heading toward the Yi family's domain. Innkeeper, give me a room. The journey from New Moon Town to the Yi family was long and arduous. Even at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, Yishu could not cover the distance in a single day. As night fell, he arrived at a city called Star City, not far from Moon City, where the Yi family resided, and found an inn to rest. Coming right up, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. The innkeeper, a chubby man with a perpetual smile, quickly registered him and handed him a room key. 2nd floor, room Jia 3. Hot water is ready. If you need anything, just let me know. Yishu took the key and hurried up to the 2nd floor. Just as he pushed open the door, took off his clothes, and prepared to enjoy a hot bath to wash away the day's fatigue. Click. The sound of the door being locked came from behind him. Who? Yishu spun around abruptly. But a fiery red figure rushed toward him, seized him by the throat, and pinned him against the edge of the bed. Her red-rimmed phoenix eyes stared straight into his as she gritted her teeth and said, "You heartless wretch. Do you truly not want me as your master anymore? You?" Yishu widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the stunning woman before him. Her eyes brimming with resentment and tears, her lips tightly pursed, her cheeks streaked with traces of weeping. For the visitor was none other than Danxia. "How can you be here?" At this moment, Yishu was truly panicking. This defied his expectations. It was utterly impossible. Why was Danxia here? Why can't I be here? Danxia gripped his neck, her silver teeth clenched. Yishu asked incredulously, "Weren't you left behind in New Moon Town?" How? How is this possible? You couldn't have followed. That child hasn't even opened her meridians yet. There's no way you could have borrowed her body to come here. The next second, Danxia answered his doubts. "It's simple." She lightly raised her left hand. Immediately, Yishu's right hand lifted as well. On the ring finger of his right hand was an antique-styled ring. This? Yishu lowered his head abruptly, staring at the familiar ring on his right ring finger, utterly stunned. This? Why, I clearly already. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly frozen. A memory struck him. The ring he had handed over was worn on his left ring finger, but his right hand had never had a ring at all. "In the demonic beast mountain range while you were asleep, I secretly made a fake ring and replaced the real one." Danxia revealed everything. It had all been her plan from the start. "So you actually never..." Yishu was astonished. "That's right, so from the very beginning I never left you. The ring you gave was just an ordinary one." Danxia's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked. "It was all to test if you were pretending. And you, this heartless man, truly had no lingering attachment, truly abandoned me." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Clearly she had found her answer. It wasn't an act. Was this the outcome Danxia wanted? She didn't know. All she knew was that her heart ached, aching to the point of suffocation. How absurd, wasn't it? The one who set the trap and held all the cards was crying. The one who was lost and ignorant had won. Little White, sitting on the table, stared wide-eyed at the two figures intertwined on the bed, her small mouth slightly agape. This was terrifying, you know. If anyone ever told her that the human heart couldn't withstand testing, she would slap this scene right in their face. This wasn't just withstanding testing. It was as if it had been refined by fire. They say the heart is like a glass cup shattered by the slightest testing. But look at Yishu's heart. Far from being glass, it was forged of iron. Not only did it not break, but it seemed to bristle with thorns and thistles. His face was calm and composed. Meanwhile, Danxia, the one who set the trap, wept like a rain-soaked figure. "But anyway, you've managed to convince Danxia, haven't you?" Little White swung her little feet and muttered. Now she shouldn't doubt stinky Yishu anymore. As expected of him, winning without lifting a finger. As she mused, she suddenly heard a suppressed laugh. Ha! Ha! It was Yishu laughing. He covered his face, avoiding Danxia's tear-streaked visage, ignoring the phantom tears falling on his lapel, letting out a stifled, mocking laugh from his throat. How ridiculous was this? How could a person's heart ever be fully seen through? "Sure you?" Danxia was startled by his laughter, tears frozen on her cheeks, utterly bewildered. Yishu opened his eyes, staring at her through his fingers, and said word by word, "How do you know I haven't been playing hard to get all along, and that this wasn't all within my expectations? You think you've calculated everything. But you forgot. If you don't stay, I have no choice but to leave. So how do you know I'm not still pretending?" Having said that, Yishu fell silent. He closed his mouth, merely gazing at Danxia with that one eye, an eye that held mockery, that held sorrow. Danxia was frozen. She thought she had seen through him, but now with Yishu's words a tremendous fear surged within her. Yes, what if he truly was acting? What if he was merely compelled to do so? Wouldn't she be jumping headlong into a fire pit? In that moment, Danxia was lost. She couldn't distinguish again. The clarity she had painstakingly achieved was tangled back into a messy knot by Yishu's few words. She thought she would no longer doubt sure. She thought she had seen her own heart clearly. But no, she hadn't. It was an unsolvable paradox. Yishu said nothing more. Danxia gripped his neck, unsure of what to say either. Little White sat alone on the table, her head swaying back and forth, unable to grasp why the two who had just seemed on the verge of a happy resolution had fallen into silence. All that talk of "how do you know," her tiny brain felt like its CPU was about to melt. Moonlight spilled through the window. A deathly silence spread with the moonbeams. The entire space was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, an oppressive suffocation filling every corner of the room. Little White felt stifled and climbed onto the windowsill to feel better. Outside, the faint, lively clamor of the street and the cries of vendors drifted in. But the two on the bed remained in silence. Finally, after an unknown stretch of time, Danxiao spoke slowly. I was reborn. In the memories of my rebirth, you betrayed me, hurt me, coveted me, loved me, yet abandoned me in a desolate place, leaving only a heartless silhouette. Her voice was hoarse, spoken slowly, yet earnestly, each word crystal clear, detailing everything from her past life. Then she asked, if we judge by deeds rather than intentions, then what are your actions? What of the pain and despair of my abandonment? She had finally confessed everything. Her rebirth, her inner turmoil. Yishu looked at her reddened eyes, remained silent for a long time, then said quietly, but now you're still standing here talking to me. Woo. At these words, Danxiao finally broke down. She covered her mouth desperately, trying to stifle her sobs, but couldn't stop the tears from flooding out. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She suddenly burst into loud cries, wrapping her arms tightly around Yishu's neck, sobbing uncontrollably, uttering apologies between breaths. Yishu said nothing, merely holding her gently. He embraced her ethereal form. It was a peculiar sensation. Reason told him that Danxiao was now a spirit body impossible to touch, yet he could feel her warmth. It was warm, a warmth of release. After what seemed like an eternity, Danxiao calmed down. She had stopped crying, but still clung tightly to Yishu's neck, unwilling to let go. This supreme Dan venerable of her era now seemed like a child. So, Yishu gazed out the window at the night sky and suddenly asked, if I truly were acting, if I were the heartless and faithless man from your memories, what would you do? Then I'd wait for you to reveal yourself and kill you. Danxiao made a chopping motion and whispered. Yishu finally smiled in relief. The moon was bright, the stars sparse, yet glittering like diamonds. In celestial star cities and within the celestial room number 2, Yishu and Danxiao held each other in a silent embrace, neither speaking a word. Well, After a long while, Danxiao timidly lifted her head, gazing at Yishu's robust physique. Beneath her face unusually flushed. Now that she had calmed down, she suddenly realized how ambiguous their posture was. Although she did harbor some fondness for her disciple Shu. Well, truth be told, she harbored a great deal of fondness. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxious and fearful of loss. After 15 years of living together day and night, even sharing meals and baths, Shu might be able to let go, but she truly couldn't. But that was purely the bond between master and disciple. Pure fraternal, absolutely, without a trace of romantic affection. She and Shu had always been completely innocent. A master-disciple romance would be met with societal condemnation. Danxiao frantically brainwashed herself, yet her crimson face betrayed her true feelings. Xiaobai sat by the window, sighing inwardly. Even though the system has intruded, the male lead and female lead are still inevitably drawn to each other. Yet watching the two on the bed, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She knew not why. According to her original plan, Yishu should have been abandoned by all, with only her silently accompanying him, never forsaking him, until finally. What are you thinking? Xiaobai muttered softly to herself, casting aside those chaotic thoughts, yet the bitterness in her heart lingered. Yishu, looking at Danxia's flushed face, couldn't help but grin. A long-lost sense of relaxation washed over him, lightening his entire being. Even his smile came from the depths of his heart. I was just emotionally overwhelmed, don't overthink it. We're innocent, completely innocent. Danxiao reluctantly released her arms from around his neck, still babbling explanations. Yishu couldn't suppress a chuckle, but he nodded repeatedly. I understand, perfectly innocent, and well, have 5 children. Who said anything about having 5 children with you? What nonsense goes through your wicked disciple's mind? Danxiao huffed in mock anger, urging him, aren't you going to bathe? Hurry up. As you command, master. Yishu stood up with a grin, saluted Danxiao, then walked towards the bath barrel that had been prepared in the room. He filled it with hot water and settled in comfortably. A bliss. After trudging through that damned beast mountain range, isn't it a wonderful thing to soak in a hot bath before going home? Yishu leaned against the barrel, closing his eyes and letting out a long sigh. The tension, exhaustion, and scheming of the past month all faded away with the soaking. His expression relaxed, his brow smoothing out. He closed his eyes, tilted his head, and fell asleep right there in the bath. Danxiao stood beside the barrel, watching his peaceful sleeping face, listening to his steady breathing, her expression complex. She suddenly stepped forward. With her ethereal hand, she gently caressed Yishu's cheek. Though she couldn't touch him, she could almost feel the warmth of his skin, sense the tranquility of his slumber. Moonlight spilled onto Yishu's delicate features. Danxiao was suddenly struck with realization. This child before her was not even 20, yet he already bore so much on his shoulders. From a prodigy to a waste, humiliated by a broken engagement, hunted down, suspected by the very master he trusted most. So what she had endured in her past life, the suffering she had faced, Yishu had already experienced it all. Far more than she had. How old was she? How old was Yishu? I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Suddenly Don Xiao burst into tears, repeating the words over and over, whispering them as her phantom hand caressed his face. If only she could truly touch him. The moon set, the sun rose. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Yishu woke to find he was no longer in the bath barrel, but lying on the soft bed, even covered snugly with a blanket. I thought I fell asleep in the barrel. Yishu scratched his head, a bit confused. Of course your master fished you out. Don Xiao materialized from the ring, her red bell tinkling softly. Otherwise you'd have swollen up like a soaked white bun, wouldn't you? Arigato, master. Less of the sarcasm. What do you plan to do next? Return to the Yi family. Dangxia's eyes flickered. She recalled that Lin Qingxue had been reborn, Feng Mengli had been reborn, so perhaps that little childhood friend of Shu's from the Yi family might have also. Shu, you must be wary of your childhood sweetheart. Don Xiao warned him gravely. Her identity is far from simple. She is definitely not just your childhood friend from the Yi family. When you return, you must tread carefully and treat her with a completely different attitude. I understand. Yishu nodded, indicating his comprehension. Whatever his master could think of, he could too, but without meeting face to face, nothing was certain. And besides, even if she had been reborn, he wasn't afraid. We won't go home today. Yishu pulled a pill swirling with purple aura from his bosom. First, let's find an auction house to sell this pill and get some spirit stones to spend. Although the chapters following the Heavenly Cycle Star Array had yet to be created, one thing was certain: every step of cultivation and breakthrough required a massive amount of spiritual energy, at least 300 times more than an ordinary person. Thus, spirit stones were essential. An auction house. Xiaobai suddenly popped her head out from the side. You're not thinking of going to the Moon City auction house, are you? Before she could finish, Don Xiao spoke up in a somber tone. Shu, you're not thinking of going to the Moon City auction house, are you? The chief auctioneer there, Fairy Qingxue, has likely also been reborn. Based on my speculation, someone as mercenary as her will show you no mercy. If you dare to go, she would dispatch 800 axe-wielding soldiers to capture us. Then you'd likely be tied up with ropes, with a burly man holding a whip standing by, lashing you day and night, forcing you to refine pills like a donkey without rest. After all, even though I'm just a remnant soul, my alchemy experience remains. When did I ever say I was going to the Moon City auction house? Yishu smiled faintly, gazing out the window. I didn't come to Star City just for a bath. There's an auction house here too, and I might as well visit an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Don Xiao was taken aback, not understanding his meaning. Xiaobai, after a long pause, pointed at Don Xiao indignantly. Those are all my lines. It was rare for her to have a moment of clarity. But now Don Xiao hadn't been swayed, and she had memories from the antagonist's past life. With her only source of intelligence gone, what could she do now? Be a mascot? Just as she was sinking into deep self-doubt, Yishu seemed to notice her distress. He gently pulled her into his arms, comforting her with his thoughts. Can't you still substitute rewards? That's your most important ability. Without you knowing, all this information would be useless. You are my true trump card. Xiaobai sniffled, looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Really? Of course it's true. Yishu affectionately tapped her little nose. Our Xiaobai is the most important. None of them are as important as you. Hearing this, Xiaobai happily wrapped her arms around his neck. In the most useful. Don Xiao, however, sighed and shook her head. Shu was playing with his imaginary friend again. It seemed she would have to give him even more love from now on. In the early morning, the sunlight was gentle and warm. The streets of Star City were bustling with people, and the cries of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. Yishu was still clad in coarse linen garments. After leaving the inn, he did not head straight for the Star City auction house. Instead, as was his custom, he took a couple of turns around the city, dropping a few copper coins into the hands of every beggar he encountered. Not too many, not too few, exactly 10 coins. Enough to let a beggar eat well for several days, yet not so many as to incite rivalry among them. You're at it again, playing the Good Samaritan. Xiaobai sat on his shoulders, swinging her little feet. If one can play the part for a lifetime, what does it matter if it's real or fake? Yishu replied with a non-committal smile, tossing 10 copper coins into an old beggar's cracked bowl. Thank you, kind sir. May you have boundless blessings, longevity like the southern mountain, love as steadfast as gold, and may you soon be blessed with a son. The beggar bowed repeatedly in gratitude, spouting every auspicious phrase he could muster. Don Xiao hovered in the air, the red bell at her waist tinkling softly. She watched Yishu scattering coins, then looked at the beggars around him, their eyes brimming with gratitude, as if he were their savior reborn. Her expression was complex. Just as Shuer had said, his motives were utilitarian and pure. Yet for these beggars, the kindness of 10 copper coins was undeniably real. In the eyes of those around him, he was a good man. If one can play the part for a lifetime, what does it matter if it's real or fake? Danxiao let out a soft sigh. Her gaze toward Yishu grew increasingly tender with a gentleness she herself had not yet noticed. Let's go. Seeing no more beggars left unassisted, Yishu withdrew his hand and was about to step away when the old beggar suddenly grabbed his ankle. Kind sir, please wait. The old beggar fumbled tremblingly in his bosom, producing a stone and handing it to Yishu. This object neither changes under fire nor gets wet with water. At night it emits a faint glow and repels mosquitoes. This old man cannot discern its worth, but seeing that you, kind sir, though dressed in coarse linen, bear an extraordinary air, I thought you might be able to see something in it. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Yishu took the stone and attempted to infuse it with spiritual energy. With a soft hum, faint fluorescent patterns emerged on the stone's surface, yet there was no other miraculous change. This is a formation stone, Danxia spoke up at that moment. It must be a stone from some abandoned formation picked up by this old man and treasured. She paused. But a single formation stone is of little use. Don't pay it too much mind. Hearing this, Yishu gazed thoughtfully at the stone. The fluorescent patterns on the formation stone were like tiny dots scattered across its surface, connected by fine lines. They appeared chaotic, yet there was a sense of order within them. What is the connection between formations and formation stones? Yishu couldn't help but press further. Vague ideas flickered in his mind, but he couldn't quite grasp them. Formation stones are the foundation of a formation. Each stone corresponds to a formation node. Multiple nodes connect to form formation patterns, and different arrangements of these patterns produce different effects. The function of a formation stone is to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For instance, 36 low-grade formation stones can be arranged into the most basic Kigathering formation. When one cultivates within it, the efficiency improves by 33%. Hearing this, Yishu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. So that's it. Haha, I understand now. He burst into hearty laughter, pocketed the formation stone, and then bowed solemnly to the old beggar. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Please accept my bow. No, kind sir, you mustn't. The old beggar hastily tried to stop him, but he was too late. After the bow, Yishu rose and headed toward the auction house. Master, do you also know about formations? He asked on the way. Of course. Your master is not only a 9th grade alchemist, but also an 8th grade formation master, well-versed in all manner of esoteric arts, Danxia declared proudly, then asked curiously, Sure, what did you realize? Tell your master. Nothing much. Just got some ideas for foundation establishment. Yishu smiled and said no more. But in his heart a bold notion was taking shape. Foundation establishment. Why must it be built on spiritual roots? Why not build it on a formation foundation? Acupoints as the base. Meridians as the patterns. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. In this world, most formations required prior setup, either for mountain protecting arrays or for ambushes. During a battle, opponents would never give you time to arrange one. But what if the formation were inscribed within the body itself? At the thought of it, 10,000 formations would spring forth. Once the formation was complete, a mere wave of the hand could subdue the world. Just imagining it made Yishu's blood boil with excitement. This was no longer just creating a cultivation technique, it was forging a new path. He strode forward with an unstoppable momentum. Soon they arrived at the Star City auction house. It was a 3-story ancient structure, intricately carved and magnificently imposing. 2 foundation establishment guards stood at the entrance, their sharp eyes scanning the crowd. Yishu approached the door and presented a token. Inform your master that an old friend has come. The reason he had come to this auction house was that its owner Qian Jiang was an old acquaintance, one of the few friends who had stayed in touch during his crippled days. Although the system would tamper with the female lead's memories, this friend in a sense was from a family that competed with the chief auctioneer of Moon City Auction House, same clan, distant relative. But the one in Moon City was a legitimate daughter of the main family, living in experience. His friend was a true branch member who from birth occupied a completely different social stratum from that legitimate daughter, having risen to become the owner of the Star City Auction House through sheer hard work and starting from scratch. In a way, if that woman from Moon City Auction House was the female lead, then Qian Jiang, who looked down on the legitimate daughter, was likely cast as a villain in the system's eyes. A minor, unremarkable villain at that. If even a character like this were to be afflicted with reincarnation memories, then Yishu had nothing more to say. He would simply concede. Honored guest, please come in. The guard who had taken the token quickly led Yishu to a reception room on the 2nd floor and hurried off to inform the master. Before long, a handsome man in fine robes strode briskly out of the auction house. The moment he saw Yishu, Qian Jiang frowned. You are. This man before him, wearing a hood and at the 9th level of Qi refining was unfamiliar, yet there was a hint of recognition. Why don't recognize me after just a few months? Yishu removed his hood, revealing his true face. So it's Brother Yi. Qianjiang's expression cleared and his brow relaxed. He stepped forward, pulled out a chair, sat down, and took a sip from the teapot in Yishu's hand, laughing. You've suddenly gained cultivation. I almost didn't recognize you. It's been a month since our last meeting. Now that we meet again. On the second floor of Star City Auction House, Qianjiang summoned a maidservant, poured 2 cups of tea, and glanced at Yishu's coarse linen clothes. He teased, Brother Yi, with this outfit are you planning to pretend to be a beggar so you can join my wordless pavilion and earn a meal? Go to hell, Yishu cursed with a laugh. If I joined your wordless pavilion, I'd have to take your seat. Deal. Qianjiang's eyes lit up. Then you manage the wordless pavilion and I'll run the auction house and make money. Dream on. I don't have the energy to manage that many people. Yishu rolled his eyes at him. The two chatted and laughed, the atmosphere light. Xiaobai, however, was utterly confused, turning his head back and forth, unable to grasp what the wordless pavilion meant. Hey, what are you talking about? Xiaobai couldn't help but nudge Yishu. What wordless pavilion? I don't recall such an organization in this world. Of course you don't know, Yishu replied telepathically. The wordless pavilion is an intelligence network Qianjiang casually founded 5 years after we met. It's made up of beggars. Just think of it as a beggar's sect. Beggar's sect? Xiaobai nodded vaguely. But what kind of intelligence can beggars gather? Yishu smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Because explaining would be troublesome and the main task was still at hand. Just treat it as a game, no need to mind. With that said, he took out a pill shimmering with purple mist from his storage ring and placed it on the table, looking at Qianjiang. This time, besides seeing you, I mainly want to ask you to help me with 2 things. Qianjiang smiled and took a sip of tea. I knew you wouldn't come looking for me for nothing. Spit it out. What are the 2 things? Yishu didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled out the Foundation Establishment pill from his chest. First, I want to see how much this pill can sell for. A flawless Foundation Establishment pill. This is a good item. If it were in the Central Province, it might go for 100,000 spirit stones, but here in Star City the price will drop since there aren't many big shots who need it. A conservative estimate would be around 10,000 spirit stones. Qianjiang pondered for a moment and gave his quote. 10,000 spirit stones. Yishu fell silent for a long time, then nodded. It was about what he had imagined. Although the Purple Qi Foundation Establishment pill was known as a first-turn golden pill that could instantly establish one's foundation for large families, it wasn't necessary. They could help their disciples establish foundations without it. For wandering cultivators, it was too expensive and unnecessary. Stuck in an awkward middle ground. That's why few alchemists bothered to refine it. It had a price, but no market. Alright, it doesn't matter how much it sells for. Yishu nodded and handed the Purple Qi Foundation Establishment pill to Qianjiang. After all, it was found by chance, as long as it sold it was fine. There's an auction today. Why not come watch Brother Yi? Qianjiang took the pill and invited with a smile. Maybe you'll stumble upon something good. Yishu thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. Qianjiang rose and personally led him toward the auction hall. In the Heaven No. 1 private box, through transparent crystal windows, they could clearly see the auction stage below. On the auction stage stood a voluptuous woman in a cheongsam slit up to her thigh with a neckline plunging to her cleavage, an irresistible sight for any man. She was cheerfully introducing the auction items, her voice seductive to the bone. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction features a mysterious pill with a starting bid of 5,000 spirit stones. With that, she brought out a pill from backstage. A Purple Qi Foundation Establishment pill. Damn, that's a first-turn golden pill, something only a 6th-grade alchemist can refine. We can barely find a 3rd-grade alchemist around here. How is this possible? The crowd erupted in uproar. The auctioneer on stage curled her lips slightly. Selling a Purple Qi Foundation Establishment pill, even if it was practically useless in reality, was still something beyond this place. It would boost the reputation of Star City Auction House. Yishu raised an eyebrow. That bastard Qian actually put it up for auction directly. Efficient and a true brother. 5,005. 6,000. 7,000. 8,000. The price climbed steadily, soon reaching the 10,000 mark. But from there the increase slowed drastically, as anything higher would be unaffordable. Just as Yishu thought the price would settle there, 20,000. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. From the Earth No. 8, a private box, a middle-aged man in a blue robe suddenly stood up and shouted, "This item is destined for my son. Please everyone kindly yield." At these words the entire hall was stunned. 20,000 spirit stones. My goodness. 20,000 spirit stones could support 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators. What a bold move. What does it mean? The other bidders clicked their tongues in amazement and conceded. Since he had already made such an offer, there was no point in stubbornly competing unless it was absolutely necessary. Yishu was also surprised. Even Danxia couldn't help but speak up. Sure, could this be a shill your friend hired? Don't let it backfire. No, Yishu shook his head. Based on his understanding of Qianjiang, he wouldn't do that. His son is truly lucky. Yishu gazed at that box with some emotion. If the auction house didn't strictly protect the buyer's identity, he would have loved to meet such a generous person. How enviable. That's what it means to have a father like that. His own wretched father, ever since his Dantian was crippled, had barely seen him in a year. The man was always out and about, busy with who knows what. The last time they met was when he left the Yi family. His father coldly gave him a protective jade pendant. Comparing fathers drives you crazy. Yishu sighed and focused on the auction. Meanwhile, in the Earth Number A box, Patriarch, you've lost your mind. An old servant lamented to the middle-aged man. 20,000 spirit stones. That's enough to support 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Can you even do the math? Who says I can't do the math? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. This money isn't coming from the clan. I'm using my private savings to buy a pill for my son. What's wrong with that? Shu'er has been stuck at the third layer of qi refining for years. Thank goodness I happened to drop by today, or who knows when I'd come across such a treasure. Happened to drop by? Was it really a coincidence? The old servant knew that his master never missed an auction in the surrounding cities near Moon City. What was he thinking? Even the dogs on the street knew. The old servant's expression was complicated, but he didn't expose him. Yizhan leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself, his eyes sparkling with stars. With this, Shu'er should be able to establish his foundation. Then let those old fogies in the clan see. What right do they have to call him a waste? Who dares look down on him anymore? The old man opened his mouth, but could only sigh. A doting father ruins his son. After selling the foundation establishment, pills, the auction gradually drew to a close. In this insignificant border town, where the highest cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, what treasures could there possibly be? Having watched for a while, without finding anything of interest, Yishu returned to the reception hall board and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the auction ended. Qianjiang approached with a bulging storage pouch, wearing an expression that was decidedly strange. Here, after deducting the service fee, it's 18,000 spirit stones in total. Count them. No need. Yishu took the pouch, eyeing his friend's barely suppressed grin with suspicion. What are you smirking about? Nothing. I just remembered something amusing. Qianjiang's face was taut like a statue's. Was he supposed to tell Yishu that his father had just spent 20,000 spirit stones to buy the foundation establishment pill he himself had sold? That they were essentially trading among their own family, allowing him, Qianjiang, to pocket a tidy 2,000 spirit stone profit? What could be more satisfying than fleecing a brother? No, he couldn't laugh yet. He had to hold it together. Had burst out laughing once Yishu was gone. Qianjiang, forcing back his laughter, kept a straight face and asked, you mentioned 2 matters earlier. The first was selling this foundation establishment pill. What's the second? This second matter. Yishu's tone turned serious. He pulled a recording stone from his bosom and placed it on the table. I want you to spread this footage far and wide. Qianjiang took the recording stone, and his expression shifted dramatically. The scene within was unmistakable. Amidst the lush, verdant beast spirit mountain range, a figure of ethereal beauty stood suspended in the air, her expression aloof. Below, a man with cracked, bleeding flesh sat cross-legged, his left hand gripping a long sword wreathed in roaring blue flames. His eyes closed as he breathed deeply. And in the frame there was a half-glimpsed figure, face unseen, only a fluttering pink skirt and a clear but terrified voice. May I ask for the young lad's name? You are not worthy to know. Have I ever offended you, young lady? No. Have I ever met you before? No. Have I ever committed evil deeds in the past that made you loathe me, driving you to hunt me down? No. As the words fell, crystalline droplets seemed to fall from the side of the pink skirt. Whether rain or tears was unclear. The man with closed eyes suddenly snapped them open, then fiercely swung his sword. The sword light blazed like a rainbow, blinding to the eyes. The image cut off abruptly. Qianjiang, after watching the entire recording, stood dumbfounded. It took him a long moment to come back to his senses, his back completely drenched in cold sweat. The angle of this recording stone was exceptionally cunning. It made one feel as if they were there, stepping into the shoes of the cross-legged man, facing the inescapable killing intent of that celestial maiden high above. And then, oi! Qianjiang couldn't help asking. He desperately wanted to know if the protagonist of the scene had survived. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he wanted to slap himself. Damn it, the protagonist of the recording was standing right here, safe and sound. How could he not have survived? But that only made it more unbelievable. The aloof fairy in the image hadn't revealed her identity, yet every cultivator in the Taiwu imperial dynasty knew exactly who she was. The sect master of the cloud-soaring sect, Feng Mengli. And what was his brother Yi Shu's cultivation? Qi refinement 9th layer. What was Feng Mengli's cultivation? Divine transformation peak. Leaving aside why Feng Mengli would want to kill him for no reason, the mere fact that Yi Shu was standing here unharmed was nothing short of a miracle. It was simply impossible. Qianzhang felt his worldview taking a hit, and in the next second it completely collapsed. Oh, it's nothing really. Yi Shu waved his hand with a smile, his tone as casual as if he were talking about having eaten 30 small buns for breakfast. After that, I successfully turned the tables and cut her head off with one strike. Too bad the woman had a life-saving doll, so she got away. If anyone else had said these words, Qianzhang would have paid them $1 million to get lost. But coming from Yi Shu, he believed it. Because his sworn brother never lied. And he also understood why Yi Shu wanted him to spread the footage. It was for revenge, to retaliate against Feng Mengli. Hence the cunning angle, so that everyone who saw it would be placed in Yi Shu's perspective and feel the despair of being hunted by a superior for no reason. You're trying to ruin her reputation. Qianzhang felt no fear, but instead trembled all over. An excitement and indescribable thrill instantly flooded his entire being. A foundation establishment cultivator and a nobody at the 9th layer of Qi refinement plotting against a lofty divine transformation powerhouse. Heh, hee. Ha ha ha. Qianzhang couldn't hold back his laughter. He slammed the table filled with heroic spirit. I'm in. You can count on me. Justice may be late, but it will never be silenced. Yi Shu watched Qianzhang's excitement and couldn't help but smile faintly. Qianzhang was the same kind of person as him. Faced with those lofty existences, they never felt fear, only the thrill of challenging authority. That was why they were brothers. It was a long time before Qianzhang calmed down. Once he did, another question emerged. Who was that woman? The one in the pink dress in the footage. What was her relationship with Yi Shu? And why was she asking questions on his behalf? Who is she? Qianzhang couldn't help but ask. I can't say. Yi Shu shook his head. Disclosing someone's personal information without authorization is a violation of their right to privacy, you know. You? Qianzhang was exasperated into a laugh. But you're exposing Feng Mengli. That's different. Feng Mengli is a criminal. Criminals don't have the right to privacy. It made so much sense he couldn't argue. Anyway, I'm entrusting this to you. I suggest you use the resources of the wordless pavilion to spread it. A humble sense of justice is more convincing when voiced by humble people. Yi Shu patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Good. Then I'll take my leave. I'll wait for your good news. Only after Yi Shu's figure disappeared from the auction house entrance did an old man step out from behind a screen, looking worriedly at Qianzhang. Young master, are you sure you want to get involved in this? That's the sect master of the cloud-soaring sect. For a 19-year-old at the 9th layer of Qi refinement to offend the cloud-soaring sect, the family will likely have objections. A 19-year-old at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Qianzhang suddenly laughed. You only see him as a 19-year-old at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. But you fail to see that just a month ago he was a cripple without a shred of cultivation. This old emo was left speechless. To reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement in a single month was a peerless genius, even in the central continent, and those geniuses were nurtured with bloodline blessings and heavenly treasures. But this one was so poor he had to sell his foundation establishment pill. Do you know what my brother's life was like before? Qianzhang continued. He failed to break through to foundation establishment at the age of 5, lost all his cultivation, and became a cripple. An ordinary person would have been crushed. But he wasn't. He was too clear-headed. As he spoke, Qianzhang's gaze grew profound. If it were you or me as a genius, we would be surrounded by admirers full of pride, believing we were the chosen ones. Then suddenly falling from grace, we would become bitter and resentful. But he wasn't like that. He was like a cripple. No, a mirror. Qianzhang searched for the right word for a long time. You come and he moves forward, you leave and he steps back. He doesn't refuse, nor does he hold on. It's ridiculous, really. The longer I've known him, the more I feel he's like the protagonist of a storybook. I feel that if a storybook protagonist truly existed, this is exactly what they would be like. And Qianzhang gave a self-deprecating smile. I am just trying my best to hitch a ride to be a supporting character. Upon hearing this, even old Mo was shocked. His young master was already one of the most promising individuals he had seen in the clan, which was why he, a nascent soul cultivator, was willing to follow a foundation establishment cultivator and call himself an old servant. And now the young master was saying what? That he could only be a supporting character. You hold him in such high regard. This isn't my assessment of him. Qianzhang slowly turned and walked to the window. This will be the assessment of the future chroniclers of this continent. He gazed out the window, his thoughts drifting back to that snowy night. Qianzhang, the clan is transferring you to Star City to be the head of the Star City auction house. You're in luck. In Moon City, someone will be sent to replace you. All right. That year snow fell on a white night. Passing by the Yi residence, he suddenly heard a voice. Another poor wage slave. A teenage boy was squatting by the door poking dog poop with a blade of crabgrass. He looked up and grinned. Brother, ever thought about starting a business with me? He'll provide the people, you provide the capital. A business? I have the money. Where are the people? What do we do? My people are everywhere. The boy spread his arms wide, making a gesture that encompassed the world. As for what we do, you're a smart man. You'll understand at a glance. Give me 2 copper coins. My people are paid per job. Here. The boy took the money, trotted across the street, and dropped it into a beggar's bowl. Brother, let me ask you, did the head of the Moon City auction house go out today? What's a head? I don't know. The beggar stared at the boy in confusion. Heh. Ha ha ha. Even now, thinking back to that day, Qianzhang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked at the beggars lining the streets, his gaze deep. Brother, we keep giving money to beggars. If they get rich and stop being beggars, what do we do then? You're so damn stupid. Do beggars no more, or do the shop assistants and vendors no more? Our troops come with a built-in upgrade function, and you're complaining. Damn, brother, you're a genius. Of course. Stick with me, and even a pig can take flight. As the saying goes, when the great rock rises with the wind in one day, it soars 90,000 miles straight into the sky. At the imperial capital of Taiwu, outside the cloud-soaring sect, a streak of white light flew in from the horizon. It was none other than Feng Mengli returning from the Demon Beast Mountain range. Her face was pale, and the flying artifact beneath her feet had been pushed to its absolute limit. Even upon reaching the territory of the imperial capital, she dared not slow down in the slightest. Ordinarily, she would not have been in such a frantic rush. But she was afraid. Because that man had accurately named her hidden trump card. She dared not gamble. She dared not gamble on whether he knew where she kept her life substitution doll, dared not gamble that he would not seize the moment of her weakness to strike while the iron was hot and take her life. So she fled. She fled swiftly. Like a bereaved cur, she scurried back to her own kennel. Feng Mengli shot straight through the sect's grand protective formation, landing before the gate of the Sovereign Peak. Only at this moment did a sense of security begin to return. Her knees buckled and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Master, what has happened to you? Li Qingran, who had just stepped out of her cave dwelling, widened her eyes in shock and hurried forward to support her. She could hardly believe that this disheveled, pallid woman before her was her own immensely powerful master. Who could have injured her so severely? Qingran, quickly help me into the cave to heal. Before Feng Mengli could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze. Because she noticed something amiss with her young disciple who was supporting her. Her steps were unsteady and her complexion was even paler than her own. Upon closer inspection, Feng Mengli's pupils constricted. This disciple of hers. Her soul was actually missing a small fragment. Moreover, within her sea of consciousness, her memories were shattered. Qingran, how could your memories? Have you lost your memories? Feng Mengli asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Li Qingran shook her head in slight confusion. I haven't lost my memories. Except for a strange feeling in my head, I haven't forgotten anything. I just had a headache while meditating, and then I coughed up some blood. Really? Feng Mengli probed again. This was even stranger. Indeed, as her disciple had said, her memories were intact, yet from a soul perspective, she was clearly missing a piece. And from the look of the cut, it seemed as if her disciple had done it to herself. What's wrong, master? Is there something wrong with my memories? Li Qingran asked, a hint of bewilderment in her voice. No problem. Feng Mengli hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not voice her thoughts. Cutting off a piece of one's own soul, or something like that. How could such a thing be possible? It was as absurd as someone idly destroying their own cultivation realm. How could her disciple possibly be such a fool? Never mind. First help me back. Your master has healing pills in her cave that will be just right for your injuries. Yes, master. Li Qingran nodded. Just as she was about to help Feng Mengli back into the cave dwelling, a sharp rebuke exploded across the mountain peak. Vile creature, how dare you show your face back here? Both women looked up simultaneously. A white figure was slowly descending from the sky. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, his countenance stern, his aura imposing, radiating a terrifying pressure. It was Feng Mengli's master, the former sovereign of the cloud-soaring sect, Feng Wuwang. Feng Mengli was stunned. Master, what is the meaning of this? You still have the nerve to call me master. Look at the fine mess you've made. Not only did you try to kill someone for no reason, but you targeted an ant at the chi refining stage. Not only did you fail to kill him, you let him escape. And you've ended up in this wretched state yourself. You have brought shame upon the entire cloud-soaring sect. Feng Wuwang, fuming with rage, hurled a recording crystal at her face. The crystal flashed, projecting an image of a youth with his flesh cracked and bleeding sat cross-legged, while a breathtakingly beautiful woman in white stood in the air, staring down at him coldly. May I ask for the latest name? You are not worthy of knowing. Have I ever offended you, lady? No. Have I ever met you before? No. In the past, have I committed any evil deeds that have earned your disdain, prompting you to hunt me down? No. As the words fell, the youth's eyes snapped open, and he swung his sword. The sword light was dazzling, blinding to the eye. The image ended there abruptly. Feng Mengli stared at the image, completely dumbfounded. Master, I can explain. Explain what? Feng Wuwang looked at her coldly. Explain why you wanted to kill an ant at the chi refining stage. Or explain why you not only failed to kill him, but also reduced yourself to this state. You even used up the sect's treasured life substitution doll. You should count yourself lucky. Feng Wuwang snorted coldly. That brat only released this footage. If he had the scene of your humiliating retreat, you wouldn't need to stick around. You might as well commit suicide on the spot. Feng Mengli lowered her head, biting her lip, saying nothing. It was all because that little thief was too cunning. Once she recovered from her injuries, she would make sure he died without a burial place. The rumors outside are running wild. Feng Wuwang pointed at her nose and scolded. They say the cloud-soaring sect bullies the weak, hunting down the helpless for no reason. What good are you? What truly irked him was not that Feng Mengli had tried to kill someone. An ant at the 9th layer of chi refining, killing one was no big deal. He often killed for fun himself. Which righteous high cultivator would regard a chi refining ant as a person? But some things, if left unspoken, weigh nothing. Once brought to light, they become an unbearable burden. After a long tirade, even Feng Wuwang's mouth grew tired from scolding. But she was his own disciple. She was also the sovereign of the cloud-soaring sect, a mighty cultivator at the divine transformation stage. Could he really drag her to the imperial capital's market, put her in chains, and behead her at noon? I will announce to the public that you went to the Demon Beast mountain range seeking a breakthrough opportunity, and that ant tried to take advantage of you while you were fighting a demon beast, prompting you to strike him down. For the time being, you stay put in the mountains and don't go anywhere, or else I won't be able to protect you. Feng Wuwang snorted coldly and swept away with his sleeves. Watching Feng Wuwang's retreating figure, Feng Mengli ground her silver teeth in fury. That damned little brat. I will personally. Just then a trembling voice rang out. Master, was that you? Feng Mengli turned her head only to find her disciple staring blankly at the residual image from the recording crystal. Was that Yi Shu? Why did you? Li Qingran looked at her master, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She couldn't understand why her master had gone to the Demon Beast mountain range for no reason and encountered Yi Shu. From the looks of the image, her master had tried to kill him without any justification. Why was this? It was then that Feng Mengli remembered that Yi Shu was not just the scoundrel who had stolen her first kiss, but also the fiancé her own disciple had broken off the engagement with, who had then established a 3-year pact. But how could she explain this to Qingran? Could she tell her, your master has been reborn, and not only did we both love the same person in our past lives, playing out a scenario of master and disciple sharing a husband, but we were also abandoned by him. Even a dog wouldn't believe such a story. It was too embarrassing. So after a moment's thought, she put on a benevolent smile. Didn't you have a 3-year pact with this man? Your master thought to eliminate this root of trouble for you, lest it affect your cultivation. So, master, you killed him for my sake. Li Qingran's pupils contracted. That's right. Feng Mengli nodded. This reason was good, exceptionally good. Even she admired herself for it. It would even make her disciple weep with gratitude, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, in the next second she froze. Because Li Qingran placed her palm over her own dantian, then curled her fingers into a claw and squeezed hard. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Li Qingran's aura instantly became weak and dispirited. Her whole body staggered, barely able to stand. Qingran. Feng Mengli hurried forward to support her, probing her dantian with one hand. Foundation establishment. Her disciple had been at the peak of the golden core stage, ready to break through to the nascent soul realm. Now she had actually cut herself down, falling to foundation establishment. Qingran, why did you do this? Feng Mengli asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Li Qingran raised her head weakly, but she was smiling. Master, you should be happy. If you had killed him, your disciple would now be nothing but a corpse. Since you only shattered his physical body and destabilized his foundation, your disciple will cut herself down 1 realm and the scales will be balanced. Cough. She spat out a mouthful of blood and continued, for these 3 years of the pact, I don't want to owe him anything. Please don't interfere anymore, all right? Feng Mengli looked at her pale but determined face, and an indescribably complex emotion surged within her heart. This foolish disciple. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but no words came out. In the end, she could only nod. All right. Li Qingran smiled. Thank you, master. With that, her head lolled to the side, and she fell into a deep sleep. Feng Mengli held Li Qingran in her arms, her gaze fixed on the direction of the Yi family. Yi Shu. Feng Mengli swears an irreconcilable enmity with you. Meanwhile, at Qingyun's sect. Finally back at the sect. Lin Qingxue, stepping on her flying sword, felt an immense relief wash over her as the faint outline of Qingyun's sect's mountain gate came into view. The great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather who founded Qingyun's sect must have been a complete fool. Why build the mountain gate in this godforsaken barren stretch of 10th Sand Mile Mountains, with no villages ahead and no ones behind? Not even a teleportation array forcing one to fly. Anyway, finally home. They'll go back to the peak and greet senior brother and the senior sisters first. Lin Qingxue recalled her gentle and refined senior brother who always cared for them, and a wave of warmth surged within her. She hadn't seen them in a month and wondered how they were. In her past life, she was too naive. In this life, she would definitely protect Qingyun's sect and everyone from harm. With that thought, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but quicken her pace. At Zhixiao Peak, one of Qingyun's sect's 72 peaks, upon ascending the mountain, she saw her senior brother and several senior sisters sitting around a stone table on the mountainside, intently watching a memory crystal. Hey, I'm back. What good stuff are you all watching? Lin Qingxue waved and approached, leaning in to look. Instantly, cold sweat poured down like rain. Dense cold sweat covered her entire body in an instant, and her smile froze on her face. On the memory crystal was the vivid scene of Feng Mengli chasing after Yi Shu. Is little junior sister back? Just then, several senior sisters looked up and happened to see Lin Qingxue's frozen face. Little junior sister, why is your face so pale? No, nothing. Lin Qingxue forced a stiff smile, but her mind was a chaotic mess. Why? Why did senior brother and senior sisters have this memory crystal? Senior brother, where did you get this? Huh. Su Xiao finally looked up, snapping out of his shock. Damn it, you could see anything if you woke up early enough. That the female lead would chase the male lead with a blade was something that could happen, but it had nothing to do with him a villain following the original script, since Feng Mengli's storyline didn't involve him. He just had to stick to his own role. So Su Xiao replied, a disciple down the mountain gave it to me, saying it's all the rage outside. He bought it for 1 spirit stone each, and it's the exclusive genuine version. Cost him 30 spirit stones. Oh, all the rage. Lin Qingxue was utterly dumbfounded. So she, the person involved, was the last to know. Wait. She suddenly snatched the memory crystal like a madwoman, scrutinizing it from every angle inside and out, carefully checking to confirm only the hem of her skirt was visible before finally relaxing. No face shone. Thank goodness I'm not exposed yet. Lin Qingxue felt a wave of relief, first then anger, and finally an inexplicable sense of gratitude. That bastard. He could have easily released the memory crystal with her in it, making her as reviled as Feng Mengli, but he only showed Feng Mengli's and even threatened her beforehand not to do anything wrong. He could have threatened Feng Mengli too, right? But he didn't. In this recording, he even thoughtfully concealed her face. Just now she was impulsive. Now, calming down and thinking it through, Lin Qingxue suddenly realized that in this footage she might even appear to be the righteous one. This was absurd. She and Feng Mengli were the same. Both wanted to kill him. Yet she ended up being the good guy. Meanwhile, her senior sisters launched into a heated debate about the recording. Everyone outside says the Yunxiao sect's leader is bad. I don't think so. I think sect leader Feng might have just seen through that guy's true nature. Otherwise, why would she attack him for no reason? Second senior sister makes sense. I've heard that too. According to Yunxiao sect leader Feng went to the Demon Beast Mountains seeking an opportunity to break through to the divine transformation stage and happened to clash with the Purple Crystal Lion King. When both were severely wounded, that guy named Yi Shu tried to take advantage and steal her treasures. That's when sect leader Feng showed no mercy. The senior sisters chattered away, finding kindred spirits in each other's eyes. In their past lives, they were all deceived by that guy. The sect was destroyed, their hearts and bodies betrayed. And he just brushed off the dust and ascended to the upper realm, leaving them alone in this world. In this life, they would not be fooled. Everyone sympathized with that guy. Only they knew. What Yunxiao sect said was true. In her past life, Feng Mingli had said that guy really took advantage of her vulnerability, drugged her, and deceived her. That guy is clearly no good. Senior sister is right. Just as the three sisters were united in their indignation, a small hand weakly raised. But I think he's innocent. Lin Qingxue shrank her neck, feeling a bit scared, but still spoke out firmly. At these words, silence fell over everyone. Several senior sisters stared at her with strange expressions. Little junior sister, you're still young. You can't judge people by appearances alone. But he truly is innocent. Feng Mingli wanted to kill him without any justification. The memory crystal clearly shows it. She even admitted it herself. If it were as Yunxiao sect claims, why would she say never 3 times? Seeing her senior sisters still stubborn, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but retort. For a moment, the senior sisters were speechless. Junior sister, you are speaking for him. After a long pause, the eldest senior sister spoke with difficulty. She suddenly remembered that little junior sister was the first to meet that heartbreaker, pledging her life to him in the Demon Beast Mountains. Now it seemed little junior sister had already fallen for him. I'm not speaking for him, Lin Qingxue quickly denied. I'm just stating the facts. Then why are you blushing? I'm not. Lin Qingxue hurriedly denied, wiping her cheek with her hand only to realize it was burning red. It's because I'm agitated. Agitated? But why are you agitated for him? The senior sisters said with great pain. Little junior sister, you must know that guy is no good. In the future In the future. They paused mid-sentence, glancing at Su Xiao beside them, and ultimately didn't continue. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue was stunned. Though her senior sisters didn't say it, she understood. They meant that Heartbreaker had caused senior brother's death and led to Qingyun's sect's destruction. So that was it. Her senior sisters had also been reborn. But he's innocent. At least in this matter he is. Lin Qingxue murmured softly, though her tone lacked the earlier conviction. The Heartbreaker had brought ruin to the sect. It was still a thorn in her heart. Little junior sister, you're still defending him. The 3 senior sisters shook their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment. Am not I just think? Lin Qingxue started to say something, but stopped. She suddenly found her senior sister's gazes terrifyingly unfamiliar. Over a decade of sisterhood, and just because she said a few words for an outsider, it came to this. So tired. So utterly tired. Her heart was weary. Lin Qingxue turned and walked toward her room. Fine, think what you will. They'll say this once in this matter, at least Yi Shu is innocent. Feng Mingli had no reason to kill him, just like you all now. The 3 senior sisters watched her retreating figure, complex and silent. Between them, the sisters, there was already a thick, pitiful barrier. It was nearly dusk. Lin Qingxue sat alone on the rooftop of her small house, hugging her knees, resting her chin on them, pouting as she gazed at the distant sea of clouds. In the distance, the sunset blazed like blood, dyeing half the sky crimson. There seemed to be something within the setting sun. Lin Qingxue squinted. In a daze, she made out a face in the sun, a visage with a blade of grass dangling from its lips, grinning mischievously at her. Staring at that face, Lin Qingxue suddenly cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted at the setting sun, "You heartless scoundrel! I hate you the most." With that shout, she felt considerably relieved. "Whenever I feel upset, I can just curse that guy," she muttered softly. No sooner had she spoken than a white-bearded old man suddenly appeared on the rooftop, staring at her with wide eyes. Who is this heartless scoundrel? Whoa! Lin Qingxue was so startled, she nearly tumbled off the roof, barely managing to steady herself. Seeing who it was, she said irritably, "Grandfather, why are you here?" "He, my little darling, is unhappy, so of course grandfather had to come," the old man said with a smile as he crouched down. "Darling, won't you tell grandfather all about it?" Hearing this, Lin Qingxue was momentarily stunned. The grievance she had barely suppressed surged back into her heart. Her eyes brimming with tears, she threw herself into the old man's arms. "Grandfather, why do all the senior sisters think that Yi Shu, who got beaten, is the bad guy?" But it was clearly Feng Mingli who was in the wrong. Hearing this, the old man was taken aback. He was naturally aware of the recording stone that had caused such a stir outside. It was also the reason he had come to see Lin Qingxue. For now, however, it was best to soothe the child first. Because sometimes, the old man said with a smile, patting Lin Qingxue's head, "People don't look at right or wrong, they only look at where they stand." Only where they stand. Lin Qingxue looked up, her eyes blurry with tears, half understanding. "Exactly." The old man nodded with a genial smile. "That's how this world works. Different stances mean different perspectives on the same matter, like arguing with a deaf person. That's why we cultivators seek only a clear conscience, not the approval of others." A clear conscience. Lin Qingxue was even more confused. Yet miraculously, the gloom in her heart had lessened considerably. Seeing her emotions settle, the old man slowly sat down and brought up the earlier matter. Darling, what did you mean by heartless scoundrel just now? Is it that boy from the recording stone? Grandfather saw the sword in his hand. It looks like the male blade from your pair of Mandarin duck swords, doesn't it? Lin Qingxue's face flushed crimson. I just lent it to him. He said he'd return it. Grandfather isn't talking about that. The old man shook his head with a smile. The sword is yours. You can give it to anyone, or even set it off like fireworks, and grandfather wouldn't say a word. Grandfather just wants to ask. He gave an awkward chuckle. Can grandfather look forward to holding a great-grandchild? Grandfather. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue punched him in mock anger. I would never like that heartless scoundrel. Oh, the old man's interest was piqued. Why? He's the boy you were willing to give your Mandarin duck swords to, a symbol of entrusting your life. Doesn't our darling like him? I don't like him at all. Lin Qingxue shouted, though her voice lacked conviction. All right, our darling doesn't like him, the old man said, not arguing with her. Lin Hemming could tell. His granddaughter was clearly quite fond of that young man, otherwise she wouldn't have quarreled with her senior sisters over him. But there was still a knot in her heart. So the old man said no more and changed the subject. Then can darling tell grandfather why she doesn't like that young man? Did he do something wrong to make darling angry? At this, Lin Qingxue perked up immediately. Him? I wouldn't dare be angry with him. He's just a little thick-skinned, a little shameless, a little brazen. What does that have to do with me? He just knocked me unconscious, forced me to be his sparring partner, tricked me with wordplay, made me give him my spirit stones to cultivate without even a thank you, swindled me out of my dowry, and set it off like fireworks, and then didn't say he liked me, didn't confess his feelings, didn't show any reluctance when I left, didn't ask me to stay, abandoned me completely. And on top of all that, he gave me a storage ring marked with death from the cloud-soaring sect and a recording stone that captured me, trying to kill him, threatening me not to cause him trouble. What's there for me to be angry about? I'm not angry at all. Lin Qingxue counted off on her fingers as she spoke, growing angrier with each word. Her eyes reddened, her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, yet she stubbornly insisted she wasn't mad. The old man was dumbfounded, then shook his head with a smile. Darling, none of these are the real reason, are they? Grandfather knows you're not that petty. Grandfather. Lin Qingxue was stunned. Of course these weren't the real reasons. The real reason was that the heartless scoundrel had caused the downfall of the Azure Spirit sect and the tragic death of the senior brother. But how could she tell her grandfather that? Should she say she had been reborn? He would probably think she had lost her mind. After agonizing for a long time, Lin Qingxue finally came up with an explanation. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her head slightly and said a little mysteriously, actually, I had a dream. A dream. The old man raised an eyebrow. Cultivators rarely dreamt, and dreams often signified some kind of omen. Or some kind of hint. Tell me about it. All right, I will. Lin Qingxue cleared her throat and said mysteriously, in the dream, that heartless scoundrel stole my heart and my body. I took him to join the Azure Spirit sect. At first he was well-behaved and honest, but later he started flirting everywhere and stirring up trouble. In the end, he even provoked the demonic path. This led to a massive invasion of the Azure Spirit sect by the demonic path. The senior brother and everyone fought desperately, but they couldn't hold out. And that heartless scoundrel, he actually ran away. In the end, he became incredibly powerful, with influence and connections at their peak, ruling the entire world. But he ascended to the upper realm alone, leaving me behind in this world. After speaking, Lin Qingxue cautiously watched the old man's expression. However, contrary to her expectations, the old man was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Good. Excellent. It's a good thing the Azure Spirit sect was destroyed. Grandfather. Watching the old man laugh heartily, Lin Qingxue was first startled, then couldn't help but frown. I'm talking about something very serious. The Qingyun sect has fallen. And you're still laughing. I hate you the most, grandfather. Ahem. The old man coughed twice, restrained his smile, stroked his beard gently, and gazed at the distant sunset with a calm look, as if seriously pondering the future she spoke of in her dream. After a long while, Lin Hemming finally spoke slowly. Grandfather wants to ask you a question. Go ahead, grandfather. Lin Qingxue nodded obediently. Is our Qingyun sect righteous or demonic? Of course we're righteous. Lin Qingxue said matter-of-factly, to roam the world with a sword and right all wrongs. That's the ancestral motto. Good, very good. The old man laughed heartily and nodded in approval. Then, dear child, since our Qingyun sect is righteous, we are naturally the thorn in the demonic path's side. Fighting against evil is our duty, so why blame others? Grandfather. Lin Qingxue was stunned. She had never thought of this. Now, upon reflection, it seemed true. Righteousness combating evil is only natural. Why should the blame fall on one person? Dear child, let me ask you another question. The old man continued with a smile. In your dream, how did that young man provoke the demonic path? How else? Mentioning this, Lin Qingxue grew angry. He coveted the demonic saint's treasure, used a scheme to kill him, and stole the holy artifact. Then the demonic path targeted him, dragging our Qingyun's sect into it. The old man didn't get angry, but asked with a smile, Dear child, you're not him, so how do you know what he was thinking? Sometimes looking at things from a different angle makes it simpler. A different angle. Lin Qingxue looked at Lin Hemming with confusion. Grandfather, I don't understand. It's simple. We don't look at what he thinks. The old man smiled. We only look at his identity and what he did. What does the demonic saint mean to the righteous path? A mortal threat. Lin Qingxue hesitated. Exactly, a mortal threat. The old man nodded. Then our Qingyun sect, as part of the righteous path, killed the demonic saint and eliminated a mortal threat. Tell me, was that right or wrong? The old man paused, then changed his question. If it were you, dear child, given the chance, would you kill the demonic saint? Of course I would. Lin Qingxue said matter-of-factly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. Of course I would. She repeated softly, turned her head to see her grandfather smiling at her, quickly looked away, snorted, and stubbornly said, Even so, he's still a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and child. While our Qingyun sect fought the demonic path, he slipped away alone and lived in hiding. If that's not a scoundrel, what is? Lin Qingxue said angrily. The old man remained calm and asked, Dear child, then how do you know he would become the ruler of the world? Because I survived too, of course. Lin Qingxue said matter-of-factly. As she spoke, she was startled and looked suspiciously at her grandfather. Seeing him smile like a withered chrysanthemum, she knew she had fallen into another trap. Sure enough, the old man immediately pressed on. So while our Qingyun sect fought the demonic path, you also slipped away, didn't you? Hearing this, Lin Qingxue shot up, her cheeks puffed out. That's different. I fought with the Qingyun sect until the very end. Senior brother resisted desperately, and only when there was no hope left did he order me to leave. I see. The old man's smile faded as he nodded thoughtfully. Exactly, Lin Qingxue said proudly, as if she and her senior brother were great heroes. But the next second, the old man shifted his tone. So you mean that only those who left the sect under your senior brother Su Xiao's protection have a clear conscience, while those who left under others' protection are utterly wicked? Is that what you mean, dear child? That's not what I mean. With such a heavy accusation, Lin Qingxue was stunned, her momentum deflated. As she gesticulated in defense, he ran away from the start. He didn't resist or contribute. But dear child, the old man said calmly, whether you leave early or late, you still leave, don't you? He didn't stay, and the Qingyun sect fell. You stayed until the end, and the Qingyun sect still fell. What's the difference? Lin Qingxue was left speechless, her mind a mess. She felt her grandfather was wrong, but couldn't articulate why, her tongue tied in knots. This. No, grandfather, you're wrong. After holding it in for a while, she gave up arguing and threw herself into Lin Hemming's arms, pouting, What you said is just wrong. Grandfather is cheating. Heh. Seeing her pout, the old man stopped setting traps and gently patted her head, saying earnestly, Dear child, grandfather isn't blaming you or anyone. I'm just stating a fact. This fact might be hard for you to hear, unpleasant. But reality is often like that. It doesn't change because of how you feel. It just is. 100 people see 100 interpretations, but only one truth. And that truth is, after our Qingyun sect fell, your senior brother and I, your grandfather, were buried in the earth, while you were somewhere wallowing in self-pity. But Yishu not only survived, but grew strong, destroyed the demonic path, and avenged our Qingyun sect. I'm not making this up. You said it yourself. Because he is the ruler of the world. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue was stunned. She looked at her grandfather's serious face, opened her mouth, but couldn't find words. It was too absurd. That heartless man who abandoned his wife and child, in her grandfather's words, had transformed into a great hero who endured humiliation and ultimately avenged the Qingyun sect. Under the setting sun, an old man and a young girl sat on the eaves. The old man stroked his beard, squinting at the distant sunset and sea of clouds, while Lin Qingxue lowered her head, silent for a long time. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice very soft. But he has so many wives. And I came first, I was the first. The old man was stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So that's it. Our dear child is jealous of that young man. Who's jealous of him? The girl denied it, blushing, and glared at Lin Hemming. I'd like to see what you can say. I'm your granddaughter, and I've been wronged. Can you still side with him? On this matter, the old man was straightforward. Honestly, grandfather also thinks he's wrong. But Lin Hemming shifted his tone, adding a but. Dear child, if your dream is true, you should think carefully. If you keep hesitating and wavering, that young man might be snatched away by other girls. With that, the old man smiled and stroked his beard. He won't be taken by others. Lin Qingxue pouted. That guy, even dogs avoid him now. He did too many bad things in his past life. In this life, any woman who sees him wants to kill him. Wait. Mid-sentence, Lin Qingxue's eyes widened. If everyone else had reincarnated and hated the heartless man, then that meant the heartless man was now unwanted. No, what am I thinking? Lin Qingxue shook her head violently and slapped her cheeks to force herself to calm down. How could she possibly like the heartless man? He was so bad, so awful. Yes, you don't like him. You don't like him. Don't like him. Lin Qingxue suddenly looked up and shouted at the last remnants of the sunset. Heartless man. I will never like you. Heartless man. I will never like you. The sun sank behind the western hills, clouds unfurled and rolled with the wind. The evening clouds danced in the breeze as if echoing that insincere voice. Lin Qingxue's pretty face was flushed, her breath came in heavy gasps, her chest heaving as she still maintained the posture of her hands cupped around her mouth like a megaphone. Lin Hemming sat on the eaves silently watching her. He smiled. Because his granddaughter would be happy in the future. He had seen that recording stone. That young man was handsome, fierce, and courageous. More precious still, even facing a nascent soul cultivator and death itself, he insisted on upholding the principle of righteousness. If someone like that wasn't righteous, no one would believe it. As for the cloud-soaring sect, a flicker of darkness passed through the old man's eyes. Daring to lay a hand on my granddaughter and her future husband, Feng Wuwang must think this old man can no longer lift his blade. The starry night had just begun, the Milky Way resplendent. An old man and a young girl sat on the eaves, letting the night breeze wash over them. One was lost in maidenly thoughts. The other was scheming for a bride price. After a long while, the old man stood, dusted off his clothes, and said, Little one, Grandpa is going back to the mountain. If you feel uncomfortable here at Purple Cloud Peak, you can always come to Sunset Mountain to find me. Lin Qingxue hugged her knees, gazing at the wisps of cooking smoke rising from the distant mountains, and softly hummed in acknowledgement. Lin Hemming said no more. Some things the young had to figure out on their own. With a passing breeze, the old man's figure vanished without a trace. Moon City, a border town of the Grand Martial Dynasty and Yi Shu's hometown. Walking along the familiar streets, inhaling the familiar scents, he wondered if someone would be waiting at the door. Yi Shu shed his coarse linen clothes and walked silently among the crowd heading toward the Yi residence. Little White sat on Yi Shu's shoulder, still asking uneasily, But hey, your family already has a female lead right now. Are you really just going to walk in like that? Not afraid of being caught on the spot? Yi Shu rubbed his chin and replied, Probably, maybe not. Why, oi? Little White frowned. Let me tell you, the system will never let Zhao Xiao off. She's the female lead with the biggest background, bar none. Aren't you even a little afraid? Yi Shu chuckled softly, offering no explanation. It wouldn't happen, plain and simple. He continued striding toward the Yi residence. Seeing him silent, Little White couldn't help but speak up. Let me tell you, for this childhood sweetheart of yours, I put a lot of thought into crafting her storyline. She might seem unknown now, but her background is enormous. She's the descendant of some reclusive family from the central province. And she's the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, the most powerful and richest in talents among them. Stop. Yi Shu made a halt gesture. Actually, my childhood sweetheart also has a secret nascent soul protector guarding her. The reason she ended up in our family is that my ancestors were also from a reclusive family now fallen. Her father, hoping to find a token from our Yi family that opens an ancient ruin, sent her to our home when she was very young to be part of our household. During her time in the Yi family, Zhao Xiao fell in love with me at first sight and never really bothered to look for the token. During the time I lost my cultivation, she silently stayed by my side, never leaving. Then when her father saw that she hadn't found the token after so long, he ordered her back. That's why this major female lead was absent in the early stages, giving others a chance to step in right. After hearing this, Little White was stunned. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Damn it, how did you know? Nonsense, Yi Shu said irritably. With your cliched plot, the moment I transmigrated, crawled out of my mother's womb, and saw Zhao Xiao for the first time, I guessed it all. Isn't this just plagiarizing Battle Through the Heavens? Dare to copy something else? Little White scratched her head sheepishly. It's a classic, a classic. Yi Shu shook his head helplessly and quickened his pace. Before long, the faint outline of an imposing mansion appeared in the distance. Red walls, green tiles, flying eaves, and upturned corners, with two majestic stone lions guarding the entrance. The Yi residence had arrived. From genius to waste, from being the center of attention to being ignored. This place bore witness to Yi Shu's entire childhood journey after transmigration. He unconsciously walked even faster. As he neared the Yi family gate, Yi Shu's gaze swept over the closed door. Indeed, no one came to greet him. Yet as he passed the stone lion by the entrance, Yi Shu suddenly stopped. Because a petite figure in a green dress was crouched behind the stone lion, her back against the lion's base curled into a ball, her little head nodding drowsily, as if she hadn't slept in a long time. Hidden behind the stone lion, Yi Shu only noticed the girl when he was right next to her. Sensing someone approaching, Xiao Su rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked up, and the moment she saw the newcomer, her expression shifted from confusion to sheer delight. The young master is back. She bounced up from her spot, spinning around, Yi Shu looking him over, touching him here, and they're overjoyed. Young master, you're finally back. Young master, Yi Qi and the others all said you went to the demon beast mountains and would definitely be eaten by the beasts. Xiao Su never believed them. The young master is back after all. Listening to the girl's chattering voice, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yi Shu's mouth. How could he have forgotten her? From the day he was born, the ones who had always been by his side were, besides Zhao Zhixia, his own Yi Xiao Su, the girl his deadbeat father brought home as a maidservant. She had taken care of his daily needs since childhood. Though she was a maidservant, Yi Shu had always regarded her as a sister. Young master, are you hungry? Xiao Su will make you something delicious. Young master, are you tired? Xiao Su will massage your legs. Young master, are you hurt? Xiao Su. Stop. Yi Shu laughed and pressed her shoulders. I'm fine, don't worry. First tell me, why were you sleeping here? Yi Xiao Su was taken aback, then quickly explained, I wasn't sleeping here. I just wanted to be the first to see you come back, so I waited here every day. And then, I accidentally fell asleep while waiting. Yi Xiao Su scratched her head sheepishly. But then she suddenly frowned, forcefully pressed down on Yi Shu's shoulders, and stared at him with her big round eyes. Young master, wait. Don't move. What's wrong? Is there something on me? After a long moment, Yi Xiao Su finally let go, stepped back, clasped her hands in front of her chest, furrowed her brows, and looked at him with deep concern. Young master, you look so tired, much more tired than I am. Miss, he has returned. In the Yi family's side courtyard, a figure cloaked in shadow knelt on one knee, reporting respectfully to the young lady seated in the place of honor. The young lady had her back to him, her features obscured, revealing only a cascade of jet black hair flowing down to her slender waist. Her waist was as delicate as a willow, and even from behind, she could be called a peerless beauty. She gave a soft acknowledgement. Seeing that his mistress showed little reaction, the shadow guard thought his report had been too vague, so he emphasized again, Miss, it's the son of the Yi family's patriarch who has returned. Zhao Zhixia said coolly, I know. You may leave. The shadow guard was stunned. This reaction was off. Logically, his mistress should be fond of that young man and rush off to see him, shouldn't she? What? Was she so calm? Is there something else? Seeing that he still lingered, Zhao Zhixia finally turned her face sideways, her gaze icy. The shadow guard shuddered and quickly took his leave. Your subordinate takes his leave. Yet just as he was about to depart, Zhao Zhixia suddenly spoke again. Wait, there is one more thing. Please command me, miss. The shadow guard immediately bowed. That token of the Yi family. It's time to search for it seriously. These years have been too lax. There have always been distracting thoughts that shouldn't be there. Zhao Zhixia gently touched a wooden bracelet on her left wrist, then lightly removed it. The shadow guard was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. That was a gift the Yi family boy had given his mistress when they were children. Though worthless, she had treasured it, always wearing it and never taking it off. And now, she had removed it. This was truly a rare event. Then the shadow guard was overjoyed. His mistress had finally come to her senses. He had always wondered what was so good about the young master of a declining family. Even if their ancestors had once been prominent, one of the 8 great clans alongside the Zhao family, they now couldn't even produce a single nascent soul cultivator. He was utterly unworthy of his mistress. But his words carried little weight, so he dared not speak. Now that his mistress had seen reason on her own, it was excellent. He could now act freely and boldly. As for that token, it was indeed hard to find. In the past, to prevent theft, each clan's patriarch had their tokens crafted in different styles, each sealed, so that only the family head knew what it was and how to unseal it. So although they knew the token was hidden in the Yi family, not knowing its exact location meant they could only search slowly. But now all was well. His mistress was finally willing to focus on this matter. Your subordinate will see to it at once. The shadow guard dissolved into a dark silhouette and vanished into the shadows. After the shadow guard left, Zhao Zhixia finally moved. With delicate steps, she went to the window and through the lattice watched a young man being chattered at by a little maid. The young lady watched. A flicker of understanding and resignation passed through her eyes. Outside the window, Xiao Su held Yishu's hand, skipping joyfully along the path like a cheerful little butterfly. "Young master, Xiao Su has missed you so much." "Oh," Yishu teased with a smile, "how much is so much?" "It's just so much." Xiao Su replied with an air of utter certainty, "I think of you in my dreams when I sleep, even when I'm dozing off." Seeing her earnest expression, Yishu couldn't help but chuckle. "Your little maid is quite interesting," Danxia's voice sounded in his mind, carrying a hint of amusement. Yishu smiled. "She's not a maid, she's a sister." The two chatted and laughed as they walked further away. Along the way, Xiao Su chattered excitedly, mostly talking while Yishu nodded, but that was enough to make Xiao Su happy. There were also those who sought trouble, but Yishu simply pressed their heads into the dirt with a single kick, never losing his good mood. Soon they arrived at a small, independent courtyard. "Young master, welcome home." Xiao Su pushed open the courtyard gate and waved excitedly. The yard was small but tidy, clearly off and swept with 2 trees inside. On the left was a willow, and on the right another willow. "Tada!" Xiao Su spread her arms wide, looking smug. "While you were away, Xiao Su cleaned every single day." Yes, our Xiao Su is the best behaved." Yishu affectionately patted her head, then strode toward the small house. As the door opened, he froze. Like the yard, the room was very clean, but the problem was, it was almost too clean. Xiao Su," he pointed at the empty room. Where there should have been a bed, only a few bare planks remained. Where there should have been tables and chairs, there was nothing but emptiness. The entire room looked like a brand new house. "Have we been robbed?" "It was those wicked people from the 2nd and 3rd branches. They moved everything out while you were away, even the bed and blankets," Xiao Su declared with absolute certainty. "Really?" Yishu frowned instinctively. Even if the other branches looked down on him, they shouldn't dare to touch his belongings. After all, his father was the patriarch of the Yi family. Touching his things was a slap in his father's face. But under the protagonist's halo, it wasn't entirely impossible. Xiao Su suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Yishu's hand, interrupting his train of thought. "Young master, don't dwell on it. Out with the old, in with the new. Just ask the master for a new set." That logic seemed sound enough. Yishu's brow had just relaxed when Xiao Su began pulling at his clothes, muttering to herself. "Young master, you've just returned from the Demon Beast Mountains. Your clothes must be dirty, right? Let me take them off and change you into new ones. He'll wash the old ones. Otherwise, if you go see the master like this, he'll surely scold you. And these shoes, they need to come off too. He'll fetch a basin of water to wash you up. You rest a while, then go see the master." In a moment of distraction, everything was arranged. Yishu couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he awkwardly sat down on what remained of the bed, just a stump, and enjoyed Ziosa's service. Ziosa's hands were soft and gentle. She brought a basin of water, placed Yishu's feet into it, and washed them carefully, as if afraid of hurting him. "Young master, is the water temperature right?" Just right." Xiao Su beamed happily. "That's good. What's so good about it?" Xiaobai perched on Yishu's shoulder, pouted jealously. "As if I don't know how to wash feet." But Yishu ignored her silently, savoring the moment. Since returning from the Demon Beast Mountains, it had been a long time since Head felt such simple warmth. Outside the door, moonlight flowed like water. Xiao Su bowed her head, washing earnestly. Yishu gazed at her focused profile, and for a moment was lost in thought. Time flowed quietly. "Young master, all washed up." Xiao Su lifted his feet from the water, dried them with a towel, and brought over a new pair of shoes to put on him. She looked at the refreshed Yishu and nodded in satisfaction. "Now you can go see the master, young master. When you come back, Xiao Su will have already made your new bed. You can sleep right away. Then he'll trouble you." Yishu smiled and patted her little head, a rare warmth stirring in his heart. Then he strode out the door. Time to go see that deadbeat father of his, otherwise it would be said he was unfilial, until his figure completely disappeared through the doorway. Only then did Xiao Su withdraw her gaze. Then, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, she threw herself down, snatched up Yishu's discarded boots, and held them to her nose as if they were a treasure. She inhaled deeply, crushing the scent into her senses, her face melting into an expression of ecstasy. It's the young master's scent. Yishu was utterly oblivious that his clothes had all fallen victim to some unseen force, never to be seen again. He walked out of the small courtyard and headed straight for the patriarch's mansion. "Sure, don't you find it strange?" On the way, Dansha couldn't help but remind him. "Your childhood sweetheart hasn't shown up yet. In the past, that would have been impossible. She's likely also been reborn." "Don't worry, master." Yishu chuckled casually. "I know what you're worried about, that she might slap me to death out of nowhere, right? Your concern is completely unnecessary. After all, there's still old feelings between us. It's not like someone who without any reason and without regard for past bonds would just come out to kill me, right? At this, Danxia couldn't help but blush. Wasn't that her? The first thing she did after her rebirth was to ruthlessly try to kill him. If not for Shuer's eloquence, she would likely regret it for the rest of her life, and might even go to a small hill to end it all. Thinking this, Danxia pouted and said pitifully, "You wicked disciple, I've already apologized. What more do you want?" Yishu couldn't help but laugh at her expression. "Master, you're over 3,000 years old, aren't you? Why are you acting like a young girl just leaving her boudoir? What do you know? Women are forever 3.5 years old, got it?" Danxia turned her face away, not looking at him. "You should worry more about your childhood sweetheart. Maybe she's already abandoned you. Not everyone is like me. Full of love and righteousness, magnanimous, broad-minded enough to forgive your mistakes. So now it's my fault." Yishu was baffled. Just 2 days ago she was crying and admitting her mistakes, and now she's denying everything. No wonder the ancients said that women and petty people are hard to deal with. Yishu didn't argue with her, but softly recited, "What remains most in the world cannot be kept, our rosy cheeks fade like blossoms from trees." As he walked along the garden path, the passing maidservant saw him and couldn't help but swoon. Young Master Yi is reciting poetry again. He's so handsome. Yes, although Yishu's cultivation isn't good, he's handsome and talented, especially with that melancholic aura. If only I could. I'd be willing to marry him for a lifetime. He. One maidservant giggled lewdly, her face flushed, clearly lost in some improper thoughts. "Sure, you're not allowed to recite poetry outside anymore." Danxia looked at the maidservant and said softly, "Why, oi?" Yishu was confused. A child not learning good things, just showing off. Can poetry fill your stomach? Can it increase your cultivation? Danxia put on a stern face, playing the role of a teacher. How could he still be disciplined by a mother figure even after time traveling? The maternal love he lacked in his youth seemed to be returning in some strange way. Yishu shook his head, casting aside the absurd thought, and quickened his pace. Soon he arrived before the patriarch's mansion. "The young master has returned." An old man with a hunched back stood at the door. Seeing Yishu approach, he spoke with a smile. "Uncle Fu." Yishu bowed respectfully. Uncle Fu was the old steward of the Yi family who had taken good care of him since childhood. He could even be considered a grandfather. The good child has grown up." Uncle Fu nodded with a smile. "The master has been in good spirits lately. Seeing you will surely make him even happier. Young master, please go in quickly." Good spirits. Yishu was puzzled. Why would he be in good spirits for no reason? It would be a miracle if he wasn't driven mad by the second and third branches and the clan elders. He pushed open the door. Inside, the study candlelight flickered. A middle-aged man sat at the desk handling clan affairs. Old man in back. Seeing his father, Yishu didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled out a chair and sat down, then grabbed a teacup from the table and gulped down a large mouthful. "So did you miss me?" "Miss you?" Yizhan looked up, scanning him from head to toe, and sneered. "Miss you dead out there, so I can have another one." He set aside the paper and brush, leaned back in his chair, and said, "Spill it. You've been in the Demon Beast Mountains for a whole month. What's your cultivation level now?" "Not that high, just chi refining." Yishu waved his hand, but before he could finish saying chi refining 9th layer, Yizhan interrupted. He stood up, pointing at Yishu's nose, and said, "I knew you were just bragging. You said going to the Demon Beast Mountains for training would bring improvement, that you'd shock everyone. And what do you come back with? Still at chi refining 3rd layer. You're nothing but a dog's tail grass. All talk, no substance. In the end, you still have to rely on your old man, don't you?" Seeing his father's smug look, Yishu wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he crossed his arms and asked with a smile, "Rely on you? What's so special about you? Do you have 4 balls or 2 dicks?" "I won't argue with you. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at what this is." Yizhan snorted coldly and pulled a brocade box from his bosom. Yishu looked on with a nonchalant expression, curious to see what he could produce. However, when Yizhan opened the box, Yishu's pupils contracted sharply and the smile froze on his face. "What's the matter?" Stunned, speechless. Yizhan, thinking he was amazed, said proudly, "This is the Purple Chi Foundation Establishment Pill. A first-turn golden pill, you know. 1 dose, and even a pig without any cultivation talent can immediately reach foundation establishment." "This? Where did you get this?" Yishu swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the purple glowing pill inside the brocade box, as if they would pop out. "Your old man happened to be on business in Star City. I heard the Star City auction house was holding an auction, so I went to have a look. Who knew I'd come across this? I casually spent 200,000 spirit stones to buy it. You'll pay me back later." Yizhan placed the foundation establishment pill in Yishu's hand and even handed him a signed IOU. Yishu's mouth twitched. Something worth 20,000 spirit stones, and his deadbeat father claimed it cost 200,000. No wonder Qianzhang had such a strange expression that day. That bastard knew all along that the buyer was his father, and he still made a clean 2,000 spirit stones off him. Yishu was at a loss for words. Finally, he gave a carefree smile and signed his name. All right, I'll pay you back eventually. Yizhan carefully put away the IOU as if it were a treasure, then waved his hand, issuing a dismissal order. I've got you this thing. If you can't reach Foundation establishment by tomorrow, you might as well kill yourself to atone. Now get the hell back to your closed-door cultivation. Wait, aren't you going to ask what I experienced in the Demon Beast Mountains? How I managed? Yishu asked incredulously. Oh. Yizhan lazily lifted his eyelids. Did you break a leg or an arm? Or did you bring me a daughter-in-law? None of that. Then why the hell would I ask? Get lost. Yishu. Sometimes he really wondered if he was even his biological son. Find him off. Just don't jerk off alone in the study tonight. Get the hell out. Yizhan suddenly threw a bamboo slip at him, but Yishu dodged it with a laugh and dashed out of sight. Only after his figure completely disappeared did Yizhan slowly slump back into his chair, murmuring softly, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." After sitting for a while, he straightened up again, ready to handle official business. Suddenly, a cold, snake-like blade was pressed against his neck. Yizhan's entire body stiffened, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. Damn it, when did this happen? Chief Yi. A shadow pressed close behind Yizhan, speaking in an extremely hoarse voice. I have a few questions to ask you. Please cooperate a little. Otherwise. He pressed the dagger closer, the sharp blade instantly cutting a small wound, blood trickling along the edge. My blade might not be so obedient. On the way back, Yishu toyed with the Foundation establishment pill in his hand, a peculiar expression on his face. After all the twists and turns, this thing had somehow returned to him. And he had even handed over 2,000 spirit stones to that kid Qianzhang for nothing. You wasteful brat. Yishu finally couldn't help but spit out, of all things to buy, you had to get this useless piece of chicken ribs. You prodigal. Danxia, hiding within the ring, couldn't resist teasing him. Though her tone was meant to be comforting, it was laced with undisguised schadenfreude. What's so funny? Yishu said angrily. Isn't losing my money the same as losing yours? And you're still here laughing. You wasteful woman. Danxia was taken aback, then her pretty face flushed slightly. Who's your woman? I'm not talking to you anymore. With that, she retreated into the darker recesses of the ring, ignoring Yishu. Sigh. Since things have come to this, I might as well establish my foundation first. Yishu sighed, clutching the Foundation establishment pill as he headed back. Before long, the outline of the courtyard came into view. At the gate, Xiao Su was leaning against the doorframe, clearly having waited for a long time. The moment she saw Yishu, she rushed up excitedly. Young master. You're back. The bed is ready. Please get some rest. Seeing the lively and adorable Yishu felt a slight easing of his heart. At least in this era of treacherous hearts, there was still the pure stream that was Xiao Su. He nodded and walked into the room. The room had been meticulously arranged, complete with furniture, a table, and even a dressing table. Yishu had just sat down on the bed when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The bed was so pink, so soft, so fragrant, with a faint scent of a maiden's purity. It was nothing like a newly made bed. Instead, it felt more like, Xiao Su, come here. Yishu turned his head and beckoned to Xiao Su. What is it, young master? Xiao Su didn't understand, but obediently walked over. Yishu reached out, grabbed her collar, and buried his face in her bosom, his nose twitching slightly. It was fragrant and pink. That was it. This was the scent. Young master. Xiao Su blushed and let out a startled cry. The scent matches. The smell on this bed is exactly the same as yours. Yishu released his grip, his expression stern. Confess honestly, is this your bed? Huh. Xiao Su was taken aback, then her face fell with disappointment. So it wasn't what she had imagined. No, wait, what exactly was she disappointed about? Seeing her reaction, Yishu felt a bit speechless. Confess honestly, is this your bed? Xiao Su lowered her head and whispered, It is Xiaosu's bed. Why? Because the young master returned in such a hurry, and it was late at night. There were no new beds in the house. Xiao Su wanted the young master to sleep comfortably tonight, so she did this. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was nearly inaudible. Looking at her pitiful and anxious little face, Yishu's heart softened. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, comforting her. Silly girl, if you gave me your bed, what will you sleep on tonight? Xiao Su kept her head down, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Of course she would sleep in the young master's bed. That way she slept in his bed, and he slept in hers. So by a rough approximation, they were sleeping together. But was this something she could tell the young master? She looked up and blinked. It's okay, Xiao Su can sleep on the floor. I've gotten used to it while waiting for the young master. Poor child. Yishu pinched her cheek tenderly. How can you sleep on the floor? When I wasn't here, you slept on the floor. Now that I'm back, you're still on the floor. Then what was the point of my return? Then what does the young master mean? Tonight we shall share the bed. Yiziosis' eyes were filled with surprise. Really? Of course it's true. Yishu nodded. Or does Xiao Su disdain the young master and not wish to sleep together? Of course not. Xiao Su just didn't expect it. Xiao Su waved her hands frantically, her heart blooming with joy. Ho ho, how awesome. She never thought there would be such an unexpected gain. In the dead of night, a lone man and woman sharing a room and a bed. If the young master while asleep suddenly turned into a ferocious beast and devoured this little lamb until not even bones remained, wouldn't that be perfectly understandable? Just thinking about it made Yiziosis' face flush crimson, and a strange sound escaped her throat. What's wrong with you? Yishu looked at her curiously. Have you caught a fever? Nothing. Xiao Su hurriedly waved her hands, scrambled onto the bed, and in a flurry stripped off all her clothes, leaving only a red belly band that barely covered her budding figure. The candlelight flickered within the room. The girl's fair skin glowed with a moist luster in the firelight, delicate collarbones, a slender waist, and the almost bursting whiteness. Why, young master? I'm ready. Xiao Su slipped under the covers, clutching the edge of the blanket, revealing only her little head. She bit her lower lip, her pretty face flushed, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Even Dan Xia, hiding within the ring, had to admit that this little girl certainly knew how to be alluring. Xiao Su has grown up. Yishu uttered an ambiguous remark. Then he took off his outer robe, leaving only a thin white undergarment, and climbed onto the bed. Move over a bit. Xiao Su obediently squeezed inward, then patted the empty space beside her, her big eyes full of longing. Come on, young master, it's cold outside. She had made up her mind. As soon as the young master got under the covers, she would immediately hug him tightly. As for the rest, she had already thought of an excuse. She would say she was cold. No, wait, that she was afraid the young master was cold and wanted to warm him. A bed-warming maid was still a maid. However, after waiting anxiously for a long time, she still didn't see Yishu get under the covers. Puzzled, she opened her eyes. There she saw Yishu sitting cross-legged on the bed, his hands resting naturally on his knees, his breathing steady. Young master, aren't you going to sleep? Xiao Su asked blankly. You go to sleep first, Yishu said calmly with his eyes closed. I will be establishing my foundation tonight. Establishing the foundation. Yiziosis' eyes widened, and she pouted with a hint of grievance. Couldn't he establish his foundation tomorrow, the day after, or some other time? Why did it have to be tonight, when she had even prepared her lines for the midnight hour, waiting for the young master's favor? Now it was all for nothing, over before it even began. How was this any different from a groom running off to become a monk on his wedding night? But she couldn't say it outright, so she could only curl up pitifully, staring at his indifferent back. Oh well, at least she could still gaze at the young master's back. She had to admit he looked really handsome when he was cultivating. Xiao Su cupped her face, a lovesick expression spreading across it. Yishu, however, was unaware of her many thoughts. At that moment, he was pondering how exactly he should go about establishing his foundation. The moon shines brightly amidst the sparse stars twinkling like diamonds. Yishu sits on the bed accompanied by a beautiful woman, yet he doesn't spare her even a glance. His return home was solely for the purpose of foundation establishment. The urging from his deceased father merely accelerated this process. Hey, have you thought about how to establish your foundation? Standing above Yishu, the little white creature spoke irritably. If you can't think of a way, just eat the foundation establishment pill and establish your foundation first. For some reason, she felt particularly angry seeing Xiao Su on the bed. Stupid Yishu. She was clearly adorable and deeply cared for him. Yet this guy only patted Xiao Su's head and completely ignored her. As long as I desire, I can establish my foundation anytime, Yishu replied indifferently. But that is not what I want. Saying this, a gleam flashed from his storage ring. His surroundings were instantly filled with a dense array of spirit stones, over 18,000 of them piled upon the entire bed, emanating a faint spiritual light. Wow! Suddenly buried under the spirit stones, Xiao Su exclaimed in surprise. After struggling to crawl out of the pile, she was stunned to see so many spirit stones, her mouth agape in astonishment. She could only whisper, "Young master. How amazing! Let's see what you can come up with." Little White pouted, then leaped onto the table nearby to avoid disturbing him. A broken sword wrapped in bandages, a purple foundation establishment pill, and the surrounding 18,000 spirit stones. This was all of Yishu's possessions. Yishu closed his eyes, gradually sorting through his thoughts. The core of the array formation lies in using array stones to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, channeling the small to influence the large. The various array patterns serve to further expand the spiritual energy, achieving astonishing effects by guiding certain special energies. For instance, by guiding the water attribute spiritual force from the heavens, one could form the simplest rain formation for the benefit of the farmers. The meridians are the patterns. Time passed minute by minute. His thoughts became exceedingly clear, yet Yishu's brow furrowed tighter. What's wrong, Shuer? Are you facing some difficulties? Don Xiao seemed to sense his distress and couldn't help but ask. Yishu opened his eyes, letting out a bitter smile. I was thinking of inscribing the array formation within my body using the acupoints as the foundation. After all, there shouldn't be anything more harmonious with spiritual energy than my acupoints, and with the number being 361, it should satisfy the basis for most formations. However, I have encountered a significant problem. Don Xiao asked curiously, what problem? That is the intensity, Yishu replied helplessly. The intensity of the acupoints is insufficient. The fragile acupoints cannot withstand the violent spiritual force of heaven and earth. Don Xiao was taken aback, then fell into contemplation. This was indeed a problem. Array stones have different ranks. Typically, the higher the rank of the formation, the more violent the drawn spiritual energy, requiring higher-ranked array stones. Ordinary array stones cannot bear the operation of high-level formations, let alone the most fragile acupoints in the human body. Then you. Perhaps you could first use the array stones as a substitute. Don Xiao pondered for a moment and suggested a not-so-satisfactory solution. First, integrate the array stones into the acupoints, then let the array stones bear the spiritual energy, taking the acupoints as the land for the array stones as the foundation, the meridians as the patterns, and the dantian as the source of spiritual energy. Integrating array stones into the acupoints. Yishu was taken aback. It indeed seemed to follow that logic, allowing the array stones to bear the spiritual energy would bypass the issue of the acupoints being too fragile. One must say experience brings wisdom. Master, you are truly clever, Yishu sincerely praised. Of course, Don Xiao proudly lifted her chin. Do you not see who I am? The world's top 9th rank alchemist and 8th rank array master, renowned throughout the world as the medicine sovereign fairy. Now, being your foul little master's mentor, you should rejoice. However, while this problem was solved, another one arose. That is, the dantian is not a storage space where anything can be stuffed. As the vital source of a cultivator's life and strength, it is often used to nurture one's innate magical artifacts. Could it be that his innate magical artifact is an array stone? That is too. Yishu shivered all over, thoroughly rejecting this idea. It's not that it can't be done, but it's too lowly, it's not cool at all. Just as he was in a dilemma, his gaze suddenly caught the sight of the broken Xiong Yuan sword wrapped in bandages before him. Yishu's eyes lit up. Right? How could I forget that? The Xiong Yuan sword is perfectly compatible with him. Though it is currently broken, the material remains unchanged, still of high grade, more than enough to bear the spiritual force of his foundation establishment. After making up his mind, the bandages wrapped around the Xiong Yuan sword were unwound, revealing the broken and cracked sword body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yishu counted the fragments of the Xiong Yuan sword just right, exactly 361 pieces, as if custom-made for him. Going around in circles, in the end it's still you. Yishu stroked the broken Xiong Yuan sword, unable to help but exclaim. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Qingxue's slightly chubby baby face, wondering how she was doing now. Perhaps she is cursing him somewhere. Remembering Lin Qingxue's puffed-up look, Yishu couldn't help but smile faintly. He wondered when they would meet again. He shook his head, casting aside these distractions, then positioned the Xiong Yuan sword before him, picked up a spirit stone from the bed with his right hand, and closed his eyes, focusing his energy in the dantian. As he breathed in and out one by one, his acupoints lit up. In the pitch-black room, the acupoints flickered with his breath, resembling shining stars. Immediately, 361 blue light strands spread out along the meridians, slowly converging in the dantian. Although each person's breakthrough method varies due to different techniques, the essence of the foundation establishment breakthrough remains the same. What is called qi training is the process of refining spiritual energy, continuously solidifying the originally dispersed spiritual energy until it transforms into liquid, laying the foundation within the dantian, establishing the Dao foundation. This is foundation establishment. Yishu had indeed not conceived of a method for foundation establishment prior, but that was merely in terms of application. In reality, he had long prepared a plan to establish the foundation at all 361 acupoints. This is quite incredible and audacious. Yet due to the existence of the celestial bodies, it is entirely possible, as it is not a one-time affair, but rather. Yishu closed his eyes and meditated. The spirit stones in his hand suddenly shattered. The spiritual energy from each spirit stone was completely absorbed by his acupoints and dantian until fully saturated, blocking the first threshold for countless cultivators' foundation establishment. Spiritual energy transformation into liquid. As long as one crosses this step, all subsequent paths will naturally lay down the foundation. But for ordinary people, this step is the most challenging one, for once the breakthrough begins, it cannot be stopped. One must use the internal spiritual energy to achieve it all at once. If at any moment the spiritual energy runs out, the breakthrough will fail. In the lightest case, the foundation will be unstable, and in the worst, cultivation will be lost. But for Yishu, this is not a problem at all. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. It is time to give the people of this world a little shock from the Dragon Kingdom. He guided all the spiritual energy from the acupoints into the dantian. First, he gathered the power from all acupoints to nourish the dantian, transforming the spiritual energy into liquid to achieve foundation establishment, and then let the foundation establishment of the dantian nourish the acupoints, allowing all 361 acupoints to follow suit. With such a foundation, how could it not be solid? This method is called first establishing the foundation to promote later foundations. Is this something anyone else in this world could conceive? Meanwhile, not far away, Little White, who was sitting on the table, was utterly stunned. She gazed at the blue light strands radiating from Yishu and the increasingly formidable aura surrounding him, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a long time. It was only at this moment that she realized this guy was truly not lying. His breakthrough really had no bottlenecks. The bright moon hangs high, and the stars twinkle like diamonds. The summer cicadas buzz incessantly. In Yishu's small courtyard, spiritual light radiates, shimmering through the windows. On the other side, in the main house, in the tranquil study, the candlelight flickers, illuminating Yizhan's cold, sweat-drenched face, as well as the glinting dagger pressed against his neck. Crimson blood trickles down the blade. Yizhan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed hard. What is the purpose of this brave man? Fortunately, the visitor does not have a penchant for the blade's cruelty. Otherwise, he would truly be facing his ancestors sooner than expected. The dagger wielder was entirely concealed in a black robe, making it impossible to discern their face, only a pair of cold eyes fixed intently on Yizhan's back. High-level search techniques often require only the simplest of skills. After a whole day of contemplation, the Shadow Guard ultimately chose to confront him directly with a knife. Today I come for only one matter. What matter? The token. Upon hearing these words, Yizhan's pupils constricted sharply and his muscles tensed instantly. This instinctive reaction did not escape the Shadow Guard's eyes. A glint flashed in his gaze, and the dagger pressed tighter against Yizhan. It seems that the head of the Yi family knows what I am referring to, which saves me the trouble of further explanation. You must already be aware of my intentions, so please hand over the token. Otherwise, think of your family members. Surely the head of the Yi family does not wish for your family to encounter any misfortune over a mere token. If you surrender the token, I can guarantee that the Yi family will sweep away the other 3 major families in Yu City, becoming the sole overlord. Just a few days ago, weren't you at odds with the Lu family over a spirit stone vein? As long as you hand over the token, all of this will be resolved. Moreover, I can take your son as my disciple and impart to him the supreme Dao. The Shadow Guard slightly released a hint of his aura. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire study, making it hard for Yizhan to breathe. Transformation to God. Yizhan swallowed hard. It must be said that every condition put forth by the Shadow Guard was tempting, especially the last offer of taking his son as a disciple. What father does not wish for their child to succeed? As long as you hand over the token, all of this will be realized. After all, the token has long since lost its use for your Yi family, has it not? Why not give it to someone more capable in exchange for a brighter future? Perhaps your Yi family could turn things around and create a new glory. Just hand over the token, that is all. The Shadow Guard pressed close to Yizhan's back, whispering coldly in his ear, or else. Do you want to die? Yizhan froze, and then his pupils shook violently as he stammered, If I agree to your conditions and hand over the token, will you really take my son as your disciple and spare my life? Upon hearing this, the Shadow Guard could not help but smirk. Heh. A small family is indeed a small family. It only takes a little grace to bring them to heel. Young lady, these 15 years of wasted time have truly clouded your vision and led you to misjudge people. The Shadow Guard felt a surge of delight and spoke in an extremely alluring tone. Of course, as long as you hand over the token, I can not only restore the Yi family's former glory, but also take your son as my disciple, making him a notable figure in Taiwu Imperial City. After all, there is give and take. Hand it over. Hurry and hand over the token. In the silent, empty room, only the shadow guard's seductive voice remained. Yizhan's shoulders trembled slightly as if in a difficult decision. Everything proceeded as the shadow guard had anticipated. As long as he obtained the token, even if the means were somewhat unscrupulous, it would still be a great achievement. Moreover, since the young lady had already let go, he naturally had no qualms about his actions. If someone were to ask about the future, there would naturally be great scholars to argue the points. However, just as he was enjoying the prospect of a bright future returning to the Zhao family for promotions and raises reaching the pinnacle of life. But I refuse. A cold and resolute voice rang out. What a... The shadow guard's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Yizhan only to find that the Yi family head, who had just been so submissive and fearful for his life, was now raising his head defiantly under the pressure, his eyes brimming with disdain. Accompanied by a powerful surge of music, Yizhan spoke. One of my favorite things to do is to reject those who think they hold all the power. The token I will not give you. His voice was soft yet thunderous. What kind of joke are you playing? The shadow guard broke out in a cold sweat, furious and humiliated. You bastard, do you not fear that I will kill you? At worst, I will turn the Yi family upside down, digging 3 feet into the ground. Oh. At this moment, however, Yizhan seemed to have completely disregarded life and death, exuding a true head of the family aura, calm and imposing, with a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course I believe it. A stage 1 transformation to God can certainly do it. But do you dare? If you kill me, you will never find the token. Since you know this secret, you also know that for the sake of keeping the token from being stolen, all the major families will alter the token into various items, placing seals on them, passing them down through generations. Only the family head knows what the token is and how to unseal it. So even if you were lucky enough to find the token, you wouldn't know how to unseal it. So do you dare? Yizhan remained unperturbed, his gaze steady. You. The shadow guard trembled in rage, gripping the dagger tightly, yet hesitating to act. Because what Yizhan said was true. Even he did not know what the Zhao family's token looked like. A transformation to God actually met his end at the hands of a golden core. What kind of joke was this? Would he still be able to maintain his reputation if this got out? He gritted his teeth, emitting a suppressed voice from his throat. If you do not hand over the token, I will kill every single member of the Yi family, leaving not even a dog alive, and then capture your son to torture day and night. Everyone has a soft spot, and for most people that soft spot is their loved ones. Yet in the face of such threats, Yizhan remained unafraid, instead responding with a calm demeanor, saying, then go ahead and kill them. What? This time the shadow guard was genuinely shocked. What kind of father could remain so calm when hearing their son threatened? Bandits holding someone for ransom. The shadow guard frowned, having never heard of such a thing. What story is this? Yizhan began slowly. In ancient times, the young patriarch of a great clan was traveling abroad. Passing through a mountain, he encountered a newly arrived band of brigands. Seeing his lavish attire, they were overcome with greed. So they captured him and forced him to write home, demanding his family pay a ransom. But the young man refused, declaring outright that his clan would not part with a single coin. The bandits were baffled. He was the young patriarch of a powerful family, and their demand was modest. Was the life of a young patriarch not worth a few coins? Yet the young man continued. In their clan, there was a rule: no matter who was kidnapped by bandits or subjected to any form of extortion, the family would pay nothing regardless of the victim's status. Because if they paid once, there would be a second time, and a second would lead to a third. If they paid for one clan member today, more would be taken tomorrow. To eradicate this threat, their founding patriarch established a decree: no clan member when captured would ever yield to threats, not even the patriarch himself. It was a matter of relentless war with no quarter given. Thus the young man declared that even if the bandits held him, they would receive nothing. His clan would consider him dead, report to the authorities, and use every resource to hunt the bandits to the ends of the earth. The bandits exchanged bewildered glances and ultimately released the young man, and the founding patriarch who set that rule. Yizhan puffed out his chest, pride gleaming in his eyes. Was the first patriarch of my Yi clan, and my Yi clan still upholds that rule to this day. That rule never retreat an inch. He fixed his gaze on the shadow guard, his eyes unyielding. Threatening me with anyone is futile. I would rather die. If I wish to die, I doubt you can stop me. And if I die, the token can never be unsealed. And you? You are nothing but a dog. If you fail in your task, do you think your master will spare you? Or perhaps he will torment your family. Yizhan rose, his gaze imperial. Or do you have the courage to risk death and test the truth of my words? Hey. The shadow guard fell silent. For the first time in his life, he was called a dog by a mere golden core cultivator. Rage simmered within him, yet he was utterly helpless. He had to admit this seemingly cowardly clan had possessed a terrifying audacity. He dared not gamble. Clan head, ye is it? Fine. You are very fine. The shadow guard cast a long penetrating look at Yizhan, then his form flickered and dissolved into the pitch-black night. Yizhan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the window. After an eternity, when he was certain the shadow guard had truly left, he collapsed into his chair, his legs trembling. To face a nascent soul cultivator and call him a dog. One misstep meant death. Yet he smiled. Ancestors of the Yi clan, you see it all, don't you? I, Yizhan, am no coward. Meanwhile, in Yishu's courtyard. Inhale, exhale. With each breath, the spiritual energy in Yishu's dantian was compressed to its limit, gradually transforming from a gaseous state into liquid. It flowed like a gentle stream through his meridians, weaving through his limbs and bones. Yishu couldn't help but moan. The sensation of breakthrough was exquisite. It was a tremor that originated from the very soul. Indescribable. After foundation establishment, there was the next step. Suddenly, Yishu's eyes snapped open. He struck the Xiong Yuan sword before him with his palm. Bang! The blade, painstakingly mended by Lin Qingxue, shattered once more into 361 fragments that flew into the air, swirling around him. Condense. Yishu barked. All the fragments were drawn back into his dantian, enveloped by spiritual liquid, and guided through his meridians toward every major acupoint. Even with the spiritual liquid's soothing effect, Yishu's entire body convulsed. The pain was excruciating. The sharp fragments sliced through his meridians only to be swiftly repaired by the spiritual liquid. They inched toward his acupoints, this agonizing migration occurring simultaneously across all 361 points. The sensation. It was as if hundreds of blades were flaying him alive. Yishu was in such agony, he nearly ascended to heaven. He wished he could faint. But he couldn't. If he lost consciousness, the fragments would drift with his natural qi circulation, straying to who knows where. And that would truly be his end. He clenched his teeth, guiding the fragments with painstaking precision. Blood seeped from his pores, tracing the pathways of spiritual energy across his snow-white undergarments. Yi's lips parted slightly. Watching her young masters suffering, her eyes were filled with both anguish and self-reproach. If only she could cultivate too. At least she would understand the process, maybe help ease his pain instead of standing by helplessly, not even daring to touch him. Time ticked by. Yishu's undergarments were now a blood-soaked robe. Finally, a glint flashed in his eyes. He opened them abruptly, and all his acupoints responded, shimmering in resonance. Have I reached foundation establishment? Yishu looked at the crushed remains of the spirit stones around him, then examined the acupoints within his body that were only half formed. He had established a foundation, yet it seemed incomplete. Judging by his dantian, he had indeed achieved foundation establishment. But when he willed it, a single acupoint would fill completely, leaving his dantian empty, making his external aura indistinguishable from a qi refining cultivator. In my dantian, I am at foundation establishment. In my acupoints, I am at qi refining. Quite the two-faced state. Yishu muttered to himself. Regardless, it seemed he had successfully established his foundation. Just then a pair of delicate hands gently landed on his shoulders. Young master. Yishu shuddered and spun around. There stood Xiao Su, her hands on his shoulders, her big watery eyes blinking coquettishly. Now that you've finished your breakthrough, let your servant help you change and rest. She had thought his foundation establishment would take at least the whole night. How unexpected. Yi's recently suppressed thoughts stirred once more. She prepared to resume her unfinished mission from earlier. But Yishu suddenly pressed her hand down and shook his head. Since you're still awake, you might as well stay up. With that, he handed the purple Qi Foundation Establishment Pill to Xiao Su. This is the purple Qi Foundation Establishment Pill. Even without cultivation talent, you can use it to break through. Take it tonight and begin your cultivation to avoid any unforeseen trouble. Young master, you. Xiao Su was speechless. Why now of all times? Foundation establishment. Was cultivation really that important? What, aren't you happy? Seeing her expression, Yishu was puzzled. Xiao Su clutched the foundation establishment pill on the verge of tears. No, Xiao Su is very happy. So happy I could cry. Glad to hear it. Yishu patted her head, then swung himself off the bed and strode toward the door. Young master, where are you going? Xiao Su called out, anxiously baffled by his midnight excursion. Yishu left the room without looking back, leaving only a parting remark. The night is silent and still, the perfect hour for a secret rendezvous. Tonight is silent and soundless, fitting for meeting a secluded soul. Yishu muttered an unrefined doggerel as he trod the garden path. Hey, where are you off to in the dead of night instead of sleeping? Xiaobai, perched on his shoulder, yawned with irritation. It's all your fault, dragging me into overtime. Can't you just take it easy for once? Time waits for no one, time waits for no one. Yishu shook his head with a grin. Aren't you curious? That childhood sweetheart of mine hasn't come looking for me. She won't come. Then he'll go to her. Huh. Hearing he intended to visit Zhao Zhixia, Xiaobei's eyes widened, her drowsiness vanishing instantly. She stammered, You're going to find her. She must have reincarnated too. If you go now, she'll surely hate you to death. You can't beat her now, and she has a nascent soul-level guard backing her. Hearing this, Yishu merely smiled calmly. He strode forward with unwavering steps. But she didn't come to me first, did she? If she truly hated me enough, she would have struck the moment I returned to the Yi clan. There are only two possibilities for her in action. First, she still cherishes old ties and is wavering in her heart. As for the second, seeing him pause, Xiaobai couldn't help asking, What's the second? Yishu said nothing, only suddenly looked up. We've arrived. Before them stood a modest courtyard. On its right side gaped a large breach, revealing shattered red bricks, as if smashed open by force. This is Zhao Zixia's courtyard. Xiaobai stared at the breach, incredulous. Are you kidding me? Who would house a main heroine in such a dilapidated place? Even in hiding her identity, her talent would earn her the highest honors in the Yi clan. How could she live here? This isn't a rundown courtyard. Yishu chuckled, leading her to the breach, which faced the window lattice of the main house. Even more broken, Xiaobai frowned, puzzled. Now look over there. Yishu turned, pointing to the opposite side of the breach. Xiaobai followed his gaze. There stood a wall with another breach. Through it she saw a window, and within a girl in a pink dress sat cross-legged in meditation. That's your bedroom, Xiaobai murmured in disbelief. Yishu gazed at the opening, a look of reminiscence on his face. When I was very young, a little girl came to the clan. My deadbeat dad told me she was my sister, and I was to take care of her. So I faithfully carried out that duty. But perhaps I did it too well. The girl wasn't afraid of me, but she was terrified of everyone else. She followed me everywhere, eating, drinking, brushing teeth, washing her face, like a little shadow afraid to let me out of her sight. By day it was fine, but nightfall brought trouble. The Yi clan had strict rules. Even as siblings young as we were, we couldn't sleep together. So every night the girl would be terrified, clinging to my clothes, refusing to leave. So I took a hammer and smashed a hole in my own wall, and then one in hers. I told her my window would never be closed, so she could always see me whenever she opened hers. Xiaobai was stunned after hearing this. Who knew you had a romantic streak back then? She murmured softly, sitting on Yishu's shoulder, her pale legs swaying gently in the moonlight. She could almost picture a little boy swinging a hammer at the wall, surrounded by shocked and bewildered adults. What a romantic thing that must have been. I'm still quite romantic now, Yishu said with a smile, then turned and walked toward the gate. Are you really going in? I just saw that the window in the breach was closed, Xiaobai said with some concern. No matter how close they once were, the erosion of reincarnation memories can change everything. Haven't we seen it happen with Danxia, who was nourished by your spiritual energy for years? I have to see her eventually. Better to go to her than wait for her to come. Xiaobai stared blankly at Yishu's profile. He was always like this, charging headlong into peril, yet always appearing in control. She wondered where he learned that. Yishu reached the door and knocked lightly. The courtyard gate was unlocked. With a gentle push it creaked open. Inside it was quiet and empty. Only a few blue flowers swayed in the moonlight. He crossed the front yard and approached the house. A soft knock on the door. Enter. A faint voice sounded. Yishu pushed the door open. The room was bright, moonlight spilling like liquid silver onto the spotless floor, illuminating everything within. A table, 2 chairs, a bed. Nothing else. Simplicity itself. Before the window a figure stood alone. The maiden wore a blue dress, her waist-length hair tied with a blue ribbon, swaying gently in the night breeze. Moonlight fell upon her cascading tresses, tinging them with a faint silver glow. Even a mere profile surpassed a myriad of beauties. Sensing the door open, Zhao Zhixia slowly turned. Her beautiful face bore no expression, only calmness, and her gaze at Yishu was no longer as before. Yishu also raised his head, meeting her eyes. The two stood across the table, staring into each other's eyes in silence. Silence spread through the air. The oppressive atmosphere made Xiaobai frown. She disliked this feeling, finding the two of them strange. As if they were locked in a contest of wills. Hey, I'm uncomfortable. Say something. Xiaobai finally called out, nudging Yishu's head. Can't you let me play the brooding romantic for a moment? Yishu sighed, then cupped his hands toward Zhao Zhixia with a faint smile. How should I address you now? Sister Yi. Or Miss Zhao. At this address, Zhao Zixia's pupils constricted. He knew all along. But looking at Yishu's calm, confident smile, her fingers tightened slightly, though her expression remained unchanged. She said flatly, "What do you think?" "I think." Yishu's gaze fell on Zhao Zixia's left wrist, as fair as jade, but missing something. He took a step back and said with a light smile, "Yishu, the 167th generation disciple of the Yi clan, hereby pays respects to Miss Zhao." Miss Zhao, although she had anticipated it, hearing this address still made Zhao Zixia's delicate frame tremble. She turned her head slightly, concealing the emotions in her eyes from Yishu. Watching the two facing each other with cold indifference, Xiao Bai tilted her head in bewilderment. These were people who had spent nearly 15 years together. How could they be like strangers? Since Miss Zhao dislikes the gift I gave. Yishu's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Zixia's wrist, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "Then may I have it back?" "Return the bracelet." Zhao Zixia covered her wrist with one hand and slowly walked to the window, gazing at the boundless night outside, leaving only a lonely silhouette. Suddenly, she spoke, seemingly answering a different question. "When I was very young, someone always sneaked into my room while I was asleep, touched my entire body, probed my bones and meridians with spiritual energy, exploring every inch of me. Each time, they would leave only after working up a sweat." "Do you think that person had good intentions or bad?" The atmosphere in the room grew awkward. Xiao Bai furrowed her brows in confusion. What was this guy talking about? Suddenly her eyes widened and she pointed at Yishu, shrieking, "No, don't tell me it was you, you pervert. She was just a child. She was so young back then, and you sneaked into her room to molest her. You despicable, to stay away from me." Xiao Bai clutched her chest in terror, yet her feet remained rooted, still sitting on Yishu's shoulder. "Shut up." Yishu, without blushing or erasing heart, put on a stern face and said, "What do you know? I call it paying homage to the classics, understand? Paying homage to the classics. Besides, when I first transmigrated here, didn't I need to understand what spiritual energy was? Didn't I need a test subject? And I wasn't molesting her. I was using spiritual energy to nourish her meridians, you know. Nourishing meridians. You big pervert. Now that she's come to confront you, you still try to deny it." Xiao Bai grabbed his neck, gritting her teeth. "I don't recall raising such a wicked chosen one. You're a complete degenerate." With his dark history exposed, Yishu had no excuse. It was rather absurd thinking back. Back then, when he first arrived in this world, starting with transmigration, the 4 great clans, a border town, a childhood betrothal, and a little girl inexplicably sent to his family. Wasn't this exactly like battle through the heavens? Thus, Yishu resolutely chose to pay homage to the legendary pioneer, Xiao Huahua. And now, unlike Don Xiao, those were baseless false memories or future memories for them, events that hadn't occurred. But this time it had already happened, and he truly owed her an apology. Don Xiao within the ring also noticed this. So she was curious, how would this always calm and composed youth who could resolve crises with a few words try to talk his way out this time? Yet neither happened. Whoosh. Under the moonlight, the sound of clothes sliding down echoed. Yishu's garments cascaded like flowing clouds, revealing his scarred, yet still robust torso. Xiao Bai blinked, then quickly covered her eyes. "Not only are you a do, but you're also an exhibitionist." Don Xiao, on the other hand, widened her eyes and scrutinized him, marveling to herself. After all, inside the ring no one would know she was looking. Why not enjoy the view? Zhao Zixia's pupils contracted. She quickly turned her head, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, though her peripheral vision still stole glances. She said indignantly, "What are you doing? Do you think letting me see you will settle the score, eh?" "Shameless." Yishu said nothing, silently forming a hand seal. A flash of sword light appeared. 361 sword shadows materialized out of thin air, hovering around him, their aura sharp and fierce. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yishu's thighs, arms, and entire body were instantly covered in bloodstains, cuts so deep they reached the bone. Blood gushed out, yet he didn't even flinch. Trembling, he picked up his clothes and slowly dressed himself. Blood stained his garments. The pure white turned into a vivid red. Yishu looked up at Zhao Zixia and smiled faintly. "Now we're even. Can you return the bracelet to me?" Xiao Bai watched in stunned silence. Not because of Yishu's boldness, but because of his shamelessness. Someone like him was cunning. Those were clearly injuries from breaking through to Foundation establishment, yet he claimed they were self-inflicted to repay his debt. But regardless, he had only touched a little girl's body, and now he was repaying it with hundreds of wounds. Roughly speaking, it was almost equivalent to a death by 1,000 cuts. Should be settled right. Yet just as she thought it was over, whoosh, the wind stirred. A shadowy figure emerged like mist, instantly appearing before Yishu, grabbing his neck and lifting him high. His gaze was icy. My young lady is as precious as gold. Do you think a few scratches from an ant like you can settle the debt? The fact that you're still standing here should make you grateful, thankful. If not for the lattice favor, you would already be dead. You come from a border town, secluded and narrow-minded. A few praises of being a genius made you think highly of yourself, arrogant and blind to the world beyond. And nobody like you without a stroke of luck wouldn't even get a glimpse of my lady, let alone touch her. Even seeing me would be a near impossible feat. A frog at the bottom of a well. How can it comprehend the sky? If you were in the bustling central plains with a bit of knowledge, you'd see me as a firefly against the bright moon. The shadow guard tightened his grip on Yishu's neck, his words dripping with sarcasm. All the anger he had from dealing with Yizhan was now being vented on Yishu. As for the lattice punishment, hadn't she just watched him cut himself hundreds of times without batting an eye? In the past, she would have stopped him. Now that she had come to her senses, he could act without restraint. Gurgle. Yishu was lifted high, yet his expression remained calm. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, but instead, because of his elevated position, the shadow guard saw a hint of condescension in his gaze. This brat. The shadow guard gritted his teeth. That same look, just like his father. Infuriating. Shadow guard, release him. Zhao Zixia's voice rang out. My lady. The shadow guard hesitated, gritting his teeth, but ultimately obeyed, releasing his grip and retreating into the shadows. Yishu fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Shuer, are you all right? Dangxia's voice came from the ring, tinged with concern. If Shuer hadn't stopped her in his mind, she would have already taught that insolent fool a lesson. I'm fine. Yishu shook his head. Looking up, he saw Zhao Zixia approaching him, extending her hand with her palm open. A simple wooden bracelet lay quietly in her hand. Returning this to you. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Guh. Gugu. Kneeling on the ground, Yishu let out a stifled, guttural sound as he stared at the bracelet in Zhao Zixia's hand. Zhao Zixia furrowed her delicate brows, puzzled. Was this reluctance? In truth, had she lain down and looked up at that moment, she would have noticed the faint smile curling at the corner of Yishu's lowered lips. The mere thought of what was about to happen made it hard for him to suppress his grin. No, not yet. He couldn't smile now. Wait a few more minutes, then he could laugh. Yishu took a deep breath, accepting the bracelet from Zhao Zixia's hand and carefully tucking it into his sleeve. Then he raised his head, his expression once again serene and unreadable. Miss Zhao, I am here for one matter. What matter? Quite simple, just 2 words: a trade. A trade. Zhao Zixia's eyes flickered as she vaguely guessed his intent. She walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Tell me, what kind of trade? Yishu did not sit, he remained standing. The token. You have been wasting your time here, isn't it all to find my Yi family's token? Long ago, my deceased father entrusted the token to me. Now its appearance and the method to unseal it are known only to me. And today I intend to use this token to strike a deal. These words sent shockwaves through the room. The shadow guard's pupils constricted. He never expected that the token they had been desperately seeking was in the hands of this young lad. No wonder the mistress had stuck by this brat. He had thought she truly fancied the youth. Now it dawned on him that she had long discovered the secret of the token lay with him. As expected of the mistress. On the other side, Xiao Bai was hopping with anxiety. Hey, are you just going to hand it over like that? This is a crucial artifact, one of the tokens to enter the 8 Immortals' ruins. Other ancient clans are all searching for it. It holds countless treasures, and it's an heirloom of your Yi family. Are you really just giving it away? Yishu remained unmoved. Without the present, what future is there to speak of? Zhao Zixia hadn't expected such bluntness either, but upon reflection, it was indeed his style. State your terms for the trade. Whether it's cultivation manuals or divine weapons, I can give you anything within my power. Matters that could be resolved with wealth were no issue at all. I need none of those. I only ask one thing: protect the Yi family for 100 years. Protect the Yi family for 100 years. Xiao Bai, perched on Yishu's shoulders, suddenly froze. Because she finally understood why Yishu was doing this. This world was no longer the predictable path that would have led him to the pinnacle. Feng Mengli wanted to kill him. The later stage antagonists wanted to kill him. Even some of the heroines wanted to kill him. In the future, the Yi family would also face calamity. But back then, Zhao Zixia had secretly used the Zhao family's influence to shield the Yi clan. Now, however, Zhao Zixia had clearly reincarnated as well. So Yishu dared not gamble. He could not stake the lives of the entire Yi family on whether Zhao Zixia would secretly help as before. Thus, he had to use the token to secure a concrete guarantee for the Yi family. A guarantee sealed by a heavenly oath. You damn fool. Xiao Bai gazed at Yishu with a complex look. So this was what he had been contemplating all along. That was why he came here in the dead of night. Faced with this proposal, Zhao Zixia pondered for a moment. Agreed. Wait. Yishu suddenly seemed to recall something, glancing at the shadow guard hidden in the darkness, and smiled. Originally, I wanted to trade the token directly with you, but now I've changed my mind. I want to make a bet with you. A bet? Zhao Zhixiao was taken aback by his sudden shift. That's right, Yishu nodded. A bet. I want that man. He pointed at the shadow guard, enunciating each word. I challenge him to a Dao duel. A Dao duel. The shadow guard, concealed in the darkness, was stunned. Had he heard correctly? This brat wanted a Dao duel with him. Dao duel. Dao, the way of the heavens. Duel, a contest. A duel where both parties swear an oath with the Heavenly Dao as witness, ensuring absolute fairness. Yishu looked at Zhao Zhixia and said calmly, I will fight him at the same cultivation level. If I win, I will hand over the token, but you must swear a heavenly oath to protect my Yi clan for 100 years upon receiving it. If I lose, the token is yours without condition. Of course, we could also proceed with the direct trade. The choice is yours. Arrogant. The shadow guard could not help but roar. This bet only benefited them. Winning meant nothing was owed, and losing only required protecting the Yi family for a century. But therein lay the problem. When the opponent gave away all the advantages, the bet itself became the greatest insult, as if Yishu were saying, see, win or lose, it's all benefit for you. If you still don't dare, then go back to the countryside and till the fields. This brat wanted to fight him. How dare he? There was a trick, certainly a trick. But the shadow guard could not see it. Even at the same cultivation level, his nascent soul combat experience was far beyond that of a mere youth. What gave this brat such confidence? Yet even knowing there might be a trick, he had no way to retreat. This was a cultivator's pride. Mistress, please allow me to duel this lad. The shadow guard bowed to Zhao Zhixia in request. Zhao Zhixia did not look at the shadow guard. Her gaze was fixed on Yishu. Or rather, from the very beginning, her eyes had never left the man before her. Are you certain? I am. Very well, I agree. Zhao Zhixia nodded without hesitation, raising 4 fingers. I, Zhao Zhixia, hereby swear that regardless of the outcome of the duel between Yishu and the shadow guard at the same cultivation level, I shall protect the Yi family for 100 years. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me. With that, she withdrew her hand. As if unwilling to be misunderstood, she added, Uncle Yi has treated me well over the years. The Yi family is in any case my second home. Protecting it is only right. Dan Xia and Xiao Bai were both speechless. They looked from Zhao Zhixia to Yishu. One was a stubborn mule, and so was the other. Meanwhile, the shadow guard had already taken his stance. Brat, today I will teach you that there is always a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. Then let us swear the oath. Yishu smiled faintly. The two stood facing each other, then raised 4 fingers and swore the Dao oath. As the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao, Xiao Bai naturally received their oath. With a light wave of her small hand, the shadow guard's imposing aura steadily descended until it reached the foundation establishment level. Thus they stood on equal ground. Under the moonlight, the shadow guard and Yishu faced each other. Begin. Zhao Zhixia spoke calmly. Whoosh. The moment her words fell, Yishu, who had been in plain sight, vanished into thin air. Where had the brat gone? The shadow guard was startled. Such speed was impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator. The youth must have used some secret technique. As expected, he had relied on something to dare fight him. He grew more vigilant, his heart pounding. But the next second, he suddenly noticed a tall silhouette in his field of vision. At the same time, he realized he seemed shorter and his body was no longer under his control. Just as the shadow guard was filled with confusion, he suddenly found that silhouette. So familiar. It seemed to be myself. Too fast. So fast that no one had time to react before the shadow guards were already defeated utterly, irrevocably. Beneath the silver moonlight, 3 figures stood in silent stillness. One radiated a cool lunar grace, breathtakingly beautiful. Another held a severed head aloft. The third defied comprehension. How is this possible? The shadow guard's pupils dilated in shock as he stared blankly at the headless corpse kneeling motionlessly not far away. It was his own body. Only now did he realize he had already lost, and he had no memory of when or how that loss had occurred. Yishu held the head aloft in one hand, his gaze impassive. You are merely a few years my senior. Fortunate enough to have cultivated a little longer, your realm slightly higher, and born into a prestigious clan, yet you deemed yourself superior, arrogant, blind to the world beyond your narrow horizon. At the nascent soul realm, you saw me as a frog gazing up from its well at the moon above. Should we stand on equal footing, you would behold me as a mayfly straining to fathom the boundless azure sky. As he spoke, Yishu's fingers tightened ever so slightly. Boy, you dare? I am a nascent soul cultivator. The shadow guard's eyes widened with disbelief and raw burning resentment. Is nascent soul cultivation truly so formidable? I've slain such beings before. Yi Shu let out a faint wry laugh, and then crushed his fist shut. Bang! The Shadow Guard's skull exploded instantly, scattering crimson mist across the night. Blood drenched Yi Shu from head to toe, staining his already blood-soaked white robe in hues both vivid and sinister. Another nascent soul cultivator had fallen beneath Yi Shu's hand, yet he did not even blink. He could not allow his family to dwell under the shadow of a grudge-holding nascent soul. A petty foe, however insignificant, could prove endlessly vexing, so better to end it now once and for all. Zhao Zhixiao watched Yi Shu, her usually unflinching gaze flickering at last with quiet astonishment. Even she had not foreseen his ruthless finality. Yet upon reflection, it seemed inevitable. Without glancing at the corpse at her feet, she lifted her eyes to him. You have won. As agreed, I shall protect the Yi clan for 100 years. The token, when will you give it to me, eh? Now. Zhao Zhixiao froze startled. Then before her incredulous gaze, Yi Shu reached into his sleeve and withdrew the very wooden bracelet she herself had just removed, and then returned to him moments earlier. That is the token. Zhao Zhixiao's composure finally shattered. Her lips parted in mute disbelief as she stared transfixed at the simple wooden circlet. She would never have imagined, could never have conceived, that the token her clan had sought for generations had rested upon her wrist, all along worn continuously for nearly 15 years. Nor had Xiao Bai or Dan Xia foreseen it. No wonder. No wonder he made no mention of the transaction upon arriving, instead insisting first on retrieving the bracelet. Turns out it had never been in his possession to begin with. Xiao Bai murmured softly. She'd mistaken his solemnity for sincerity, only to find calculation beneath every gesture. Indeed, one must never harbor illusions about him. Surprised, Yi Shu dangled the bracelet lightly in the air and laughed full-throated and unrestrained. The darkest shadow lies beneath the lamp. A rather elegant deception, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Zhixiao swiftly mastered her emotions, suppressing her elation with practiced calm. Then, may I have the token now? Of course. Without hesitation, Yi Shu tossed it to her and turned to leave. Zhao Zhixiao hurried forward, catching the bracelet with reverent care. Seeing him depart, she called out urgently, Wait, you haven't told me the method to unseal it. The unsealing method is simple, Yi Shu replied without turning back, his laughter lingering in the air. Wear this bracelet for 15 years, and the seal lifts itself. Wishing you joy on your coming of age ceremony. 15 years. Zhao Zhixiao stared at his retreating figure, stunned. 15 years. That means it's today, my day of adulthood. Such coincidence defied belief. And only the lineage's successive heads could impose such a seal. Which meant, this token had been Yi Shu's commingafage gift to her, prepared long before this moment. Had she not removed the bracelet yesterday, she would have claimed it today, without any need for this elaborate charade. Zhao Zhixiao moved to the window, cradling the bracelet in one palm, yet hesitating to wear it. Instead, she gazed at the breach torn in the courtyard wall, at the boy walking away, and again smoothed the bracelet until its surface gleamed immaculate and pure. Elsewhere. Spurt. No sooner had Yi Shu stepped beyond the small courtyard than his brow knotted sharply, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his face draining to pallid ash. His knees buckled, he staggered, barely avoiding collapse. Sure, what's wrong? Dan Xia asked, concern sharpening her voice. Nothing. Yi Shu braced himself against the ground, wiping blood from his lips with trembling fingers. Through gritted teeth he rasped, Shall I confess that to dispatch that shadow guard in an instant, I activated 3 formation arrays simultaneously. 1 to amplify strength, 1 to accelerate movement, 1 to conceal breath, draining every ounce of spiritual energy from my body. My meridians and acupoints ruptured under the violent surge, dozens snapped. Right now the pain is unbearable. Why force it? Dan Xia frowned, bewildered. A conventional battle would have secured victory, even if slower. Why rush it only to cripple yourself? You wouldn't understand. This is what it means to be a man. Yi Shu tilted his face upward, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression steeped in melancholy. Would he ever admit the truth? That he'd done it purely to make a grand impression before his former lover, and bind her to lifelong regret? Would that still be impressive, if spoken aloud? Let them puzzle it out themselves. Hey, you, on my shoulder, how long do you plan to perch there? After pausing to catch his breath, Yi Shu thumped Xiao Bai irritably. Can't you see I can barely walk? Humph, show off. Xiao Bai rolled her eyes, but obediently leapt down, slipping her shoulders beneath his arms to support him as they limped slowly toward home. Back in the courtyard, Xiao Su had just completed foundation establishment. Sensing the surge of power coursing through her body, she hadn't yet reported the triumph to her young master. Crash. The door burst open as Yishu staggered inside, stumbling across the threshold. "Young master, what happened to you?" Seeing him drenched in blood, Xiao Su panicked, leaping off her bed barefoot and rushing to his side, gently steadying him. "Don't move, it hurts." Leaning into her embrace, Yishu finally relaxed. His eyelids drifted shut as he whispered hoarsely, "Fetch healing medicine, then let me rest." "Young master, I'll first examine your injuries." Rather than fetching medicine immediately, Xiao Su deftly extended her spiritual energy to probe his internal condition. The inspection left her stunned. Over a dozen meridians had snapped. His spiritual energy was utterly depleted. In that moment, Yishu lay defenseless, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Xiao Su," he murmured weakly against her chest, gazing down at the man in her arms, now utterly mortal, stripped of all cultivation. Xiao Su's lips curled into a slow, sly smile. She lifted him effortlessly and strode resolutely toward the door. "Young master, Xiao Su will take you to heal, right away." At the Yi residence, deep within a basement impervious to any spiritual detection, Yishu lay confined. Wake up now. Wake up, you idiot." In the dim chamber, a little white-haired girl sat atop a bare-chested man, slapping his face repeatedly until her hands were red. "Wake up, you fool." Yishu groggily opened his eyes, feeling a sharp sting on his cheeks and a familiar scent lingering in his nose as if he were at home. "What's all the noise? Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Hiss. He instinctively raised his hand, only to be met with excruciating pain. His broken meridians and bones had yet to heal, and the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in agony. The pain jolted Yishu fully awake. "Where's Xiao Su? Didn't she get me any medicine?" "Medicine? She's the one who locked you up." Xiao Bai cried, urgently grabbing his neck. "You idiot. Don't you realize there's a ghost in the house? How is that possible?" Yishu instinctively retorted, but in the next moment, he noticed silver ornaments on his wrists and ankles. They clinked as he moved. Following the chains, he saw them connecting his limbs to the four corners of the bed. Though the surroundings resembled a bedroom, the lack of light and the presence of candle flames made it clear this was a basement. Recalling Xiao Su's eerie smile before he lost consciousness, he had no choice but to believe it. But why? Yishu racked his brain, but couldn't understand why Xiao Su would imprison him without reason. Suddenly a thought struck him like lightning. Xiao Su had also been reborn. "Xiao Bai, tell me honestly." Yishu stared at Xiao Bai, gritting his teeth, each word deliberate. "Besides Zhao Zhixia being the female lead, is Xiao Su also one?" Hearing this, Xiao Bai's legs tightened. She lowered her head, her gaze wandering, her little hands fidgeting as she pitifully tugged at her clothes. It seems so. Indeed, Xiao Su is the female lead." Now everything made sense. Yet when he returned home, Xiao Su was exactly as before, not like those reborn heroines who would kill or distance themselves. Even someone as sensitive as him had detected no malice. So he never considered it. He never imagined she could disguise herself so deeply. But, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yishu shook the chains on his wrists, grinding his teeth. "Now I'm trapped here. Are you happy?" "Well, that's not really my fault." Xiao Bai grimaced and said pitifully, "Who knew the system would target even a little maid? In my original setting, Xiao Su was just a mortal maid. Though she was a female lead, she only appeared early on and was almost forgotten later. Plus, with the way she acted at first, she didn't seem affected at all. Who would think that way? So I thought the system overlooked her. But who knew? You didn't notice either, did you?" She placed her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Yishu. "You didn't notice either? What right do you have to blame me? If you hadn't tried to show off and ended up seriously injured, she wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage. It's all your fault, all your fault." "My fault?" Yishu stared in disbelief at Xiao Bai, who was turning the blame on him. After all this, it was his fault. Who would have thought a reborn heroine would show no reaction to her past life betrayer? From start to finish, she harbored not a trace of killing intent, not even hatred. She was just the same adorable Xiao Su. How could he have suspected? He had thought Xiao Su was the pure one in this world. But she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Instead of complaining, "Let's figure out what to do," Xiao Bai said, lowering her head guiltily. Clink, clink. Yishu yanked the chains. No doubt, they were sturdy enough to keep him locked here. As he struggled with the chains, the basement door creaked open. "Young master, you're not being good." The voice made Yishu tremble. Xiao Bai immediately scurried to find a hiding spot, even though she didn't understand why. Mortals couldn't see the Heavenly Dao. But she felt she should hide. Spotting a wardrobe, she slipped inside, leaving just a crack to peek through. From the shadows, a graceful figure approached. She snapped her fingers, and a few candles lit up the basement. Yishu looked up stunned. Xiao Su wore a loose white robe tied at the waist with a silk ribbon. From the neckline, it seemed she wore nothing underneath. She held a yellowed book. In the dim candlelight, he could faintly make out the title, 100 Ways to Make a Man Never Leave You. But that wasn't what shocked him. What shocked him was, Xiao Su, why are you wearing my clothes? Indeed, the white robe she wore was the one he had changed out of when he returned. You mean this young master? Xiao Su grabbed the collar, brought it to her nose, and inhaled deeply, flashing a disturbingly perverse smile. Because it smells like you, young master. If we're going for thrills, let's go all the way. Pervert. This must be perversion. How could a youthful boy dream of a lecherous sister? Yishu stared at the lecherous Xiao Su, shrinking back in fear until he hit the foot of the bed, swallowing hard. Just then he noticed. The bed beneath him was his own, and every piece of furniture in the basement. Chairs, tables, even the floor, identical. The arrangement, the placement exact. Only then did Yishu realize these items weren't stolen by the second and third branches of the family. Xiao Su had taken them herself. All the scheming had woven a net in secret. Xiao Su. Staring at the approaching Xiao Su, he swallowed hard. What do you want? What do I want? Xiao Su's lips curled into a wicked smile. She leaned and letting her chest's pale skin peek through, making Yishu dizzy. I want to do you, of course. What? What do you mean, do me? Yishu was utterly stunned. After all his legendary reputation, his lifelong brilliance had never faltered. He had not been devoured alive by the heroines nor slain by Feng Mengli, a nascent soul cultivator, or by her shadow guards, both of whom he had personally cut down. Yet today he was about to be overpowered by Xiao Su. And even as he slipped into unconsciousness, she had still been an ordinary mortal. Was this truly the fabled triumph of the mouse over the elephant? Xiao Su, you mustn't do this, Yishu pleaded, attempting to appeal to sentiment. You know I've always treated you well. I've never regarded you as a mere maid. To me, you've always been like a younger sister. Xiao Su blinked innocently. Xiao Su knows that. Master is different from others. Gentle, never lashing out at servants in the courtyard with blows or curses. Even though Xiao Su was merely found and taken in, Master treated her no differently, always protecting her like an elder brother. So Xiao Su has always seen Master as her elder brother too. Hearing this, Yishu exhaled in quiet relief. So she viewed him as a brother after all. It seemed emotional appeals still held sway. But in the next breath his heart leapt anew. Xiao Su suddenly surged with fervor, slapping the edge of the bed, eyes wide and earnest, her delicate face alight with conviction. But sister, maid, elder brother, star, slave, wife, girlfriend, Dao companion. These roles need not exclude one another. Xiao Su is now a cultivator. She is worthy of Master. Not you. Yishu's lips twitched. Is there even a human left in this world? Was that truly something a person could utter? And somewhere within that litany, something deeply unsettling had slipped in. What in heaven's name was a star slave? Yishu resolved then, and there once free, he would burn every bookstore in U City to ash. Faced with this impasse, he decided on one last attempt. Xiao Su, what has transformed you so completely? His expression turned sorrowful, 2 crocodile tears welled in his eyes. Where has that gentle, adorable, empathetic Xiao Su vanished? The one who once understood without words. You were never like this before. Please, let me go. Master won't blame you. At first Xiao Su's features softened, but at the final phrase she shook her head firmly. No. Yishu fell silent, helpless. Then at least tell me why. I'm genuinely curious. Before I die, or rather before I'm overpowered, may I at least deliver my acceptance speech? Because Xiao Su is no longer the Xiao Su she once was. Xiao Su spoke slowly, her voice tinged with wonder. Master, do you know? I've been reborn. In my past life, Master treated Xiao Su as a sister, as a maid, while entwining affectionately with those women. Xiao Su longed for such closeness too, but she was too weak. Still, just seeing Master again is enough. As long as I may gaze upon Master forever, Xiao Su is already overflowing with happiness, boundless radiant joy. No matter how many women Master keeps, even when you grow weary, lacking strength, and ask Xiao Su to gently nudge your hips, I would accept it all. Yet why? Why did you ascend without taking me along? Her eyes widened, shimmering with wounded tears. I had lowered myself so far, yet you departed without a backward glance, without even a single look. A world without Master. Such a world is not worth existing at all. Just as Xiao Su prepared to end her life, she was suddenly reborn. At first Xiao Su was overjoyed, only to fall into sorrow soon after. For though reborn, she remained mortal, powerless to rival Master. Rebirth, it seemed, changed nothing yet. Just beholding Master is happiness enough. As she spoke, Xiao Su's eyes crinkled shut, her lips curving into a serene, blissful arc, as if gazing upon Yishu were the greatest blessing in all creation. Yishu sensed her sincerity, not just spoken, but lived. Otherwise, he would have detected the anomaly the moment he returned. Then why this sudden change? He jingled the chains binding his wrists, their metallic clatter echoing sharply. All because of you, master, Xiao Su drawled a note of pride in her voice. Xiao Su hadn't harbored such thoughts at first. She only dug idly in the basement playing with discarded chains from Yi family's secret dungeons. But master, you are different now? Elder sister Ji Xia no longer favors you. And yet you gifted Xiao Su a foundation establishment pill, enabling her cultivation, lifting her beyond mortality. And most importantly, when master returned, your cultivation was utterly shattered, vulnerable, defenseless like a lamb awaiting slaughter. What is that if not laying yourself bare before Xiao Su, offering yourself on a platter? So Xiao Su made a decision that defied ancestral precedent. No more will I be your maid master. I shall be your sovereign. Her eyes sparkled, utterly oblivious to the sheer audacity of her declaration. Yishu paused, then said flatly, then fetch me tea. Yes, master. Xiao Su turned, instantly poured tea from the pot at the table, and presented it with reverent grace. Master, please drink. Yishu's lips twitched. Wasn't she still acting the maid? He accepted the cup, intending to sip, just to steady his nerves. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, a thick coppery tang flooded his mouth. He spat it out violently. Wow, what is this? He pointed shakily at the spilled tea. How unbearably foul. Infused with master's blood-stained robe, of course. Xiao Su proudly lifted the teapot. Xiao Su rarely drinks it herself. She only dares steep tea in master's socks. At this, Yishu exhaled in muted relief. Ah, so it's just bloodrobe tea. I'd feared it was something else. Bloodrobe tea is still undrinkable. Yishu nearly choked, then swallowed his outrage, terrified she might open her mouth, stick out her tongue, and catch the next spray. Xiao Su paid no heed. She rose, teapot in one hand, untying her waist sash with the other, a silken ribbon of indigo silk. Her voice a honeyed whisper, Master, now that hearts have spoken and tea has been shared, shouldn't we proceed to matters of mutual affection? Xiao Su. Yishu swallowed hard, preparing one final plea. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Su snapped. She hurled the teapot to the floor. It shattered with a sharp, crystalline crack. Her brows arched like drawn bows, one finger stabbing downward. After all I've said, you still refuse. What then do you want? Let me make this clear, Xiao Su is dead. You chose this path, master. Today what transpires between us is inevitable. No golden immortal, no celestial sovereign can intervene. This I swear. What did it mean? Yishu froze, transfixed, staring at Xiao Su, blazing with the fury of a lioness. Overpower. 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 In that instant her mind erupted. Years of silent devotion, watching master entwine with Zhao Zhixia while she stood apart, unseen, unheard. Her pent-up longing exploded forth. Master, surrender to me. With a sly, predatory smile she reached out, hands poised to pin his limbs to force submission. The moment her fingertips brushed his skin, Yishu rose. Not metaphorically, literally. He stood upright, chains snapping like brittle twigs, and loomed over her, voice resonant with quiet authority. Now tell me, master or maid? Who commands? Who obeys? Thighs. Xiao Su's hand hung suspended midair. She tilted her head upward, gazing blankly at Yishu, unbound, towering, regal, and slowly, painfully forced a strained, crooked smile. Can we negotiate a truce? In the dim chamber, the candle flame flickered. A single candle was inserted into the wall behind Yishu, its light illuminating his back, while casting a vast shadow over Yi Xiao's face. Yishu sneered as he gazed at his obedient little sister. From the moment he awoke, he had called out to Danxia in his heart, using her power to silently destroy the chains binding him, while absorbing spiritual energy to recover. Though still in pain, he was more than capable of handling Xiao Su. There were two reasons he hadn't ordered Danxia to break the chains immediately. First, to conserve her strength. Second, he wanted to hear Xiao's true thoughts. Had he not endured this ordeal, he would never have known that his good little sister harbored a dream of overthrowing her superior. Sure, have you decided how to deal with her? Dangxia's voice echoed in Yishu's mind, laced with a trace of sympathy and reluctance. She too was a pitiful girl. Most importantly, despite the bitterness of her past life and her extreme methods, she bore no hatred toward Yishu. Even Danxia had to concede defeat. Rest assured, master, Yishu replied coldly in his heart. Your disciple will cherish her dearly. Danxia. Suddenly she felt her disciple was a white-cut black. No, he had always been black. Recalling how Yishu had dealt with Lin Qingxue, Danxia silently prayed. Meanwhile, in the wardrobe, Xiao Bai was clutching her skirt with one hand, pressing her face against the crack of the door, peering outside. She didn't know why she was doing this. She just felt an intense excitement, a strange thrill that made her tremble all over. On the other side, Xiao Su watched Yishu regain his vigor, awkwardly rubbing her hands together and forcing a flattering smile. Young master. If I said I was just putting on a show to cheer you up because you looked so tired when you came home, would you believe me? At this moment. Are you joking? Yishu sneered, kicking the chain at his feet. Bang. The chain instantly shattered into dust scattered by an invisible wind. This. That. Sweat poured down Yiziosa's face as she stared at the chain as if seeing her own fate. Death was not terrifying. What terrified her was the thought of never seeing the young master again. How horrifying would that be? She might as well die. After stammering for a long time, Xiao Su blushed and whispered, if I said the chain was to keep you still during treatment so you wouldn't hurt yourself, would you believe me? Her voice grew softer, her head lower. If there were a crack in the ground, she would have crawled into it without hesitation. In this dark chamber, Yishu gestured around. Yiziosa's head drooped even lower. This is because you were injured. I feared troublemakers, so I dug this chamber for you to heal in secret. To make you feel at home, I moved everything from your room here. Yishu was speechless. She made it sound so plausible, almost convincing. If he weren't so sharp, he might have been fooled. And this outfit? Yishu pointed at her white robe. I recall someone saying, if you want excitement, you have to go all the way. This. Xiao Su stammered, unable to find words. She was on the verge of tears. After pulling such a nasty trick and being defeated by the young master, he would surely abandon her. Xiao Su, you fool. You should have struck while he slept. At least you'd have tasted him. She cursed herself. Yishu slowly lowered his head, looking at Xiao Su trembling like a frightened fawn, and sneered, what's with that expression? And those tears? Let me teach you. Just then Xiao Su jerked her head up, her eyes filled with defiance. Since death was certain either way, she might as well gamble. What if the young master had just risen and was still injured, only bluffing to buy time? Go big or go home. Sorry, young master. Xiao Su gritted her teeth and suddenly lunged, reaching for him to catch him off guard. But crack. Bang. Oh. Xiao Su screamed in pain, subdued by Yishu in 3 moves and pinned to the bed. Yishu slid one hand under her thigh, propping himself beside her head while the other locked her wrist. The position was utterly humiliating. Since she wore only the young master's white robe, her thighs were completely exposed, her delicate skin glowing in the candlelight like the purest white jade. Most importantly, it was Yiziosa's face flushed crimson, nearly bleeding. Bold as she was when in control, now that the young master held the reins, she felt only shame and a desire to die. What? Now you're a shy little bunny. Yishu whispered in her ear, exhaling softly. Weren't you fierce just now? Wanting the young master, unstoppable even by a golden immortal. Yiziosa's body trembled, going limp. Young master, what? What do you want? Her voice was soft, drained of strength, her eyes misty with spring water, like a lamb to the slaughter, radiating an irresistible allure. What? Yishu leaned in close. Of course. What? Xiao Su was momentarily confused. Yishu kissed her lips, his right hand pulling the ribbon at her waist. Yiziosa's eyes widened, her mind exploding. But in an instant she sank into the kiss, closing her eyes in bliss. The candle flickered, filling the room with passion. The two entwined. Two were watching. This guy. Xiaobai gaped, her eyes wide, utterly stunned. That was it. Totally unexpected. Normally shouldn't he say I see you as a sister and reject her? This didn't follow web novel logic. Yet her destined son and the female lead coming together should be a good thing, making her happy. So why did her heart ache? As if something had been stolen. Uncertain. Let's watch more. Xiaobai pressed against the crack, observing every move on the bed, missing no detail. Pervert, scumbag, heartless bastard. Her heart ached. Yet there was a strange excitement. Gradually Xiaobai's face grew redder. She cursed, but her voice blurred into something else. She longed to raise a glass to the moon with shadows as company. In the underground chamber of the Yi residence, the spring garden remained unseen by anyone. At the Moon City auction house, a single pear blossom overshadowed the begonia. On the top floor of the auction house, within another pitch-black room, crimson carpets covered the entire floor. This place was once Qian Jian's private study. Yet 5 years ago it had changed hands. A woman sat on the chair before the desk. She was clad in a red dress, her figure fiery and alluring, accentuated by a cheap house slit to the thigh, a sight that could drive any man wild with the urge to tear her garments and have his way with her. Yet no man dared to do so, nor even dared to steal a second glance. For she was the master of the Moon City auction house, a direct descendant of the Qian family of the Qianbao studio, which spanned the Xiantian continent and was said to control 1/3 of the continent's wealth behind the scenes of major merchant guilds. She was also a formidable contender for the position of Qianbao Studios' heir. Qian Yutong. Too many members of the Qian family vied for the position of studio master. Qian Yutong was no exception. Thus, heeding her father's advice, she traveled from the prosperous central continent to this remote place, starting from the grassroots to accumulate experience step by step. Though it was called grassroots work, it was in truth a gilding exercise. Once she had amassed this credential, she could return to the central continent, rise through the ranks, and contend with other direct descendants. But clearly she was no longer satisfied with this. Miss Yishu of the Yi family has returned, reported a shadow guard kneeling on one knee with his head bowed respectfully. So soon. Qian Yutong, seated in her high position, was somewhat surprised. By all logic, shouldn't that fellow still have 2 months before returning from the Demon Beast mountain range? Yet recalling the rampant rumors about the memory stone, she felt a sense of relief. Indeed, if she had survived such an ordeal, she too would never stay in the Demon Beast mountain range. Returned. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qian Yutong's lips. In her past life, unaware of his true depth, she had refrained from rash action and even called that brat senior, a humiliation of epic proportions. Now, knowing in advance that the boy had not yet grown strong, a merchant chased profit and would naturally act in the most advantageous manner. A mere chi refining brat, yet he carried the remnant soul of the 9-pin alchemist, the alchemy saint of the Xiantian continent. Like a child parading through a bustling market with gold in hand. How conspicuous. A remnant soul of a 9-pin alchemist. One must know that the highest-ranked alchemist in the entire Qian family barely reached the 8th pin. If she could seize the alchemy saint's remnant soul from that brat, it would be a monumental achievement, a tremendous boost to her claim for the Qianbao studio master's seat. Wouldn't those old fogies in the clan then look upon her with new respect? Who said a woman couldn't be studio master? As for funding Yishu's growth, hoping he would repay her later, Qian Yutong had never considered it. A merchant chased profit, this investment was far too unstable. Especially in her past life, the foundation she had painstakingly built became nothing but a bridal gift for that fellow drained dry. It was less an investment and more a swindle. And she, foolishly harboring inexplicable feelings for him, had willingly handed over one family treasure after another. What did she get in return? He ascended in bliss, leaving her behind in this world to face her family's mockery and scorn alone. Now returning for a second chance, she felt no emotion, only interest. Where is Yishu now? Qian Yutong leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs, as she looked down at the shadow guard with a cold, detached tone. He returned to the Yi residence yesterday, replied the shadow guard. He couldn't fathom why his mistress was so fixated on that waist. Could it be that she had a taste for class difference? Little did he know Qian Yutong was at that moment scheming how to deal with Yishu. Yesterday. If she had known where in the Demon Beast mountain range that fellow was, and where he would return, she would have sent men to search openly. But such a move would surely alert others, exposing the existence of the alchemy saint's remnant soul and ruining her plans. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. Still, it wasn't too late now. Issue the order, Qian Yutong said, raising her slender hand with a cold tone. Send men to the Yi residence to capture Yishu alive. Remember, take him alive. As for the Yi family, Qian Yutong pondered for a moment. If the roots were not severed, the weeds would sprout anew with the spring breeze. Thus she lifted her head, her expression icy. Leave no one alive. Make sure no one knows it was us. The shadow guard's pupils contracted. He had never expected this. His mistress wasn't seeking a lover. She was seeking murder. Miss this might. We are merchants. Oh. Qian Yutong cast him a faint glance. Is my word no longer law? When profit is at stake, principles can be adjusted. Yes. Yes. The shadow guard hesitated, then bowed and withdrew. A small golden core family with just a few words was sentenced to death. How tragic. A man without fault, but the possession of a treasure was his crime. But, just as Qian Yutong was about to return to her chambers for a good night's sleep, awaiting good news the next day, a blinding flame burst before her eyes. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a towering blaze erupted. All the citizens of Moon City looked up, squinting toward the Moon City auction house. Blinding golden flames engulfed the entire Moon City auction house. It was ablaze. Before anyone could react, the Moon City auction house was burning, golden flames climbing the stairs and licking the pavilions, roaring fiercely. No one knew who had set the fire. At the heart of the Moon City auction house, the top floor study. Crimson golden flames filled the entire study, their light casting a glow on Qian Yutong's stunned face, which still bore that cold, icy smirk. She couldn't understand what was happening. In one blink, she was surrounded by blazing fire. And in her pupils there was a woman. A woman of indescribable beauty. She was clad in a green dress, unadorned, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall, intertwining with the flames, yet remaining unscathed. The golden flames knelt at her feet, making her appear like a deity. Yet this goddess-like woman wore on her left wrist a wooden bracelet utterly mismatched with her presence, which she even protected with spiritual energy to isolate it from the outside. And in her right hand, she held the head of the shadow guard who had just left. The guard's eyes were wide open, his face frozen in the terror of death. Qian Yutong's pupils shrank. This was the girl who followed Yi Shu from the Yi family. How could she? Zhao Zixia cared not for her thoughts. Holding the shadow guard's head in her right hand, she looked at Qian Yutong with the same icily indifferent gaze Yi Shu had worn that night. Yi Shu is under my protection. Understood. That night, the fire at Moon City Auction House raged for 3 days and 3 nights. All of Moon City witnessed the flames, a blazing gold that refused to die out. What's up with that fire? The day before yesterday, Wang Erping secretly pissed on it, and then, oi. Yesterday the one you hired at the Rouge Pavilion was Sister Yia. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped, clamped their legs together, and silently shuffled back, putting distance between themselves and the inferno. Could that be an exotic flame? Exotic flames. Exactly. Only an exotic flame burns so mysteriously. See how water can't quench it, it leaves no smoke, and it even burns without fuel. Seems the auction house folks must have crossed someone they shouldn't have, ending up like this. TSK tisk. Everyone shook their heads, lamenting. The auction house was already the most formidable force they could imagine. What kind of expert could make such a power vanish without a trace? Yet none of this concerned Yi Shu. At that moment he lay drowsy in the basement, arms wrapped around Yi Xiao Su, sleeping soundly. Yi Xiao Su slowly opened her eyes. The ache between her legs made her frown, but seeing the face she had yearned for brought a wave of bliss surging through her. Daddy, she called out instinctively, then immediately realized her mistake. She clapped a hand over her mouth, her pretty face flushing crimson. It was all the young master's fault, so wicked. Even when she begged for mercy, he wouldn't let her go, forcing her to call him that embarrassing name. If she refused, he wouldn't let her go. Oh, the young master was so bad. Recalling last night's frenzy, Yi Xiaosu wished she could crawl into a hole. It was too mortifying. Hands on the ground. Where on earth did her master learn such shameful things? How did he know everything? After 3 days, even though Yi Xiaosu had just reached foundation establishment and had a decent constitution, she was utterly worn out, aching all over, weak and too exhausted to move. But, gazing at Yi Shu's sleeping face, Yi Xiaosu's eyes brimmed with sweetness. She couldn't help reaching out to gently stroke his cheek. Her gaze fell on his lips, and her face reddened again. Should she steal a kiss? We've already done everything, so a little kiss can't hurt, right? She glanced down at her naked body pressed tightly against Yi Shu's. They had been closer than close. What was a kiss? Blushing, she leaned in slowly. Just a gentle peck, yet it felt sweeter than honey. Her big eyes curved into crescent moons, her face radiant with happiness. At that moment, Yi Shu's eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Startled, Yi Xiaosu quickly dove back under the covers, shut her eyes, and pretended to be asleep. Even though they had done everything. But she instinctively hid. When faced with certain situations, people always retreat, falling into a passive stance, surrendering control, and ceasing to think. At that moment, Yi Xiaosu didn't realize. This was a sign of insecurity. Yi Shu slowly opened his eyes, saw the girl curled up like a kitten under the quilt, and couldn't help but smile. Who said Yandere girls were bad? This Yandere was perfect. So obedient, pure, alluring, and adorable. With just a little guidance, a little love, and most importantly, as long as he was stronger than her, there was nothing to worry about. The early bird catches the worm. Yi Shu murmured ambiguously. Sensing something, Yi Xiaosu's face instantly flushed, and she silently cursed him in her heart. Wicked young master just woke up and already wants it again. But just as Yi Shu was about to start his morning exercise, an extremely resentful female voice echoed in his mind, tinged with an indescribable emotion. Sure. Is it that enjoyable? That voice? Yi Shu froze, then replied awkwardly, Good morning, master. Within the ring space, Dengxia's face was full of grievance. Look at my dear disciple, so perfunctory upon waking. Not even a greeting, and already thinking of indulging in carnal pleasures. Your master knew it all along. Now that you have a young, beautiful new love, you've no memory of this old, faded beauty. If you think him spoiling your fun, just say the word, and he'll leave. It's not that. Yi Shu's mouth twitched. What was with that sour tone? Had his master turned into Lin Daiyu? Danxiao was furious, resentful, and miserable. She had worked so hard to help Shure escape, and the bastard not only escaped, but also got his pants off. So all her help was for nothing. This ungrateful wretch. 3 days, 3 whole days. She had cried until her tears ran dry, her fingers numb. Who could understand her pain? Is Master jealous? Yishu blinked, finally speaking slowly. I'm not jealous. Danxia crossed her arms and snorted. What right do I have to be jealous of my disciple? I'm just an old, faded remnant soul, visible but untouchable. How could I compare to that tender, youthful girl? What right do I have to be jealous? How dare I be jealous of our young master, Yi brother Yi? If brother wants to continue, go ahead. Sister won't disturb your pleasure. It's just a pity for my meager soul power. Barely recovered a bit, and now you've used it all up to take off your pants. Of course it's not brother's fault. It's sister's fault for being so devoted to brother, only to be treated so cruelly. I understand. I understand it all. He'll leave now. From now on, sister won't bother brother. After hearing her out, Yishu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Cry because having such a dramatic master in his head meant life would be tough. At least his plans for today were completely ruined. Laugh because her jealousy was adorable. If he could, he would even crawl into the ring to see Danxia's expression right now. But despite his thoughts, Yishu immediately pledged his loyalty. Master is joking. Shuer has always loved Master the most. How could I ever abandon you? Disciple and Master are the best in the world. He gazed at the ring, his face earnest. Smooth talker, always knowing how to please. Who knows how many innocent girls' hearts you'll steal with that silver tongue. Danxia's tone still carried a hint of coquettishness, but it had softened noticeably. Your disciple speaks not a single false word. Yishu was serious. Who wants your affection? Danxia muttered softly, but the corners of her lips involuntarily curled up. We are master and disciple. Don't you dare have improper thoughts about me. With that, she fell silent, sinking into rest. After watching for 3 whole days, she was exhausted. It was time for some rest. On the other side, Yishu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he looked down to see Xiao Su lifting her head, blinking her watery eyes, and gazing at him timidly. Young master, what are we now? What relationship? Regarding this question, Yishu pondered for a moment. A maidservant, a sister, a wife, a lover, a childhood sweetheart, a bedfellow, a star slave, a concubine. Countless identities flashed through his mind. In the end, Yishu decided to abandon the thought. He raised his hand and ruffled Yi Xiaosu's hair, his tone gentle. Whatever Xiao Su wishes it to be, that is what it shall be. Really? Of course it's true. Then Xiao Su wants. Yi Xiao Su opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, then continued. Then Xiao Su would still prefer to be the young master's maidservant, to serve the young master, but... She lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. The kind that can serve in the bedchamber. Hearing this, Yishu was not surprised. This faint sense of inferiority had taken deep root in Yi Xiaosu's heart. Even though she had previously tried to force herself on him, it was but a reckless act born from a complete loss of security. When hope was rekindled, that fragility would resurface. Despite hailing from a world where all were equal. But Yishu would not say to Yi Xiaosu, don't think of yourself as a maidservant. We are equals, we are lovers. Such a foolish cliché was far too idiotic. For a girl raised from childhood to be a maidservant, such words were utterly nonsensical and would only frighten and unsettle her. All he needed was to treat Xiao Su as an equal, as a sister. As for whether Xiao Su saw herself as a sister, that was unimportant. Often one should not forcibly alter another's perception, for it only breeds counterproductive results. All right, then let us remain as before. Yishu smiled and patted Yi Xiaosu's head. Get up, help your master dress. Yi Xiaosu nodded vigorously and smiled happily. She scrambled to her feet, deftly smoothed the bedding, carefully cut out a piece of the sheet stained with crimson plum blossoms, set it aside, then fetched Yishu's clothes and dressed him neatly. Her movements were fluid and seamless. This was what she had done for 15 years. Young master. While dressing Yishu, Yi Xiaosu opened her mouth several times as if to speak, but swallowed her words, leaving his collar untidy. Seeing her like this, Yishu couldn't help but chuckle. Speak your mind. If you fear he'll be angry, come to my room tonight, and we'll change positions. Hearing this, Yi Xiaosu's pretty face flushed, and she shot him a reproachful glance. You're a wicked young master, always teasing Xiao Su. Yishu burst into laughter. After laughing, Yi Xiaosu mustered her courage and asked the question that had been on her mind. Young master, why did you suddenly? With Xiao Su? Enter the cave dwelling. Xiao Su did such a terrible thing to young master, tying you up, wanting to imprison you forever, never letting you leave. Such a Xiao Su is truly despicable. But young master still. Looking at her anxious, bewildered little face, Yishu smiled, gently pulled her into his arms with some affection, and comforted. Then let me ask you, Xiao Su. In your memories, I treated you so cruelly in my past life. Do you hold any hatred in your heart? No. Xiao Su shook her head. Any resentment? None either. Then has Xiao Su ever hurt me or ever thought of hurting me? Of course not. Xiao's eyes widened as she quickly denied it. How could Xiao Su ever hurt young master? Xiao Su just didn't want young master to leave Xiao Su. Does Xiao Su love young master? Of course I do. Xiao Su nodded emphatically. There you have it. Shu shook his head with a smile. Even in such a state you never thought of harming me. He held Xiao Su closer. With such a heart how could I betray such a beauty? Xiao Su wrapped her arms around his waist, buried her head in his chest, and a blissful smile spread across her face. Suddenly she looked up and blinked. Young master, what did you just say? Something about green and home. Is it something tasty? Shu sighed in exasperation and flicked her forehead. Our Xiao Su is quite the illiterate one. Xiao Su only needs young master. Xiao Su covered her forehead and muttered softly. Anyway, let's head out first. That deadbeat dad of mine is probably frantic thinking we eloped. So Xiao Su began tidying up the things inside. Meanwhile, Shu strode to the wardrobe, opened the door, lifted out the dehydrated Xiao, shook her vigorously, then grabbed the teapot from the table and doused her. Splash! Xiao jolted awake, sitting up, drenched, her eyes dazed. Where am I? Then she remembered she had cried for 3 days and nights until her tears ran dry, then passed out from dehydration. You heartless scoundrel. Once her thoughts were clear, Xiao raised her head, leaped onto Shu's shoulder, and grabbed his neck, shaking him back and forth. You actually did it with her, and for 3 days and nights. Do you have any idea what I went through? My hand is almost numb. Shu was rendered speechless by her grip. Weren't you the one who told me to get along with the female lead? Now that I have, you're unhappy. That's different. Xiao furrowed her brows and glared at him. How is it different? It's different in every way. Xiao shrieked hysterically. After escaping, you should have calmed Xiao Su down and used words to untie her knot. You two would be together, but without any physical intimacy. As for the other heroines, later you should develop feelings with them too, but never cross that line, always keeping the reader hooked. Conquer them one by one, leave no seed behind, and when you ascend to the celestial realm, still remain untouched, pure, and chaste. Not like what you did. The moment the relationship was confirmed, you went all out, and for 3 days and nights making me watch. Making me hide in the wardrobe and watch alone. That's not how a eunuch-style story works. I won't accept it. Gugawagaga. Xiao let out a frantic cry, her eyes reddening as she shook him by the neck. According to her vision, she was supposed to be the ultimate winner. These heroines could only look but not touch, yet before even reaching chapter 60, still in the newbie village, she had been cuckolded. And right in front of her face. When the Heavenly Dao is in assault, the consequences are dire. Even after leaving the dark chamber, Xiao still had her face puffed up, sitting crossly on Shu's shoulder without a word. Shu had no choice but to let her be for now, as there were more important matters to attend to. As for Xiao's mood, he would let her digest it on her own. After all, hadn't she enjoyed herself quite a bit too? Young master, this dark chamber. Xiao Su turned back to look at it, her brows slightly furrowed. Keep it, Shu said, gently pulling her close. Perhaps someday we'll think of it, and revisit the place, add a little spice to things. Young master, you're so bad. Xiao Su shot him a playful glare, then took his hand and let him out, skipping along like a cheerful little butterfly. Young master, do you know? Xiao Su has dreamed of this day. She wanted to wash your clothes, wash your feet, warm your bed. She chattered on, her eyes brimming with happiness. Shu let her hold his hand, a smile lingering on his face. The sunlight in the manor was just perfect. The radiant light spilled over the girl, making her even more dazzling. Shu sometimes felt that time stopping at this moment wouldn't be so bad. Not far away under the willow tree, a figure in blue silently watched them leave. Her hand rested on the courtyard fence, a wooden bracelet gleaming in the sunlight. After returning to his own small courtyard, Shu bid farewell to Xiao Su, and then headed straight to Yixian's study. Foundation establishment. Looking at Shu as he pushed the door open, Yixian raised an eyebrow. The corners of his mouth twitched upward involuntarily, but he quickly coughed and forced it down. Looks like the pill was quite effective. Not bad for spending 200,000 spirit stones snatching it from someone else. Cut the crap. I came to discuss something with you. Shu stepped forward, plopped himself down, and picked up the teapot for a drink. But as the tea reached his lips, he recalled something and set it back down. After the dark chamber incident, he wouldn't be drinking tea for a long time. What is it? Moving. Yixian's eyes went wide. That's right, moving. Shu nodded, his expression as simple as if he'd just eaten 30 small buns. I found a good place for you. Food and lodging are provided, spiritual energy is abundant, and you won't have to worry about resources for the rest of your lives. Most importantly, it's safe. Yi Zhan was silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Did you go sell something you shouldn't have?" "Go to hell," Yi Shu laughed in spite of himself. "I used our ancestral token to make a deal with Xiao Zhixia, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, who was fostered here. She'll protect us for 100 years. No worries about food or clothing. And after 100 years, he'll have become an immortal by then." "Bullshit." Yi Zhan suddenly pointed at Yi Shu with a pained expression, his finger trembling. "You prodigal. Do you know that even though our family has fallen, our great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was a sworn brother of the Zhao family? They were already obligated to look after us. Was there any need to give them the token?" Hearing this, Yi Shu's mouth twitched. So in ancient clans, looking after the Yi family meant sending them to this remote little city. And looking after his father meant letting him reach only the early stage of the Golden Core realm. What kind of care was that? He had thought it was all built on their own hard work. But he didn't argue with his foolish father. Instead, he slammed the table. "I'm asking you, are we moving or not?" "Damn it." Yi Zhan stood up and smashed the bamboo slip in his hand. "I built this foundation with my own sweat and blood, and you want to throw it away just like that? And go live under someone else's roof in the Central State? No way." 3 days later, in the Yi family manor, several disciples watched the servants busily moving luggage and gathered together in confusion. Why the sudden move? Rumor has it that the family head has latched onto a big shot from the Central State who promised us a stable life. Really? I heard the Central State is paved with spirit stones. You can trip over spiritual herbs on the road, and earthgrade techniques are left lying around for anyone to pick up. We're about to hit the jackpot. But why would they be so good to us? Hey, you don't get it, do you? Everyone is moving this time, even the dogs in the yard. But one person isn't going. Who? Who else? The family head's precious son. Why? This is the Central State. 1,000,000 times better than this godforsaken place. Is he out of his mind? You think he doesn't want to go? He can't. Why? Spill it. Why do you think the family head caught the eye of that big shot? He has no cultivation, no money. He only has one thing. A certain asset. An asset? Everyone's jaws dropped. They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Oh, that's right. The disciple who had spoken crossed his arms, his nose in the air. In my opinion, that big shot doesn't want the family head to have a son. After all, who wants to be a stepfather? That's why Yi Shu isn't allowed to go to the Central State. That makes sense, that makes sense. The disciples nodded in unison, their expressions showing they understood. They couldn't help but look sympathetically into the distance. The family head's son had not only lost his cultivation, but was also abandoned. How tragic. "Young master, are you really not coming with us?" Yi Xiao Su frowned, her nose twitching with grievance. She looked like a stray cat about to be abandoned, staring at Yi Shu with pitiful eyes. "Xiao Su, be good. Sister Zhixia will take care of you. It won't be long before I come to get you, and he'll take you out to play on the streets again." Yi Shu ruffled her hair, his voice gentle and soothing. These past few days he had set aside his cultivation to spend time with Xiao Su, roaming around Moon City to make up for the separation that was to come. But, Yi Xiao Su grabbed his hand, her eyes misty, her voice choked with sobs. "What's there to cry about? It's not like I'm abandoning you. There, a kiss. Don't cry." He pulled her into his arms and gently kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Wah, Xiao Su can't bear to leave young master. Young master must promise, absolutely promise to come find Xiao Su. Otherwise Xiao Su will come find you herself and lock you up. He'll never let you run away again." She waved her little fists, her nose red, but her eyes were deadly serious. Not far away, Xiao Zhixia watched their intimate moment. Her right hand unconsciously touched the wooden bracelet on her left wrist, her fingers tightening slightly. She stepped forward slowly, her voice cold. "It's about time to get moving." Hearing this, Yi Xiao Su reluctantly let go. She turned back to look at Yi Shu with every step as she followed Yi Zhan onto the Zhao family's exclusive flying vessel. "Young master will miss you. He'll miss you too." Yi Shu smiled and waved at her. Then he turned to Xiao Zhixia, his gaze lingering briefly on the wooden bracelet around her left wrist. He suddenly asked, "A few days ago the Moon City auction house was burned down. Was that you?" Xiao Zhixia didn't look at him. Instead, she silently watched the Yi family members moving their belongings in the distance and said flatly, "The Qian family overstepped their bounds and tried to make a move on the Yi family. Since I accepted your payment, I naturally wouldn't break my word. I taught them a lesson. But Qian Yutong is a direct descendant of the Qian family, so I couldn't touch her. Otherwise it would be hard to explain to the Qians. So that's how it is." Yi Shu nodded thoughtfully. "I heard the fire raged for 3 whole days and nights. I initially thought someone was venting their anger on purpose." Zhao Zixia tilted her head slightly, her tone stiff. It was just a little something I did on the side. Don't overthink it. The things are almost packed. You, are you really not coming with us? At this, Yishu suddenly burst into laughter, drawing Zhao Zixia's gaze. What's so funny? Zhao Zixia looked at him in confusion. What's there to laugh about? Our Zhao family's resources are infinitely better than this place with no risks at all. Isn't it better to come with me to the Zhao family? Yishu's smile faded. He very naturally reached out and ruffled her hair, turning her smooth locks into a bird's nest. It was so natural that Zhao Zixia didn't even react. She instinctively rose on tiptoe, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if wanting to lean into the touch. But when she finally realized what was happening, Yishu suddenly pulled her into an embrace and whispered in her ear, "Thank you, Zixia." The hug was brief, over as soon as it began, leaving her no time to respond. Zhao Zixia stood frozen, her face flushed with a mix of shyness and annoyance. But Yishu had already turned away. He casually plucked a blade of dog's tail grass from the ground, stuck it between his teeth, and swaggered toward the gate, heading out into the world. The wind carried his parting words to Zhao Zixia's ears. "Sayonara, little sister Zixia. So, why didn't you go to the Zhao family?" Dust and smoke rose in the city as the Zhao family's flying boat slowly ascended, carrying all the Yi family members to the central continent. Yishu walked leisurely, chewing on a blade of dog's tail grass. Behind him lay the empty courtyard. In the distance, the setting sun was as red as blood. Little White sat on his shoulder, Danxiao drifting beside him, yet the shadow cast by the sunlight only showed a single figure. That shadow stretched long, very long, because Yishu bit the dog's tail grass and smirked. "I'm a man with a rather tough stomach, am not naturally suited to eating soft rice. Most importantly, if I just left like that, what about the fortuitous encounters here? And what about my 3-year promise? Who's going to make up for the alchemy conference I need to flaunt at the green lotus core flame, the fallen heart flame, the azure mystic sword? Comfort breeds laziness. Laziness breeds negligence. Negligence breeds regression. Regression invites death. Even a Heavenly Dao should understand this simple truth." Little White was stunned by his words, wanting to retort, but failing to find words, so she huffily turned her head away. Yishu shook his head with a smile and strode toward the city gate. "Now it's just us again. He'll stay with you." 2 responses sounded simultaneously, yet the speakers were unseen by the mortal world. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon them, illuminating a single shadow moving forward. "So, where exactly are you going?" On the desolate road, Little White kicked Yishu in frustration. "You've been in that pose for 2.5 shurchen, now haven't you snapped out of it yet?" Yishu chewed on the grass stem in his mouth and scratched his head. "Well, I don't know where to go." "Huh. You fool, you just came out and you're already lost. And you still pretend to be all profound, saying comfort breeds laziness. It's infuriating. Isn't it your fault?" "My fault?" Little White pointed at her own nose, looking innocent. "Exactly. Who asked you, a lousy Heavenly Dao, to give me no information, leaving me completely in the dark?" Yishu shifted the blame with a straight face. "Other systems at least give the heroine and the villain memories of their past lives, so they know exactly where the fortuitous encounters are. And now I don't even know where little medical immortal is. I've said it all, but it's all in vain. Even the villain faction knows better than I do where to find treasures. How am I supposed to play this, huh? How am I supposed to play this? Well, Little White broke into a sweat. "Didn't I show you in the first chapter? You were just watching how I would die, all right." Yishu waved his hand. "All I saw was how tragic things got. What about the fortuitous encounters I should have had? Where do I make up for that missing part?" Seems like you have a point." Little White scratched her head, then clapped her hands. "All right, let me, as the Heavenly Dao, spoil things for you. Next, you should go to Yuanyang Town, where you'll meet the lively and lovely Xia Hanmo. Everyone there calls her Little Medical Immortal. She's pure, kind-hearted, and generous, having saved countless lives. She has an excellent reputation locally. Then while exploring the magical Beast Mountain range, you'll happen upon her being attacked by magical beasts. You'll step in to help, and you'll hit it off immediately. She has a treasure map, and you decide to explore together." Stop. Yishu cut her off with a wave of his hand. "After that, well, run into some young leader of a mercenary group, and eventually, under their pursuit, well, fall off a cliff, where well, find some flying combat technique and the 7-colored poison scripture. And this Xia Hanmo also harbors a poisonous body. So she's always been insecure, but I don't mind at all. I'm the first person to treat her sincerely, and thus I become her only true friend. Finally, we part ways in Yuanyang Town. She stands on a cliff, her white robes fluttering, watching me leave, and I become the most unforgettable white moonlight of her life. Little White's mouth fell open, momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally stammered, "How did you know?" "Damn it." Yishu looked pained. "I thought you'd come up with something original, but it's still that battle through the heavens routine, not even a change. Confess, is there a snake people tribe thing later on?" Yais. Little White gave an awkward smile. Paying homage to the classics, just paying homage. Yishu was speechless. "No wonder you only got into a junior college, and your graduation project was plagiarized. 100 plagiarism rate." He sighed, looking up to the sky, but finally strode toward the magical Beast Mountain range. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. "Where is Yuanyang Town?" "I don't know." Little White shook her head, a bit embarrassed. "Maybe we should ask someone." "All right." Yishu shook his head and strode forward toward the setting sun. "Target Qingshan Town, let's go." The Demon Beast Mountain range. Ancient trees scraped the sky, peaks rose one after another. A figure in white moved through the wilderness. Others tread, carefully forming teams ready to halt at every step, fearing ambushes by high-tier demon beasts or being swarmed by low-tier ones. He, however, strolled as if in his own backyard, a leisurely walk. 3 flames pure as crystal floated silently above his head and on his shoulders, illuminating the dark forest and driving away any beasts that dared approach. Unlike humans, demon beasts valued bloodline pressure more. The more intelligent and higher in rank, the deeper their reverence for power and the greater the will needed to overcome fear. The 10,000 beast flame, based on a 5th-rank violet crystal lion king and merged with the beast flames of countless demon beasts, boasted pressure comparable to that of a 6th-rank beast. Ordinary beasts would be lucky to flee. As for beasts above 6th rank, if one were encountered here, Yishu would have no choice but to surrender. Hey, isn't this the wrong direction for Yuanyang Town?" Little White sat on Yishu's shoulder, holding a map bought from someone else, frowning. "Why did you just barge in? You should go to Yuanyang Town first. Xia Hanmo is there, the little medicine immortal, beautiful and kind. Why did you come in alone? Don't you like her? The little medicine immortal." Yishu recalled his past love for the little medicine immortal from web novels, his second favorite after Medusa. But this wasn't the real battle through the heavens. This was Heavenly Villain. Then what about my chosen one? Under normal circumstances, yes. But the problem is things aren't normal. Yishu said calmly, his steps swift. The current situation is the villain faction knows all our lucky encounters, and we know they know, but they don't know we know they know. In other words, from the start, it's an open game. The only difference is that they don't realize I can see the cards, so they'll let their guard down. And now I've returned home 2 months early. That means I'm 2 months ahead of the system's implanted rebirth memories. However, because the memory beads I scattered have spread across the entire Taiwu Imperial City, the plot deviated. I didn't die, and I didn't follow Lin Qingxue to the Qingxian sect. The system must have sensed something wrong. It will act, not wait idly for me to develop slowly and deal with me after I reach the Qingxian sect. So, Yishu's steps gained speed, his spiritual energy flowing without pause. I must, before the system reacts, abandon all prerequisites and strike straight at the heart. This is my only, and only, chance to be faster than the system. They'll never be able to outpace them again. So I must reach the treasure site in the Demon Beast Mountain range as per the original plot before they come from the Qingxian sect. After all, treasures don't change with time. Makes a lot of sense. Little White sat on his shoulder, stunned. After Yishu's analysis, she finally understood why he skipped Yuanyang Town and charged straight into the Demon Beast Mountain range. Had this guy really not opened a heavenly eye? How could he be so insightful? What are you thinking? Tell me the location. Yishu tapped Little White impatiently. Every second delayed increases the chance of collision. All right. Little White snapped to attention, stood on his shoulder, pointed a direction with one hand, and shouted, "Yishu, go." Yishu, go. Yishu's guess was correct. The situation was exactly as he thought. At the Qingxian sect Purple Cloud Peak, a remnant soul at the void refining stage of foundation establishment cultivator and a nascent soul great power. 3 of them couldn't subdue a single chi refining 3rd layer. What's going on? The system was utterly baffled. This was unbelievable. It could only be that the chosen one had a resilient fate. It had conquered 6 worlds, accumulated more chi than this world's Heavenly Dao, and could have directly parasitized the final boss. But due to its habit of playing a turtle strategy in previous worlds, it had accidentally fallen into a classic opening again. No matter, it just meant the chosen one would live a few more days. Steal his opportunities, gradually drain his chi, and let the host finish him off. This system has taken 6 worlds with countless divine rewards. Even a fraction is at the pinnacle of this world. What can this world's Heavenly Dao do to me? The system was supremely confident. This was a complete stomp. Now it just needed to enjoy the pleasure of crushing noobs. This chosen one was just a fish that could jump a bit. Fry it up and it's a dish. Could there be a talent god in a bronze game? Don't make your bro laugh. Just as drowsiness came, a pillow arrived. Senior brother, let's go train at Yuanyang Town near the Demon Beast mountain range. On the mountainside of Purple Cloud Peak, Su Xiao was lounging in the sun when he heard a call. Looking up, several junior sisters were approaching. Yuanyang Town. Su Xiao was puzzled. Why go there all of a sudden? Cultivators need real combat experience, not just training. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Training was just an excuse. The real reason was the youngest junior sister had already fallen. They couldn't let more women be deceived by that heartless man, so they had to stop it early. They decided to go to Yuanyang Town ahead of him, prevent their meeting, and also find the treasure cave the medicine immortal sister mentioned in the rebirth memories. But the problem is, Su Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. He knew Yuanyang Town too well, the place where the male and female leads met in the original novel. Going there might cause trouble. He just wanted to follow the plot smoothly, die, return to Earth, and enjoy a peaceful retirement. Seeing his hesitation, the junior sisters started coaxing. Come on. Please, senior brother. Would you leave us weak girls alone in the Demon Beast mountain range? They say there are many fierce beasts there. What if we're in danger? Well, looking at their pitiful expressions, Su Xiao couldn't refuse. After all, in the original plot, the male lead wouldn't appear in Yuanyang Town for 2 months. Before he went up the mountain, the novel had no scenes of him. Maybe he was meant to go to Yuanyang Town anyway. Going once wouldn't hurt, right? Convincing himself, Su Xiao nodded. All right, let's go. Yage. The junior sisters clapped. Let's set off now. Time was of the essence. The sooner they saved women from suffering, the better. The group departed immediately. The system laughed darkly in the shadows. The host's dual personality is perfect for arousing the heroine's sympathy. Everything was going as planned. They all flew on swords, soaring into the sky. Halfway through, Su Xiao suddenly realized something. Did you forget to call the youngest junior sister? Her cultivation is still shallow. We feared we couldn't protect her, so we didn't call her, the lead senior sister explained. I see. Behind them on Purple Cloud Peak, Lin Qingxue silently watched their departing figures. The setting sun lit her profile, casting a wistful glow. So this was what it felt like to be misunderstood. Did the heartless man feel the same? She suddenly longed to see Yishu. No reason, just a pure desire to see him. I miss you so much, you heartless man. On this night, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The Beast Mountain range was eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional startled birds and the sounds of insects, enveloping the entire mountain range in an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure darted swiftly through the dense forest. Each leap landed precisely on the branches of the tall trees, using the rebound to propel himself further. 3 balls of beast fire followed him as he pressed on. Sure, should we take a break? The voice of Danxia from within the ring revealed concern for his state. Continuing like this consumes a great deal of physical and spiritual energy. When we reach the location of the treasure, we will still have traps to deal with. No need, time is of the essence right now. Yishu shook his head. The divine effect of the celestial constellations was already manifesting. The spiritual energy consumed from his dantian was continuously replenished by the surrounding qi. Unless he encountered a battle, he could keep running indefinitely. Seeing this, Danxiao ceased to press further. Looking at the boy's resolute expression, she felt a pang of sympathy mixed with pride for him. Moonlight flowed with beast fire leading the way. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, there was no path ahead. Before him loomed a sheer cliff, and below it was an endless sea of clouds shrouded in mist, obscuring its depth. Yishu halted here and looked down. Below was a gnarled tree. Aside from that, there was nothing. The cliff was steep, leaving no way down. Indeed, a classic cliffside adventure. Is there really a cave down there? To ensure nothing went wrong, Yishu asked in advance. After all, if he were to jump down, he could actually fly back up on his sword. In your last life, you fell from here with a little girl and discovered a cave hidden in the cliff, which was the dwelling of an ancient power filled with many treasures. But be careful, some pills inside shouldn't be taken indiscriminately. After all this time, that little girl is not here. If you get poison, master cannot detoxify you mouth to mouth. Danxia said softly, her tone tinged with jealousy. Speaking of which, Shuer, haven't you practiced alchemy in a long time? You don't seem like an alchemist at all. When do I have time for alchemy? Yishu replied with a wry smile. Anyway, I've realized that with you as my 9th grade alchemist, why should I bother practicing alchemy myself? If I want something, I just need to ask you to refine it for me. You can use this body of mine however you please, practice whatever you want, horizontal or vertical, it's all fine. You mischievous disciple, do you take me for a mere tool, eh? Danxiao retorted with annoyance. Master treats me the best. But what if one day I'm not around? If Master is gone, then I guess I'll die with you. Yishu manipulated the fragments of the male phoenix, sword within him, arranging them in the air to form a staircase as he descended, replying casually. Uft, uft, uft. Danxia quickly spat several times. Just shut your mouth and stop saying such ominous things. Didn't you say it first? Yishu replied in confusion. In any case, you're not allowed to say such unlucky words. Oh, I don't like to hear them, so don't say them again in the future. Danxia snorted coldly and retreated back into the ring, ignoring him. What a mischievous disciple saying such mushy things. Seeing this, Yishu could only smile as he stepped down the cliff, following the staircase made of fragments. The mist was only a thin layer. Passing through it, he could see a cave particularly conspicuous against the smooth cliff, but it had gone unnoticed for a long time due to the mist above. Entering the cave, it was initially quite narrow, just enough for a person to pass. After walking for several dozen steps, the space opened up. The originally muddy ground had turned into a stone path paved with green stones 3 zhang wide and 1 zhang high, enveloped in darkness. After just a few steps, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the distant passage. Yishu paused, preparing himself. A giant python taller than a person and as thick as half a water bucket slowly emerged from the dark passage, its crimson vertical pupils fixed intently on the intruder, emanating a chilling aura. Judging by its aura, it was at least a third-tier beast. This must be the classic guardian beast. According to the original plot, he would have battled fiercely against it with the little healer, only to be bitten while trying to protect her, causing toxins to invade his body and falling into a coma. When he woke up, he found the little healer feeding him water mouth to mouth. But now there was no little healer, and no heroic version of himself. Damn beast, don't you dare get in my way. Yishu coldly glanced at the giant python advancing, while opening his hand, summoning a ball of glass-like purple fire, within which the roars of 10,000 beasts could be faintly heard. A trace of fear flickered in the giant python's vertical pupils, the previously frenzied aura dissipating. As Yishu advanced, it continuously retreated, ultimately squeezing itself into a corner of the passage. Until he passed by it, merely watched with vigilance. Yishu held his head high and strode forward. This was the confidence that the beast fire granted him. Could anyone else achieve this? You could have killed it, right? Little White, perched on Yishu's shoulder, chirped softly. This kind of venomous snake is the most detestable. It must be killed. Not so fast, my friend. It's been guarding the master's door quite well. If you just go and kill it, wouldn't that be causing trouble? Yishu looked at her in surprise and shook his head. The world is going downhill, corrupting morals and values. What? I'm the one corrupting morals? Little White pointed at her own nose, incredulous. You're here digging up graves in the middle of the night, and that's not corrupting morals. What digging graves? Let's put it in nicer terms. Yishu replied seriously. I'm conducting archaeology, do you understand? Do you see me destroying anything? No, right. I came with the intention of protecting cultural relics. You rascal hockey mouse. Little White was so exasperated by him that she turned her face away and ignored him. After walking in for about a quarter of an hour, the end of the passage finally opened up, revealing a massive stone chamber, approximately 200 square feet in size, with a thick layer of dust accumulated on the floor. In the center of the stone chamber sat a skeleton cross-legged. Beneath the skeleton lay a mat, and beneath the mat were 3 ancient books. On the stone slab before the skeleton were a few lines of text seemingly carved by a finger, the characters strong and powerful, conveying an extraordinary will that remained palpable despite the passage of countless years. Alas, what a lament! How few years of life remain. If there are fated individuals who come here, sincerely bow down. I have traversed the world with martial skills, yet what can I do? What is this? Little White curiously examined the characters on the ground, as she loved stories of strong figures meeting tragic ends. Yishu stepped forward and bent slightly. Then, smack! He suddenly extended his hand and slapped the skeleton away. Clang! The skeleton flew out, rolling several times on the ground before crashing against the stone wall with a bang, shattering into countless pieces. Danxia. Little White. The golden core paper figurine in the stone chamber, buzz. Yishu. Boom, boom, boom. Tonight the Beast Mountain Range is exceptionally lively, with explosive roars echoing across the sky. Flames blaze everywhere as 2 white figures dart through the forest, rampaging and leaving nothing but barren ground in their wake. They resemble humans, their bodies pale as paper with non-human colors flickering in their eyes. They appear as fragile as delicate porcelain. Bang! As Yishu desperately fled ahead, he turned around just in time to see a third-tier magic-horned ape out searching for food being violently smashed into pieces by them, blood staining the sky. What the heck? Is this the Foundation establishment dungeon? Yishu let out a cry, his feet catching the wind, wishing his mother had given him 3 more legs. You big idiot. Why kick the corpse for no reason? According to the original plot, you should have respectfully bowed, knocked your head, and then received 3 secret manuals. Little White wrapped its arms around his neck, its short legs flailing like a kite in the wind as it loudly complained. Well, now you've angered the guards. I'm just saying it plainly, I said it plainly. Yishu grumbled while running. With such a large skeleton standing there, can you really resist kicking it? If you can resist, I'll punish you to hold a oni and a half-meter-long wooden stick in a rapeseed field without hitting the oil tea flower. Then you still say you're an archaeologist. Little White scolded angrily. I really am an archaeologist. Look, I'm rescuing cultural relics, right? Yishu shook the secret manual in his hand. You still think about these things? Little White grew even angrier. First, think about how to save your life. This group of golden core puppets can crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Nonsense. Yishu cursed. A regular Foundation establishment person chased by golden core peak puppets would definitely not survive more than 3 seconds. And at least I can run for half an hour before dying. So should I praise you now? Little White gritted its teeth, wishing it could bite this idiot. Even now you're still talking nonsense. Don't be afraid, they can't catch up with me. Yishu felt the wind at his feet, star-like lights glowing around him. This starlight connected using Tianxian as the formation I, forming the Tianxian swift light array, greatly enhancing his escape speed. The price is that his spiritual power is being consumed at a rate of 1 whole every 5 breaths. Including the recovery pills saved earlier, he can maintain the formation for at most 1 hour. But no problem, in the next second, he will summon a powerful ally. Bear. A purple flame erupted in front of Yishu. The flames flickered in midair, sparks swaying in the wind, magnificent and splendid. Whoosh, the wind rose, and the fire moved, drifting in a certain direction. This way. Yishu's expression brightened as he dashed toward the direction indicated by the flames. You're not looking for the Lion King, are you? The Danxiao in the ring expressed some concern. This place is quite far from the territory of the purple crystal Lion King. Why don't you let me? Before she could finish, Yishu waved his hand to interrupt. No need, I know what I'm doing. Just be careful yourself. Seeing his insistence, Danxiao said no more, but silently began to accumulate soul power, ready to forcibly take over his body at any moment. Swish, swish, swish. A strange scene appeared deep within the Beast Mountain range. A ghostly fire of glass color floated ahead, while a young boy in hemp clothes chased after it. 2 golden core peak puppets closely pursued him. If it weren't for the fact that puppets couldn't speak, they would have already cursed. Is this the Foundation establishment stage? Running so fast, it was almost on par with a nascent soul. Finally, a massive mountain range gradually came into view. In front of the mountain was a winding creek. Crossing the creek, there was a cave at the foot of the mountain with countless beasts rushing towards it. This is it. Yishu's eyes flickered as he formed hand seals with his right hand. The star holes around him shifted quietly, changing the formation I from Tianxian to Taiyin. A dark moon slowly emerged above his head, enveloping Yishu in shadows. The heavenly star array, Taiyin concealment. In an instant, Yishu's aura vanished like a small stone by the roadside. However, this had no effect on the puppets that had already locked onto him. Seeing him slow down, the puppets unhesitatingly formed hand seals. With a wave of their large hands, crimson flames dyed half the sky red, transforming into a gigantic hand descending from above. However, Yishu showed no fear. He leaned against the cave, motionless, his gaze as serene as a dead man. Just as Danxia couldn't help but want to intervene. Roar. A deafening roar echoed from inside the cave, followed by a shadow appearing like lightning meeting the fiery palm with a punch. Bang! The fiery hand was instantly blown apart. This a golden lion? Little White stared blankly at the figure blocking them, mouth agape, unable to say a word for a long time. Is this your ally? That's right. Yishu leaned against the cave, gasping heavily, recovering his spiritual power while maintaining the formation. Under normal circumstances, my breath concealment array might not evade the detection of a 4th-tier beast, but in the presence of other intruders, the chance of being overlooked greatly increases. I admit there's an element of gambling involved, but clearly. Yishu smiled slightly as he looked at the golden lion, which was glaring ahead and ignoring him. I won the gamble. The golden lion, a 4th-tier beast. Standing over 3 meters tall with 2 horns on its head covered in a black mane with 2 long fangs protruding from its mouth, its muscles, bulging back muscles developed, and a tail like that of a bull swaying around. Extremely aggressive with a strong sense of territory. Its mane is normally black, but when in an excited state, its fur turns golden. The golden lion is an exceedingly proud race. It is combative and dare to contend with ancient dragons. It is said that for every golden lion, its comingafage ceremony requires it to single-handedly kill a jade qilin and bite off its single horn to activate its excited form. This combative beast is evidently very displeased at the moment. It raised its head, gazing at the two puppets above its large nostrils, emitting heavy breaths. Yishu quietly adjusted his breathing, preparing to take the opportunity to escape when they started fighting. However, in the next second, in midair, the two puppets' hands flew about. A strange array of runes soared up from behind them, and in an instant countless patterns flowed, enveloping the entire sky, radiating a brilliant light. Then an incredible scene unfolded. Thunder roared in the sky, water surged, and flames drifted down as if phoenixes danced across the skies, and true dragons roared. A phantom of a fiery phoenix spiraled down from the air, while thunderous dragons rode the clouds and mysterious turtles crawled, overshadowing the mountains and seas. With just one move, in an instant the puppets astonishingly unleashed 3 different divine powers. Something that humans couldn't even achieve, yet they managed to do it. Are you kidding me? The 3 divine powers converged in the sky, transforming into an immense palm print that extended for miles, pressing down with an overwhelming force. All the surrounding birds and beasts scattered, fleeing in panic. Even the golden lion felt this immense pressure. It stood upright, its fists pounding against its chest, letting out a roar that echoed through the mountains and forests. Then it extended its arms outward, striking a pose like a muscle-rending monster. At the same time, its black mane stood on end, crackling with electricity, and its originally dark fur transformed into golden color, while its arms radiated heat like red-hot iron. Roar! The palm print forcefully pressed down. The golden lion raised its arms, taking a stance as if bearing a heavy load, its fists colliding fiercely with the palm surface. Boom! The two forces met, locked in a stalemate. Yishu pressed against the ground, his pupils reflecting the towering figure of the golden lion, feeling completely numb. Is this really a golden core puppet? Why does it feel like the golden lion is the golden core, and these two puppets are the nascent soul? Luckily, the sky is falling, and there's a tall one holding it up. Just as he thought this, bang! With a loud sound, the golden lion suddenly half-kneeled on the ground, its arms barely holding up as the palm print pressed down like a hydraulic press. Boom! Dust filled the sky, and all the birds and beasts scattered. 2 puppets drifted down slowly and approached Yishu. The golden lion's body remained frozen in a pose with its arms raised, but its eyes had lost all luster. Its massive frame collapsed behind them with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sure, have you won your bet now? At that moment, Dangxia's voice, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, echoed in Yishu's mind. Though Yishu was in dire straits, she felt no panic, for the moment of her grand display was at hand. When she made her move, her red robes fluttered, and the sound of bells spread for 3,000 li. Wouldn't that utterly captivate Shuer? Yishu, utterly bewildered at that moment, could hardly notice Dangxia's schemes. His face contorted in distress, his tongue tied. I was too young, too naive. I never imagined these puppets could be so formidable. I don't know where they got those techniques, but they filled everything with special effects in this. I'm out of tricks. I admit I gambled, but I never expected to lose so thoroughly. Oomph. Will you still act cocky after this? Seeing him like this, Danxia grew even more smug. She let out a light snort. Come on, obediently call me master, and I'll save you. At this moment, Yishu truly had no other options. Who would have thought that 2 puppets at the peak of Golden Core could obliterate a 4th-rank golden lion in a single move? Who's the real protagonist here? They cross realms as they please and kill with a single strike. They know whether they've cheated or not. Fine, I'll call her. She's my own good master anyway. Yishu took a deep breath, ready to set aside a bit of his masculine pride and seek Dangxia's help, when he suddenly fell silent. His gaze carefully examined the puppets, observing them intently. What? Still not calling? Danxia waited for a long time, but no response came. When she curiously manifested from the ring, she found Yishu standing before the puppets, waving his hand in front of their eyes. Ha ha ha. Seeing no reaction from the puppets, after a while Yishu burst into laughter. I knew it. How could there be such an incredible thing in this world? It's been running for ages, chased me for hundreds of li, and killed a 4th-rank demon beast. It must have run out of energy, right? Now it seems I'm right. Danxia. Gazing at Yishu's triumphant grin, she suddenly grew angry and huffed. Wretched disciple, I'm ignoring you. With that, she turned and retreated into the ring, leaving Yishu and Xiao by exchanging bewildered glances. What did I do to offend her now? Never mind, looting the spoils is more important. Yishu eagerly stepped forward, examining the 2 puppets left and right, tapping them up and down until he discovered a mechanism at the back of their heads. With a click, he opened the hidden compartment, revealing a demon core inside. Its color was dim, clearly depleted of energy, unable to sustain the puppet's operation any longer. What is this? Yishu picked up the demon core and examined it closely. Though he couldn't identify which demon beast it came from, its aura confirmed it was at least from a 4th-rank creature. So the puppets were powered by demon cores. I thought I'd gained 2 mighty generals. Yishu shook his head, storing the puppets in his spatial ring. After all that, they require 4th-rank demon cores. Where am I supposed to find? His words trailed off as his gaze fell upon the golden lion's corpse. Right, this thing could work. But another question arose: how to control these 2 puppets. They chased me out of the cave. Must be related to the manuals, right? Yishu stroked his chin, waved his hand to collect the golden lion's body, then sat cross-legged by the riverbank. As he recovered his spiritual energy, he pulled out the 3 ancient tomes he had. Acquired from the cave. Well, not acquired, excavated. He laid them out in a row. Their titles read, 8-9 Heavenly Art, Paper Puppetry, and 7-Colored Poison Scripture. The 7-Colored Poison Scripture was obviously tailor-made for little medical immortal. Yishu glanced at it briefly and tossed it aside. Such petty tricks as poisoning were beneath him. Is poisoning something an upright person would do? No upright person poisons. Only the most insidious, treacherous individuals who enjoy threatening others would stoop to such base methods. So he wouldn't study the poison scripture. Because he was virtuous. Paper puppetry. This was intriguing. It likely contained the method for crafting and controlling those 2 puppets. Indeed, the ancient text detailed the crafting method and control techniques for those 2 puppets. This was fascinating. According to the text, these puppets were formed from special paper, fused together, capable of assuming various faces, including forms and features. Puppets that can change faces and forms. Yishu rubbed his chin, a lecherous grin slowly creeping across his lips. That meant, if you dare, I'll chop it off. Before he could decide between Wang Zuxian or Zhu Yindaxia's ghostly voice echoed in his heart. Yishu shuddered quickly, wiping the grin off his face. Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You'd better not understand. Danxia snorted coldly. One little maidservant was already enough to make her jealous. If 2 paper puppets joined the picture, how could she endure it? Why look at paper dolls when a delicate beauty like her was right there? Yishu gave an awkward smile, and then opened the 8-9 Heavenly Art. The moment he saw it, he was astounded, nearly leaping from his spot. Indeed, heroes under heaven are as numerous as carps crossing the river. Yishu shook his head, holding the ancient text, and sighed. One must never underestimate the heroes of the world. The 8-9 Heavenly Art was not a divine ability or technique. It was more like, how to put it, an auxiliary method that allowed one to unleash multiple divine abilities simultaneously. One who practiced this art could release several different techniques at once, just like the attack the puppets used against the golden lion. Imagine facing an enemy. While others are still casting one skill at a time, you suddenly unleash a barrage of abilities all at once, like a plane with wings. Sure, your mana bar would be empty, but it would be stylish and fierce. Excellent. Yishu was utterly captivated. Yet just as his excitement peaked, he discovered a fatal flaw. That fatal flaw was, Master, didn't you ever teach me any divine abilities? Where exactly is the divine healer sister? At Qingshan Town, a group of male and female disciples clad in blue Qingxian sect robes stood by the riverbank, glancing left and right, yet there was no trace of Xia Hanmo. An old woman in the town said she saw her going to wash clothes. But there's no one here. Qin Kier, ranked second to last on Zixiao Peak, raised her hand to her brow and peered left and right. Her gaze traveled all the way to the distant Beast Mountain range, yet she saw not a single soul by the riverbank. Could she have slipped and fallen into the water while washing clothes and simply vanished? Qin Kier shrugged, pouting as she muttered under her breath. I was planning to rescue her from this sea of misery, but it seems. Qin Kier shook her head and sighed. I might as well burn some paper money for her. Dying might be a blessing. At least she won't have to meet that scumbag anymore. All things considered, it's a silver lining. With that, she produced a stack of spirit money from somewhere and casually tossed it. Rustling. The papers fluttered in the air, almost as if it were a real ritual. Divine Healer Sister Kier will avenge you. If not for that scumbag, you wouldn't have gone to wash clothes, and you wouldn't have fallen into the water. She closed her eyes, pressed her palms together, and mumbled incantations under her breath. Smack. Just then a hand rose high and struck her squarely on the head. The pain nearly made Qin Kier jump on the spot. She clutched her head and looked at the attacker with grievance. Second senior sister, why did you hit me? Look at you, always spouting such depressing words. The woman who struck her was clad in a purple robe, the second senior sister of Zixiao Peak, Lu Qinghuan. She pointed at the empty riverbank and scolded, Forget whether a cultivator can drown in water. Have you ever seen anyone fall in while washing clothes with not even a single garment left on the shore? Maybe she took the clothes down with her when she fell. Qingxue defended herself pitifully. Still talking back. Lin Qingxue's brows furrowed as she raised her hand to strike again. Frightened Qingxue immediately covered her head. It was the slightly older senior sister who stepped in to mediate. All right. Why bother with Qingxue? Zheng Yunshu gazed at the empty, rippling riverbank and speculated, maybe the old woman was mistaken. The divine healer sister probably didn't come to wash clothes. How could a living person drown in water? Senior brother, don't you agree? Me. Su Xiao, who had been admiring the blue sky and white clouds, looked utterly bewildered. He was just a bystander NPC. Why was he being dragged into this? But since they asked, it would be rude not to answer. I think junior sister Yunshu is right. Xia Hamo might have gone to pick herbs in the Beast Mountain range, and the old woman mistakenly thought she was washing clothes. After all, this place is remote and desolate. With the high demand for free medical consultations among the townsfolk, it's inevitable that she often ventures into the mountains for herbs. As he spoke, Su Xiao sighed inwardly. It was a pity not to see the kind-hearted divine healer sister from the original story. Even if she was the protagonist woman, it would have been nice to just take a look. There's no harm in looking right. I was right, wasn't I? Lin Qingxue withdrew her fist and raised her chin triumphantly. Qingxue held her head and pouted. All right. Zheng Yunshu waved her hand and pointed toward the Beast Mountain range. Since the divine healer sister isn't in Qingshan town and might be gathering herbs in the mountains, let's set off for the Beast Mountain range. After all, training is our true purpose, isn't it? Lin Qingxue and Qingxue exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, finding the divine healer sister was just a side task. The important thing was to lead senior brother to the fortuitous encounter in the Beast Mountain range and make up for the debts of the past life. Then let's go. Seeing that they had made their decision, Su Xiao had no idea that these girls were secretly plotting to snatch the opportunity. He was still thinking about whether he might run into the herb-gathering heroine and travel together. The night was deep and the four set off toward the Beast Mountain range at the same time. Meanwhile, by the Golden Lion Cave in the Beast Mountain range, Yishu was oblivious that the four had already entered the mountains. But even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. He had already taken the ancient tome dozens of steps ahead and left behind some little surprises. Sure. Above the stream, a figure in flowing crimson robes drifted with tiny bells chiming at her waist. A few wisps of netherworld ancient flame floated beside her, making her look like a ghost from afar. What divine art do you wish to learn, eh? I want to learn the 8 extremes collapse. Yishu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your master doesn't know that. Danxia shook her head. What? But you're the old man in the ring. How can you not know the 8 extremes collapse? Danxia spun in place, her crimson sleeves dancing lightly as she struck a graceful pose, raising her chin disdainfully. How could a refined lady like me know such crude techniques? What about the 6 harmonies wandering ruler? Don't know it. The flame dividing devouring wave ruler? Don't know it. The 3000 thunderclap? Don't know it. How can you not know anything? Yishu pointed at Danxia at a loss for words. I have my reasons too. Danxia puffed out her cheeks angrily. I've never even heard of these techniques you mention. How could I possibly know them? Do you think your master is a scripture library that has everything you want? Hearing this, Yishu scratched his head awkwardly. He forgot that although little by copied classic tropes, this was still a cultivation world after all. Then what divine arts do you know? I know plenty. At this, Danxia looked smug. She floated in the air, flicked her crimson sleeves, and they billowed in the wind. Instantly, fragrance wafted for miles as her sleeves unfurled across the sky. Your master will teach you, sleeves cloud the heavens. With one sweep, fragrance spreads for miles and blossoms rain down, dazzling the eyes. It kills without a trace. Beautiful yet unpretentious, clean and decisive. Flashy and effeminate. Yishu shook his head. No, I won't learn it. Hearing this, Danxia wasn't offended. She conjured a long sword in her hand and danced with the wind. With each strike, flowers fell and lotuses bloomed beneath her feet. Every move exuded elegance. Peach blossoms drifted through the air as her red robes and long sleeves accentuated her graceful figure, making it impossible to look away. How about your master teaches you the azure lotus sword art? Danxia sheathed her sword and looked at Yishu, who stood dumbfounded with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. A faint smile curled on her lips. Yishu was still dazed. He had to admit his master was truly beautiful, especially those delicate feet, which were even more stunning with lotuses blooming beneath them. If only he could take a bite. No, he mustn't think about that. Slurp. Yishu wiped the drool from his mouth and shook his head. It's like a performance in a brothel, contrived and affected. No, I won't learn it. Then your master will teach you. Lacks masculinity. No, I won't learn it. Then. No, I won't learn it. Back and forth. Dan Xiao finally grew irritated. She fumed with rage and pointed at Yishu's nose, cursing, "You won't learn this, you won't learn that. You are a terrible disciple reaching for what's beyond your grasp. Your master refuses to teach you anymore. Fine, don't teach me then." Yishu curled his lips and muttered under his breath, "None of them are what I want to learn anyway. They're all style over substance. No wonder you got beaten into this pathetic state, left with only a remnant soul." "What did you say?" Dangxia's ears twitched, and she was instantly furious. "In nothing." Yishu waved his hands frantically. "I was saying that your divine arts are truly exquisite, both beautiful and practical. It's just that your disciple is too ignorant and unworthy." "Umph, you have some taste after all." Dan Xia snorted coldly, crossing her arms. "So you won't learn this or that. What do you want to do? Create your own divine art and use it yourself?" "Create my own divine art and use it myself?" Yishu was stunned, then his eyes lit up. Damn, that's right. If he could create his own cultivation techniques, why not divine arts? Using the myriad stars as a foundation to create a divine art that suited him best was the way to go. Haha, thank you, master. Your disciple has seen the light. What have you seen? Dan Xia was still bewildered, but Yishu had already sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and silently sensed the flow of spiritual energy within his body, searching for the method to maximize its release. Unconsciously, the 8 extremes collapse surfaced in his mind. Time ticked by, seeing no movement from him for a long, while Dan Xia prepared to return to the ring for a nap. But just as she yawned, whoosh, Yishu's eyes snapped open, and in an instant he vanished from his spot. The next second he appeared under a large tree 10 meters away. He planted his feet firmly in a horse stance and bent his right arm. Xiaohai Zhou Star Strike. The acupoint at his elbow shimmered with light as it slammed fiercely into the tree trunk. Man, the trunk was sent flying, crashing and snapping dozens of trees in its path before they all tumbled into the water. Watching the debris pile up on the water's surface, Yishu clapped his hands, a smug grin spreading across his face. It was well worth copying the top heart elbow technique from his past lives' 8 extremes fist. With just a little spiritual energy, the effect was remarkable. This. Dan Xia stared at the water dumbfounded. Yishu thought she was stunned by his talent and proudly raised his chin. What? Shocked by this lord's strength. And no, Dan Xia stammered, pointing at the river. Sure, under those tree trunks you shattered. It looks like there's someone pinned. Holy crap. Yishu was startled and peered intently. Among the floating logs on the river, he could faintly make out a white figure. It was a person, and a woman at that. Damn it. Save her. Without a moment's hesitation, Yishu leaped into the river, swimming straight toward that white figure. Pushing aside a floating log, he found a woman in white. Her entire body was submerged, with only her face and the 2 orbs on her chest floating above the water. Seeing that it was indeed a person, Yishu's expression turned grim. This could count as accidental injury. He carried the woman to the riverbank and gently laid her on the ground. The woman's face was pale, her lips blue and purple, and her skin swollen all over. Yishu pressed his hand against her. The flesh sank and did not spring back, clearly indicating she had been soaking in the water for a long time and had become waterlogged. Seeing this, Yishu breathed a sigh of relief. She certainly hadn't been knocked into the water by his accidental injury. Rather, she had been drifting in the creek all along and was merely pinned by the log. He checked her breathing. Her breath was faint, but still there. If not for those 2 bountiful fruits keeping her afloat, she might have drowned long ago. Tisk, who knew they had such a use, Yishu marveled. Since he had already saved her, he might as well see it through to the end. It was definitely not out of lust. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai and Dan Xia stepped forward to examine her. Upon seeing the woman's face, they both gasped in unison. How could it be her? Who? Yishu was using his spiritual energy to dry the woman's clothes. Seeing their expressions, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. She's Xia Hanmo. Xiao Bai shouted loudly. Huh. Yishu was stunned. Xia Hanmo. The pure, lovely, graceful, kind-hearted healer in this world. Was she the same species as this bloated woman? She is Xia Hanmo. Xiao Bai waved her little hands, her tone resolute. Her face is a bit swollen, but it's definitely Xia Hanmo. How did she end up drowning? But that's not what we should focus on now. Her big eyes darted around. She must have reincarnated too. Dan Xia frowned and said coldly. Redeemer, this girl has definitely reincarnated. She might hate you as much as Feng Lingli does. Although I don't know why she's like this, but... She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. There was no need to take unnecessary risks for a girl they hadn't injured. Xiao Bai remained silent. Although the female lead was important, she knew full well that these heroines were no longer the ones she had designed. They had likely become pawns of the system. However, Yishu kept his head down, his hands moving without pause. Seeing this, Dan Xia thought he hadn't heard her, and continued, Redeemer, you don't need to risk yourself for someone you didn't hurt. Throw her back into the water. That's her fate. Yishu still kept his head down. Unnecessary. I don't understand. Wah. What? Dan Xia was stunned, and so was Xiaobai. She couldn't help but speak up. You're not the type to be weak-kneed at the sight of a female lead, are you? You killed Feng Mengli without hesitation, so why now? I'm not saving her because she's a female lead, Yishu said calmly. Then why? Xiaobai frowned, puzzled. Let me ask you this, Yishu replied, skillfully pulling off the little healer's storage ring. Has she ever wronged me? No. Has she ever done evil deeds that make me despise her and want to leave her to die? No. Xiaobai shook her head reluctantly. Has she helped many people, allowing those who should have died to survive? Yes. Yes. Xiaobai nodded. Of course, among all the heroines, only Xia Hanmo offered free medical consultations, gathered herbs in the mountains herself, and saved countless lives. She was practically a reincarnation of Hua Ta. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called the little healer. Let me ask you another question, Yishu continued. Am I a good person? Before Xiaobai could answer, Yishu spoke first. If I'm a good person and I see a good person who has saved countless lives drowning, shouldn't I save her? Yes. Yes. Xiaobai nodded reluctantly, then stamped her foot. But she's reincarnated. When she wakes up, she might attack you instead of thanking you. Even if she's a good person, she's a threat to you. You still don't understand, Yishu said, shaking his head gently. In the end, she hasn't done anything yet. She's unconscious now, and I don't know how she'll treat me. But she has saved countless lives, that's a fact. If I judge an innocent person based on what might happen in the future, then what's the difference between me and Feng Mengli, and those who want to kill me just because I've reincarnated? What's the difference? As Lu Sun once said, those who gather firewood for the masses must not be left to freeze in the snow. I'm not saving her because she's the female lead, but because she has done so much for the weak. Xiaobai was completely stunned. But, you've been hunted by Feng Mengli before. Even if you became like them, it would be understandable. Hearing this, Yishu chuckled. Have you ever heard of soil erosion? Soil erosion? Xiaobai frowned, confused. Of course I have. It's when river water carries away the soil from the banks. Exactly, Yishu nodded. He pointed to the bank of the creek. The environment is like the river water. Too many people in this world are changed by their environment, as numerous as the sand carried away by the water. Those who remain unchanged are few, like the big trees on the riverbank. There's nothing wrong with being sand. Oh, everyone wants an easy life to go with the flow. That's not a mistake. But if everyone wants to be sand, who will be the tree? As the water erodes, the riverbed rises higher and higher. Eventually, the river bursts its banks, and the people are displaced. I don't have the right to force others to be trees, but I can choose to be one myself, to hold the sand together, and maybe new trees will grow from that sand. Most importantly, Yishu smiled slightly. I am the protagonist. If the protagonist is just sand drifting with the current, then what kind of protagonist is that? A protagonist should be a big tree. You bastard. Xiaobai stared at Yishu's, bowed back, speechless. For a moment, she was lost in thought. Dan Xia had been quietly watching all along. Finally, she spoke. Redeemer, is that a healing pill you're feeding her? Huh. See. Yishu placed a dark green pill into Xia Hanmo's mouth. Looks like it might be poison. By the riverbank of the Beast Mountain Range. Where am I? Xiao Yixian murmured, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a canopy of lush foliage. Through the gaps in the leaves, she could see the clear night sky. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Crack, boom. Just as confusion gripped her, a sudden thunderous crash of splintering trees echoed in her ears. There stood a boy with a delicate face, repeatedly striking a tree trunk with his elbow while emitting strange sounds from his mouth. With each blow, he let out a shout. Was that Yishu? Xia Hanmo stared blankly at the figure. Had he saved her? But why him? Why him? According to logic, he shouldn't have arrived at Qingshan Town for another 2 months. And the cultivation technique he was practicing, why had she never seen it in her memories? Uncertain, she decided to observe further. Xia Hanmo dismissed the thought of speaking immediately and silently watched Yishu's movements. Unaware of her gaze, Yishu continued familiarizing himself with his divine abilities. Taichung Divine Movement. Xinhai Zhouxing Strike. With a fierce roar, he activated the 8-9 Heavenly Art, while simultaneously channeling his 2 self-created divine abilities. The spiritual energy within his body flowed in an inconceivable manner, opening the Taichung and Xinhai acupoints as formation eyes, without interference between them. Whoosh! His figure vanished instantly. At the same time, a gale surged, forcing Xia Hanmo to squint her eyes. The next moment, Yishu appeared, 10 zhong away, his right elbow slamming fiercely into a massive tree that would take 3 people to encircle. Crack! The tree snapped with a resounding echo. Impressive. Yishu clapped his hands in satisfaction. He had only been practicing for less than half an hour and already achieved such results. His talent was indeed formidable. He deserved some self-praise. Danxiao, observing the chaotic surroundings littered with fallen trees, the forest looking as if it had been brutally ravaged, could only hold her forehead and shake her head. There wasn't even a hint of special effects. It looked just like a mortal martial art. What kind of divine ability was that? These people were the craftiest. Clearly his left hand was strong and his right hand was stronger, yet he had to name it, pretending it was a divine ability to deceive others. Still, she didn't expose Sure. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. As long as it could kill people, that was enough. Who cared? On the other side, Yishu finally sensed a gaze. Turning around, he saw Xia Hanmo sitting on the ground, staring at him blankly. You're awake. He approached her while flexing his joints. Reaching her side, he crouched down to look at her. I fished you out of the river. Xia Hanmo remained silent, simply gazing at him. This puzzled Yishu. There was no hatred in her eyes, only a stillness as calm as dead water. But that wasn't his concern. He had saved her, but he couldn't leave any risks. He wasn't the kind of person in TV dramas who let a child go out of softness and ended up suffering for it. Even with Lin Qingxue, he had used a recording stone as a threat. Yishu crouched down, pointed at her stomach, and said flatly, I've already fed you a special poison. In 10 years, without my antidote, your intestines will rot, and you'll die a gruesome death. Within these 10 years, as long as you don't reveal my whereabouts, attack me, or mention me to anyone, I'll give you the antidote on time and keep you alive. Otherwise, death. Yishu threatened with a stern face. Xia Hanmo. Danxia. Xiaobai. Seeing everyone staring at him as if he were an idiot, Yishu touched his face. What are you all looking at? Is there a flower on my face? Sigh. Xiaobai covered her face and sighed. How can a chosen one be so foolish? Do you think a calamity poison body would be afraid of your poison? Yishu was momentarily speechless. Thinking about it carefully, damn, it was true. Xia Hanmo unconsciously licked her lips. So that's why her mouth felt sweet when she woke up. It was this guy who fed her. Regardless, Yishu said sternly, I saved you. You owe me a life. Actually, I didn't want you to save me, Xia Hanmo said flatly. What did she mean? Yishu frowned. Are you trying to renege? No. Xia Hanmo shook her head, dropping a bombshell. I jumped into the river myself. I wanted to die. Suicide. Even Xiaobai was stunned. Why would she commit suicide? Why? This wasn't in the plot. Even Danxiao was bewildered. For no reason, why would she want to die? She had thought Xiao Yixian was forced by the wolf-head mercenary group of Qingshan Town or some other reason, but she never expected it to be suicide. Why do you want to die, eh? Even Yishu was curious. He had seen so many reborn heroines. Some hated him to the bone, some attacked him on sight, and some, like Xiao Su, had become twisted. This was the first time he had seen someone commit suicide. If he hadn't been there, Xia Hanmo might have truly perished. Xia Hanmo stared into his eyes and said slowly, because I've been reborn. Since she wanted to die anyway, what did it matter if she revealed the secret of her rebirth? She no longer cared. Oh, unlike her expectations, Yishu's reaction was indifferent. You've been reborn. So what? Then why do you want to die, eh? Rebirth was no secret to him. He had already known. The point wasn't the rebirth itself, but why she chose to die after being reborn. Because of you. Xia Hanmo looked at him, then shook her head. And yet not because of you. What do you mean? In the future, it should be 2 months from now, Xia Hanmo said with a nostalgic expression. We will meet here, go through some things together, and then you'll give me a colorful poison scripture, which you'll treasure. Then, disaster struck. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. At some point, anyone who came near me would inexplicably get poisoned and die. I wanted to heal them, but they died one after another. Then you appeared again. You disguised me and sneaked me into a city belonging to your enemy, trying to divert the trouble. You lied to me, saying they were all bad people who deserved to die. Xia Hanmo looked up at Yishu. I believed you and was willing to do all this for you, because you were the only one who could look at me normally after seeing my true face. But when I actually entered that city, I saw people dying before my eyes. Old people, children, women. They were all ordinary folks who knew nothing, yet they died unjustly. They died without knowing what they did wrong. They didn't know why they were dying. They could only perish in agony and despair. Xia Hanmo's narration was calm, as if she were speaking of something unrelated to her. After the plague spread, you won. That day, countless people died, more than everyone I've ever known in my life combined. I was in great pain, but you didn't comfort me. You just said that war is like that. There will always be sacrifices. There is no justice or innocence. It's either you die or they die. I hate you. I truly hate you. Xiao Hanmo's tears finally fell. Glistening droplets slid down her delicate features, carrying profound sorrow, yet silent as the grave. Yishu remained silent, merely listening to her pour out her emotions, even though he had already guessed what she was about to say next. Yet he continued to listen, still listening like a mute stone that could not speak. After a long while, Xiao Hanmo sniffled, wiped away her tears, and restored her calm, unruffled demeanor as she stated flatly, I thought about suicide. I truly did. But you forbade it. You told me these were necessary sacrifices, that the path to the summit was strewn with corpses. You promised me that once you stood at the pinnacle you would use your great power to resurrect those innocent souls. So I foolishly continued to work for you, poisoning one opponent after another until the day you ascended to immortality. You resurrected no one. You didn't even utter a single word. You simply ascended alone in silence. I despaired, so I drew my sword and slit my throat. Then I woke up. I was sitting in the small courtyard of Yuanyang town, my right hand still resting on a patient's arm. None of what I just recounted had ever happened. It was like a dream. It's absurd, don't you think? The patients in the courtyard were still smiling at me, calling me Xiao Hanmo, saying they would have died without me. Xiao Hanmo gave a bitter smile. I laughed then, just as I am now. If they knew that the very person they were thanking would be the one to bring about their doom, could they still smile? I don't know. After treating the last patient, I closed up shop and sat alone in the courtyard for a very long time. I thought perhaps I had been reborn. I pondered many things. Maybe I should have killed you earlier or never saved you in the Demon Beast Mountains. You're a great demon, a scoundrel, the worst person in this world. But after much thought, those people died because of me. I am the sole root of all calamity in this world. Since everything began with me, it would be better if I had never existed. I cannot control the calamity poison body, but I can control my own life. So the next day, I went alone to the riverbank and leaped in. And then, you fished me out. After hearing this, Dan Xiao and Xiao Bai fell into a long silence. They could never have imagined that the girl before them harbored such a tragic rebirth memory. Yet she blamed no one and used it for nothing. In truth, in the plot, Xiao Bai had originally designed Xiao Hanmo, indeed triggered the calamity poison body, causing the deaths of many innocents, and was reviled by the world as a demoness. Then Yishu would save her at the critical moment. When the whole world scorned her, only Yishu stayed by her side without abandonment or disgust, scouring ancient texts for a way to control the calamity poison body. There was never any exploitation. This was the first time she had heard a complete recounting of a rebirth memory. It also made her realize the system's malevolence. With slight modifications to the original story, a completely different picture emerged. The originally loyal and righteous Yishu was transformed into a cold-blooded executioner. How wicked this system was. Xiao Bai frowned, then slowly relaxed. But now it was fine. Though influenced by the system, Xiao Hanmo remained the same kind and generous soul. She had voluntarily shared her rebirth memory. As long as one wasn't a fool, offering comfort and untangling her heart's knot would be easy. With Yishu's emotional intelligence, it should be a breeze. Yishu did not disappoint. He rubbed his chin, tilted his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly fixed his gaze on Xiao Hanmo's face and spoke with utter sincerity. Since you're going to die anyway, can I have some fun with you before you go? Xiao Bai, Danxia, was there any humanity left in this world? Xiao Hanmo's eyes widened instantly. Her previously calm, even deathly pallor shattered, replaced by disbelief and deep indignation. She had imagined many possibilities. That he would comfort her, that he would deceive her, that he would paint her a rosy picture to keep her alive. But never this. Her face flushed with anger. How had she never noticed this scoundrel in her past life? Fuming inwardly, she forced out 2 words through clenched teeth, no way. Oh, Yishu nodded with some disappointment. What was there for you to be disappointed about, you fool? Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiao Bai leaped onto Yishu's shoulder, grabbing his neck and shaking him back and forth. You lecherous fool, obsessed with nothing but debauchery. Go to hell. Ugh. Blah blah blah. Yishu was dizzy from the shaking. It took him a while to recover. He cleared his throat, sat up straight, and said slowly, Actually, I had a reason for saying that. What reason? Xiao Bai was taken aback. Could it be? To snap Xiao Hanmo out of her lifeless state. Even Xiao Hanmo looked at him with curiosity. Yishu straightened his back and spoke with a grave expression. Look, since you're going to die anyway, why not make one last contribution? It's your first time and my first time too. It would be such a waste to die like this. Besides, I saved your life. You bastard. Xiao Bai hissed in his ear, Since when is it your first time? It is for both of us. Yishu said this without a hint of shame or a racing heart. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanmo lowered her head silent, as if truly pondering. She nodded. I think I've changed my mind. See, Yishu shot Xiao by a smug look. But before he could even take off his clothes, Xiao Hanmo suddenly lifted her head, grabbed a stone from the ground, leapt up, and hurled it at Yishu. I shouldn't kill myself. I should beat this menace to death first, then jump into the river to cleanse this world. Holy crap. Yishu jumped in fright, scrambling around a tree stump while shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Danxiao floated in the air watching the two and couldn't help but shake her head. Truly a pair of star-crossed lovers. Huff. 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 After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the two had run themselves weary. They both bent over, hands on knees, staring into each other's eyes as they gasped for air. I can't go on. I need to rest for a bit. After a moment, Yishu supported himself with one hand on a wooden stake and plopped down onto it. On the other side, Xiao Hanmo was also exhausted from running. She sat down on another wooden stake, her back against Yishu's, the backs of their heads touching. Leaning on each other for balance, she tilted her head up, gazing at the night sky through the gaps in the leaves. The sky was filled with stars as brilliant as diamonds. The two sat there in silence, neither speaking a word. Listening to the sound of his breathing behind her, she caught the scent of sweat on him. It was an aroma of effort mingled with a faint fragrance of bamboo, like aged wine buried deep underground, tempting her to breathe it in again. Xiao Hanmo instinctively twitched her nose, but she became dazed. She stared at the star-filled sky, her eyes full of confusion. It wasn't the same. Nothing was the same. Could this person behind me really be the same person I remember? Completely different cultivation techniques. A different personality. A different timeline. And he had even saved her. Before she woke up, he didn't know her, nor did he know she would appear here. He was simply saving a stranger. Xiao Hanmo suddenly recalled the recording stone she had seen a few days ago. In that image, a youth sat cross-legged, his body broken. Facing Feng Mengli, who was at the nascent soul stage, he was calm and composed, asking 3 questions about what had never been. Truly, he was utterly incompatible with the youth in her memories. Nothing matched. Time, personality, character. But the location matched. Yishu existed, Feng Mengli existed. For a moment, Xiao Hanmo was lost. She didn't know if those memories were real or just an exceptionally vivid, impossibly long dream born of coincidence. Her heart was suddenly filled with a sense of bewilderment. Just then a voice came from behind. What are you thinking? I'm thinking. Did I really reincarnate? Are those memories even real? Xiao Hanmo didn't hold back and spoke her mind fully. Upon hearing this, Yishu remained silent for a moment. Danxiao was astonished. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What a joke! This guy had already started to doubt whether her own memories were flawed. Her master, who had been with her for 15 years, was no match for an outsider. For a moment, Danxiao looked at Yishu with eyes full of deep guilt. On the other side, Yishu was unaware that Danxiao had started feeling inferior again. He simply asked calmly, "Why do you say that?" "Because you're different from the you in my memories. The cultivation technique you practiced the time you appeared, how you treat me. Everything is different except for that somewhat handsome face of yours. Perhaps I just had a dream. Those memories are all false. Maybe I never actually harmed anyone. Zhuangzi dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzi. Who can say for sure?" Yishu said indifferently. "Exactly." Xiao Hanmo nodded in agreement, then let out a somewhat relieved sigh. "That makes me feel a bit better. But anyway, I'm going to die soon. Whether the future happens or not doesn't really matter. Once I'm dead, the foundation for it to happen is gone." She planned to lean for a while longer, then go drown herself in the river. The forest fell into another kind of silence. The two sat back to back, gazing at the myriad stars. Neither spoke. Fireflies danced through the forest, fluttering about. Watching those tiny glowing insects, Xiao Hanmo's gaze gradually softened. Life was truly a wondrous thing. If she died, everything would be solved. "Hey, there's something I want to say, though I'm not sure if I should." "Go ahead." Xiao Hanmo's lips curled slightly. "As long as it's not asking me to let you have some fun, anything else is fine." "All right, I just have a question for you. It's just..." Yishu scratched his head, looking somewhat puzzled as he asked, "Have you ever considered? Is there a possibility that if you die, the calamity poison body won't disappear, but instead, without your suppression, it will go completely out of control and erupt violently, turning everything within 100 miles barren and lifeless?" Of course, Yishu chuckled. "I'm just throwing out a hypothesis." Xiao Hanmo was stunned. She sat motionless on the wooden stake, her gaze vacant. After a long while, she finally replied woodenly, "That question. I really never thought about it. Theoretically speaking, such a possibility did exist. So if you were to commit suicide, everyone near Yuanyang town would die, right?" Yishu continued. "This is just my speculation. After all, with something like the Calamity Poison Body, no one can say for sure how far its range extends. Maybe if you die, I won't even have time to escape. Xiao Hanmo fell silent. The moment this question was posed, all her plans were completely thrown into disarray. So should I die now or not? She murmured softly to herself. If she died, the Calamity Poison Body would likely erupt. If she didn't die, the Calamity Poison Body would still erupt. Either way, she would harm others. She thought that if she just died, everything would be fine. But now she realized that even her death would bring harm to others. The future remained unchangeable. She was nothing but a complete jinx. Seeing her lost and anxious, Yishu, who had finished resting, suddenly stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it for now. Huh. Xiao Hanmo was taken aback. Yishu turned back and grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. In your reincarnation memories, are there any particularly bad villains in Yuanyang Town? Villains? Exactly. The kind who covet you, who would take advantage of the chaos to kidnap you and make you their wife, but really just want you to heal them and nothing else. There are. Xiao Hanmo nodded. There's a mercenary association in Yuanyang Town. They've been charging everyone exorbitant hunting commissions, fees, and high medical costs. Because I've always been treating people for free, they've tried several times to get rid of me, so everyone would have no choice but to go to them for treatment. Fortunately, everyone banded together to protect me. That's why they didn't dare go too far. As she spoke, Xiao Hanmo blinked with curiosity. But how did you know? Isn't it the same everywhere? Yishu smiled and said nothing more. How could he tell her that he had seen this classic textbook plot thousands of times? Even if Xiao Bai and Xiao Hanmo hadn't said a word, he could have guessed it with his eyes closed. Anyway, it's good that they exist. Yishu spun around his stride, confident and carefree. Let's go burn that place to the ground. Watching Yishu stride away, Xiao Hanmo was dumbfounded. Where did that come from? How could it have turned to ashes? She hurriedly caught up, following behind him, tilting her head in confusion. What turned to ashes? I don't understand. Yishu said calmly as he walked. Do you hate that mercenary guild? I do. Are they good people? No. When you left the town, did you do anything, leave a prescription, or give any instructions? No. Then after you leave, or rather after you die, the residents and mercenaries of Yuanyang Town will only suffer more. With your death or departure, they lose access to cheap treatment. Those truly in need will die because they can't afford the exorbitant costs. Of course, I'm not blaming you. I'm just stating the facts. Yishu said nonchalantly. Xiao Hanmo was stunned. She stood still, watching his receding figure, silent for a long time. Yes, this was all a foreseeable future. She had simply been too immersed in her memories of rebirth to notice. But why are you going to Yuanyang Town? This has nothing to do with you. She couldn't help asking. Yishu glanced back with a smile. Good people fighting bad guys, helping the weak. Does that need a reason? With that, he turned casually, picked up a stalk of green bristlegrass from the ground, put it between his lips, and strode forward. Xiao Hanmo stared blankly at his back. Finally, a wide smile broke across her face, and she followed with big strides. What a cheesy guy. Xiao Bai, witnessing all this, sat on Yishu's shoulder, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered softly. Wait. She suddenly realized something, looked up sharply, and her gaze towards Yishu changed. This guy wasn't cheesy, he was a liar. A big liar. He definitely didn't go for Xiao Hanmo's sake. Even without her, he would have gone to Yuanyang Town. Actually, this guy was probably going to steal things. This was the third time. The first time with Lin Qingxue, the second with Zhao Zhixia, and now with Xiao Hanmo. The first time he was definitely going to kill Feng Mengli. But what did he say? Xiao Bai remembered his expression. Now you don't have to be afraid anymore. One sentence made Lin Qingxue cry with gratitude. But he had killed Feng Mengli for his own reasons. The way he said it, it sounded like he did it entirely to protect her. The second time, it was clearly to secure the Yi family's safety for 100 years. Yet he went to Zhao Zixia's room in the middle of the night, tricked her into giving back the family heirloom token, and rambled on about some deal, making himself seem so devoted and reluctant. This time was even more absurd. He had come to the Monster Beast Mountain range for opportunities, but this greedy guy wasn't satisfied with what he found there. He had to go steal from someone's home. But the way he told it, it was all for Xiao Hanmo. As this realization dawned on her, Xiao Bai's look towards Yishu changed, filled with deep wariness. This kind of person was the slickest. Everything he did was for himself, yet he somehow made it seem like it was all for you. This kind of person was a devil who toyed with people's hearts. It was truly terrifying. Xiao Bai shrank back in fear, wrapped her arms around Yishu's neck, and whispered in his ear, confess. You asked Xiao Hanmo those questions just to confirm the mercenary guild were the bad guys, right? So you could steal their stuff without any guilt. And then you bastard, ramble on and on, packaging your despicable selfishness as standing up for the townsfolk and for Xiao Hanmo. It's just to make her grateful, isn't it? You jerk, I've got you figured out. Xiao Bai gritted her teeth. And to think she believed her chosen one was a good person. Instead, he was a philanderer. Do I? Hearing this, Yishu paused, his gaze shifting. Let's just say I do. Their current location was some distance from Yuanyang town. With Yishu's pace and the aid of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Formation, he could have traveled extremely fast. But Xia Hanmo was only at the foundation establishment stage, so he naturally slowed down. As the trees receded, Yishu suddenly realized something. Wait, where was his master? Why had she gone quiet? She was so lively just a moment ago. When had she become invisible? With a thought, Yishu extended his divine sense into the ring. In the empty void-like space, Danxiao sat in a corner, hugging her knees, burying her face in the motionless, like an abandoned little puppy. Master, what's wrong? Yishu asked with concern. Danxiao didn't answer. Master. Master. He called a few more times, but there was no response. What was going on? Just as Yishu was baffled, Danxia's voice slowly sounded. Sure. Am I really useless? She slowly lifted her head, revealing a tear-streaked face. Yishu was stunned. He had never seen Danxiao like this. The last time was on the day their fates ended. Master, what makes you say that? That's Xia Hanmo. She didn't know you, yet she could trust you. Even after rebirth, she never tried to harm you. After just a few meetings, she began to doubt her own rebirth. And Xiao Su, after her rebirth, just wanted you not to leave again. And me? We lived together for 15 years, yet we didn't even have basic trust. I woke up and wanted to kill you. Wah. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face again. I'm so useless, even worse than an outsider. Comparison was the thief of joy. Danxia was having a breakdown. Yishu stood there a little speechless. After all this fuss, it turned out his master was just wallowing in self-pity again. He had thought it was something serious. Sometimes he couldn't tell who was the master. At her age, she still cried so easily. He crouched down, gently wiped away her tears, and said softly, well, you are indeed kind of useless. Walk. Hearing this, Danxia cried, even harder, tears falling in big drops. But in a way, Yishu slowly continued, doesn't this show that master cares about me too much? Cares? Danxia was stunned. Exactly, Yishu nodded. If you didn't care so much, why would you be angry? If you didn't care enough, would you even be willing to listen to my explanation, let alone be so easily coaxed by me? He reached out and gently wiped away her tears. You just cared too much, and it clouded your judgment. Besides, Yishu suddenly smiled. Even though master wanted to kill me at first, without you, I would have died from taking the Huichi pill, been killed by Lin Qingxue, or been killed by Feng Mengli. Counting it, I still owe master 2 lives. Danxia stared at him blankly, tears forgotten at the corners of her eyes. Looking at his smile, she suddenly felt that Shu'er was glowing. The guilt in her heart lessened considerably. So you don't despise me? She sniffled and asked timidly. How could I? Yishu chuckled softly. Didn't I say it before? We master and disciple are the best in the world. At these words, Danxia threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck tightly, and burst into loud sobs. What? Sure. Master is useless, master is useless. Seeing Danxia let go of her burden, Yishu breathed a sigh of relief. He soothed her emotions within the ring with his divine sense, while continuing his journey towards Yuanyang town. Finally, Yuanyang town came into view. A large city spread out before them. It was about a few li in size, neither too big nor too small. There, that's the mercenary guild. The two stood on the beam of a building, and Xia Hanmo pointed to a 3-story pavilion in the distance, speaking indifferently. But the guild master is at the nascent soul stage. No matter how strong you are at foundation establishment, you shouldn't be able to beat him, right? Well, I have my ways. Yishu gave a crooked smile, raised his right hand high, and in Xia Hanmo's puzzled gaze, snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound of the snap echoed. A dazzling golden light instantly pierced the night sky, shooting up from the monster beast mountain range, soaring high and exploding in midair. Boom! The golden light illuminated the entire sky. At the same time, a phantom hundreds of feet tall stood silently in the distant void, with flowing white hair, an immortal bearing vast and boundless radiating golden light. My inheritance shall be opened, awaiting the fated one. You, Xia Hanmo, stared at the phantom, her expression one of shock. That direction was clearly the treasure site they had gone to together in her rebirth memories. Yishu smiled slightly at her shocked face. See, an opportunity has presented itself. President, do you know? Know what? That thing everyone in town's been buzzing about. Which one? That one. Which one? That one. That damn which one? Holy shit, did you leave your tongue at home? Slap. On the 3rd floor of the Mercenary Guild in Yuanyang Town, Guild President Mu Lei slapped the reporting mercenary to the ground, with one blow pointing at his nose and cursing, "What the hell, speak like a human. Stop playing riddles." The mercenary covered his swollen cheek looking aggrieved. "It's just that thing everyone in town's talking about." "What the hell?" Seeing him still playing riddles, Muley was so furious he grabbed the chair he was sitting on and raised it high, ready to teach him the price of being cryptic. "No, no, no. President, calm down, calm down." The mercenary quickly waved his hand, scurrying away with his head down. He looked up, his face serious. "What I'm talking about is that matter. It's all over town. Ill fucking." Muley had just set the chair down, but lifted it again and slammed it down with a thud. Bang. Ah. The mercenary screamed, sent flying and crashing hard into the wall. He leaned against it, struggling to prop himself up. "President, I'm utterly loyal." "Why?" Seeing this riddlemonger still at it, Muley appeared before him in an instant and swung the chair down again. "He'll teach you to be cryptic. He'll teach you about loyalty. He'll teach you about that matter." "Opt." Screams echoed and splinters flew. Muley, walking in from outside, was stunned and confused at the sight. "Father, what are you doing?" "Moi." Muley looked up, saw it was his son, and stopped kicking the mercenary. "This guy's playing riddles with me. I asked him what it was, and he only said that matter and that it was all over town." "All over town?" Muley paused, then smiled. "Oh, I know it's that matter, right? It's been going around for days." "Muley?" He clutched the half-broken chair leg in his hand, hesitated, then decided against it. After all, it was his own flesh and blood. Breaking it wouldn't be good. "Then tell me, what is that matter?" "It's that thing everyone's whispering about in town, that in the demonic beast mountains there was once." Muley trailed off, his eyes fixed on the chair leg now inches from his cheek, cold sweat pouring down instantly. "Father, what do you mean?" "Nothing." Muley put the chair leg away and waved his hand. "I'm getting old, just like to stretch my limbs." "Go on." Muley stammered on. "They say that in the demonic beast mountains near our town, a supreme powerhouse fell long ago, leaving behind many inheritances and treasures. Even the beggars on the street know about it." "A supreme powerhouse fell?" Muley snorted disdainfully. "I've been here so long and never heard any tale of a supreme powerhouse falling. How did it spread so wildly in just these past few days?" "I think it's just those mercenaries drunk on cheap wine spreading rumors." "And you actually believe such rumors?" "Well..." Hearing this, Muley scratched his head. "I didn't believe it at first, but the thing is, it seems to be true, Father." "Moi." Muley frowned. "Why do you say that? Do you know Xia Hanmo?" "How could I not? That bitch who always treats those mercenaries for free with no skill herself, yet insists on stealing my business. If the town folks didn't protect her, I'd have dealt with her long ago." Yes, that's her." Muley nodded eagerly. "After my years of observation, that woman never goes to the same place to gather herbs in the demonic beast mountains. She always sneaks out some item and looks around as if searching for a certain terrain. So I suspect." "You suspect she knew about this ruin all along and even has a treasure map?" "Exactly." Muley clapped his hands. "Especially the day before yesterday. Xia Hanmo went into the mountains alone to gather herbs, but she hasn't returned yet. I suspect she found out the news had leaked and went to scout ahead by herself." "You make it sound quite convincing." Muley stroked his chin. He suddenly remembered that a few richly dressed cultivators, clearly from a major sect, had arrived in town yesterday. He had wondered at the time why such sect disciples would come here. Something's off. He suddenly looked up, staring at his foolish son. "Why are you spying on Xia Hanmo? Do you have feelings for her?" "Well..." Muley scratched his head and said earnestly, "Father, I truly like Xia Hanmo, and isn't this for the good of our mercenary guild? If I marry Xia Hanmo, those mercenaries lose their free clinic and we gain a physician, a win-win." "You like her?" Muley frowned, pointing at him. "You just lust after her body. You're despicable. Wait. Since you knew she went out alone, why didn't you seize the opportunity to catch her?" "Well..." Muley grew angry at the mention. "That woman ran too fast and even jumped into the river halfway. I lost track of her. Anyway, Father, I suspect there really is a ruin in the demonic beast mountains. There's no smoke without fire. Why else hasn't Xia Hanmo returned? And why did those sect disciples suddenly come to town? There must be profit to be had." Muley frowned deep in thought. Something was wrong. He felt something was off. Is it possible that Xia Hanmo hasn't returned simply because she was killed by beasts alone in the demonic beast mountains and those sect disciples came just for training? Just a coincidence. The moment he finished speaking, boom, a blinding light tore through the night sky, illuminating the entire mountain range, followed by a deafening roar. Muley jerked his head toward the window. There a phantom stood silently, radiating brilliant light that shone for thousands of miles. Everyone in Yuanyang town could see it. At that moment he had no choice but to believe. Without hesitation, Mu Lei waved his hand. Spread the word. We move out immediately. Yes. Mu Lei clasped his fists and hurried out. Soon the troops were assembled. The town was already abuzz, and many had set out ahead. Seeing so many heading there, Mu Lei's last doubt vanished. Could someone have started spreading rumors and set a trap long ago? And how else could Xiao Hanmo's treasure map be explained? Had someone planned for years just to fool him? Impossible. Let's go. With his command, the mercenary guild's forces marched toward the demonic Beast Mountains in full force. Just down the street, Yishu was tossing 10 copper coins into a beggar's bowl. Thank you. The beggar looked up repeatedly, expressing gratitude. Xiao Hanmo stood behind him, watching the departing crowd with disbelief in her eyes. They actually fell for your trick. Standing at a height you see all. Yishu clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze calm. But from their perspective, they don't know this was a scheme against them, nor my true intent. The ruin is real. The treasure map is real. The source of the news came from their own people. One person says it's false, 2 say it's dubious, 3 say it's true. Once, twice, but not thrice. This is the story of 3 men make a tiger. On the other side, within the demon Beast Mountains. Beneath a cliff, inside a cavern. Is this the place the healer immortal sister spoke of? The 3 sisters of Qingxian's sect, long swords in hand, cautiously surveyed their surroundings as they groped forward along the remembered direction. Yishu had only laid down an illusion array of sight. Thus those inside the cave, unaware of the commotion outside, continued their delighted search for treasure. The 3 sisters walked ahead. Su Xiao followed behind, his heart full of bewilderment. Wasn't this supposed to be a training expedition? How had they ended up at the very place where the male lead would have his fortuitous encounter? He had intended to stop them, but Qingxue was already shouting something like, "As long as you jump off a cliff, you'll have a fortuitous encounter. That's how it is in all the books." With that, she leaped down. What else could he say? He had no choice but to follow. The problem now was that they were inevitably going to snatch the male lead's opportunity. How would the original story proceed then? Su Xiao stroked his chin. Perhaps he should leave something behind here after they left. Little did he know this was exactly what the system wanted. Not only do we intercept the fate's chosen one's opportunity ahead of time, while also leave a grand gift behind. The system mused with delight, utterly captivated by the thrill of manipulating everything. Just then Qingxue, who was walking in front, suddenly cried out, "Look, there's a big snake ahead." Everyone looked up. Indeed, there was a massive python as tall as a man in the corridor, its forked tongue flickering as it stared fixedly at them. Zheng Yanchu's face lit up with joy. Since the snake was still here, it meant no one had visited this place before. They were indeed the first. "Don't be afraid, it's just a 3rd-tier demon beast." Lu Qinghuan chuckled softly, gently flicking the hilt of her sword with her right finger. Swoosh! A flash of sword light, and the serpent's head fell to the ground. Thus Brother Snake fulfilled its duty. The group continued forward. Sigh. Su Xiao, walking behind, gently closed the snake's eyes with his hand. "You've suffered, Brother Snake." But the moment his hand touched the serpent's head, hiss! The snake's jaws clamped down, fiercely biting into Su Xiao's tiger's mouth. Holy crap! Su Xiao cried out in pain, hastily shaking the snake off, blowing on the 2 deep tooth marks on his hand. "Damn it, I didn't kill you yet you bite me, eh? Senior brother, hurry up." Lu Qinghuan, walking ahead, called back. Coming. Su Xiao, clutching his right hand, hurriedly followed. "Senior brother, why is your face so red?" Qingxue asked, unable to help herself as she looked at Su Xiao's slightly flushed face. "It's nothing." Su Xiao forced himself to stay calm. He couldn't very well tell them that had been bitten by a dead snake because his hands were too curious. That would be a real disgrace. "All right, as long as you're fine." The group passed through the corridor, and a vast stone chamber came into view. In the center of the chamber stood a stone statue. It stood with its hands behind its back, facing away from all. A very familiar feeling. Lu Qinghuan looked at the statue's back, feeling a sense of recognition, but unable to place it. "Look, there are words over there." Just as she was about to step forward to circle around the statue for a closer look, Qingxue pointed at the cushion behind the statue and shouted. The group gathered around, finding several lines of text engraved on the stone slab before the cushion. "Alas, Willamette, I sigh at the few years of my lifespan. I swept the mortal world with martial skills yet. If there be a fated one, kowtow 1,000 times, and the meaning shall reveal itself. Kowtow 1,000 times." Qingxue was so furious after reading it that she nearly jumped up. "What the hell? You want me to kowtow to this broken stone statue, and 1,000 times at that? Who does he think he is? Just some old fossil who's been dead for who knows how many years. Thinks he's a big shot." With that, she raised her hand, ready to destroy the statue with a single sword strike. "Nonsense." Zheng Yanchu quickly scolded her. Here, do not disrespect the elder. Su Xiao, however, didn't react much. Wasn't this always how it was in novels? The protagonist falls off a cliff, encounters a fortuitous opportunity, passes a trial, and obtains a treasure. It seemed the original story was the same. But in reality, the system was already dumbfounded. This wasn't right, was it? Where was my mighty skeleton of a powerful being? Where were my ancient texts? What the hell was this stone statue? Had someone already claimed this place? No, at this point in time, the fate's chosen one shouldn't have arrived at Yuanyang town yet. These female leads were the first to arrive, and the great serpent at the entrance wasn't dead. How could someone have beaten them to it? Could it be a defensive measure by the Heavenly Dao to prevent anyone other than the fate's chosen one from obtaining the opportunity? Uncertain, let's observe further. Here, Zheng Yinchu scolded in a low voice. For your disrespect to the elder, your senior sister will punish you by sincerely kowtowing to him. Why should I? Qin Qingxue exclaimed, her large eyes filled with indignation. What, you don't accept your senior sister's authority? Lu Qinghuan cast a cold glance, her right thumb gently pushing the sword hilt, producing a crisp click. Damn it, if only I weren't weaker. Forced by the authority of martial might, Qin Qingxue knelt unwillingly on the ground, propping herself up with her hands, and kowtowed onto the cushion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Half an hour passed. Su Xiao couldn't bear to watch anymore. Junior sister, let me do the kowtowing for you. No need. You just sit there, senior brother, Qin Qingxue insisted through gritted teeth. Another hour passed. Qin Qingxue was already dizzy and dazed from kowtowing, only muscle memory keeping her going. The cushion was worn out. Finally, the sharp-eyed Lu Qinghuan noticed something. Little junior sister stopped kowtowing. She stepped forward, stopping Qin Qingxue, and retrieved an ancient tome from within the cushion. Senior brother, take a look. What is this? Purple cloud wings. Su Xiao took the manual, his expression turning strange. He was all too familiar with this item. It was Xiao Yan's life-saving escape skill from battle through the heavens, allowing flight before reaching the Do Wang rank. But the problem was, this world was a cultivation world. One could fly on a sword upon reaching foundation establishment. What use were a pair of crappy wings? Let me see. Having recovered, Qin Qingxue bounced over, snatched the manual, and flipped through a few pages randomly. After seeing the contents, her face turned the color of pig liver. What a piece of junk. It's completely useless. And I kowtowed 1,000 times for this. I'm so furious. The thought of having kowtowed 1,000 times for such a worthless thing made Qin Qingxue's blood boil. She whirled around, her sword striking out like a dragon. Swish, swish, swish. The stone statue, which had its back to them, was instantly sliced into several pieces, crashing to the ground with a crack. The statue's head rolled to a stop at Qin Qingxue's feet. The face of the head was directly facing Qin Qingxue. She looked down and froze. This face, it looked so much like the face of that heartless man in her memories. What the hell? The system was shocked. Had the fate's chosen one already been here? It shouldn't be possible. How could he have been so fast? However, before they could react, a sinister voice came from the entrance. Everyone here for treasure, I presume. The group turned in unison to see dozens of people at the cave entrance holding torches and staring at them. The leader Mu Lei fixed his gaze on the manual in Qin Qingxue's hand and let out a chilling laugh. So there really is something good here. Leave both the people and the treasure behind. In the town of Yuanyang, the streets lay deserted. Or rather, the few who remained were those too weak to vie for fortune. Their cultivation was shallow, they lived by hunting. Some were aged, some women and children, others cowed by the mercenary association's authority or conceding their own inadequacy. Yishu stood on a rooftop, gazing silently at the quiet town. Xia Hanmo lingered behind him, her eyes fixed on the distant mercenary association, its lights dimming as many had departed. That was it. So easily tricked. Let's go. The night wind stirred Yishu's robes as he descended from the eaves. Let's burn that place to ashes. Really? Xia Hanmo followed closely, her heart quickening. She had never done anything so illicit in her life. The thought alone thrilled her. In that illusory dream, this man had never done anything so daring. Though using her poison was treacherous enough, this felt entirely different. The mercenary association were true villains, and she was a co-conspirator. It felt like being a naughty child. So thrilling. So thrilling. Xia Hanmo clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Even death would be worth it now. Halt. Who goes there? As they approached the association's entrance, the two guards drew their swords. Before Yishu could act, a fragrant breeze swept by. The guards' bodies went limp, their eyes closing as they fell into a deep slumber. They're just hired help, no need to kill. Xia Hanmo withdrew her sleeve, offering an explanation. The memories of that dream still frightened her. She feared this man would slaughter everyone, reciting that old adage about uprooting evil entirely, even killing the workers. I never intended to kill. Yishu replied, then kicked open the door and bellowed, "This is a robbery. Hands on your heads, get down. Money belongs to others, your life is yours. If you don't want to die, surrender quietly." Huh. Xiao Hanmo was stunned. Was this so blatant? Shouldn't they be sneaking around stealing when no one's looking? What kind of robbery was this? Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my money. The maids in the hall crouched down, hands on their heads. Who dares? A furious roar came from the third floor, followed by a heavy whoosh. A massive figure crashed down, slamming into the hall floor and leaving a crater. The man clad in beast hide stood 8 feet tall with tiger-like eyes, a long halberd gleaming coldly on his back. It was the Mercenary Association's vice president, Zhao Lifeng. So it's you, little wench. Found yourself a lover and grown bold enough to cause trouble here. Zhao Lifeng's gaze first fell on Xiao Hanmo, then shifted to Yishu, bursting into laughter. A mere foundation establishment brat dares to bluster. Let me slay your paramour and take you as my concubine. How delightful. Despite the insults, Yishu remained unruffled. He turned to Xiao Hanmo. Has this man committed evil? What are his crimes? Does he deserve death? Xiao Hanmo nodded. He's Mu Lei's sworn brother. He often bullies the townsfolk and once abducted a woman. Then it's simple. Seeing them whispering, utterly disregarding him, Zhao Lifeng flew into a rage and reached for his halberd. What are you muttering about? Taste my halberd. The moment his words fell, Yishu moved. He looked up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A pale figure appeared beside him, extending 2 fingers to gently catch the halberd's tip, as effortlessly as a Buddha plucking a flower. What the hell? Zhao Lifeng's pupils shrank in disbelief. He had struck with full force, yet this sudden apparition hadn't even flinched. This thing wasn't human. As he froze, Yishu vanished. The next instant, he was before Zhao Lifeng. Taichung divine step. Simultaneously, his right arm bent, elbow gleaming, as all his spiritual energy poured into it. Xinhai Zhou star strike. The elbow slammed into Zhao Lifeng's heart with immense force. Zhao Lifeng's chest caved in, ribs cracking under the strain. His halberd flew from his grasp as he hurtled backward, embedding into the wall. You? He raised his head, staring at Yishu in shock, then spat a mouthful of blood. His head lolled to the side as he fell unconscious. Zhao Lifeng was out. Seeing their vice president defeated, the remaining mercenaries scattered like startled birds. Xiao Hanmo's jaw dropped in astonishment. A latest-stage golden core vice president defeated in an instant. In her memories, this man wasn't this powerful. With a flick of Yishu's fingers, the paper puppet returned. Let's go loot the spoils. Right. Xiao Hanmo snapped back to reality and hurried after him. The first floor was a reception hall, empty. The second floor held a storeroom piled with spirit plants and stones, the association's cut from mercenaries. Rough estimates put it at over 200,000. Now it all belonged to Yishu. We're rich. We're rich. All of it. Xiao Bei's face flushed with excitement. Stealing is definitely faster. Huh. It's all mine, all mine. She stood on Yishu's shoulder, eyeing the mountain of spirit stones. Wiggling her hips, she warmed up and dove headfirst into the pile. Her delicate head struck the stones with a sharp crack. Ow! Xiao Bei clutched her head, tears welling up. Idiot, did you think this was water? These are solid. Yishu sighed, picking her up and rubbing her little head. That's how they do it in movies. Xiao Bei whimpered in defense. Yishu shook his head, storing the stones in his ring, then strode to the third floor. The third floor was Mu Lei's private quarters. Not bad, plenty of good stuff. Yishu rummaged around, unearthing many treasures. There were profound tier techniques, high-level martial skills, and numerous weapons. None below profound tier. Alas, no earth tier artifacts. Yishu wasn't picky, he pocketed everything. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. He was the poor. Suddenly a cry came from outside the room. Yishu, come quick. Look what I found. Hearing this, Yishu hurried out. Xiao Hanmo stood in a corner, waving excitedly like a girl who'd discovered a treasure. What's got you so worked up? Yishu approached warily as she mysteriously opened a door. A dazzling light burst forth, blinding him momentarily. When his vision cleared, he saw the small room filled with fist-sized pearls emitting a pale glow. These are demon beast inner cores. Xiao Hanmo exclaimed. They can be used for alchemy. These are at least 3rd tier. They'd fetch a fortune. Inner cores. Yishu paused as if struck by a thought. He gazed deeply at Xiao Hanmo, at the light in her eyes. What is there something on my face? She turned puzzled. There's light in your eyes. Yishu smiled, then swept all the cores into his storage ring. Hey, I found those. Xiao Hanmo stomped in fury. How can you just take my things? You're unreasonable. What use are they to someone who wants to die? You, Xiao Hanmo, choked, her face red with rage. She was speechless for a long moment. Yishu ignored her, climbing to the highest point of the association, standing on the attic roof to overlook the town. Then he took out the storage pouch head seized. With swift strokes, he copied the profound tier techniques and martial skills hundreds of times. What are you doing? Xia Hanmo asked curiously. Can't you see? Yishu replied calmly, producing another pouch and tossing the spirit stones into the air. Papers and stones rained down like a storm, blanketing every corner of the town. Then he raised his right hand. A violet flame materialized, which he flicked away. The attic beneath them burst into flames. Come on, let's burn this place to ashes. Yishu raised his arms, laughing heartily. Xia Hanmo stood behind him, staring at this foolish youth. The firelight illuminated his profile, so different from the cunning figure in her dream. Why are you doing this? She asked. I don't know. Isn't it cool? Yishu sat on the rooftop, watching the townspeople below, their faces a mix of terror and confusion at the sudden wealth. He found it amusing. He recited softly, when life brings joy, embrace it fully. Don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. Heaven gave me talents for a purpose. 1,000 gold pieces spent will return again. Did you compose this poem? Yes, Yishu shamelessly admitted. I didn't expect you to be quite talented. The two stood together on the rooftop, the raging fire below them dyeing half the night sky crimson. You gave the items to them. What if Murray returns? What if he flies into a rage and kills those people? Xia Hanmo was still worried. Hearing this, Yishu looked at her as if she were an idiot. Seriously, you managed to survive under the townspeople's protection, yet you're afraid they'll spit out what they've already swallowed. Isn't that ridiculous? It's different, Xia Hanmo retorted. I only harmed their interests a little, but you've uprooted them entirely. You're taking their very lives. Damn, that actually makes some twisted sense. Yishu was startled, then shook his head. Since that's the case, I didn't want to do this. After all, one should leave room for future encounters. But since you put it that way, I have no choice. He raised his hands. The purple flames burning beneath them in the attic shifted instantly. They became as pure as crystal, as ethereal as moonlight. The 10,000 beast flame rose from beneath their feet, gathering overhead, then burst in the sky like a blooming firework. The embers fell into the forests surrounding Yuanyang town. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 cluster, 2 clusters, 3. Boundless flames surged up from the outskirts of Yuanyang town, spreading outward. The surrounding magical beasts, sensing the terrifying pressure, fled in panic. First, the weak first-tier beasts began to run, then the second-tier beasts joined, and gradually, even the third-tier beasts fled. The entire beast mountain range grew restless because of this. Like a snowball rolling, it grew larger and larger. At this moment, deep within the beast mountain range, huff, huff, finally dealt with. These guys just wouldn't listen. I told them there was no treasure, that they'd been tricked, but they still insisted on fighting us. It's infuriating. Enough, save your strength. That guy must have already reached Yuanyang town. He shouldn't be far. Once we find him. The 4 disciples of Qingyun's sect, their swords stained with blood, had just stepped out of the cave when Su Xiao's ears twitched. Listen, do you hear something? Qingxue and her 2 sisters also pricked up their ears. Rumble, rumble. It was the sound of the earth trembling. That sound meant a stampede of 10,000 beasts. A beast tide. They looked up sharply and met several pairs of crimson eyes, 4th-tier phantom winged serpents, 4th-tier demonic apes, 4th-tier pangolins. All 4th-tier magical beasts. Su Xiao was stunned. Was this the price of stealing the protagonist's opportunities? How terrifying was that? The system was equally furious. What kind of joke is this? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they have used their foreknowledge to snatch the protagonist's opportunities and love interests, leaving him to rage helplessly? How did the script get reversed? This isn't how a villain's story goes. I don't accept this. Far away, Yishu remained oblivious to all this. He turned to look at Xia Hanmo. Now the problem should be completely resolved. Xia Hanmo stared blankly at the surging beast tide, silently offering 3 seconds of mourning for Murray and his group. If they get trampled to death by the beast tide, it probably won't hurt, right? Phew, you're amazing. On the other side, Xiao Bai sat on Yishu's shoulder, her face flushed red from the fire. Not only did you reclaim the opportunity, but you also thoroughly set up the system and its crew. What system? Hearing this, Yishu looked at her in utter confusion. The system and its people. They've already brought a group into the Beast Mountain range and entered that cave. Don't tell me you didn't know. Xiao Bai stared back at him, equally bewildered. Was I supposed to know? Weren't you supposed to know? Yishu was dumbfounded for a moment, then frantically packed his bags. Damn it, you useless thing, why didn't you say so earlier? I need to gather my things and get ready to run. Time to make a swift exit and prepare for flight. Since everything's been taken care of, the estate has been ransacked and the opportunities have been seized, and I've even unexpectedly met Xia Hanmo. What reason is there to linger any longer? Yet even while fleeing, Yishu maintained a cool demeanor. He stood in the midst of the fire, the flames illuminating his face, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze up at the starry sky with melancholic eyes. They'll be leaving after dawn. Leaving? Why? Xia Hanmo looked puzzled, tilting her head to regard him. She had a myriad of questions and unresolved doubts. Why was this man so different from the figure in her dreams, yet he had undeniably appeared before her? Why had he saved her? Why had he scattered all the money? Why had he set up an illusion array in the treasure site in advance, a place she believed only she knew? Because someone is hunting me. Yishu turned to face her, speaking calmly. Just like those who have been reborn like you, they want to strike me on sight. Upon hearing this, Xia Hanmo instantly understood everything. So that's it. No wonder Feng Mengli was chasing Yishu in the memory stone. She too had been reborn. But how could this fellow know they had been reborn? And how did he know the location of the treasure map? She hadn't told him herself unless. The next moment, Yishu continued. You have many questions. There's no need. I know you've all been reborn and possess information from the future. Xia Hanmo was taken aback. That explained everything. But another question arose. Why are you telling me this? She asked. Wouldn't it be best to keep such information hidden? Didn't you also reveal that you were reborn? Yishu looked at her nonchalantly. That's not the same. Xia Hanmo exclaimed anxiously. What's different? Of course it's different. She said seriously. I only said it because I was about to kill myself after rebirth. Aren't you afraid it'll betray you? After all, my chaos poison body is formidable. It'd be easy to poison you to death, right? And if I told your enemies such crucial intelligence, wouldn't you be doomed? She blinked, her words stern, but her face beaming with a mischievous smile. Was this what it felt like to be trusted? How wonderful! How wonderful! Even her corpse felt warm. Yet Yishu turned his head and looked at her calmly. Weren't you going to kill yourself? Why should I fear a dead person? The dead can't spill secrets. Her smile froze instantly. So that was the reason. She had thought he trusted her, but in his eyes she was already a corpse. But now the problem is. Xia Hanmo held her arm, her face slightly flushed and hesitant, clearly finding the next words difficult to utter. I don't think I want to die anymore. She shrank her neck and looked at Yishu nervously. Going back on one's word wasn't proper behavior. Yishu was silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised his hand. Xia Hanmo thought he was about to hit her and instinctively closed her eyes, lowering her head. Yet instead of the expected pain, she felt a gentle caress, warm like sunlight on her hair. Xia Hanmo couldn't help but squint, instinctively stretching her neck to rub against his palm like a kitten. Only then did she seem to realize something, her face turning bright red. She opened her eyes to meet Yishu's somewhat helpless gaze. Sigh. I really can't do anything with you. Yishu sighed and ruffled her hair. Then he took out the prepared 7-color poison manual and paper puppet art from his chest and gently handed them to her. What's this? Xia Hanmo took the ancient texts, flipping through them with suspicion. Poison manual and puppet art. Why are you giving me these? I already knew them from my rebirth. Yishu, who had wanted to show off, was left speechless. Damn it. Sometimes it was truly unfair. He risked so much to obtain these items, yet these heroines merely closed and opened their eyes to have them in their minds. Why? Because they had a pen. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse, and ground out through clenched teeth. Since you know them, that's fine. Now follow me. Oh. Xia Hanmo sensed his foul mood and responded softly, obediently trailing behind him without asking where they were going, like a child being led astray. They leaped down from the pavilion and left Yuanyang town. Instead of taking the official road, they pressed deeper into the Beast Spirit Mountains. With the 10,000 beast flame clearing the path, no ferocious beasts dared to approach. Finally, just before dawn, Yishu led Xia Hanmo to a picturesque valley. Within the valley lay a lake with crystal clear water. The lakeshore was clean and free of weeds, covered in cobblestones of various sizes, surrounded by lush trees. Yishu looked around and nodded in satisfaction. This will be your home from now on. Huh? What? Xia Hanmo tilted her head and blinked momentarily, unable to process. Aren't you no longer wanting to die? Yishu said calmly. Once your chaos poison body fully awakens, everyone around you will suffer. So I found this place for you, secluded enough that no one will accidentally wander in under normal circumstances. You won't have to forcibly suppress your poison body. And he turned, and with a flick of his fingers, a pale figure appeared beside him. I'm giving you this paper puppet. You can control it with your spiritual sense, sharing its senses. Let the puppet travel, procure supplies, or treat patients in Yuanyang town in your stead. That way you won't have to worry about the poison body erupting. Xiao Hanmo was stunned. She gazed at the beautiful lake and then at the cold paper puppet, feeling a warmth in her eyes as if something was about to spill out. This fellow had probably planned all this long ago, hadn't he? 3 years. No, 1 year. Yishu continued. At most a year he'll return. By then he'll surely have found a way to resolve your chaos poison body, allowing you to control the poison freely. Then you can choose whether to live or die. This way he wouldn't have to worry about Xiao Hanmo betraying him, because she would be bound to this place. Her kindness would prevent her from leaving. Thus the threat would no longer exist. Xiao Hanmo suddenly looked up. What's the price? You've been so good to me. Surely you'll ask for something in return. She resolved that if he mentioned pleasure, she might actually grit her teeth and agree. Price? Yishu was taken aback, then stroked his chin. How about becoming my dog? At these words, Xiao Hanmo's expression, which had been touched moments before, abruptly changed. A dog truly couldn't change its nature. All that goodwill was wasted. She snatched up a stone from the ground, gritting her teeth, and hurled it fiercely at Yishu. You bastard, just die already. Whoa. Yishu fled in terror, occasionally glancing back to curse. Woman, your name is ingratitude. There your house is built. In the Beast Spirit Mountain range, Yishu placed the last piece of fencing, wiped the sweat from his brow, and admired his handiwork, standing with his hands on his hips, in smug satisfaction. Before him stood a crooked wooden cabin. The roof beams were uneven, one end higher than the other, and the eaves slanted at different angles, making one doubt if it could even shelter anyone from rain. Yet Xiao Hanmo was thoroughly pleased, examining it from every angle with delight in her eyes. You'll live here from now on. The demon cores for your puppet are all here. You know how to control it. Use them sparingly. Yishu handed the storage pouch filled with demon cores to Xiao Hanmo and gave a few more instructions. All right, I need to go. With everything done, there was no reason to linger. Yishu clapped his hands and turned to leave. But as he stepped out of the valley, a crisp voice rang out behind him. Wait. Turning around, he saw Xiao Hanmo rushing over, breathless. Fat hat poison you fed me while I was unconscious. Do you have more? It was oddly delicious. Yishu looked disappointed. She called him back just for this. He had thought she might confess her feelings. Still with a pained expression, he pulled a purple pill from his pocket, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger. Here, eat it. It's expensive. It was a special rainbow candy from Kaiyun Pavilion, sold by the gram, more costly than gold. He couldn't bear to eat it himself. At the sight of the pill, Xiao Hanmo's eyes lit up. She opened her mouth wide and bit down. Delicious. She squinted, her face glowing with bliss. Yishu stared at his finger caught in her mouth, a strange expression on his face. The sensation was numb and ticklish, like a kitten's paw needing, stirring something deep within him. Suddenly, Xiao Hanmo released her bite. Why did you stop? I wasn't done. MPH. Before he could finish, she lifted her head with a resolute look, crashed into his chest, braced her hands on his shoulders, rose on tiptoes, and kissed him fiercely. Her lips were soft and sweet, tasting of rainbow candy. Yishu's eyes widened in shock. His weren't the only eyes wide open. Danxiao and Xiao Bai stared in disbelief, never expecting Xiao Hanmo to pull such a move. They had been cuckolded again. Right in front of them. Xiao Hanmo's face was redder than clouds dyed by dawn, her eyelashes fluttering like birds soaring through the sky. But it didn't end there. She parted her lips and slipped her tongue past his teeth. Push her away. Xiao Bai cried in desperation, clutching Yishu's neck and shaking him. But Yishu's mind had gone blank, leaving only one command: kiss her. Kiss her now. Kiss her fast. Just as he wrapped his arms around Xiao Hanmo's waist, ready to deepen the kiss, he felt something round slide into his mouth, along with her tongue mixed with saliva. Gulp. He swallowed it. The moment it went down, Xiao Hanmo pulled away. Her face was flushed, her breath trembling, her chest heaving. Her big eyes were watery, clearly affected by the act. Cough, cough. Yishu clutched his throat, coughing violently. What did you feed me? A poison pill. A poison pill. Yishu was stunned. So this is how you repay my kindness. By poisoning me when I'm not looking. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Seeing his horrified expression, Xiao Hanmo grew aggrieved and explained pitifully, I condensed it from the full toxicity of my calamity poison body. Its potency is fierce and unmatched. Ordinary toxins can't even approach it. It will stay in your body like a tyrant, devouring any poison that tries to invade you to strengthen itself. In other words, you'll be immune to all poisons from now on. Consider it my gift to you. Yishu frowned, sensing something off. So the pill you gave me is so potent that other poisons can't beat it, and by fighting poison with poison, I become immune. That's right. Xiao Hanmo nodded. Then hey, race the problem. Yishu pointed at his stomach. How can I be sure I won't be killed by this potent poison pill itself? Well, You don't need to worry about that. Xia Hanmo kept her head down, her voice barely a whisper. Though its toxicity is high, the effects of poisons in this world are varied. Its effect is special. Anyway, it won't hurt you. She shouted the last part, her face now utterly crimson, steam practically rising from her head. She shoved Yishu away and fled. On the way, she tripped over a stone, fell, and scrambled back to her feet, rushing off in a fluster. Watching her hurried retreat, Yishu shook his head with a wry smile. The little lady kisses me, then gets shy herself? How amusing. Time to go. He rubbed his stomach, assured the pill was harmless, waved in Xia Hanmo's direction, and strode away. This time he truly left. The wind blew a few withered leaves spinning behind him. Back in the yard, Xia Hanmo quietly climbed onto the roof, standing on the highest crooked beam, gazing at his departing figure. One hand pressed against her still heaving chest, the other gently touched her warm lips. Finally, a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. The poison pill wouldn't kill Yishu. Of all the poisons in the world, none is more potent than love and longing. It would grow little by little, making him unable to forget her, unable to leave her. Yishu, you scumbag, you jerky pervert. You heartbreaker, disgusting, despicable, abandoning your wife and child, heartless and ruthless, leaving without a backward glance. How much longer are you going to keep cursing? Yishu emerged from the Warcraft Mountains, a helpless expression on his face. Xiao Bai, perched on his shoulder, had been scolding him non-stop since they left the courtyard without repeating a single phrase. I'll curse you as long as I want. Xiao Bai turned her head away indignantly. You big villain, you only know how to trick innocent girls. In less than a day, you've already stolen Xia Hanmo's first kiss. In less than a day. According to my original plan, you were supposed to be heavily poisoned while protecting her fall into a critical coma, and only then, after immense hesitation, would she reluctantly grant you a kiss. Not like this. What was I supposed to do? Yishu looked completely innocent. She just kissed me directly. I had no time to react. Then why didn't you push her away? Seeing him shift the blame, Xiao Bai grew even angrier. She clenched her teeth and tightened her small fists. You're a man for everyone with no sense of fidelity. I hate you the most. Don't expect me to give you any more intel in the future, humph. What on earth is all this? Yishu was utterly bewildered. He had never realized the Chinese language could be arranged in such combinations. And why does her tone sound like she's catching a cheating spouse? Hey. But seeing Xiao Bai's aggrieved expression with tears nearly spilling from her eyes, he reached out and gently rubbed her little head, letting out a helpless sigh. All right, this one's on me. It's my fault for not pushing her away in time. I'm unchaste, unfaithful, impure, and without fidelity. That's more like it. Xiao Bai turned over in his arms, satisfied, nuzzled against him, and squinted her eyes in comfort. Don't let this happen again. As the chosen one, you must keep yourself pure and virtuous. Got it? All right. Finally, he had appeased this little mistress. Yishu breathed a sigh of relief. He had a premonition that Xiao Bai would become his greatest asset in the upcoming journey to the Dangar Desert. But now was not the time to dwell on that. The problem of Xia Hanmo remained unresolved. Yishu suppressed his emotions and used his divine sense to communicate with the ancient ring. Master. After calling several times, Dangxia's voice finally drifted lazily from the ring. What does your brother seek from his sister? Not that, master. Yishu's mouth twitched. Why didn't you answer when I called you just now, eh? Dangxia's form materialized before him, but she deliberately turned her face away, muttering, After all, you have other sisters. Prettier, cuter, kinder, better at chatting, better at acting coy, better at pleasing you than I am. Why should I come out and invite humiliation? Master, why are you like this again? Yishu was speechless. Look. Dangxia's eyes widened as she pointed at him, her cheeks puffed with anger. I haven't even said a few words, and already you find me annoying. If another sister were here, you'd have coaxed her by now. I haven't, master, don't be like this. Yishu took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Haven't I told you? You and I are the best of friends in this world. Look. Hearing this, Danxiao snorted, growing even angrier. Look at you, starting to make empty promises again. The best of friends in this world. If we were truly the best, would you cast your master aside to fool around with that Xia Hanmo, giving her puppets and building her houses? Have you ever been this good to me? If I actually believed you, I'd be crying my heart out. Yishu was left speechless by her rebuttal. After a long pause, he sighed and softened his tone. Master, I've never lied to you. In my heart, we master and disciple are the best in the world. Not a single word of falsehood. My heart is as clear as the heavens. Hearing this, Danxiao looked deeply disappointed. Only master and disciple. No, it's only master and disciple. You are just afraid that young Shuer will be deceived by those wicked women, so you are fulfilling your duty as a master. After forcefully brainwashing herself, Danxiao let out a light snort. Go on, why did you call me out? Well, Yishu rubbed his hands together wearing an awkward grin. I just wanted to ask the world's most erudite, knowledgeable, beautiful, generous, broad-minded, and gorgeous master, whom I love the most about the calamity poison physique. How exactly to control it? I love hearing this. Danxia was enjoying the first half, but the last sentence shattered her mood. So you called me out for that woman. You made a promise to her yourself, and after all that fuss you come to me for a solution. I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. What can I do? Yishu said with a straight face. Huh. Danxia was so angry she laughed. Was there anything more absurd in this world? She was supposed to save the woman who had stolen her man right before her eyes. What a joke. To control the calamity poison physique, one needs 3 types of strange fires supplemented by a 6th grade or higher venomous substance and an 8th grade or higher alchemist to refine a single poison pill. After taking this pill, the calamity poison physique will no longer suffer the agony of poison corroding the heart, and the bearer can wield poison power at will. 3 strange fires, a 6th grade or higher venomous substance, and an 8th grade alchemist. Which of these can a mere foundation establishment brat like you obtain? You said you'd find them for her within a year. Daydreaming. Danxia mercilessly crushed his hopes. What else can I do? I've already shot my mouth off. Yishu replied with a bitter face. Once he promised someone something, he had to see it through. That was his consistent principle. No matter how difficult, the conditions for refining the poison pill seemed harsh. In fact, they were indeed harsh. Sigh. Let's take it one step at a time. Since it's come to this, let's eat first. He sighed, took out a gourd, and gulped down its contents. Sure, what are you eating? Danxia asked curiously. Poison pills. Yishu wiped his mouth, swallowed the last poison pill, and belched. Just verifying whether Xiao Su cheated me, so I won't be tricked when I really need to use them. After consuming the entire bottle, he felt nothing but fullness. Seems she didn't cheat me. The calamity poison physique truly lives up to its reputation. Yishu shook his head, but his mind couldn't help recalling Xiao Hanmo's flushed cheeks, her sparkling big eyes, and that sweet first kiss. Sweet soft, as if it were right before his eyes within arm's reach. I wonder how she's doing. Come to think of it, if not for all these troubles, living in seclusion with her in the Warcraft Mountains, going out to heal the world now, and then wouldn't be so bad. Yishu mumbled to himself as he walked forward, feeling an itch in his heart, constantly tempted to go back and see Xiao Hanmo. The Danger Great Desert, its outer Gobi. It stretched vast and boundless, rivaling the territory of the Taiwu imperial dynasty, yet its environment was far more hostile. Barren and desolate, not a single blade of grass grew. Aside from mercenaries who came to capture slaves, almost no human cultivators set foot here. You mean to say, he began, that in this arc of the Danger Great Desert nearly all the major powers from the early stages will participate, including the Taiwu imperial city, the cloud-soaring sect, and the Snakekin Medusa? Yishu, clad in simple hemp clothes, asked while gazing longingly beneath the hem of Danxia's drifting skirt as she floated in midair. That's right, Xiaobai nodded, a look of pride on her face. This is a major climax of the early story. To obtain the Azure Lotus Heavenly Flame, you first got a fragment recording the location of a strange flame from Little Dr. Immortal. Then to upgrade the burning art, you followed the clues all the way to the Danger Great Desert, finally sensing the strange flame's aura. When you arrived, you found it was gone. After much searching and investigation, you discovered the flame had been taken by Medusa, the queen of the Snakekin. She wanted to use its power to break through to the Spirit Lord. No, wait. To break through to the void refinement stage from the divinity transformation stage, thereby leading her people out of the harsh desert to a better living environment. In short, she's a very charismatic female lead. Then you infiltrated the Snakekin tribe, secretly searching for the strange flame. Meanwhile, people from the Cloud-Soaring sect and the Taiwu imperial clan also arrived in the desert seeking it. But you were a step ahead of everyone. Finally, you took advantage of— Stop. Yishu suddenly waved his hand to interrupt her. Next, I suppose I'm burned by the flame in agony, then chased by the Cloud-Soaring sect, the Taiwu imperial clan, and the Snakekin all at once. While fleeing, I just happened to run into Feng, and she takes pity on me and lets me go, allowing me to escape successfully. How did you know? Xiaobai asked, stunned. Why did you have to involve so many factions? Yishu covered his face with one hand, sighing to the heavens. What a mess. With so many factions, all at least at the divinity transformation stage, how can I, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly compete? And if I'm not mistaken, the Azure Profound sect will send people too. Why? Xiaobai asked, curious. The Azure Profound sect already has a strange flame of their own at home, so there's no need for them to come, right? Indeed, there's no need. But, Yishu repeated the word twice. The problem is that the system is in the Azure Profound sect. In its eyes, if I take any strange flame, my path to immortality will be cut off. So it will inevitably send the villain to fight for it. Damn it, how can I even play this game? Let's compare the forces. Yishu sat on a large rock, counting on his fingers. Enemy forces: divinity transformation, divinity transformation, divinity transformation, divinity transformation, nascent soul, nascent soul, nascent soul, nascent soul, nascent soul. Even golden core cultivators aren't worthy of appearing. All the female leads have been reborn, and everyone knows where the Azure Lotus Heavenly Flame is hidden. My time advantage is gone. Medusa must have already surrounded the flame and placed it under heavy guard. After this battle, the system will certainly be on high alert. Our forces: a foundation, establishment, cultivator, and avoid, refinement, remnant, soul. That's it. Slap. Yishu clapped his hands and spread them out toward Xiaobai. If the cards weren't face up, there'd be room for strategy. But now everyone holds 4 twos and a joker, while I'm holding a pair of 3s. How can I play? How the hell can I play this? How about we find a big sandstorm dive and then fly up to the sky and go shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Xiaobai, her snow-white little feet swinging on the rock, clutched her skirt and thought for a long time before looking up. How about we run away? Forget the Azure Lotus Heavenly Flame. It's not like you need it anyway. No. Yishu refused with a serious expression. Why? First of all, why should I let others take what's mine? Second, the poison pill requires 3 types of strange flames, so I must obtain the Azure Lotus Heavenly Flame. Yishu stood up and strode toward the desert. Most importantly, he turned back and smiled gently at the stunned Xiaobai. The thing I love most in this life is accomplishing what seems impossible. You bastard. Xiaobai sat there staring blankly at his retreating figure. Every time it was like this. Before him lay a den of tigers and dragons where the slightest misstep meant certain death. Yet this guy always grumbled, saying how impossible it was, and then the next second he'd stand up, greet it with a smile, and somehow every single time he not only survived but thrived. What are you thinking? Aren't you coming? Yishu, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around and waved at her. Coming. Xiaobai snapped out of it and trotted over on her short legs. The wind blew across the Gobi, and a young man stepped into the wilderness, carrying a little girl on his back with a fairy floating before him. They walked on until an inn gradually took shape amidst the desert. This is where you'll find your only ally, Bing Xuanzi. He was once a royal tutor of the Taiwu imperial dynasty, but after a fierce battle with Medusa, he was defeated and his cultivation sealed. Now he's only at the golden core stage, living incognito at an inn. Xiaobai whispered from Yishu's shoulder. Wait, Yishu said as he walked toward the inn. How can you be sure such an important asset hasn't been reborn? The reason is simple, Xiaobai replied. He's a man. That explains it. Yishu's face lit up with sudden understanding, and his previously hesitant steps became light as he strode into the inn. The inn was empty with not a soul in sight. Only at the counter stood a person in a hood barely 5 feet tall, looking like he hadn't even started growing. Sure, that's Bing Xuanzi, Danxia's voice echoed in Yishu's mind. He's a martial fanatic who cultivates the path of ice and snow, and he's very proud. Don't be fooled by his current state. He's actually a divinity transformation grand cultivator. He's loyal, and if you befriend him sincerely, he will surely help you. Master, rest assured. Making friends is my specialty. Yishu approached the counter, plopped down on a stool, and banged on the table, shouting at the hooded figure. Hey, you little sprout over there. Don't you see your master is thirsty? Give me a bowl of shaved ice. Danxiao was speechless. Xiaobai was speechless. Bing Xuanzi looked up, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. You little bastard, you're asking for death. Boom, the inn exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Massive ice pillars shot up into the sky. Crack. Taken by surprise, Yishu was instantly frozen solid by the ice crystals sprouting beneath his feet. Trapped inside the ice sculpture, Yishu rolled his eyes. That old bastard fought dirty. He came straight at him with deceit and ambush, targeting a young lad of 17 or 18. Truly a dishonorable man. Sure, is this what you call making friends? Danxia's helpless voice rang out. Exactly right. See, I've already become one with him, haven't I? On such a hot day, he feared I might overheat, so he thoughtfully cooled me down. He cares about me, Yishu replied in his mind. Is that really for your own good? That was an attempt to kill you. Danxiao was almost amused by his antics. She truly couldn't trust her disciple's emotional intelligence. It was absolutely in the negatives. Maybe I should let her take over and reason with him through force. Boy, who sent you? Medusa? Or those worthless fools from the Taiwu imperial city? Bing Xuanzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly emerging from the broken doorframe, his gaze aloof. He had been living in seclusion here unknown to all. Now a junior had arrived unexpectedly. Though his words were arrogant, each one struck a nerve targeting the two matters Bing Xuanzi hated most at this moment. First, the physical regression caused by the seal placed upon him. From a once handsome 8-foot-tall man, he had been reduced to this childlike form. Second, his cultivation had plummeted, his power greatly diminished. Once he roamed freely and carefree. With a wave of his hand, he could freeze 10,000 miles, seal mountains and rivers, and shatter the sky. Now he was forced to hide here, an obscure innkeeper, merely freezing ice cubes. To hit his sore spots so precisely, he couldn't help but suspect. But regardless, with his cultivation gone, encountering either faction would spell doom. This place could no longer be his refuge, and this boy could not be allowed to live. With this thought, Bing Xuanzi's eyes turned cold. Boy, no matter who sent you today, you will pay for your arrogance. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dying at the hands of me, the martial fanatic Bing Xuanzi. You should be proud. He raised his hand, and countless ice spikes materialized out of thin air, glinting with a chilling light under the sun. Heh. I come from no faction. I merely passed through here and saw a cowardly old dog calling himself a martial fanatic. You claim to live in seclusion, but to me you are like a mangy cur with a broken spine, afraid to return home, yet too scared to bite back. And so a surge of resentment welled up in my heart. I couldn't hold it back. Trapped in the ice sculpture, Yishu couldn't move his limbs, but his mouth kept running, laced with a hint of casual mockery. Boy, you seek death. Bing Xuanzi flew into a rage, waving his hand. The surrounding ice spikes instantly shot forward. Boom. Dust and smoke billowed, and countless ice shards scattered in the air, shimmering with a riot of colors under the sunlight, a truly dazzling sight. Oomph. Bing Xuanzi let out a cold snort and turned to leave. This place was no longer safe. He might have been discovered. Just then a slightly mocking voice came from behind him. Hey, you little sprout over there, after ambushing your elder, you think you can just walk away? Where's the justice in that? You still owe me my shaved ice. How is this possible? Bing Xuanzi whirled around. Through the haze of dust, Yishu emerged completely unscathed, his linen clothes rustling in the wind, not a single scratch on him. How can you be completely unharmed? Bing Xuanzi's pupils contracted. Even though his cultivation had fallen to the golden core stage, a sick tiger still retains its might. His techniques and skills should not be something a mere foundation establishment cultivator could withstand. Could he be concealing his true cultivation? But no, it didn't seem so. In terms of aura and everything else, the person before him was undoubtedly at the foundation establishment stage. To evade the perception of a divine transformation cultivator was even more terrifying. Yishu let out a faint chuckle. Just a little dust on my sleeve. He looked up at the on-guard Bing Xuanzi and smiled slightly. Old man courtesy demands reciprocity. As his words faded, thump thump thump, a series of sounds like meridian gates opening echoed, and Yishu's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing in the next instant right before Bing Xuanzi's eyes. What a... Bing Xuanzi's pupils shrank as a fist the size of a sandbag rapidly enlarged in his vision. Heaven Emperor fist. Bang. Bing Xuanzi was sent flying backward, smashing through dozens of ice spikes before crashing heavily into the ruins of the inn behind him. Yishu withdrew his fist, his gaze indifferent. This fist carries 30 layers of formations. Can you withstand it? Inside the ring, Danxiao was dumbfounded, speechless. According to the memories of his rebirth, Shuer should have needed her possession to engage in a fierce battle with Bing Xuanzi, but now... Suddenly laughter emerged from the ruins. Good. In all my years roaming the Taiwu Imperial City, I've always been the one to cross realms and defeat enemies. Never has anyone from a lower realm struck me so viciously. No wonder you dare to speak so boldly. Let me weigh your true worth. Frost for 1,000 miles. Creak, creak. A thin layer of frost instantly covered the ground, emitting a grating, teeth-chattering sound. In the scorching heat of the dog days, with the blazing sun high in the sky over the Dangar Desert at its most brutal, Yishu felt a deep, bone-chilling cold, as if plunged into an ice cavern, sending a shiver down his spine and freezing the very blood in his veins. Yishu felt his movements growing sluggish. Then an endless curtain of snow descended from the sky. As the snowflakes drifted, Bing Xuanzi's figure slowly emerged, a 100-zhong ice dragon coiling around him, so lifelike, it seemed like a true dragon. Go! Bing Xuanzi pointed a finger from afar, and the ice dragon let out a deafening roar, opening its massive maw to tear at him. The dragon's head arrived in an instant. The gaping jaws were right before him. And Yishu's thought at that moment was, damn, that's cool. This is what true divine abilities look like. Divine abilities had to be flashy, had to have spectacle. The wind must follow the dragon, the clouds the tiger. A spark of starlight in the desert, all heavens returned to my heart. Yishu closed his eyes. Star-like lights flickered across his torso, converging into his palm, and then he gently pushed forward. Starbreaker. In that instant the galaxy shifted, and all things returned to one. The world fell silent. Then came a blindingly brilliant white light. The ice dragon's body cracked inch by inch, finally letting out a mournful cry. The sleeve on Yishu's right hand was reduced to dust, and even the bones of his fists split open, blood seeping out unceasingly. But he neither cried out nor complained, his gaze calm. Seeing that his attack was still blocked, Bing Xuanzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead of fear, he felt a surge of excitement. Good. It's been so long since I've had this much fun. Let's go again. With that he blurred and appeared before Yishu, throwing a punch. Boy, who exactly are you? How did you know I was here? Strength commands respect. The mighty always appreciate each other. Now that Yishu had shown enough power, Bing Xuanzi was naturally willing to ask a few more questions. Didn't I already tell you? Yishu asked while parrying the blows. I was passing through and saw you, senior, in such a sorry state, caught between a rock and a hard place. I couldn't bear it, so I came to rescue you, senior. Save me. Bing Xuanzi said coldly. What need does an old man have of saving? Besides, you, a mere youth, though gifted with extraordinary talent and startling brilliance, are but a minor cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. What could you possibly use to save me? Hearing this, Yishu did not take offense. You are a mighty cultivator at the nascent soul stage, known as a martial fanatic. Now, with your cultivation sealed and fallen from grace, you dare not return to the Taiwu imperial city to seek a solution. Instead, you hide in this desolate, uninhabited great desert because you are afraid of being mocked by former rivals and scorned by old acquaintances upon your return. More than that, you fear returning only to be beaten like a dog. Nonsense. Bing Xuanzi barked coldly, the temperature around him plummeting. Yishu remained unmoved and continued. You refuse to go back to Taiwu Imperial City, and you dare not face Medusa again. You can only hide here day after day, year after year, wasting time and idling away your days replaying that great battle over and over in your mind. You will think, if I had done this back then, would I have won? If I had done that, would my cultivation not have been sealed? If only I had died directly at the hands of the snake people back then. But all of this will dissolve into a mournful sigh, lamenting why you ever challenged Medusa in the first place. Nonsense. Bing Xuanzi roared in fury, pointing at Yishu and cursing. This old man has lived his entire life with integrity, never blaming heaven or others, and has never regretted a single thing. Then why are you still here? Yishu spoke calmly, his voice flat. Why don't you return to Taiwu Imperial City? Why don't you go to the snake people and fight again? Is it because the scenery of this desolate Gobi is too beautiful? Is it because the sunlight of the dog days is too warm? Or is it because the sand brought by the sandstorms is too enchanting? Or is there an unforgettable love story between you and the lizards in this sand? It refuses to leave, and you linger steadfastly. For a moment, Bing Xuanzi was left speechless. Indeed, he dared not return. In his youth, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, he was brash and had offended countless sects. Now, with his cultivation sealed, returning would mean being torn apart by those people. But being exposed by a junior was somewhat embarrassing. What business is this of yours? Bing Xuanzi said coldly. You don't think that a few casual words will make me suddenly see the light and bow to you, do you? What exactly is your purpose? I want to go to the holy city of the snake people. Yishu did not hide anything and spoke bluntly. Why? The azure lotus heavenly flame. Yishu slowly said, Medusa possesses the azure lotus heavenly flame, and I need it to fulfill a promise. Bing Xuanzi burst into laughter after hearing this. A mere foundation establishment brat like you trying to seize the azure lotus heavenly flame. Do you realize how rare a strange fire is? It will surely be locked away by Medusa in the snake people's most secret treasury. Even at my peak, I was no match for her. What makes you think you can, with your measly skills? Despite such mockery, Yishu remained unruffled and said calmly, This is the difference between you and me. When your opponent is stronger than you, when you feel there is no hope, you dare not act. You only dare to rely on your cultivation to suppress others. You call yourself a martial fanatic, but which battle did you ever fight without certainty? Even when challenging opponents above your level, you always had a plan. Have you ever faced an invincible enemy? You fell to the golden core stage and then shrank into a corner. How pathetic is that? Easy for you to say. Bing Xuanzi only sneered. You, an ignorant youth, have never seen the brilliance of the bright moon, yet you talk idly on paper, believing there are no heroes in the world. If this old man were not in decline today, would you have ever laid eyes on me? Never having seen a true hero in this world is like a leaf blocking your view. If you were to see my true form, it would be like an ancient ape gaining wisdom, not seeing the nascent soul stages like. Bing Xuanzi launched into an endless torrent of classical allusions, leaving Yishu, who had barely managed to muster some literary flair, completely at a loss. He had wanted to show off with some refined words, but this old codger had actually read books and could outdo him in erudition. Stop, stop, stop. He quickly raised his hand to interrupt and tossed out a memory stone. Cut the classical crap. I can't understand it. You are just a primitive man in the desert who hasn't even seen what everyone outside is talking about. Bing Xuanzi, who had been rambling on, took the memory stone, and his expression instantly changed. He knew the person inside all too well. Feng Mengli, the sect master of the cloud-soaring sect. Is the other person in this you? Doesn't it look like me, eh? This? Bing Xuanzi was shocked inwardly, but kept his composure. You're alive, so is Feng Mengli dead? I'm not sure. I cut off her head, but she likely has some kind of substitute treasure and escaped. Yishu said this without blinking, his expression as calm as if he had just eaten a dozen small buns. Bing Xuanzi held the memory stone and remained silent for a while. He certainly did not believe that Feng Mengli had been killed by this boy, but escaping from a nascent soul peak stage cultivator while still at the chi refining stage was something he himself doubted he could achieve. And now this boy wanted to storm the snake people's sacred ground. Was it suicidal or was it audacious? You said you need the Azure Lotus Heavenly Flame to fulfill a promise. What promise? Bing Xuanzi, holding the memory stone, suddenly asked. I need to use 3 types of strange fires to refine a pill to save my wife. Yishu said calmly. So he was a devoted lover. Bing Xuanzi's heart stirred, suddenly recalling a past incident from his youth, when he was young, brash, and at the height of his fame, eager to venture out into the world. He had promised to return home in 30 years, but when he saw her again, she was nothing but a skeleton adorned with rouge. He clutched the memory stone, his gaze no longer hostile. Why should I help you? I can help you restore your cultivation. Yishu, while recalling the common tropes he had read, asked in his mind. Master, can we refine a pill to temporarily restore Bing Xuanzi's cultivation now? A temporary unsealing should be possible. However, with the materials currently available on the market, it would last at most half an hour. All right. Yishu nodded and continued. I can refine a pill to break your seal, but it will only last half an hour. If this venture succeeds, I will find a way to fully restore you. Half an hour. Bing Xuanzi frowned and muttered under his breath. Half an hour is utterly useless. A cultivator's life is very, very long, seeking the great Dao and pursuing immortality. But a cultivator's life is also very, very short, so short that the splendid moments amount to only a few instances. Yishu stared into Bing Xuanzi's eyes and said word by word, do you want to waste away here for a lifetime, idling your days away making shaved ice for others? Or do you want to join me and become a firework that lasts half an hour, turning this world upside down? Star Sand, Spirit Rhinoceros Horn, Dimensional Breaker Stone, Blackrock City, a human city in the Dangar Desert. With many merchants passing through and needing to trade from time to time, people gradually settled here to do business, and over time a city formed. Inside a certain courtyard within the city, Yishu sat cross-legged, a pill furnace before him. He added ingredients with a casual, unhurried grace. Ice Profound Master watched, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. These were all purchased with his money, incredibly valuable. Kid, are you sure you know what you're doing? These things represent half a lifetime of my savings. Once they're gone, they're gone. A nascent soul cultivator's wealth used for just one alchemy session lasting only half an hour. Ice Profound Master's heart was bleeding. Relax, everything is under control. Despite so many rare treasures, Yishu didn't even bat an eye. He couldn't, because his body was under Dangxia's control. Yishu was just a cheerleader shouting 666 in his heart. Sure, watch closely and learn well. Don't just shout. What will you do when your master is no longer here, or when you are alone? Dangxia's voice echoed in his heart, tinged with helplessness and affection. Don't joke, master. That's impossible. Yishu laughed lightly, in his heart utterly confident. Hearing this, Danxia shook her head and said no more. After throwing the medicinal herbs into the furnace, she flipped her hands. Whoosh! A cluster of vitreous-colored flame appeared in his left hand. This is 10,000 Beast Flame. Ice Profound Master's pupils contracted. A 10,000 Beast Flame, based on at least a 5th-tier magical beast. This kid actually had such a thing. But before his shock subsided, Danxia moved again. In her right hand, a cluster of deep blue flame ignited silently. Netherworld Ice Flame. An aberrant flame. Ice Profound Master's eyes nearly popped out. The two flames rose simultaneously without any repulsion, instead resonating with each other, forming a perfect ring of fire around Yishu. Dual Flame Alchemy. This was a supreme skill exclusive to ninth-grade alchemists. Ice Profound Master fell to his knees with a thud. He had to kneel to watch this. Danxia paid no heed to his astonishment, immersing her entire being in the alchemy. As a saint of alchemy, she held the purest passion for pill refining. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, the furnace emitted a soft chime. Danxia opened her eyes and beckoned with her hand. A pure white pill flew out from the furnace, a faint purple aura swirling around it. The moment it emerged, the courtyard was filled with a concentrated medicinal fragrance. Fortunately, Yishu had set up a sealing array beforehand, or it would have attracted countless covetous eyes. Thank you, Master. Yishu quickly expressed his gratitude. If you wish to thank me, then control your fickle heart, court fewer romantic entanglements, and speak fewer honeyed words. That would set your master's mind at ease. Danxia snorted softly and returned to the ring. Yishu regained control of his body and stood up. He found Ice Profound Master kneeling to the side, his gaze vacant. Senior, why are you kneeling? You. This. Ice Profound Master finally snapped out of it, rising on trembling legs. A ninth-grade alchemist in his 20s. What a joke. The only sixth-grade alchemist he had ever seen in his life was a lapdog of Yunxiao sect's Feng Mingli, someone he could hardly ever get an audience with. And today he had witnessed a ninth-grade alchemist. His ancestral graves weren't just emitting auspicious smoke, they were on fire. This is the pill I promised you. Yishu, unaware of his many thoughts, simply sealed the pill in a vial and handed it over. Ice Profound Master received it with both hands, as if holding a priceless treasure. Brother, I've decided we're friends for life. Let's go. First, let's scout for information on the serpent folk. Yishu, being sharp-witted, immediately understood the reason for his sudden change in attitude. But he didn't bother to explain. After all, his master and he were one entity, a family, didn't need to stand on ceremony. His master was a ninth-grade alchemist. So was he. The two of them went out together to gather intelligence on the serpent folk. After all, one was at Foundation Establishment and the other at Golden Core. Were they supposed to just storm the serpent folk's holy city to steal the aberrant flame? They might as well buy a rope and hang themselves. At least they'd have a complete corpse. Passing by a shop, Yishu suddenly stopped. What's that? What? Ice Profound Master followed his gaze. Behind a shop's glass window stood several breathtakingly beautiful women. Their skin was covered in thin, shimmering scales that glittered in the sunlight. Their lower halves were not human legs, but serpent tails. Why are the serpent folk here? And why aren't they moving? Don't make a fuss. Ice Profound Master remained calm. Those are serpent folk molts. Molts? Yishu was taken aback. Indeed, molts. The serpent folk are different from humans and also different from ordinary magical beasts. Without cultivation, they can speak human language and possess human intelligence equal to humans in wisdom. They can also practice human cultivation techniques. But they still retain the habits of snakes. Every time they break through to a new realm, they shed their old body for a new one. This process is identical to a snake shedding its skin. The shed bodies can be used for artifact forging or as medicinal ingredients. Because most female serpent folk are beautiful, some people buy these molts to take home, and the rest was left unsaid, the meaning clear. I see. Yishu nodded. I thought actual serpent folk came to our human cities. Turns out they're fakes. Wait, what the hell? Coming to his senses, Ice Profound Master let out a strange cry, pointing at Yishu's nose in disbelief. You mean you didn't even bother to learn what the serpent folk look like, their habits or their traits, and still boasted about coming to steal their aberrant flame? You don't even know where the serpent folk are, do you? No, I don't. Yishu looked at him with an innocent expression. This is my first time in the Danger Desert. How could I possibly know that? You little brat, are you messing with me? Ice Profound Master was fuming with anger. He had boarded a pirate ship and the captain didn't even have a sea chart. Yishu showed no sign of remorse. Let's split up to gather intel. Moving together is too slow. He patted Ice Profound Master's shoulder. You've been in the desert for a long time. You must know many people who can get information. What about you? They'll find someone to collect intelligence. All right. Ice Profound Master nodded instinctively. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized something. Wait, this is your first time here. Who are you going to find to get information? I have my ways. Yishu patted his shoulder again, gave a mysterious smile, and strode away, leaving Ice Profound Master standing there utterly bewildered. At sunset, Bing Xuanzi returned from an old friend's home and wandered through the city for a long while without spotting Yishu, who had gone out to gather information. Just as he began to think Yishu might have already gone back, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure beneath a street performing troupe. There was a troupe there, and they had set up a large stage. On the stage, many women danced in revealing attire, their long sleeves flowing gracefully, some of them breathtakingly beautiful. Below the stage the crowd was dense. They gazed at the dancers whose skirts were slit up to the thigh, with burning eyes occasionally letting out frivolous whistles. Bing Xuanzi barely managed to squeeze his way in. He happened to see Yishu standing with his hands behind his back watching from the best vantage point. As for why no one was crowding him, it was because he was standing on a table. You little. Bing Xuanzi took a deep breath, strode forward, grabbed Yishu by the hem of his robe, and gritted his teeth. You told me to gather intelligence, and here you are sneaking off to enjoy a brothel performance. I've already gathered it all. Yishu stood on the table speaking calmly. Huh. Bing Xuanzi was so furious he laughed. Then tell me, what intelligence did you gather? In 2 months, the Serpentine tribe will hold a grand strange fire festival in the holy city to celebrate the queen's rebirth. These past few days, the Serpentine tribe has been heavily guarded. Not even a fly can get in. If we want to seize the strange fire, the festival is the best chance. I have a feeling that this time, besides us, many others are stirring. They won't sit idly by while the Serpentine tribe grows stronger and threatens human territory. So the scene will be chaotic then. The more chaos, the better for us. How? How do you know all this? Bing Xuanzi's eyes widened in disbelief. This information matched perfectly with what he had gathered, and was even more comprehensive. Yishu did not answer that question. The Wordless Pavilion was a vast organization spread across the world, excelling in intelligence and public opinion. It always attracted the down and out and the curious, but it was also an extremely fragile organization, and maintaining its secrecy was paramount. He wouldn't destroy Qianzhang's hard work just to show off. Yishu looked up and suddenly spoke. These dancers are not human. Hearing this, Bing Xuanzi was taken aback. He instinctively looked up and observed carefully. Only then did he notice that these dancers had slender, enchanting figures and were breathtakingly beautiful, but on their ears, shoulders, and necks faint scales glimmered in the firelight. Some were very young, their faces still childlike. Upon closer inspection, though they smiled, their smiles were stiff, and during certain large movements their bodies visibly trembled. What are these people? Yishu suddenly asked. Half serpentines. Half serpentines. Yes, Bing Xuanzi nodded. The offspring of humans and serpentines are half serpentines. They have no snake tails, and their forms are like humans, but their bodies still retain serpentine traits. Most half serpentines are beautiful. Most are born from serpentines who have left their tribe and humans. A very few are the result of nobles abusing serpentine slaves. Because their human bloodline is impure, and they have serpentine scales on their skin, they are discriminated against by humans. In the end, most end up with their parents killed, becoming slaves, reduced to being entertainment for others. Bing Xuanzi sighed, but said nothing. So that's how it is. Yishu frowned deeply. His gaze fell on the last row of dancers where a girl stood. She was about 1.40 m, much shorter than the others, with a thin figure and a pale face, but her eyes were lively. Her large eyes often watched others' movements, and though she hid it well, Yishu could see she was always half a beat behind, merely imitating others. Her skin was very white and delicate, smoother than the finest mutton fat jade, but covered by a thin layer of foundation beneath, which were dark red bruises. The crowd below was still noisy. Those above continued to force smiles and sing. Yishu watched momentarily, speechless. Sure. Danxiao seemed to sense his low spirits and called out to him with concern. I'm fine. Yishu shook his head. The two stood below the stage, silently watching the performance. Before long, the dance ended. A portly middle-aged man came out from backstage announcing that today's performance was over. The lingering crowd kept glancing toward the curtain. The little girl had already timidly hidden behind it. She seemed to notice Yishu, who had been watching her, and after a moment of surprise quickly averted her gaze. Yishu just smiled. He kept smiling. Even after the crowd dispersed, he and Bing Xuanzi still stood below the stage. Sir, the show is over. The middle-aged man thought they hadn't had their fill, so he approached and said, Sorry, sir, our troupe recently took on a big job. We need to rehearse quietly for the next 2 months and won't be open to the public. If you'd like to watch, come back in 2 months. 2 months. Bing Xuanzi's heart stirred. Before he could speak, Yishu maintained his smile, his eyes fixed intently on the middle-aged man's eyes, his voice eerily strange. It's time to close the coffin. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Taiwu, at the cloud-soaring sect. Stay in the sect these days and don't go anywhere. Your master has heard that a strange fire has emerged in the Danger Desert, and I will retrieve it for the alchemy king to refine, helping him reach even greater heights. Feng Wuwang gently instructed Feng Mengli. Feng Mengli obediently nodded. But after her master had completely left, her expression changed, becoming cold. She gazed into the distance toward the Danger Desert and murmured softly. In your past life you lived because of me. In this life, with my master's intervention, who can save you? At the same time, in the 10,000-mile mountains, At the Azure Mystery Sect Purple Sky Peak. Ding. Please head to the Danger Desert to complete the story mission Obstruct the Child of Destiny from obtaining the Azure Lotus Heavenly Flame. Note exert every effort to prevent it. If the role-playing standard is not met, you will be unable to return to Earth to claim the 10 billion cash reward. Su Xiao, wrapped in bandages, was so angry he laughed. He had barely survived the beast tide, and now he had to go complete some damn mission. What a bitter fate. Bitter as the wild grass beneath cart wheels. Bitter as the golden thread in the cracks of stones. Just then several excited female voices sounded from outside the door. Senior brother, let's go to the Danger Desert. Yeah. The sect is organizing a training trip there, and the master is leading us. Su Xiao. Well, he had been wondering how to get there, and now he didn't have to think about it anymore. At the same time, in a small hut halfway up the mountain, Lin Qingxue sat on the roof, propping her chin on one hand, watching her senior brothers and sisters leave once again, together, her eyes dim. Little one, what are you doing sitting here? Suddenly, an aged voice sounded. Turning around, she saw her grandfather had appeared beside her again, looking at her with a smile. If you want to go, then go. But I'm all alone, and my master won't let me. Lin Qingxue lowered her head, a hint of grievance in her voice. Lin Hemming smiled and patted her head, saying gently, Silly child, when have you ever been alone? You have your grandfather here. He'll go with you. As for that little girl, your master. A cold glint flashed in Lin Hemming's eyes. Lin Hemming entrusted my granddaughter to her, not for her to suffer grievances here. Let's go. Lin Hemming reached out his hand to her. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand in her grandfather's palm. The old man and the young girl flew off on their swords. Meanwhile, in the Danger Desert, the Serpentine tribe, the holy city. In a certain bedroom, a beautiful woman lay on the bed, holding a small booklet in her right hand, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. Yi Shu. Interesting. The desert night was always clear. The moon hung high in the sky. Stars were embedded one by one in the black backdrop, like casual chalk doodles dotting the expanse. The desert floor was coated in a layer of silver by the moonlight. A thin wooden plank with several holes drilled into it was tied to the back of a desert camel, dragging a long trail across the sand. This was a camel cart. What the camel cart carried were female slaves. A few wooden poles, each about 10 feet long, and a piece of tarp cast these dozen or so people into shadow, cutting them off from the daylight. Only a few stray beams of starlight pierced through the tattered holes, offering a dim means to see. These dozen or so people were crammed onto this wooden plank, less than 20 square meters in size. There were no seats. They could only huddle together, relying on each other's warmth for comfort. There was no warmth in their eyes, only a lifeless stillness. Qingli curled up in the corner, her petite frame barely allowing her to sit in the cramped space. This was thanks to the older sister in front of her, who was willing to bend her knees to create a small space for her to settle, even if it meant having her sit on top of her head. But even this was a relief. Qingli had forgotten when she had arrived here. She only remembered that after her parents fell asleep, those people locked her in a cage. Then a fat man came to the cage, said something to them, and smiled just like the villains in her storybooks. He said to call him the warden. The warden was a very, very bad man. He made little Qingli learn to dance, wear ugly clothes, and always smile. If the warden was unhappy, she would have to eat noodles. Noodles were the most delicious thing in the world, because her mother always cooked noodles for little Qingli. Soft noodles that she could slurp down with a sip of the warm broth, filling her belly with comfort. But the warden's noodles were a very long whip that hurt far more than her mother's laundry stick, 100 times worse, leaving her bruised and purple. So little Qingli learned to read people's expressions. As long as she danced and smiled along with the older sisters, she wouldn't have to eat noodles anymore. Here little Qingli often saw what happened after the performances ended. Many men would come, and occasionally women too. Then the warden's already ugly face would light up brighter than a desert lizard, and he would take them into a small room. A very, very dark room. Then there would be sounds of crying, screaming, and cursing. The sisters who came out would have many new bruises, and many of their scales would be missing. Little Qingli didn't want to go into the dark room. She didn't want to lose her scales either. Sister Yuan. Qingli doesn't want to go into the little dark room, she suddenly whispered, her voice so soft it was only meant for the two of them. Sister Yuan was a very kind person. She would secretly give Qingli steamed buns when the warden refused to feed her. She would comfort her, and now she was even willing to make space for her. Little dark room. Yes, the little room where people make those yua sounds, little Qingli said innocently. The warden has never made Qingli go in. Does that mean Qingli won't have to? Qing Yuan, who was sitting with her knees bent, was startled. Then she realized what Qingli was referring to, and a shadow fell over her eyes. To this day, the warden had never made Qingli receive guests. This wasn't because the man was kind-hearted and spared her due to her youth. It was because she was too precious. Her gaze swept over the standing sisters who were like withered wood, then back to the innocent-faced Qingli. A profound sorrow settled in her heart. Everyone here had been through this. When they first arrived, they thought they were special, that the warden still had a shred of humanity. But the truth was the warden was just waiting to sell the first time for a good price, to the highest bidder. But looking at Qingli's face, so full of innocent fantasy, Qingyuan simply couldn't bring herself to say it. How could she tell her? No, the warden is just waiting for someone who can afford the price, and then he will sell you to them. If you're lucky, it might be a gentle big brother, but that's only in storybooks. In reality, the ones who spend money on such filthy deeds are mostly unkempt pot-bellied uncles or old men. Then after losing your first night, you'll become a commodity on the backstage shelf, available for anyone to pick. Perhaps because of your youth, the price will be high, so few will bid, but the ones who do will surely be the most vile and perverted. How could she ever say such words? But could she lie and deceive this child? This day would come eventually, and when it did, excessive hope would only make her fall harder. So there was silence and nothing but silence. After a moment, Qingyuan forced a smile and ruffled her little head. Does the wound on your body still hurt? Changing the subject was awkward, but it was the only thing she could do. It doesn't hurt anymore. Little Qingli instinctively touched the bruise on her arm covered by rouge. It hurt a lot, especially when she danced, pulling at the injury. Yet she still had to smile. Silly child, how could it not hurt? Qingyuan felt a pang of sympathy. This child was too understanding. It's true. Little Qingli looked up, her expression serious. Her big eyes darted around, and then she said mysteriously, Sister Yuan, bend your head down a little. Qingli has a secret to tell you. What is it? Seeing her earnest demeanor, Qingyuan instinctively lowered her head and leaned in. Qingli cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a little shell, and whispered softly into her ear, I'm only telling Sister Yuan. Actually, soon someone will come to save us. They'll chase all the bad guys away. So little Qingli doesn't hurt anymore. Because I can just endure it. You. How do you know? Qingyuan looked at little Qingli in disbelief, thinking she was joking. But Qingli's face was earnest and serious, as if she were stating something very real. Because just a few days ago, Qingli had a dream. In the dream, there was a big brother dressed in clothes as white as the snow in storybooks, his feet treading on golden sand, holding a long sword. He put the warden to sleep and saved everyone. In the dream, even Qingli became very powerful. It was like I awakened some amazing constitution. But the ending of the dream wasn't very good. The big brother disappeared. Little Qingli didn't get to wait for the big brother. Qingli's expression fell. It was clear the dream's ending was something she didn't want to dwell on. But she quickly lifted her head and rallied herself, even though the dream's ending wasn't great. The beginning was happy, wasn't it? Qingyuan was stunned. She stared blankly at Qingli's innocent face. When talking about this dream, Qingli's eyes sparkled, her face beaming with a happy smile. She radiated a light called hope and longing, so utterly different from the dark, dead stillness of the tarp. Qingyuan suddenly felt a warmth in her eyes. She quickly covered her mouth, forcing herself not to let the tears fall. How could she say it? Even knowing full well that the dream was false, just a little girl's innocent fantasy, she was still moved to tears. It will happen, she said. Someone will come to save little Qingli. Just then, from outside the tarp, the man riding the camel suddenly broke into laughter. Girls, we've landed a big deal this time. Have you heard of the Serpent Queen? 2 months from now, at the Serpent Clan's festival, the entire Serpent Clan will gather in the Holy City. All the great commanders of the Serpent Clan will be there. The big shots need a grand performance to liven things up. You all need to perform well, charm the Serpent Clan commanders out of their wits. Then us men will. His voice abruptly stopped. Rumble. The camel halted. The plank no longer dragged across the sand. The stillness of the night suddenly descended, shrouding the women huddled under the tarp in darkness.